Senior brother, what are you waiting for? Junior brother Qin Yun is on the verge of collapse. The sharp voice of a girl jolts Guhan awake. Have I been reborn again? This rebirth seems to have a different node. Feeling the peak of his physical state, Guhan momentarily drifts into thought. Memories surge like a tide, reminding him of his past life. To be precise, he currently finds himself in a fantasy novel world titled Emperor Lord. The title suggests it is a classic tale of a powerful protagonist. In reality, it is also a popular harem story that captivated audiences far and wide at the time. The protagonist, Yi Qingyun, ascends with ease, surrounded by a cold yet enchanting master, a playful junior sister, a composed senior sister, a saintess of Zhongzhou, and a dynasty empress, all of whom are his women. As the story progresses, the number of female characters becomes so numerous that their names are uncountable. Yet this protagonist, deeply enthralled by beauty, possesses an impressive background and outstanding talent, ultimately becoming an invincible being across the realms. His identity, however, is that of a villainous senior brother. He is the first antagonist that Yi Qingyun encounters in the early stages of the narrative. Ultimately, he meets his demise, as Yi Qingyun uses him as an experience-giving stepping stone on his path to greatness. As a reader aware of some of the plot, he certainly won't wait for death, but is determined to change his fate. Having just transmigrated into this fictional world, he already knows he is a villainous pawn without any golden fingers to rely on. So he takes appropriate measures to ensure his survival. He resolves to become a caring senior brother, dedicated to protecting his fellow disciples, even at the cost of his own life. However, under the inexorable influence of the plot, his efforts always prove futile. In his first life, while Yi Qingyun has yet to ascend the mountain, he still has ample time. He wholeheartedly cultivates a relationship with his junior sister, Chu Yaowei, who is destined to become the future empress. After all, having a future empress as a backing would likely help him avoid a tragic end as a villain. While his junior sister is still young, he is devoted and sincere. Whenever others bully her, he is the first to confront them for her justice. When she lacks resources for cultivation, he tirelessly undertakes missions to secure sufficient resources for her training. However, once the protagonist arrives on the mountain, all his efforts are rendered meaningless. The junior sister he has cared for since childhood develops an infinite fondness for Yi Qingyun within a month. Meanwhile, he, the diligent and devoted senior brother, becomes a pitiful figure, merely preparing a dowry for another. In his second life, he remains undeterred, still hoping to alter his fate as a villainous pawn by embracing righteousness. His master, plagued by cold poison, suffers sleepless nights. In an effort to eradicate this affliction, he dares to venture into the demon realm, seeking a special treasure to cure his master's cold poison. Unfortunately, he is ensnared by the male protagonist's schemes. Not only is he falsely accused of harboring ill intentions towards his master, but he also becomes labeled as a spy from the demon realm. The special treasure he painstakingly retrieved is presented to his master by the male protagonist, who claims it as his own hard-earned prize, leading to his master's deep gratitude. Ultimately, the male protagonist becomes the shining beacon in the hearts of his master and junior sisters. Guhan, unable to defend himself, is branded a hypocrite, despised and scorned by all, and is ultimately imprisoned within the demon lock tower. In his third life, he resolves to learn from his past experiences. Rather than investing in others, he decides to invest in himself. He wholly dedicates himself to cultivation, striving to enhance his own strength, ultimately aiming to defy fate through his newfound power. However, things do not unfold as he hopes. During a fierce battle against a tide of demon beasts, several junior sisters, in their eagerness to rescue the slightly injured male protagonist, abandon their posts. This results in him being left isolated and overwhelmed, ultimately succumbing to the encroaching demon beasts. From the fourth life onward, he begins to experiment with being a true villain, confronting the protagonist Hedon through various means. Yet, the outcome only results in a quicker and more brutal demise. Under the protagonist's halo and the influence of the plot, every plan he concocts inexplicably ends in failure. The most memorable life for him is this one. Alongside his fellow brothers, he arrives at a secret realm for trials. The protagonist, Yi Qingyun, strikes gold, discovering a divine herb capable of enhancing one's potential. However, this herb is fiercely guarded by a powerful demon beast, whose cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the Spirit Palace realm, mere steps away from the unification realm. According to the established rules, such a formidable demon beast should not be provoked, and retreat is imperative. Yi Qingyun, desperate for the divine herb, employs unknown means to divert the demon beast's attention while the tool, Lu Ruyan, goes in for the harvest. This ultimately infuriates the demon beast, which then rampages after Lu Ruyan, wreaking havoc among the other disciples. As the leader of the group, he is compelled to engage in a fierce battle with the half-step unification realm demon beast. In the end, he suffers casualties among his fellow disciples and sustains severe injuries. Yet he successfully slays the beast. However, this leaves him with grievous internal injuries, and later, he even experiences a regression in his cultivation. What stings the most is that the protagonist shifts the blame for the incident, along with the casualties of his fellow disciples, squarely onto him, claiming he, as the senior brother, failed in his duties. The other uninformed junior sisters, rather than defending him, choose to believe Yi Qingyun unconditionally. Even Lu Ruyan, whom he indirectly saved from the demon beast, forgets her debt of gratitude and instead corroborates the protagonist's claims. Ultimately, he finds himself utterly disgraced, reviled by everyone in the sect. Later, due to his severe injuries and inability to recover, he is expelled from the sect, left to fend for himself. The most absurd part is that the very junior sisters he once cared for deeply, even risking his life to protect multiple times, do not even glance his way as he is driven out of the sect, too preoccupied with frolicking around with the protagonist, Yi Qingyun. He vividly remembers that day. Walking alone through the snowy night, he felt an overwhelming chill. Cold in body, colder in spirit. His life ended carelessly amidst the falling snow. Reflecting on his past 8 lives, he realizes he has never met a good end, regardless of the path he chose or the efforts he made. Ultimately, he cannot escape the title of a villainous pawn, either dying in the streets or being imprisoned in the demon lock tower. Until this 9th life, where he concludes that since any choice leads to death, it is far simpler to embrace apathy and seek an early rebirth. Senior brother, what are you dawdling for? Hurry and make a move. At this moment, Lu Ruyan's voice pulls Gu Han back from his reverie. Roaring. In the brief moment he was lost in thought, the half-step unification realm demon beast has become utterly enraged. It is now madly pursuing Yi Qingyun. Feeling Lu Ruyan's grip on his arm tightening, Gu Han furrows his brow, abruptly shaking her off. Gu senior brother you. Lu Ruyan falls to the ground, momentarily forgetting to rise, staring at her senior brother in shock. In her memories, her senior brother has always doted on her, never allowing her to suffer even the slightest harm. Why is he now so callously dismissive? Make a move? Why should I make a move? Gu Han's voice is cold. Before entering the secret realm, I emphasize the Relesto, not provoke the powerful demon beasts within. You all chose to court death. Why should I bear the consequences? Lu Ruyan, in disbelief, never expected her once doting senior brother to utter such words. But this demon beast is merely at the Spirit Palace realm, and you too are at the Spirit Palace realm. If you make a move. Before Lu Ruyan can finish her sentence, Gu Han interrupts with a cold laugh. Aren't you also at the Spirit Palace realm? Shouldn't you possess the ability to contend with this demon beast? Why not take action yourself?
Chapter 2. Letting go of the need to help others and respecting their fate. Upon hearing these words, Lu Ruyan's pupils constricted, and the astonishment and disbelief on her face became increasingly apparent. Her senior brother seemed to have transformed completely. In the past, he would never have allowed her to take any risks, let alone suffer even the slightest injury. Yet now, he was asking her to contend with this ferocious beast? She was merely at the 1st level of the Spirit Palace realm. How could she possibly be a match for a 9th-level Spirit Palace beast? Seeing the fluctuating expressions on Lu Ruyan's face, a hint of mockery flickered in Gu Han's eyes. How had he not noticed before just how hypocritical his little junior sister could be? Aware that she was no match for the beast, he wondered about the costs of his own endeavor. As someone at the 4th level of the spirit stage, how much would he have to sacrifice to defeat a 9th-level beast? Had he even considered that he too might not prevail against this creature? And what consequences that would entail? Moreover, they were the ones who had summoned the beast. What right did he have to bear the burden alone? To beep. The strongest villain system has detected the host's determination to become the most formidable fated villain. Although the host has previously played the role of a villain, He was merely a pawn and not a true, competent antagonist. The purpose of this system is to assist the host in becoming an excellent and powerful villain. The host's previous actions align with villainous conduct, earning him a reward of 500 villain points. The sudden system notification momentarily stunned Guhan. The strongest villain system? He had never anticipated that the system he had yearned for in past lives would manifest in this one. However, perhaps due to the tumultuous ups and downs he had experienced, he felt a strange calmness upon hearing the system bind to him. Almost simultaneously, a comprehension of the system's nature emerged in his mind. He needed to fulfill villainous storylines and perform actions consistent with the villain's persona, or undermine the protagonist to earn corresponding villain points. The system even painted a grand vision for him. Upon perfectly completing his villainous tasks, he would have the option to ascend to a higher dimensional world or return to Blue Star. Nevertheless, regardless of the allure of this vision, since he had truly chosen the path of a villain, he would become the strongest villain capable of commanding fate and dominating the heavens. Protagonist would be nothing but stepping stones beneath his feet. Boom. A terrifying explosion suddenly erupted at the center of the battlefield. Sending debris flying at it was evident that Yi Qingyun, capable of extraordinary feats, was engaged in battle. Despite not yet reaching the Spirit Palace realm, he was able to fight beyond his level. Ji Yuhan observed with keen interest. Having faced off against Yi Qingyun in previous lives, recognizing that his opponent possessed an extraordinary protagonist aura and countless hidden cards. Qingyun junior brother. How dare that beast harm my beloved junior brother? It cannot be allowed to live today. Seeing her cherished junior brother suffering even minor injuries, Lu Ruyan's eyes turned red with fury. She drew a delicate sword and, like an arrow released from a bow, launched herself toward the beast's weak spot. However, Lu Ruyan, lacking the strength, was easily swatted away by the beast's claw as if she were a mere fly. Sister! Yi Qingyun roared, unleashing even greater power to contend with the colossal beast. Senior brother. Although Ruyan Jr.'s sister recklessly provoked the beast by seizing the sun and moon divine herb, it was not without cause. Surely you know that Sister Yue's meridians are damaged, and this herb could restore them. If we bring it back to her, she will surely be grateful for your actions. Upon hearing Yi Qingyun's words, Gu Han's disdain deepened. Even at this moment, he was still attempting to morally bind him. Had he not experienced 9 lifetimes, he might have fallen for Yi Qingyun's deceitful words. The sun and moon divine herb held immense benefits for him. Why would he willingly give it to others? First, he had used Lu Ruyan as a tool to harvest the herb, and now Yi Qingyun sought to drag him into their mess to divert the beast's attention, saving his own hidden card while making a strategic retreat. Yet, having decided to embrace the role of a villain, he would not let Yi Qingyun and Lu Ruyan find comfort. Ji Yuhan unleashed his spiritual power, mimicking Lu Ruyan's earlier action, and charged toward the beast. However, he chose not to strike. Instead, taking advantage of their distraction, he retrieved a pill from his consciousness space and deftly tossed it into the roaring beast's mouth. This pill, known as the Xian Yuan pill, could significantly enhance a cultivator's or creature's strength for a brief period. The beast, bewildered by Gu Han's treachery, unleashed a torrent of its immense demonic energy. Gu Han dispelled the barrier of rules, bracing himself against the overwhelming force. He then coughed up a mouthful of blood, feigning a cry of pain as he was sent flying like a kite cut from its string. The moment he landed in the forest, Gu Han quickly maneuvered in midair, shifted his stance, and soared away on his sword. Letting go of the need to help others and respecting their fate, if these two insisted on seeking death, he would graciously lend them a hand. Against a beast that was now completely frenzied and had significantly increased its power, he was curious to see how Yi Qingyun would respond, and of course, he did not believe that a rampaging beast could easily defeat an indomitable protagonist. However, if it forced Yi Qingyun to reveal another hidden card, he would consider it a worthwhile gain. Beep. The host's actions conform to villainous conduct. Congratulations, the host has earned 1,000 villain points. After temporarily leaving the battlefield, Gu Han did not choose to depart. Instead, guided by memories from his previous life, he dashed toward a concealed area within the secret realm. After all, he had invested considerable effort in navigating these secret realms to win the favor of several junior sisters. Within this grand secret realm existed a primordial spiritual pool whose energy absorption could greatly enhance a cultivator's talent. Initially, he had discovered this pool intending to bring his junior sisters along to refine their bodies and improve their abilities. Yet, unexpectedly, they sold him out, racing ahead with the protagonist Yi Qingyun to enjoy the benefits of the primordial pool he had tirelessly sought. Not only did he gain nothing, but he also became a laughingstock. Now that he had resolved to embrace villainy, the primordial pool would be his alone. Beep. The host's behavior aligns with the villain persona. Congratulations, the host has gained 500 villain points. Listening to the system notifications, Gu Han's previously joyous mood became even more exuberant. Chapter 3. The System Mall. What will you choose this life, master? After flying on his sword for about 10 minutes, Gu Han quickly located a hidden cave, half covered by weeds and dirt. Using spiritual energy, he cleared the entrance and ventured inside. Soon, he encountered a hazy, ethereal pool of spiritual energy, the primordial pool he had painstakingly found in his previous life. Stripping off his robes, he immersed himself fully in the pool, beginning to absorb its power. At that moment, Gu Han finally had the opportunity to open a system panel with his will. Name: Gu Han. Title: Fated Villain. Title effect: the protagonist's unique fate and specific narrative effects decrease the host's influence by 80. Age: 18. Cultivation: 4th level of the Spirit Palace. Identity: disciple of the Wanjian Sect, the chief disciple under the White Silk Peak. Bloodline: 9. Transformation Immortal Source Bone. Initial awakening. Details unknown. Unable to analyze at present. System tasks, not yet activated, will activate upon reaching the divine platform realm. Villain points, 2,000, currently possesses 1 random sign-in opportunity. Sign-in location: Wanjian Sect, Locking Demon Tower. Gu Han gazed at the floating system panel, momentarily entranced. He had not realized the extent of his unique constitution until now. While reading the book about the Emperor, the descriptions of this villainous pawn were scant. Most of the prose focused on the protagonist Yi Qingyun, with little elaboration on his own character. It seemed there was much he had yet to uncover. However, he was too lazy to dwell on it. He had embarked on a path entirely different from his previous life, and what the future held was uncertain. With another thought, the System Mall panel unfolded before him, presenting a dazzling array of battle techniques and goods. Weapons: Emosia Sword, 500 villain points. Xian Heavy Ruler, 1,000 villain points. Demon Slayer Blood Cry, 10,000 villain points. Refining Soul Banner, 12,000 villain points. Fire of Joy, 15,000 villain points. The selection of weapons was truly overwhelming. He even spotted an item called the Panga Divine Axe, priced at a staggering 1,000,000 points, far beyond what his current meager resources could afford. The section for techniques was similarly extensive. Blue Silver Binding, 100 villain points. Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus, 1,000 villain points. Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger, 3,000 villain points. The higher the technique's rank, the more formidable it appeared. He even noticed some special techniques, such as the Spirit Element Technique and the Divine Elephant Suppression Fist, which seemed unavailable for purchase with villain points but required the lottery. Gu Han's eyes widened slightly as he confirmed this detail. He also noted a deliberately inscribed line next to the lottery option: 250 villain points for 1 draw, 361 guarantees a random non-saleable technique or non-saleable treasure. All rights of explanation belong to the system. Gu Han frowned, feeling that his system had adopted some rather unsavory tactics. However, considering the various ways to accumulate villain points as a villain, he paid little heed to this matter. He could always save up more points to purchase items most suited to him. Investing in oneself was the true path to success in life. After closing the system panel, Gu Han immersed himself in absorbing the primordial pool's energy. Buzz. As ripples surfaced on the primordial pool, countless threads of spiritual energy intertwined and flowed through his skin, seeping into his meridians. This sensation was incredibly soothing, akin to soaking in a warm spring, gentle and comforting. About an hour later, Gu Han donned his robes. Feeling rejuvenated, his skin radiating a luminous glow akin to divine gold after fully absorbing the primordial pool's power. Indeed, he could distinctly sense his body's potential had once again advanced. Moreover, he had made a significant breakthrough in cultivation, directly elevating to the 6th level of the Spirit Palace. Perhaps due to his reincarnations and the myriad experiences he had undergone, his mindset had become clearer. The barriers of perception and cultivation that once constrained him seemed to have grown thinner. Almost translucent, he even felt that he might rarely, if ever, encounter the so-called shackles of cultivation again. Once he confirmed that the primordial pool had been entirely depleted, ensuring that even if Yi Qingyun fortuitously discovered this place, he would find not a single drop left, he finally departed in satisfaction. By the way, he wondered how Lu Ruyan and Yi Qingyun were faring. Whether they were alive or dead, a faint smile tugged at Gu Han's lips as he clasped his hands behind his back, strolling leisurely toward the exit, murmuring to himself, that junior brother, whom Lu Ruyan is so desperate to protect, has quite the backstory. Far from the simpleton she imagines him to be, concealing his presence as best as he could, Gu Han once again took to the skies on his sword, stealthily returning to the earlier battlefield. As he surveyed the scene, the battlefield lay in utter disarray. Vast expanses of land seemed as if ravaged by a terrifying force, exposing glaring cracks. Countless trees had suffered the consequences, some snapped in half, while others were pulverized to dust. The unfolding events aligned precisely with his expectations. The undefeated protagonist unleashed unimaginable strength in the face of adversity, utilizing some hidden card or summoning a powerful ally. The beast, a half-step into the Unity realm, had vanished without a trace, presumably having fled. After surveying the battlefield, he found no signs of Lu Ruyan or Yi Qingyun's remains. His predictions had proven correct. Those two had likely returned to the sect early. Perhaps that dear little junior sister of his had already begun accusing him of fleeing and abandoning his comrades to face enemies alone. No matter. Regardless of whether he stayed or fled, fought or retreated, events would have unfolded in this manner. Watching Yi Qingyun fall into a trap brought him a sense of satisfaction. Of course, he would not be intimidated into a hasty escape. He still needed to return to the sect to sign in. Snap! Gu Han snapped his fingers, summoning a flying sword that swiftly soared toward him. He leaped onto the sword, heading in the direction of the Wanjian sect. A vision suddenly flickered in his mind. A stunning woman clad in snowy garments, possessing an aura of sanctity and coolness. How ironic! Though she had nurtured him for years through every season, she trusted him less than a newcomer who had only just begun his journey with Yi Qingyun. As he recalled past events, a glint of mockery shone in his eyes. Master, this life, what will you choose? Chapter 4. Crime. What crime have I committed? Have you heard? Senior brother Gu Han led a trial team into the secret realm, where they were attacked by beasts. Yet, as the leader, he disregarded the lives of his junior brothers and sisters and fled the scene. It was only thanks to senior brother Ye's terrifying strength that he managed to battle the beast far beyond his level and successfully rescue senior sister Lu from danger. But that's not quite how it happened. I heard some disciples who went to the secret realm say that it was senior sister Lu who ignored the rules and provoked that powerful beast. A cultivator whispered. According to the rules of the secret realm, disciples entering cannot recklessly provoke powerful beasts. Otherwise, they must bear the consequences themselves. Furthermore, senior brother had already organized a group to withdraw early. What do you know? This matter was personally acknowledged by senior sister Lu. Who doesn't he know that senior brother Gu has always treated her well? Would she fabricate such accusations without cause? Upon entering the Wanjian sect, Gu Han naturally heard many rumors circulating within the sect. However, he maintained a calm demeanor, showing little surprise. After all, Yi Qingyun was hardly a saint. He would go to any lengths for his own interests. His foolish junior sister was likely being duped by Yi Qingyun's words, helping to conceal crucial evidence and shifting all blame onto him. They would even twist the truth, portraying themselves as the victims of an unprovoked beast attack. In his past life, even when he fought desperately to protect them, risking his very existence against the beasts, they still managed to pin the blame on him. In a sense, this outcome was entirely within his expectations. Senior brother Gu, Master Mufu requests your presence at the law enforcement hall on Xianyu Peak. At that moment, several young disciples from the law enforcement hall descended like bright rainbows. There's no need for such caution. Since I dare to return, I have no intention of fleeing. With a cold snort, Gu Han disregarded the disciples, whose expressions shifted in alarm. With his hands clasped behind his back and an indifferent expression, Gu Han soared towards the law hall of Xianyu Peak. The gathered disciples, upon hearing the sound, were momentarily stunned and then collectively looked up in the sky above. A long sword glimmering with frost-like light traversed the heavens, gradually descending. Upon the sword stood a man clad in white. His extraordinary demeanor and strikingly handsome features were accentuated by his deep, dark eyes, which resembled an unfathomable abyss, emanating an inscrutable aura and a captivating sharpness. Although countless disciples congregated below, Gu Han, standing atop the sword, resembled a true dragon soaring in the nine heavens, gazing down upon the multitude of sparrows gathered below. It's the senior brother. he actually returned without fear. The whispers among the disciples revealed their astonishment. Today, I see clearly that the gentle and amiable senior brother I once knew was merely a facade. This is his true nature. As the whispers swirled, Gu Han leaped down from the sword. A single, cold glance from his sharp, indifferent eyes caused the murmuring disciples to change countenance, many hastily lowering their heads, too fearful to meet his gaze, even retreating a step. At the back of the crowd, two graceful women, adorned in flowing white garments and possessing their own unique beauty, recognized the familiar figure, and their expressions turned icy, their eyes filled with disdain and disgust. I didn't expect Senior Sister Yue and Senior Sister Baiji to be here too. In the past, Gu Han had shown great care towards the two senior sisters, leaving a significant impression upon them. Now, having nearly led their junior disciples to their demise in the secret realm, how could they not be enraged? Today, they had seen through the true face of their senior brother. The disciples resumed their hushed discussions, disappointment etched upon their faces. The once powerful, gentle, and nearly perfect senior brother was revealed to be a hypocrite, acting with a facade of virtue while engaging in foul deeds. Naturally, everyone understood that the one most disappointed was likely the peak master who had first taken Gu Han as a personal disciple. Ignoring the surrounding hubbub, Gu Han stepped into the law hall of Xianyu Peak. At that moment, the hall was enveloped in a chilling, suffocating coldness. Gu Han's indifferent gaze swept over the rows of disciples standing around before finally fixing upon the striking woman seated upon the lotus throne, clad in a gown of snow white, exuding an air of authority. This was his master, Mu Bailing, the peak master of Baiyu Peak. A slight smile graced his lips, revealing neither despair nor unease at the impending punishment, but rather an air of arrogant defiance. Disciple Gu Han pays respects to master. Gu Han inclined his head slightly, his voice neither servile nor overbearing. Almost instantly, the atmosphere in the hall shifted, the oppressive tension intensifying. Palpable anger simmering beneath the surface. Moments later, Mu Bailing, her chest heaving with restrained fury, unleashed her cold voice, reverberating throughout the space. Rebellious disciple. What is this attitude? At this point, you still refuse to acknowledge your misdeeds. Misdeeds? Gu Han chuckled lightly, standing tall, unaffected by the surrounding pressure. What wrong have I committed? The sect's rules state clearly that disciples entering the secret realm must not provoke excessively powerful beasts. Violators must bear the consequences. I merely acted in accordance with the rules. What wrong have I committed? His words rang clear, echoing in the ears of all the disciples present, further aggravating Mu Bailing's anger. Even now, you speak such nonsense. According to your junior sister, Ru Yin, it was that beast that attacked them first. As the senior brother, you were obligated to take countermeasures. Even if you were not a match for the beast, you should have organized the disciples to fight back immediately. Yet, you abandoned your juniors and fled on your own. Gu Han, you have disappointed me greatly. The hall fell into a heavy silence. The surrounding disciples gazed at Gu Han, filled with sorrow. Their senior brother had truly changed. Once forthright in his actions, he now refused to admit his mistakes and was evading responsibility. Gu Han did not respond immediately. His gaze wandered through the crowd until it landed upon the timid figure of Lu Ru Yin, who hid behind Yi Qing Yun, seemingly frightened by Gu Han's cold, indifferent stare. She shrank back further, afraid to meet his gaze. Just as he had anticipated, Lu Ru Yin, under Yi Qing Yun's provocation, had shifted all blame onto him, even resorting to fabricating evidence. Her guilty, evasive eyes filled him with disgust. Why should I bear the responsibility? Until we owe nothing to each other. He withdrew his gaze, once again meeting Mu Bailing's eyes. Disciple is merely following the rules. That powerful beast was provoked by their own recklessness. According to the rules, they must bear the consequences. Why should I, as their senior brother, be responsible? Their lives matter, but mine does not. As their senior brother, must I sacrifice my life to protect juniors who have violated the rules? What is the purpose of the sect's regulations? If someone breaks the rules, they should not suffer any consequences, while I, as their senior brother, must bear all the costs? Why is that fair? Gu Han's voice resonated powerfully, each word clear, plunging the hall into silence as doubts began to creep into the minds of the disciples. Was it possible they had misunderstood their senior brother? Especially as Gu Han's logic was undeniably sound. Just because he was senior brother, should he be forced to bear the consequences of his junior's mistakes? Was this just? As all eyes turned toward Yi Qingyun and Lu Ruyin, a chilling voice pierced through the silence, laden with anger. Enough, Gu Han. When did you become so glib and adept at shirking responsibility? Your junior sister Ru Yin has openly admitted to this matter. Could it be false? Ru Yin has always had a close relationship with you. Would she frame you with false evidence? The hall fell silent once more. Gu Han, seemingly unfazed by the icy glare of his master or the gloating expression of Yi Qingyun, appeared exceptionally calm. Yet, within, he felt a profound sadness. For himself, this master, as always, left him feeling disheartened. He recalled memories from his past life when no matter what he did or how hard he tried, his master chose to believe Yi Qingyun, dismissing all his explanations and defenses as mere sophistry. He vividly remembered the scorn and disappointment reflected in her cold, beautiful eyes when he was expelled from the sect or demoted to the demon-locking tower. Despite being her first disciple and the one who had accompanied her the longest, he couldn't compete with someone who had only been in the sect for 2.5 months. Perhaps it was unsurprising, or perhaps his heart had long been wounded beyond repair. He felt little emotional turmoil now. Mu Bai Ling furrowed her brows, sighing inwardly. How had the proud disciple she once cherished become like this? Gu Han, at this point, you still believe you are blameless and that your master has wronged you? Do you wish to continue your futile explanations? Before she could finish, Gu Han raised his gaze slightly, his tone indifferent. If master does not trust me, then any explanation I offer is futile in that case. I am willing to enter the demon-locking tower to accept my punishment. There is nothing more to explain. He knew how events would unfold, and no matter how he explained himself, whether to his nurturing master or to the junior sisters he had cared for, they would steadfastly believe Yi Qingyun. He was destined to bear everything alone. Rather than waste time, it would be better to end this swiftly. The hall sank into silence once more. Not only the few individuals inside, but also the other disciples drawn in from the surrounding peaks were momentarily stunned, their minds blank as they processed Gu Han's words. In their view, the once proud and tall figure draped in white now seemed to bend as if burdened by the injustice of the world. The setting sun cast a long shadow behind him, a silhouette both lonely and resigned. The demon-locking tower was a forbidden place in their sect, reserved for those who had committed grave transgressions, where survival was nearly impossible. Yet, judging by Gu Han's eloquent and logical assertions, it was highly likely that there were deeper issues at play, warranting careful deliberation. To confine him directly to the demon-locking tower would be excessively harsh. After all, even those who had committed serious offenses would feign madness to avoid imprisonment. Yet now, Gu Han was voluntarily proposing to enter the tower, effectively intensifying his own punishment. Mu Bai Ling, seated upon the lotus throne, was equally taken aback, disbelief etched upon her features. Today, her once obedient and prideful disciple seemed to have transformed into someone unrecognizable in the past. Even when his junior brothers and sisters suffered the slightest injury, he would dutifully assume responsibility, regardless of whether he bore any fault. Yet now, this disciple returned, exuding an unusual tranquility, seemingly transformed into a different person altogether, his words laden with an unmistakable tone of evasion. In her anger, she initially intended to impose a light punishment to instill a sense of caution. However, she never anticipated her disciple would be so obstinate, voluntarily seeking to enter the demon-locking tower. Was this a means to coerce her into yielding? Suddenly, a timid voice broke the tension. Senior brother, this matter hasn't escalated to the point of entering the demon-locking tower. Lu Ruyin, hiding behind Yi Qingyun, seemed frightened, her eyes reddening as she spoke softly. After all, neither I nor junior brother Yi were harmed. Master, perhaps you could forgive senior brother this once. This plea extinguished the flicker of doubt that had momentarily surfaced in Mu Bai Ling's heart, replacing it with a deeper, more intense anger and disappointment. Ji Han, have you had enough of your antics? Your cold, detached demeanor suggests you no longer understand the gravity of the situation. Regardless of the truth, as the senior brother, you must accept the corresponding punishment for the injuries your juniors have suffered. Express your protest in such a manner. Do you think I have wronged you? If you truly wish to enter the demon-locking tower, then go ahead, guards. Take him to the demon-locking tower. Silence reigned once more, and no one stepped forward to escort Gu Han away, for they all understood that Peak Master Bai Ling was genuinely furious. In the center of the hall, Gu Han remained silent, his head bowed, the shadows of his hair obscuring his features, making it difficult for anyone to discern his emotions. After a long pause, a cold laugh, tinged with self-mockery and resignation, broke the silence. Jiu Han lifted his head, his deep, dark eyes locking onto Mu Bailing's gaze without flinching. However, he said nothing, turning to stride toward the hall's exit. Rest assured, Master, I have never used such means to force your hand. I will enter the demon locking tower myself. There's no need for you to escort me. Jiu Han Mu Bailing's anger flared at her disciple's blatant disregard. Yet before she could unleash her fury, Gu Han suddenly flicked his sleeve. A beautifully crafted ancient sword flew forth, embedding itself into the ground before them. Disciple has just gleaned much from Master's gaze. I sense that my actions have disappointed you greatly, and you believe I am unworthy of being your disciple. Thus, I shall not make it difficult for you. This sword, named by Shao, was forged by you for me. From today onward, I return it to you. The kindness you have shown me over the years, I will repay slowly until we stand even. The unexpected scene left the surrounding disciples, as well as Mu Bailing herself, utterly taken aback. None anticipated that events would escalate to this point. Their senior brother was not only voluntarily entering the demon-locking tower, but also returning the sword gifted by his master, proclaiming his intent to repay her kindness until they owed nothing to each other. In essence, this was a declaration of severing their bond. All eyes instinctively turned to the cold woman seated at the head of the hall. Unbeknownst to them, the anger and disappointment that had once filled her beautiful eyes had vanished, replaced by disbelief. Yet, this disbelief soon morphed into panic and confusion. She had always hoped her disciple would relent and soften, and the situation had unfolded as she envisioned. Yet now, her heart felt as if pierced by countless needles, an unrelenting tide of anguish washing over her. Gazing at the sword embedded in the hall's center, a flood of memories rushed forth, intensifying the pain in her heart. Gu Han delivered each word with precision, his calm demeanor starkly contrasted with the gravity of his actions. Mu Bailing's eyes flickered with confusion and heartache. Had she truly erred? Had she unjustly accused her disciple? Yet, with another disciple's testimony, the evidence appeared irrefutable. Moreover, the Gu Han of the past had never behaved in such a manner. Could it really be that the senior brother Gu Han was capable of abandoning the lives of his junior disciples, fleeing in the face of danger? Such actions constituted a grave violation of sect rules. Was there not more to this story? Gu Han did not seem like the kind of person to act in such a manner. The celestial maidens of Bayou Peak had indirectly confirmed the truth of the matter. How could there be any doubt? In the preceding moment, the many disciples drawn to the commotion outside the hall had been engaged in various speculations about the incident. Yet, in the next moment, upon hearing Gu Han's voluntary decision to enter the demon-locking tower and his intention to sever ties with his master, the crowd fell into silence. As they watched the figure in white exit the hall, they instinctively parted to create a path for him. Initially, they all believed that Gu Han had failed to fulfill his responsibilities as the eldest senior brother, even harboring suspicions of cowardice, which had led to the grievous injuries suffered by his two fellow disciples. Yet, they could never have anticipated his resolute choice to enter the demon-locked tower to accept punishment. This unexpected decision caused their convictions to waver. Had they all misunderstood their senior brother? Gu Han, on the other hand, remained indifferent to the opinions of those around him. The golden-scaled fish is not merely a creature of the pond. When it encounters a storm, it transforms into a dragon. He would not remain here indefinitely, so why should he concern himself with the judgments of others? At that moment, a delicate and ethereal female voice, as soft as a whisper, called out, "Senior brother." Jiu Han distinctly felt his sleeve being tugged with force. However, he did not even cast a glance at the person who had seized him with a determined pull. He freed his sleeve, disregarding the stumbling girl, and continued forward. He was not a fool. He could easily discern who had grasped him. It was his other junior sister, Luo Baiji. How amusing it was that, despite their ignorance of the full circumstances, this junior sister, whom he doted on daily, instinctively believed in the protagonists, Yi Qingyun and Lu Ruian. In fact, she inadvertently escalated the situation, leading countless disciples of the Sword Inquiry sect, drawn by the commotion, to believe he was the architect of Yi Qingyun and Lu Ruian's severe injuries. Though he indeed had strategic retreat as a possible motive, if they had not been so reckless as to disregard the rules he had set and attempted to steal the spirit grass from that formidable demon beast, how could they have suffered such unwarranted calamity? Of course, his junior sister's actions were equally disheartening. He had been the one to care for them the most. Yet years of nurturing could not compare to the influence of a junior brother who had only been admitted for less than 2.5 years. Even in the absence of the full story, she had believed the other party's one-sided words outright. Such a junior sister was better off severing ties sooner to find her own liberation. Senior brother. Seeing that her senior brother had completely disregarded her, Luo Baiji stood there momentarily stunned, her eyes unwittingly glistening with unshed tears. In her memories, her senior brother had always been kind and gentle, but today he seemed so cold, as frigid as ice, as if he no longer harbored any affection for her. This sudden transformation filled her with panic and fear, leaving her bewildered about where she had gone wrong. Junior sister. At that moment, Chu Yue pushed through the crowd to stand beside Luo Baiji, offering her a slight support. In truth, like Luo Baiji, they were also inclined to believe in their young junior brother. Their once doting senior brother, Gu Han, had cast them aside, and now, witnessing his complete indifference toward them, they too began to feel a rising panic. Could it be that the situation was not as they had assumed? That they had misunderstood their senior brother? Under the scrutinizing gaze of numerous disciples, the figure clad in white strode toward the demon-locked tower, illuminated by the setting sun. Throughout, he displayed no hint of fear, his shadow stretching infinitely in the twilight, solitary yet resolute. The events that transpired on Bayou Peak created quite a stir, quickly spreading throughout the Sword Inquiry sect, even alerting the leaders of several other peaks. As well as the sect's head, if the rumors were true, that Gu Han was a coward who had abandoned his comrades, disregarding their lives. How could he then so decisively enter the demon-locked tower? After all, that tower imprisoned countless terrifying beasts. For a young cultivator to enter was tantamount to seeking death. Surely, there must be more to this tale than met the eye. Yet, with no one willing to believe in Gu Han, he chose to enter the tower in despair. In the grand hall of the main peak of the Sword Inquiry sect, the Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall spoke with fury. Bai Ling, you have hastily condemned your disciple without a thorough investigation. What difference does that make from acting on impulse? Do you understand what the demon-locked tower represents? A young cultivator entering it is almost certainly doomed. Not to mention Gu Han's remarkable talent. At such a young age, he has already reached the 4th level of the Spirit Palace realm, making him the undisputed leader among his generation. If he perishes within, do you comprehend the consequences for our sect? This was something that did not require the Grand Elder to articulate further. Everyone understood. Firstly, the Sword Inquiry sect would lose a once-in-a-millennium genius, a figure with a high probability of achieving the pinnacle of cultivation. Secondly, the sect's reputation would suffer greatly. If they casually labeled a young disciple a criminal and cast him into the demon-locked tower, the sect would become a laughingstock among others in future recruitment ceremonies. New disciples might harbor reservations. How could they cast a disciple into the tower without clarifying the truth? Were they merely sending him to his death? Mu Bailing, seated below, pursed her lips tightly, remaining silent, her grip on the white dawn sword trembling slightly. A middle-aged man, dressed in resplendent garments and emanating an aura of authority, sighed as he observed the scene. This man was none other than the head of the Sword Inquiry sect, the supreme sword master. He understood his disciple's temperament. She was headstrong and struggled to express her emotions, often clashing with him in extreme ways, which had been a source of frustration. Seeing her current state, a sense of regret began to stir within him. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Perhaps I should not have taken Lu Ruyan's words at face value, Mu Bailing stated earnestly. This declaration only served to infuriate the Grand Elder further. Humph! Had you possessed this mindset from the onset, would things have escalated to this extent? I heard from several disciples that Gu Han spoke with clarity. It was evident that there was more to the story. Furthermore, Gu Han is your first disciple. After spending so many years together, do you not know what kind of person he is? Listening to the Grand Elder's unrelenting admonitions, Mu Bailing kept her head bowed in silence. Indeed, Gu Han was her first disciple. She knew him well. However, his recent behavior contradicted the obedient nature he had once displayed, making him seem like a different person altogether, which had instinctively incensed her. Coupled with the testimony of her other disciple, Lu Ruyan, she had completely dismissed Gu Han's explanations. Other peak leaders joined in the criticism of Mu Bailing, for Gu Han's cultivation talent was evident to all. Everyone envied Bayou Peak for having such an outstanding disciple. To treat such a rare gem poorly and unjustly condemn him was an utter travesty. Enough! There is still a chance for remedy, the Supreme Sword Master interjected, halting the chorus of reproach. The law enforcement hall had already begun its inquiries and prepared to summon the inquiry mirror to investigate the matter. Once several elders brought Guhan back, a resolution could be reached. Before the Supreme Sword Master could finish, a panicked disciple burst into the hall. It's bad. The elders couldn't catch Guhan. He has entered the demon lock tower alone. At that moment, the hall fell into a profound silence, the expressions of all present, including the headmaster, freezing in shock. After several breaths, they snapped back to reality. What were those responsible for guarding the demon lock tower doing? The Supreme Sword Master thundered. How could they allow Guhan to enter so easily? According to the few elders in charge of guarding the tower, they had intended to suppress Guhan and bring him back. Yet, as he approached the vicinity of the tower, he had been forcibly drawn inside by an unseen force. Upon hearing this, the expressions of all grew even more grave, as though struck by lightning. The Sword Inquiry Sect's Demon Lock Tower's lowest level imprisoned an unspeakably terrifying beast, one that had once wreaked havoc across the ages, leading various sects to ruin. It had only been subdued and sealed by the strongest ancestors of their sect. In collaboration with many renowned figures from times long past, had the beast begun to awaken and drawn Guhan in through some means? If that were the case, Guhan was surely doomed. Mu Bai Ling did not hear the ensuing dialogue among the headmaster and elders. Upon learning that her disciple might have been forcefully absorbed into the tower by a mysterious and terrifying beast, her heart was thrown into chaos, her complexion paling as if drained of blood. The white dawn sword clattered to the ground, and she felt as though her very soul had been extracted, nearly collapsing from her seat. This scene did not escape the notice of the Supreme Sword Master. Heedless of the consequences, he brought this upon himself. Meanwhile, Guhan, inexplicably drawn into the depths of the demon lock tower, felt dizzy and disoriented. After a considerable time, his thoughts and vision gradually cleared. This was not his first venture into the tower, yet the grandeur of its interior always left him in awe. The tower, forged from an unknown material, emanated a sinister black hue, adorned with countless intricate and obscure ancient inscriptions that added an air of mystery and solemnity. The atmosphere was thick with a chilling demonic aura. Prolonged exposure could infiltrate one's meridians, leading to madness or, in dire cases, death, as flesh and soul were devoured by the demonic essence, becoming sustenance for the imprisoned beasts. After all, the origins of the demon lock tower were ancient and unfathomable. The beasts confined within were once forces of chaos that had terrorized an era, and even in their bondage, their mere essence could threaten the lives of those who dared to enter. Moreover, at the stroke of midnight, the demonic energy within the tower would surge and transform into unique demonic entities, launching frenzied assaults on intruders. Once someone entered, the tower would seal itself for a month before reopening. Typically, a normal person would struggle to endure even a day. Beep. The system has detected that the master has successfully entered the demon lock tower. Would you like to check in? The sudden voice of the system jolted Guhan back to the present. Check in. Please note, for future random check-ins, you may consume villain points to enhance check-in rewards. Every 2,000 points can double the reward, with a cap of 10,000 points. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Guhan felt a surge of frustration. What is this? A guaranteed lottery and consuming villain points for a boost. Who thought of this? Beep, however, considering this is the Master's first check-in, the reward will be a full-level critical hit. Though Guhan suspected the system was trying to hook him with a sweet deal, he thought, why not take advantage of it? Beep. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully obtained boundary-breaking divine elixir X20, usable below the sacred realm, can break through one minor realm. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained prison-suppressing divine body, a supreme body from the ancient immortal era, once dominated in age, breaking through to transcendental perfection, capable of suppressing the great Tao above and the heavens below. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained a special unranked treasure. Illusory demon mask, after use, can completely hide or disguise one's aura for a short period, imperceptible even to emperors, and can increase in rank with the Master's cultivation. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained a special ranked treasure. Transformation source, can transform into any weapon in the world, and can increase in rank with the Master's cultivation. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained an emperor rank technique. Celestial demon art. Congratulations, Master. You have received a special system reward, key to the 19th level of the Demon Lock Tower. The system's announcements left Guhan momentarily dazed. The initial rewards were indeed impressive. However, what on earth was the special reward of a key? Did that mean whether he could obtain the subsequent special rewards depended on his own luck? The 19th level of the Demon Lock Tower. Finally, Guhan recalled something significant in his past experiences. The Demon Lock Tower had always been said to have only 18 levels, but of course, he had never ventured to such heights. He had only reached the 4th level. Generally, only those at the Unity Realm could access the 4th level. For him, as a Spirit Palace Realm cultivator, merely entering this area was already remarkable. Yet perhaps due to his frequent visits and familiarity with the tower's essence and logic, the unique demonic entities manifesting in the lower levels posed little threat to him. I am confident I can endure the month in the 4th level and below, but ascending to a higher level, especially to the rumored 19th level that may not even exist, would be tantamount to courting death. His intention in entering the Demon Lock Tower had never been to seek death, but rather to obtain the system's check-in rewards. Yet he had not anticipated that his own system would deviate from the norm, presenting him with a uniquely special reward to claim. As Guhan pondered this dilemma, the system's voice resonated once more. Beep, friendly reminder. The 19th level of the Demon Lock Tower is not above the 18th level, but rather beneath the Master's current position. Beneath his feet, Guhan was momentarily taken aback, surprised that the Demon Lock Tower operated outside of conventional logic. However, he quickly began to investigate the ground below him, and after some careful searching, he finally discovered a lock-like opening concealed beneath layers of dirt and dust in a corner. This scene filled him with curiosity. Wasn't the Demon Lock Tower specifically designed to suppress great demons? What purpose did a lock-eye serve? Had the ancient cultivators anticipated the need to release these beasts one day? Did they not fear the chaos and destruction they would bring? Regardless, he felt no fear. Having already embraced the role of a villain, he was unperturbed. Beep. The system has detected that the protagonist's attitude aligns with the villain character, granting 500 villain points as encouragement. With a decisive click, Guhan retrieved the special bronze key from his consciousness space, inserted it into the lock-eye, and turned it slightly. A clear sound resonated through the silent space, almost as if it were a mere illusion. At the moment he inserted the key into the lock, the tumultuous demonic energy swirling in the space abruptly ceased, entering a state of eerie stillness. Buzz. Following that, countless ancient, obscure inscriptions etched into the tower walls began to resonate, as if awakening from an endless slumber. The inscriptions shimmered with brilliance, illuminating the entire Demon Lock Tower, which seemed to come alive, trembling and roaring violently. Those formidable demons confined in the upper tiers were also stirred by this surge of power, emitting low growls that conveyed both shock and a hint of excitement. The external world was equally shaken. The commotion from the Demon Locking Tower sent ripples throughout the entire Sword Inquiry sect. To preempt the legendary beast from breaking its seal, even the supreme elders of the sect took action. Honor is still inside. Wielding, witnessing this scene, was filled with trepidation. The Demon Locking Tower was fraught with peril, and if the supreme elders reinforced the seal, the next opportunity to open the tower would be delayed for an indefinite period. The miracle that might have granted Guhan a glimmer of hope would be irrevocably extinguished by this sealing process. Bailing. What are you making such a fuss about now? The Taisu sword master, troubled by the situation, felt a surge of anger. Is this not the outcome you chose? When Guhan first ventured towards the Demon Locking Tower, why did you not stop him? Now you regret it. You are no longer a child, and you must take responsibility for your choices. Bailing opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. She suddenly felt a twinge of shame. The current state of affairs was inextricably linked to her role as a mentor. What was she lamenting now? Senior brother. Hearing the commotion, Lu Ruyan and Chu Yue gathered not far from the Demon Locking Tower, gazing with a mixture of confusion and sorrow at the tower, which was being reinforced by the sect elders. Memories flooded back to them when they were younger and bullied by disciples from other peaks. It was their senior brother who single-handedly wielded his sword against them. The sect had never opposed the disputes among the peaks, that time. Their senior brother had defended them fiercely, instilling fear in the disciples of several peaks. From that moment on, no one dared to bully them again. They remembered the blood that stained their senior brother's white robe, glistening like a crimson figure under the setting sun. When resources for cultivation were scarce, it was their senior brother who, undeterred by danger, accepted countless trial tasks to gather what they needed. Even when plagued by illness, he spent 3 days and nights in the alchemy room to concoct the most effective elixirs for them. This garnered admiration from countless female cultivators in the sect, who envied their special and doting senior brother. But what had they done now? A gentle and sincere senior brother, ultimately doubted by all, had entered the demon-locking tower alone, to face death. Regret began to take root in their hearts, spreading throughout their beings. Please accompany us to the Law Enforcement Hall. The Grand Elder has matters to discuss. Suddenly, several disciples alighted beside them. Their gazes icy. Previously, they had revered Bai Yupeak primarily because of Gu Han. Given Gu Han's protective nature, they had always been cautious regarding anything related to Lu Ruyan and her companions. Now, having driven their celestial senior brother to the demon-locking tower, they felt they could finally drop the pretense of civility. I knew it. Senior brother Gu was wronged. He is absolutely not that kind of person. According to rumors, the truth may not be that he fled, but rather involves junior sister Ruyan. It is said she fabricated evidence to frame senior brother Gu. What a disgusting revelation. Who would have thought that Ruyan would stoop to such depths? Senior brother Gu treated her well, yet she repaid him with treachery. The surrounding cultivators buzzed with discussion. It was ironic that just moments ago, they had all condemned Gu Han's actions, but now they had transformed into self-proclaimed champions of justice. Lu Ruyan, upon hearing these remarks, turned pale. However, junior brother Yi had told her that the beast had attacked them without warning. In her memory, the young junior brother had always been simple and honest. He could not have deliberately lied to her. Chapter 9. The unveiling of truth. The greatest beneficiary in the Law Enforcement Hall, many disciples from Shen Yupeak who had participated in the secret trials were gathered. Among them, Lu Ruyan, as the main party involved, stood before a massive divine mirror under the scrutinizing gaze of numerous elders, feeling anxious and uneasy. The Asking Heaven mirror was one of the sect's premier artifacts, capable of capturing a thread of a cultivator's soul to recreate fragments of past memories. As Lu Ruyan placed her hand upon the mirror, its calm surface soon rippled like water. The scene unfolded from Lu Ruyan's perspective. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion erupted, demonic energy surged, and the ground trembled. Quick! Leave this place at once. That is a demon beast at the half-step to Unity Realm. Its strength far exceeds ours. Do not incur unnecessary casualties. A clear voice rang out from the distance. That was Gu Han commanding the battle. His rational and appropriate handling of the situation was commendable. Among them, the strongest was Gu Han, at the 4th level of the Spirit Palace realm. Even with the assistance of other disciples from the Sword Inquiry sect, defeating such a powerful demon beast would come at an exorbitant cost. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to retreat swiftly. Given the terrifying strength displayed by the beast, even united, they would likely suffer heavy losses, possibly even fatalities. What is that? An observant elder noticed something and quickly pointed at Lu Ruyan, who was frantically waving her arms. The object in her hand was indistinct, but the experienced elders recognized it as an extremely rare spiritual herb. From the aura emanating from the image, it was likely that the beast had been nurturing it as a companion herb. Lu Ruyan, in her folly, had stolen the companion herb from the demon beast. No wonder it went berserk. After all, if the beast consumed that companion herb, it would successfully break through to the Unity Realm. But soon, a white figure swiftly approached from the horizon. Gu Han's handsome and anxious visage became clear. Upon seeing the companion herb in Lu Ruyan's grasp, he was momentarily stunned. However, gritting his teeth, he pressed forward against the surging demonic energy, cutting a path for Lu Ruyan to escape. Following this, the two demon beasts pursued them with intense fury, enraged by Lu Ruyan's actions. Along the way, Gu Han urged Lu Ruyan multiple times to discard the companion herb, but she stubbornly clung to it, further provoking the already furious beast. Eventually, Yi Qingyuan was also caught in the fray, entangled with the terrifying demon beast. In a moment of desperation, she recklessly charged forward, only to be struck away by the beast's paw. Just before the vision faded, onlookers faintly saw a figure in white rush forward with a sword, only to be violently thrown back by the beast's explosive power. Spitting blood and crashing into the forest, the image abruptly ceased. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Everyone recognized the identity of that figure in white. Who else could it be but Gu Han? The truth had been conclusively revealed. The gazes directed at Lu Ruyan were filled with outrage. Clearly, It was Lu Ruyan's foolishness that had provoked the beast's wrath by stealing its companion herb. Not only did she disregard Gu Han's repeated warnings, but she also failed to consider his well-being when leaving. If it weren't for Gu Han's timely intervention to take charge of the situation, the disciples participating in this trial would have suffered catastrophic losses. These individuals represented the future of the Sword Inquiry Sect. If most perished in the secret realm, it would be a tremendous loss for the sect. Furthermore, the figure who rushed forward in white was accused of abandoning his comrades in their time of need. If Gu Han were truly a coward who fled, he would not have initially risked himself to lead the charge, nor would he have single-handedly entered the heart of the demonic energy to rescue the instigator. Lu Ruyan, instead of expressing gratitude for her senior brother's life-saving intervention, had the audacity to slander him, distorting the truth to an absurd degree. I don't know. Lu Ruyan's complexion turned ashen, her eyes reddened, and she crumpled to the ground at that time. I had already fallen unconscious and cannot recall what happened afterward. All I know is that it was junior brother who brought me to safety. Silence! The Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall could no longer hold back, shouting in anger. Lu Ruyan's unfinished words choked in her throat. Go put it plainly. The reason the demon beast went berserk was that you were foolish enough to steal its companion herb. Gu Han risked everything to rescue you from the epicenter of the demonic storm, and instead of gratitude, you failed to even consider his plight as you departed. Not once did you express a desire to search for him. Now, you turn around and shift all the blame onto your senior brother. How do you have the face to feel wronged? Hearing the Grand Elder's reprimand, Lu Ruyan wept uncontrollably, her sense of grievance palpable. The elders were seething with rage, but given the urgency of the situation, they needed to probe Yi Qingyun's memories. Why Yi Qingyun had consistently played his part well, with all the risks borne by Lu Ruyan, the foolish scapegoat. Unbeknownst to everyone, Lu Ruyan had been specifically manipulated by him to steal that companion herb. He was, in fact, the greatest beneficiary of this entire affair. However, his plan was not executed flawlessly. According to his original design, he should have easily obtained the Sun and Moon Divine Herb without any injury, leveraging Lu Ruyan and Gu Han. Yet, inexplicably, Gu Han was struck down by the beast and fell unconscious. Causing the beast to enter a frenzied state, in this unexpected turn of events, he was forced to reveal a special card, burning a trace of his demon emperor bloodline as a deterrent to force the beast back. Of course, this cost would be reckoned against Gu Han, and no one noticed Yi Qingyun's unusual behavior amid the chaos. They only saw him swiftly lead Lu Ruyan away from the battlefield while the vision abruptly ended. Chapter 10. Those most in need of apology are not innocent. The hall was silent. All eyes overlooked Yi Qingyun, who had disguised himself well but was the true instigator. Upon learning the truth, the crowd burned with fury. Even the sect leader, who had not felt such turmoil in years, was incensed. The crux of the matter lay in Lu Ruyan's reckless act of stealing the demon beast's companion herb, which incited its wrath. Gu Han was gravely injured while protecting her, succumbing to unconsciousness, yet the first thing she did upon waking was accuse him of fleeing, abandoning them. Now that the truth was out, do you not recognize your mistake? I don't know. Lu Ruyan, seemingly unable to control her emotions, clutched her head in despair, tears streaming down her face. At that time, I was already unconscious. I truly do not know what happened afterward. The crowd erupted in rage at her words. How could she have the audacity to claim ignorance of what transpired while firmly stating that Gu Han had abandoned them? She had steadfastly fabricated evidence, and now, with the truth revealed, she insisted she knew nothing. Throughout, she had continuously evaded responsibility. The disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall regarded her with disdain, fully aware of Lu Ruyan's talent for shirking responsibility. After all, when she had erred in the past, it was Gu Han who had shouldered the blame. She not only accepted this with ease, but had also come to believe she was never wrong, taking the kindness of others for granted. Such a person was truly loathsome. Enough. Do not blame Ruyan any longer. Mu, bailing, pale and silent throughout the ordeal, suddenly stepped in front of the oncoming storm of accusations directed at Lu Ruyan. After all, she had her own mental struggles and often lacked discernment. More importantly, Gu Han had already entered the demon-locking tower, and his fate remained uncertain. While her heart ached, she did not wish to see another beloved disciple endure such harsh accusations. Descending into profound anguish, the elders understood the immense burden Mu Bailing bore as a mentor. However, Their anger remained palpable. Humph. Now you realize the need to protect your own. As Gu Han's mentor, you hastily condemned him before the truth was ascertained. Everyone in the sect knows that Gu Han holds you in the highest regard. He views you as a beacon of redemption, yet you have driven him into despair, ultimately forcing him to enter the demon-locking tower to prove his innocence. Your current display of feigned sympathy is utterly sickening. The one who owes him an apology is you. The Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, known for his fiery temper, disregarded the other elders' attempts to intervene, directing a barrage of pointed accusations at Mu Bailing. Each word pierced her heart, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. The thought of her disciple, in utter despair, heading towards the demon-locking tower to face death, made her breath catch painfully. Now, the priority is to reveal the truth to the sect's disciples, the Taisu sword master stated, his voice strained with suppressed rage. The elders recognized the gravity of the situation and did not linger, departing the hall to disseminate the news personally. As they passed Lu Ruyan, who lay sobbing on the ground, they were tempted to slap her. Setting aside the fact that the primary responsibility lay with her, she had firmly declared upon returning to the sect that Gu Han had fled, abandoning them. Were it not for her foolish corroboration, Gu Han would not have been forced into such dire circumstances. Of course, when an avalanche occurs, no single snowflake is innocent. The other disciples, who had promptly followed Gu Han's orders to retreat and escaped unscathed, owed their lives to his timely command. Yet, after the incident, not a soul stepped forward to vouch for their senior brother's innocence. Everyone remained silent, a pack of ungrateful wretches. Soon, under the personal proclamations of the elders, the truth finally emerged. I have always said that senior brother Gu is absolutely not that kind of person. I had the fortune of embarking on a trial within the secret realm alongside senior brother Gu. He is gentle and possesses a remarkable character, certainly not one to disregard the lives of his fellow disciples. To speak candidly, your actions are rather revolting. When our esteemed senior brother faced adversity, you were all too eager to spread slander, labeling him a hypocritical charlatan. It is beyond comprehension how you dare to show your face here now. I, too, was unaware. Who could have known that the kind-hearted junior sister Lu would turn out to be such a person? To casually accuse senior brother without knowing the truth is utterly detestable. Naturally, their disdain extends beyond Lu Ruyan. It also includes those other disciples whom Gu Han saved at the critical moment, yet failed to stand up and clarify when he was in trouble. Had they spoken out sooner, matters would not have escalated to this extent. None of them are innocent. Today, I must confront those ingrates and demand an explanation for their ungratefulness. Such behavior is truly despicable. Meanwhile, Yi Qingyun, on his way back to his cultivation cave, learned of the current situation within the sect through whispers. Although this matter pertains to him, it is of such little consequence that hardly anyone pays him any mind. After all the blame and risk have been placed upon Lu Ruyan. He is merely reaping the rewards without lifting a finger. As for Lu Ruyan, he is entirely unconcerned. He has ample means to keep her steady. He has also prepared his words well. After all, he has never exposed anything related to himself throughout this ordeal. However, he must still take necessary precautions. Otherwise, his reputation within the sect could suffer unnecessary damage. At this moment, Gu Han, trapped within the demon-locked tower, remains unaware of the disturbances outside. The ancient runes within the tower have fully awakened, intertwining to form unique divine patterns. I am the center of these myriad patterns. A bronze door, embedded and drawn outward, silently manifests at the heart of the convergence of divine symbols. This should be the gateway to the 19th level. Taking a deep breath, Gu Han hesitates not at all, grasping the ring on the bronze door and pulling it forcefully. Chapter 11. The 19th level of the demon-locked tower, the woman in the crystal coffin. In an instant, a frigid gale erupts like a torrent, as if sealed blades have been unleashed, surging forth from the gate. After a considerable time, the chilling wind subsides, allowing Gu Han to open his eyes and survey the entrance below. Before him lies a path composed of ancient bronze steps, extending into an unfathomable abyss. The moment he sets foot on the ancient steps, it feels as though he has triggered a special restriction. Clusters of warm red flames bloom upon the bronze lotus, dispelling much of the darkness and illuminating the way ahead. Nevertheless, due to the immense depth of the steps, he still cannot discern what lies within the dark depths. Furthermore, a peculiar law governs this area, preventing him from flying directly downward. He must descend step by step, Surrounded by a pitch-black silence, Gu-han feels an unsettling sense of confinement creeping into his heart. He has lost track of time, even forgetting his fatigue, before finally reaching the bottom of the tower. The temperature at the base of the Demon Lock Tower is exceedingly low. The moment he steps into this area, a cold wave engulfs him, penetrating to the marrow and reaching his soul. The stillness is profound, broken only by the sound of his own breathing. Unable to see his hand in front of his face and unable to use spiritual awareness to probe his surroundings, Gu-han can only feel his way along the wall. Despite the bizarre environment, his keen perception does not betray any sense of danger, which brings him some reassurance. After wandering in darkness for an indeterminate time, just as Gu-han is on the verge of breaking down, a faint glimmer of light suddenly appears at the end of his vision. This unexpected change is akin to a traveler in an abyss catching sight of the first ray of sunlight. Even knowing it may harbor danger, one cannot help but be drawn towards it. After enduring countless trials, Gu-han finally arrives within 100 meters of that light. Yet, when he sees what the light truly is, he momentarily freezes in astonishment. It is not merely an entrance to another world, but a crystal coffin radiating a brilliant white light, buried deep within the dark abyss. The crystal coffin, crafted from an unknown material, emanates a dazzling radiance that resembles a fallen sun. Once his eyes adjust to the brightness, Gu-han finally perceives the surrounding conditions. Countless chains, seemingly forged from the essence of special laws, bind the entire crystal coffin, slightly suspending it above the ground. Beneath the crystal coffin lies an opening approximately 3 meters wide. A mere glance causes Gu-han's pupils to constrict. Within it, he glimpses countless bones of beings, their faint glow refracted by the crystal coffin, forming small mountains of skeletal remains, one upon another. Perhaps it is his imagination, but he even perceives a bone resembling a dragon's head among the heaps. Could that chicken-like skull be the legendary phoenix? Gu-han's hair stands on end, uncertain of the identity of the person within this coffin. Even dragon and phoenix bones are suppressed beneath it. After confirming that the coffin shows no signs of movement, Gu-han cautiously approaches, but upon peering through the transparent crystal coffin, he finds himself momentarily stunned. Though he anticipated that someone would be inside, the identity of this person completely exceeded his expectations. She is an ethereally beautiful woman, so exquisite that words fail to capture her essence. She lies serenely within the crystal coffin, as if in a tranquil slumber, a serene smile gracing her lips. Her silken hair cascades down her back, reaching her waist, shimmering like frost and snow, radiant and sacred. Not only does she possess a face that could captivate anyone, but atop her head are a pair of white fox ears. 9 tails, pure white and soft as snowflakes, bloom like a lotus, enveloping her in a delicate embrace. Coupled with her skin, as smooth and white as mutton fat jade, she appears as a pure white embodiment of beauty, breathtaking and unforgettable. Yet, after a brief moment of awe, Gu-han quickly regains his composure. This woman has likely been confined in the coffin for countless years. Reduced to a mere object, he bears no inclination for such morbid fascination. However, this is his first reward from signing in. He must find a way to open the coffin and see if any burial items lie within. Acting on impulse, Gu-han draws a dagger he always carries, attempting to pry open the crystal coffin. Yet, the surface of the coffin seems to possess a special protective barrier. The moment he brandishes the dagger, it begins to tremble violently, as if trying to escape his grasp. Flying from his hand, Gu-han reacts swiftly, narrowly avoiding the blade. But the sharp edge still grazes his hand, drawing blood that spills onto the crystal coffin, splattering it with crimson droplets. By sheer coincidence, a drop of blood trickles through the gap, landing on the fox woman's lips. Gu-han tends to his wound. Momentarily distracted, the fox woman within the coffin suddenly flutters her eyelashes. Then, her long dormant eyes slowly open. They are a pair of exquisite orbs, reminiscent of amethyst, mysterious yet tinged with a deadly allure. Simultaneously, the chains binding her begin to lose their divine essence, gradually shattering into fragments. The sudden turn of events causes Gu-han to startle. Instinctively glancing down, he freezes, his gaze locking with the gaze of the woman in the coffin. As if petrified, he had confirmed repeatedly that the fox woman within the crystal coffin bore no trace of life. Yet how is it that she has now opened her eyes? While Gu-han stands there, captivated, her scarlet gaze, akin to a blood moon, quietly observes him. After a long moment, her eyes gently blink, forming sweet crescent shapes, as she extends her arms. Wonderful in this lifetime, you are still here. With a resounding crack, the crystal coffin shatters. Ji Han, caught off guard, plummets directly into the embrace of the fox woman. A familiar scent floods his senses, and memories surge back. Chapter 12. In the past, you gave me freedom. In this life, I gift you a whole world. Such a familiar scent. He feels he has encountered it before in a previous life. When the major devil sects launched their assault, all members of the Wanjian sect fought valiantly to defend the fragile barrier they had built. At that time, Protagonist Yi Qingyun had already risen to prominence, becoming the backbone of their sect with immense power, leading the remaining members to break free. Yet he remained shackled to the role of a minor antagonist, ultimately abandoned by both the protagonist Yi Qingyun and his master and junior sister. Left to fend for himself, due to the onslaught of the demonic sects, the demon lock tower was compromised, its seal weakening. Many powerful demons attempted to break free, although most were obliterated by the descending divine thunder. Among them, a striking white nine-tailed fox left a deep impression on him, enduring 99 strikes of divine lightning and nearly breaking free. The fox's immense power incited the wrath of the demon lock tower, which accumulated its strength into a single divine thunderbolt to eradicate the white nine-tailed fox. At that time, he was unsure of his own motivations. Perhaps it was madness, or perhaps it was the instinct to resist a fate worse than death at the hands of the demonic sect. Thus, he expended all his remaining strength, sacrificing himself to absorb the final divine thunderbolt meant for the white nine-tailed fox, dissolving into nothingness amidst the tempest. Yet, he never imagined that the seemingly ordinary white nine-tailed fox would turn out to be the stunning woman before him. According to historical records, before the Wanjian sect's decline, it was immensely powerful. The sect's founding ancestors had joined forces with several formidable ancient beings to suppress this white nine-tailed fox. When it broke free from the seal of the demon lock tower, it must have exhausted most of its accumulated strength, transforming into an ordinary white nine-tailed fox. However, setting aside the timeline, which is still far from the assault of the top demonic sects, why did he receive a special key as a reward from the system, inadvertently aiding her in breaking the seal? He is acutely aware that this fox woman possesses power beyond his imagination, surpassing anyone in their Wanjian sect. Most importantly, she is not in her complete form. Meanwhile, the news spreads far and wide, throwing the entire Wanjian sect into disarray, with voices of dissent rising. Many disciples rally to Gu Han's defense, demanding an explanation from Lu Ruyan and those who initially entered the secret realm and were saved by Gu Han, insisting they kneel before the demon lock tower in apology. Ironically, when the incident first broke, nearly everyone took Lu Ruyan and the others' words at face value, instinctively believing that Gu Han had fled in the face of danger, abandoning his fellow disciples. Now, their sudden change of heart seems somewhat theatrical. At by Yu Peak. Yi Qingyun also finds his state of mind somewhat chaotic. However, having already taken remedial measures, the situation does not significantly affect him. He chooses to follow the same strategy as in his previous life. He has heard that Chu Yue's meridians are damaged, and that consuming the sun and moon divine herb could restore them. Out of anxiety, he and Lu Ruyan had sought to obtain this herb. This excuse only serves to endear Chu Yue further, as nearly everyone instinctively believes Yi Qingyun, who has always been seen as a sincere and understanding junior brother, would harbor no ulterior motives. Yet, unnoticed by anyone, Yi Qingyun's gaze toward the demon lock tower darkens, as if he is transformed into an entirely different person. He never anticipated that Gu Han could cause him such considerable distress. He underestimated U.As for the external situation. Gu Han, still within the confines of the demon lock tower, remains oblivious. He does not understand how he emerged from the 19th level. Before departing, the fox woman, who introduced herself as Su Ling Yue, had implanted a special restriction within him. This power grants him absolute immunity to demonic energy and assists in propelling his cultivation to the unification realm. It is worth noting that those reaching the unification realm within their sect can serve as powerful stewards. Yet, what leaves the deepest impression on him is the moment Su Lungyue whispered in his ear as she sent him out of the 19th level. In the past, you sacrificed your life to free me. In this life, I can offer you everything, gifting you this entire world. His mind remains somewhat dazed. This subsequent reward truly exceeds his expectations. However, with Su Lungyue's unique aura enhancing him, The demonic energy within the demon lock tower no longer harbors inexplicable hostility. Instead, it greets him warmly. Even as he ascends to higher levels, including the 18th level, the numerous sealed and imprisoned demons do not exhibit any hostile emotions. Rather, they convey a sense of longing for him to visit them more often. Although the Wunjian sect has deeply wounded his heart, the current demon lock tower offers him an inexplicable sense of familiarity and comfort. Next, he should seek an opportunity to lift the seals within the demon lock tower, helping Su Lengyue and the imprisoned demons return to the world. Then, he shall level the entire Wunjian sect. After all, he harbors no feelings for the Wunjian sect, particularly towards his master Xianyu Peak, which must be completely razed and transformed into a lavatory. In his memory, his master has always been extremely particular about hygiene. I can't wait to see the expression on my master's face when he becomes the peak master of that lavatory. After familiarizing himself with the surroundings of the demon lock tower, Gu Han exchanged some villain points for a sword and, with an indifferent demeanor, walked toward the once sealed exit of the tower. An extraordinary scene unfolded without warning. The exit, which should have remained sealed for 2 or 3 months, instantly unlocked as he stepped forward, revealing a gaping opening. At the same time, the elders of the Wunjian sect, who had just managed to stabilize and reinforce the tower with their combined efforts, suddenly found themselves gripped by terror as they noticed the seal at the exit spontaneously dissolve, forming a peculiar portal. Amidst the hazy glow, a slightly blurred figure slowly emerged. Chapter 13. A legendary revelation that shocks the sect. No different from a stranger's relationship this is. The elders' pupils constricted in unison, as an almost absurd possibility stirred within their minds. As the figure drew closer, the numerous elders finally discerned the figure before them, rendered speechless. Clad in a flowing white robe, with hands clasped behind his back and a faintly indifferent yet relaxed smile gracing his lips, the figure was none other than Gu Han. The elders' minds went blank. This was impossible. The demon suppression tower was a forbidden ground for their sword inquiry sect. Anyone entering it must wait a month to emerge. Not to mention, they had just reinforced the seal, extending this duration significantly. How could a young disciple like Gu Han enter and exit as if he had merely strolled around, appearing utterly unfazed? Moreover, if their memories served them right, Gu Han had breached their defenses to enter the demon suppression tower, seemingly dragged in by that formidable entity residing within it, right? Not to mention the question of whether he could even return in one piece. Could it be that the being at the tower's lowest level had taken a liking to him and used its power to assist his escape? Soon enough, news of Gu Han's successful exit from the demon suppression tower after just one day reverberated throughout the sword inquiry sect, stirring a tempest of astonishment among all members. Ding. Detected that the host has completed a segment of villainous plot. Congratulations, host has received 1,500 villain points. Just as Gu Han stepped out of the tower, he was taken aback by the system's announcement. How had he suddenly completed a segment of villainous plot? His plan to subdue the protagonist, Yi Qingyun, had yet to even commence. Before long, he learned the truth from several disciples who had been stationed near the tower. Senior brother Gu, it's wonderful that you're unharmed. We know the truth now. You were wronged by that despicable Lu Ruyan. The disciples clamored, each recounting their version of events. Ji Han was astonished to discover that the matter had escalated to the point where the sect had summoned the inquiry mirror. He was aware of the inquiry mirror. In his previous life, he had been wronged and had wished for the sect to summon it as well. Yet, his master had refused to listen to his explanations, and the sect members had shown no willingness to act. Now, he found it amusing that in this life, having decided to embrace the role of a true villain, they had taken the initiative to summon the inquiry mirror. Senior brother. The leading disciple hesitantly began. The Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall has sent word, asking us to escort you to the hall to discuss the follow-up measures. Not going, Gu Han flatly rejected, ignoring the stunned expressions of the disciples as he strolled away. What did it matter? Having resolved to become a villain, he no longer cared about the opinions of the mundane world. Besides, the Yi Qingyun had managed to distance himself in numerous ways. According to the sect's tendencies, even if he pointed out Yi Qingyun as the true instigator, the sect would not believe him and would likely turn against him instead. Thus, he was indifferent to any so-called measures to restore his innocence. He had no need for them. Senior brother. The disciples, unwilling to give up, tried to approach him again. However, as Gu Han's figure paused slightly and he cast a sideways glance, A terrifying aura enveloped them, rendering them too frightened to advance. It was only after he vanished from their sight that their rigid forms regained sensation. Their senior brother had indeed changed. He was no longer the approachable, gentle person he once was. All of this was thanks to that wretched Lu Ruyan. Their resentment towards Lu Ruyan deepened immeasurably. If it weren't for her, their senior brother would not have turned cold and distant like this. In the main hall of the Sword Inquiry Sect, including the Supreme Virtue Swordmaster, everyone was left in disbelief upon hearing the news. How on earth had this young man managed to emerge from the Demon Suppression Tower in just one day? Setting aside the fact that the tower suppressed numerous ancient, terrifying demons, recent anomalies meant that even the sect leader would likely know. Sect leader, that's not what I meant. I was just using it as an example. The Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall hurriedly interjected. The Supreme Virtue Sword Master paid him no heed, his gaze, along with that of other high-ranking sect members, fixated on Mubalan. Regardless of what had transpired within the tower, the truth had now come to light, and the primary cause lay with Yi Qingyun's blatant disregard for rules, resulting in calamity, with little blame to be placed on Gu Han. Furthermore, several junior sisters who had been under his scrutiny had rallied to support Yi Qingyun. Even Mubalan, his own master, had unconditionally believed the one-sided claims made by Lu Ruyan and Yi Qingyun before investigating the matter thoroughly, leading to extremely inappropriate handling of the situation. To be vilified by those closest to him, left isolated and helpless. Anyone would feel disheartened by such treatment. Moreover, they had just received word from several disciples that Gu Han had declined the law enforcement hall's invitation to discuss the aftermath. Clearly, he harbored some resentment towards the sect. After all, the situation had escalated significantly due to their inaction at the outset, allowing matters to spiral further out of control until remedial measures were taken too late. They believed that the main reason Gu Han felt animosity was not towards them, but rather, all gazes turned expectantly toward Mubalan. Even without words spoken, their intentions were clear. At that moment, Mubalan realized that the root cause of the situation was largely tied to her. Recalling how Gu Han had returned the Bai Xiao's sword to her before entering the tower, intending to sever their ties, her heart ached with regret. After taking several deep breaths, she managed to suppress her emotions. Rest assured, esteemed elders, I will provide an explanation to honor, as well as to the sect. With that, she rose and departed, transforming into a streak of light as she sped off in a certain direction. On the other side, having exited the Demon Suppression Tower, Gu Han merely relayed a cursory account of his experiences to the sect elders, skillfully glossing over the matter. After all, the secrets entwined with the tower were far too numerous for him to divulge to others. At that moment, Gu Han seemed to sense something, his demeanor abruptly shifting. The tranquility that had adorned his face vanished, replaced by a chilling coldness. Raising his gaze, he spotted a figure suspended in the air not far from him. Clad in a gown of snow-white elegance, illuminated by the moonlight, her delicate figure exuded an ethereal beauty, reminiscent of a blooming Tianshan snow lotus. Radiating an innate coolness and aloofness, Mubalan had prepared many words for this encounter, rehearsing them in her mind repeatedly, hoping to sincerely apologize to Gu Han and acknowledge her shortcomings as his master. However, the moment their eyes met, as he regarded her with those deep, dark eyes, reminiscent of ancient frost, her heart felt as though it had been pierced by steel needles. An overwhelming wave of suffocating pain washing over her. It was the first time in many years that she had witnessed her beloved disciple regarding her with such a cold, unfamiliar gaze, as though she were a stranger he utterly despised. Chapter 14. This title makes me feel nauseous. Let us maintain some decorum honor. Despite the heartache, Mubalan could not help but speak, yearning to salvage the situation. Silence. Jiu Han's frigid tone abruptly interrupted her thoughts. Do not address me with that title. It is highly distasteful. No, honor. Master merely wishes to. The disbelief in Mubalan's beautiful eyes quickly morphed into panic as she desperately sought to explain. I told you, do not use that repugnant title for me. We are not on such familiar terms anymore. The coldness in Gu Han's voice intensified, causing the once tranquil space to become utterly still. That title conjured memories he wished to forget, memories that stirred feelings of vexation and even pain in his already hardened heart. In his previous lives, out of gratitude for his master's nurturing, he had diligently played the role of an exemplary disciple. Aware of his master's affliction due to past cultivation, he had ventured into secret realms each month to gather the earliest blossoms of the frostbane herb, tirelessly repeating this cycle. According to the original plot, once the protagonist Yi Qingyun joined the sect as Mu Belan's disciple, he would soar to greatness, achieving a life of glory and triumph, capturing the hearts of numerous female leads, including his master, Mu Belan. However, the fates of his master and those junior sisters were not particularly favorable. After all, the male lead was inherently both righteous and villainous, willing to employ any means for his own gain. The love-struck Mu Belan and her junior sisters were oblivious to the fact that Yi Qingyun's intentions were purely self-serving, using them for his own benefit in the first life. Upon achieving power in this realm, Yi Qingyun abandoned them, leaving them to face the resurgence of old enemies who, unable to find their true targets for vengeance, redirected their hatred toward Mu Belan and the entire Sword Inquiry sect, ultimately leading to their annihilation. It was Gu Han alone who stormed their stronghold, rescuing those who had been condemned. He vividly recalled how his master had wept in regret, declaring that if given another chance, she would see through Yi Qingyun's ungrateful nature. Yet, in later lives, even when he hinted at Yi Qingyun's true character, his master and the junior sisters remained steadfast in their belief in him, even casting doubt upon Gu Han's integrity, treating him with disdain and contempt, and no matter how hard he tried, his master and those junior sisters would still harbor feelings for Yi Qingyun, leaving him as a despised, villainous pawn. He had already afforded them numerous chances, more than once or twice. Since they refused to believe him, rendering all his efforts futile, he resolved to sever ties from the very beginning and embrace the role of a heartless villain. Master must acknowledge, this situation indeed stemmed from your errors, but you know the circumstances were such. Both Qingyun and Ruyan returned to the sect in a severely injured state, coupled with the absence of any sign of your return, and Ruyan's personal testimony, it led to the master's. What? You once accused me of shirking responsibility, and now you shift your blame onto Lu Ruyan? Gu Han scoffed, disdain evident in his gaze. Do you truly not comprehend the kind of person I am? After all these years spent in your company? Moreover, I had emphasized repeatedly that those beasts were summoned by them. I merely acted in accordance with the rules, yet you never once took my words to heart. No. Please let me explain. A multitude of steel pins seemed to pierce Mu Belan's heart, filling her with anguish and uncontrollable panic. Back then, it was as if you had transformed into someone else. You had never acted this way before, so in that moment, I impulsively. She could not finish her sentence before being interrupted once more by Gu Han's cold laughter. Indeed, I was once foolish, striving to be your pride, to fulfill my role as a devoted senior brother. Even when the junior sisters violated the rules, I took upon myself all the blame and suffering, reserving all my kindness and warmth for you. Over time, did you come to see my kindness and compassion as mere entitlements? So when I finally withdrew my kindness, you deemed me a changed person, did you? Ha! Do you not realize that such behavior is akin to that of an ungrateful wolf? Mu Belan's complexion grew pale, her mouth opening to refute, yet no words emerged. Had she merely entertained some doubts, even a glimmer of belief in Gu Han, perhaps matters would not have escalated to such a dire state. Gu Han had been her last hope, the light of redemption, and she had plunged him into the abyss of despair. I have no desire for further discourse. Master, this will be the last time I refer to you as such. I previously stated that I would repay you for your nurturing over the years until we were even. If there is nothing else, do not trouble me any further. This way, we may both maintain some dignity. With that, Gu Han ignored the now completely frozen and dazed Mu Belan, his expression devoid of warmth as he passed by her, swiftly disappearing into the thickened night. The cold wind howled, and Mu Belan's face turned ashen, her body trembling uncontrollably. Her heart felt as though it was shattering, as if she were truly on the verge of losing someone of immense importance. As Gu Han walked, countless thoughts raced through his mind. Though reluctant to return to Xuanyu Peak, it was still home to his belongings. Moreover, the demon suppression tower had yet to be fully unsealed, and he had not yet managed to deal with Yi Qingyun. To leave the Sword Inquiry sect without a word would feel like an absurd, defeated dog, unworthy of a true villain's demeanor. Chapter 15. From this day forward, I am no longer your senior brother Xuanyu Peak, the third spirit peak. This was where Gu Han regularly practiced and meditated. Owing to his formidable talent, he had the privilege of claiming an entire peak for himself. At this moment, several graceful, beautiful women with distinct charms paced anxiously atop the peak. Senior brother has come out of the demon suppression tower. he must be returning to his cave dwelling. You all must be sincere and apologize to senior brother. Especially you, Ruyan. Chu Yue's tone was serious. The primary cause of this misunderstanding is closely tied to you, and you must sincerely apologize to senior brother. However, as Chu Yue glanced at Yi Qingyun, her expression softened considerably, clearly showing her fondness for her younger junior brother. Will senior brother really forgive me? Lu Ruyan's voice was barely above a whisper, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Truthfully, the news of Gu Han facing punishment alone in the demon suppression tower had frightened her, awakening a sense of guilt within her. Do not worry. Senior brother is always gentle, and he has cared for you in the past. He will surely forgive you, Chu Yue reassured her. After all, she had previously made senior brother angry on several occasions and had even committed some rather extreme acts. Yet, he had never held it against her. As long as she sincerely apologized and acted cute, he would always forgive her. At that moment, two glowing orbs, one near and one far, suddenly streaked through the night sky toward their location. Upon recognizing the closer light, Chu Yue and the others instantly brightened with joy. Senior brother, however, Gu Han, who had just landed and steadied himself, completely ignored the several people around him. A terrifying aura emanated from him, causing the expressions of Chu Yue and the others to freeze in an instant. Get lost. The few who had been in a daze were struck as if by lightning. They could hardly believe that their usually doting senior brother would utter such words. Senior brother, we seem to have a misunderstanding regarding this matter. We waited here specifically to sincerely apologize to you. Senior brother, I was wrong about what happened in the secret realm. Lu Ruyan's eyes turned red. Her voice choked with emotion. It was my fault that you suffered such injustice. Now I have received my due punishment. Could you possibly forgive me? Lu Ruyan instinctively reached out to grasp Gu Han's arm, hoping to employ her usual charm to win his forgiveness. After all, in the past, no matter how grave her mistakes, she could always obtain his pardon with this tactic. But this time, as soon as the thought crossed her mind and her hand began to rise, a bone-chilling cold radiated from Gu Han, sweeping outward like a tidal wave. Lu Ruyan's complexion changed dramatically. She felt that if she dared to touch her senior brother now, not only would she be harmed, but she might even face death. Senior brother. This left Lu Ruyan feeling both terrified and aggrieved. When had her senior brother become such a fearsome person? After all, she was not entirely to blame for the situation. Who could have known she would fall into a coma and remain unaware of what transpired afterward? Moreover, she had already apologized. Why couldn't he forgive her? As the second senior sister, Chu Yue sensed that things were amiss and quickly stepped in front of Gu Han and Lu Ruyan. Senior brother. Lu Ruyan indeed acted poorly in this matter, and I will punish her properly later. Gathering her courage, she respectfully presented an ancient sword encased in a scabbard. We understand that you were very angry at that time, which led to the loss of the Baishao sword. Senior brother, you, boom. Before she could finish her sentence, the terrifying aura around Gu Han surged forth like a torrent, causing Chu Yue and the others to retreat several steps uncontrollably. Gu Han's expression grew even darker. Since he first stepped onto the sword path, the Baishao sword had been crafted by his master specifically for him, accompanying him on his journey, witnessing both mountains and seas. When his junior sister was bullied, it was he, wielding his sword alone, who ascended the other peaks to seek justice for her. When faced with the threat of powerful beasts in the secret realm, it was still he who stood before all his junior sisters, protecting them from harm. Once, the Baishao sword in his hand was a symbol of protection, safeguarding them from injury. Now, having chosen to entirely sever ties with his past and embrace the role of a true villain, he no longer needed the Baishao sword to protect them. This sword would sever the past self. Old friend, I'm sorry, but our fates end here. Almost as soon as Gu Han's words fell, the Baishao sword began to hum and tremble, as if sensing his intent. It longed to remain at its master's side. Yet the sentient sword understood that these individuals were unworthy of his protection. Should it be the master's wish, it would willingly shatter itself to help him completely sever ties with the past and draw a clear line from these hypocritical and disgusting people. Crack! Under the incredulous gazes of Chu Yue and the others, a web of cracks rapidly spread across the entire blade. Finally, with a crisp snap, the Baishao sword shattered into countless iron shards, scattering across the ground. Simultaneously, Gu Han's voice, carried by the cold wind, pierced into everyone's ears, causing their hearts to ache painfully. From this day forth, I am no longer your senior brother, so do not address me as such. Do not come bouncing around my cultivation cave in the future, or I will not hesitate to cripple your cultivation and cast you down the cliff." The night sky was silent, as if time itself had ceased to flow in that moment. The group watched with contracted pupils at the once whole Baishao sword, now reduced to countless fragments, and the figure in white gradually fading into the night. They felt as if they were truly losing their exceedingly gentle senior brother. Once, he had been immensely doting and caring towards them. He wouldn't even dare to speak harshly to them, let alone threaten to cripple their cultivation and throw them off a cliff. Their senior brother seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person. This also proved that this incident had wounded their senior brother's heart deeply, leading to his utter disappointment in all of them. In contrast to the other junior sisters, Yi Qingyun's eyes brimmed with glee at their misfortune. He had always harbored immense jealousy towards Gu Han for being close to their cold and beautiful master and several uniquely talented senior sisters. Therefore, he had longed for the day when Gu Han's relationships with them would completely sour. Now, not only had he effortlessly obtained the sun and moon divine herb, but he had also achieved this goal, truly killing two birds with one stone. Chapter 16. Do not attempt to sever ties, villainous boss Honor. At that moment, a voice filled with sorrow and confusion suddenly called out. Chu Yue and the others instinctively turned around to see their usually aloof and dignified master, pale-faced and trembling, standing before them. "Master!" Ignoring the greetings from her other disciples, Imo Balan shakily gathered the shattered pieces of the Baishao sword from the ground. Even as the sharp fragments cut into her delicate palms, drawing forth shocking blood, she showed no sign of pain, her actions remaining mechanical and repetitive as she collected the shards. Those fragments held many years of memories between her and Gu Han. Under the setting sun, she had watched her proud disciple practice his sword under the trees, graceful and vibrant, moving with the wind in his youth. He had used this very sword to protect her, declaring his intent to safeguard his master. But now, the Baishao sword, which had borne countless memories, along with the image of that white-clad figure, was shattered like foam. Ji Han intended to completely sever the past and draw a line between them. Honor. In a dreamlike murmur, large tears streamed down her pale cheeks, mingling with her startling blood, blooming into flowers of memory. Alas, there is no such thing as a remedy for regret in this world. She was truly about to lose someone most important to her. "No, I will never allow you to speak of severing ties, or drawing a line between us. Not in this lifetime," in her murmured words. The once cold and dignified woman seemed to descend into madness, piecing together the fragments in her hands, attempting to reconstruct the complete Baishao sword. She refused to accept the truth that a broken mirror cannot be made whole again. Beep detected that the master has completed a segment of the villain plot, awarded 3,000 villain points. As Gu Han was returning to his cultivation cave, he unexpectedly received a system notification. This unexpected delight surprised him. Next, he prepared to further enhance his strength, breaking through to the divine platform realm and unlocking system tasks. Since he was now bound to the system and possessed the title of destined villain, he had more leverage to confront the protagonist Yi Qingyun. Although there is a saying that misfortune does not affect one's family, he still decided to find a way to destroy Yi Qingyun's family to stir up trouble for this fellow. While pondering this, Gu Han extended his right hand, revealing a special mark in his palm that was vibrating. This was a unique mark left by Su Lingyue, containing not only terrifying power but also the ability to command certain demon clans. However, this would deplete most of Su Lingyue's strength, potentially prolonging the time before she could break free from her seal. Just as Gu Han was contemplating his strategy, he suddenly felt a presence and looked up toward a certain direction. Unbeknownst to him, a dark figure had silently appeared in the depths of the moonlight, wearing a special bronze mask that obscured its identity. Upon seeing Gu Han, the cloaked figure clasped its hands in respect. Speaking with deference, "Young Master Gu, the events that transpired today at the sword-asking sect have reached the lady's ears. Should you require assistance, we are willing to serve you and resolve any grievances." Gu Han merely observed the figure before him. This individual hailed from a powerful faction known as the Fei Xian Pavilion, as for the lady they mentioned. She was the young mistress of the Fei Xian Tower. Xiaobingli. In the original storyline, Xiaobingli was a vicious female antagonist, another villain that the protagonist would encounter later. Not only was she cold-hearted, but she also had a twisted obsession in a later confrontation with the protagonist. She met her end due to the protagonist's overwhelming aura. From the sixth life onward, for reasons unknown, she had become inexplicably drawn to him, perhaps due to a mutual attraction between two villains, even attempting to force herself upon him multiple times. Setting aside the fact that she was a villain, two antagonistic figures together would only hasten their demise. Moreover, she was a psychotic character, and he had no idea what kind of chilling chemical reaction would arise from such a combination. Thus, he completely ignored Xia Bingli's fervent advances. However, in this life, his mindset had subtly shifted. Since both he and Xia Bingli were villains, it might be prudent to form an alliance early on. After all, in the book's setting, the protagonist Yi Qingyun had a formidable background, with friends and relatives scattered throughout the world. Wherever he went, he was accompanied by numerous powerful individuals or young prodigies with significant backgrounds, all inexplicably drawn to him. These potential factors also necessitated that he prepare responses in advance, even seeking corresponding villain allies. After a moment of contemplation, a subtle smile graced Gu Han's lips. With a wave of his hand, the space around him rippled, revealing a jade talisman inscribed with the character Folly. This is some intelligence I have gathered. Along with the regulations and requirements, I need you to go to Tsongfeng City and annihilate a family known as the Tsongfeng Yi family. Upon hearing this, the cloaked man froze momentarily. Tsongfeng City? If he recalled correctly, that was a desolate border town, wasn't it? Why did Gu Han want them to go through such trouble to eliminate a family whose name he had never even heard of? Though puzzled, the cloaked man said nothing and nodded to accept the task. By the way, before heading to Tsongfeng City, you should carefully review the regulations in the jade talisman I gave you. If you overlook even one requirement, I can assure you that you, and even the Feixian pavilion behind you, will face dire consequences. Hearing this, the cloaked man's expression shifted again. He initially thought Gu Han was merely making a threatening remark to ensure they took the task seriously. However, given how infatuated their young mistress was with this individual, she was willing to abandon everything for him. Suppressing his emotions, the cloaked man began to examine the text within the jade talisman. But upon reading the first line, he was instantly dumbfounded. Notes for the annihilation of the Tsongfeng Yi family. Dig 3 feet into the ground, plunder their treasury, shatter their eggs, and vertically cleave their worms. Pull flowers and pluck grass, and summon their souls. Chapter 17. A special gift, the method of 9 clan separation. The cloaked man's gaze continued downward, but the more he read, the more his heart raced and his mind grew foggy. Completing the above requirements was just the beginning. They were also instructed to employ supernatural techniques to blast the entire Tsongfeng Yi family to smithereens, ensuring not a single bone fragment remained. After completing all this, they could not leave. They needed to keep watch in secret. If any unidentified individual returned to the Tsongfeng Yi family and showed even a hint of sorrow, they were to be killed. Especially those who cried out that they would avenge the Tsongfeng Yi family. Do not hesitate. Annihilate their sect or family along with them. After reading this series of demands, the cloaked man was utterly stunned. He felt as if his feet were losing strength as he departed. Good heavens, he had heard of the method of 9 clan separation before, but Gu Han's implementation of it seemed excessively ruthless. To outsiders, his methods might appear exaggerated, but Gu Han himself felt it was still insufficient. After all, according to typical plot conventions, when the protagonist rises, their entire family ascends alongside them. If he didn't, he act swiftly to eliminate the protagonist's family while they were still weak. Would he wait for Yi Qingyun to build a powerful legacy within his family? Moreover, his decision to eradicate Yi Qingyun's family was also multifaceted. Not only would it eliminate the potential threat of the Tsongfeng Yi family, but it would also conveniently draw Yi Qingyun back to his family. Without necessarily slaying this fool outright, he could at least force him to reveal some of his trump cards, indirectly weakening his power. Beep. Detected that the Master's actions align with the villainous persona. Congratulations to the Master for earning 2,000 villain points. Gu Han stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a playful smile on his lips as he gazed at the night sky. Yi Qingyun, you think you've gained all the benefits and are quite pleased with yourself, don't you? I hope this gift of 9 clan separation makes you even happier. Even though the sect had cleared Gu Han of his grievances, the entire sect remained restless. Many felt indignant on his behalf and voiced their discontent. Ji Yuhan's talent and strength were extraordinary, and he had numerous admirers. Perhaps they felt guilty for not speaking up for Gu Han earlier or for standing by when the truth was revealed, giving them a reason to claim they were acting in the name of justice. Many raised banners declaring, "If I do not stand up today, who will rally for me tomorrow, and continually express their grievances to the sect. Such a massive uproar, even if the sword-asking sect wished to conceal it, could not be hidden. It became a subject of ridicule among many surrounding sects. The sword-asking peak. The master of the void sword and several elders gathered to discuss the aftermath of the incident. They had initially thought that clearing Gu Han's name would conclude the matter, but it appeared that many remained dissatisfied with how the sect handled the situation. The master of the void sword frowned slightly, especially since many disciples are using this so-called banner to make unreasonable demands of the sect. This is simply outrageous. Gu Han is simply too petty. We have already summoned the asking heaven mirror to clear his name. Yet he still harbors grievances, even going so far as to sever ties with the master who raised him for years. This is madness. After all, Mu Peak Master is also his master. Regardless of right or wrong, does it really need to escalate to the point of severing ties? As they spoke, everyone turned their gaze toward Mu Belan, who sat silently in the corner, having remained quiet throughout. They were aware of what had transpired the previous night. Mu Belan's apology and concession had yielded no effect. In fact, it had further deteriorated her relationship with Gu Han to the point of complete estrangement. At that moment, Mu Belan appeared as though she hadn't slept all night, disheveled and haggard. Being the top beauty of the sword-asking sect, she had always placed great importance on her appearance. Regardless of the time, there is an air of sacred chilliness and an unassailable majesty about her. Today, the group seems to have disregarded their own images, likely due to matters concerning Gu Han, which must have dealt her a significant blow. While it can be said that she partly brought this upon herself, her haggard appearance inevitably evokes sympathy from those around her. Some might even think that a man like Gu Han, a robust figure standing 8 feet tall, should have handled matters with more decorum instead of allowing things to escalate to such an extent. However, there remains a faction of elders who maintain a detached stance, believing that one cannot advise others on virtue unless they have first-hand experienced hardship. Ultimately, the situation is of her own making. On the Xinyu Peak, the third spiritual peak, the sun shines warmly and a gentle breeze caresses the air. 3 graceful figures hold delicacies or exquisitely crafted gifts, eagerly awaiting something. A soft sigh escapes Chu You's lips. The elaborate apology ceremony they had painstakingly arranged days ago not only failed to achieve its intended effect, but also resulted in a complete rift between her and her senior brother. Previously, they could enter his cultivation cave without so much as a greeting, but now he has threatened to cripple their cultivation and cast them down the peak if they dare to enter. He has even stationed a few former followers outside the cave to firmly deter them from trying. In the distance, on the clouds, Mu Beiling's garments flutter as she appears heartbroken and pained. The once vibrant third spiritual peak has become the coldest of places in recent days. She has made several attempts to enter and converse with Gu Han, but he remains resolutely closed off, even calling her by her name with a certain finality. Though only a few days have passed, she already longs for the time when he would affectionately address her as master. Meanwhile, Gu Han, immersed in his meditation, suddenly feels an urge to open his eyes, furrowing his brow slightly. Are these individuals intentionally trying to exploit a loophole? They prohibit entry into my cultivation cave, yet wait outside for me to emerge? How unfortunate. Although he finds it somewhat bothersome, he cannot leave just yet, as the ownership of this peak does not solely belong to him. Considering future possibilities of sign-in points refreshing within the sect and the need to unlock the Demon Tower, he must remain here for the time being. At that moment, the jade talisman in his grasp vibrates, signaling a message from the cloaked figure of the flying immortal pavilion. Esteemed Gu, we have followed your instructions and proceeded to the Confronting family. However, en route, an unknown powerful figure intervened, forcibly taking away a pair of siblings from the Yi family and managing to evade our pursuit. Ultimately, we lost all traces of them upon reaching the Beihuang Mountains. Our subsequent investigation suggests that these siblings are likely the younger siblings of Yi Qingyun, the eldest son of the Confronting family. Listening to the report from the cloaked figure, Gu Han feels a mix of shock and resignation. He had not anticipated the protagonist's halo to be quite so formidable. Even with his sudden plans, the two individuals closely tied to the protagonist were whisked away. According to the original storyline, any family member of Yi Qingyun was destined to achieve unparalleled greatness, a clear predestined fate. After instructing the cloaked figure to continue searching for the siblings, Gu Han attempts to sever the connection. But the figure's voice resounds once more. Esteemed Gu, there is another important matter to report. The young lady has expressed her intention to visit you in the near future. The previously indifferent Gu Han's expression changes upon hearing this. What is this? That villainous and obsessive Xia Bingley intends to seek him out. He knows her temperament well. Given her awareness of the sect's internal affairs, if she still wishes to meet, it is likely she has some convoluted scheme in mind. However, since he has indirectly accepted part of her favor, he feels compelled to show some acknowledgement. There is no need for her to come. I will visit her when I have the time. Soon, an ancient relic will emerge in the central continent, concealing the protagonist Yi Qingyun's first extraordinary opportunity. He must prepare to intercept this opportunity to know. What does intercepting even mean? It rightfully belongs to him. To expedite the activation of the system task, Gu Han consumes a breakthrough elixir, catapulting his cultivation from the 6th layer of the spiritual palace to the divine platform realm. He decides to reserve the remaining elixirs for now, as his current strength surpasses many elders. Coupled with Su Lingyue's mark and his enhanced physique, his combat prowess is now sufficient to contend with those at the Dao harmonization realm. Ding! Task system has been loaded, and the system tasks have refreshed for your review. Random daily task. Please complete at least 3 actions today that align with the villainous persona or plot. Task reward, 1,500 villain points. Villain task, Blood Moon Demoness. Task details. She has endured immense suffering from a young age, yet the trials of life have not crushed her spirit. Rather, they have forged her resilience. After escaping the clutches of slavers, she inadvertently embarked on the path of darkness, thus beginning her legendary life as the Blood Moon Demoness. She roams the realms, willing to refine the entire central continent to achieve supreme status. Task conditions. Subdue the Blood Moon Demoness Han Mingyao for your own purposes and assist her in establishing the Blood Moon Sect. Please note, completing this task will trigger subsequent main villain tasks. Task location, Tianhuang City, Slave Camp, reward, 25,000 villain points. Task time limit, 2.5 months. Han Minjiao. Gu Han pauses momentarily. He recognizes that, in this vast world he has traversed, the number of close acquaintances of both the protagonist and the heroine is beyond counting. Similarly, as a mere pawn for the protagonist, he is not alone in being a villainous foil or a malicious supporting character. Han Mingyao is among them. This character left a significant impression on him. She grew up in solitude and hardship, yet with an indomitable spirit, she carved out her own path in the dark arts. However, under the powerful protagonist Yi Qingyun's halo, this once nearly invincible female demoness was ultimately slain by the plot's cruel hand. He recalls that in the original story, Han Mingyao, having never known love or care, encountered Yi Qingyun by chance. He complimented her striking crimson eyes, which had long been regarded as an omen of misfortune. This was the first time someone had praised her eyes, igniting a flicker of affection for him. Later, in her pursuit of greater power, she clashed violently with Yi Qingyun while attempting to refine the entire central continent. Yet, the ruthless, bloodthirsty demoness ultimately faltered at the mere compliment from the protagonist, leading to her inexplicable defeat and demise at his sword. Such a once seemingly invincible female demoness became a mere experience point for Yi Qingyun, further facilitating his relationships with several renowned female saints of the central continent. In a sense, her fate was even more tragic than his own. Perhaps due to their shared status as villainous side characters, Gu Han cannot help but feel a pang of sympathy for this demoness. Furthermore, the protagonist's background is anything but ordinary. It conceals terrifying elements that he himself is unaware of. It is imperative to establish his own villainous faction to contend against the forces behind him or to ally with them. In this day and age, villains are not fools. Why engage in a one-on-one duel with the protagonist when they can band together? In a certain regard, this future Blood Moon Demoness possesses potential that rivals that of the future Empress. According to the original plot, Chu Yue is destined to become the Empress. Yet, having suffered so many setbacks, he will no longer be foolish enough to do all the hard work only to end up as a mere pawn for that protagonist. After contemplating and devising a series of plans while solidifying his realm, Gu Han rises and departs from the cave. Senior brother, you have finally emerged. However, just as he steps out, he collides with Chu Yue and the others, who have been waiting for him these past few days. Senior brother, you have been in secluded meditation and have not eaten. We specially prepared food for you, still warm. Chu Yue beams, revealing a smile that could captivate nations. Yet, Gu Han does not even spare her a glance, passing by without acknowledgement. Frankly, he finds her current display of tenderness repugnant. Previously, he had dedicated great effort to prepare various delicious dishes for them. However, since Yi Qingyun arrived at the sect, Chu Yue and the others have turned their culinary skills, which he painstakingly taught them, towards preparing meals for Yi Qingyun instead. Now, every action they undertake seems centered around the newly initiated Yi Qingyun rather than the senior brother who has cared for them for many years. The fact that they now apply the same tactics they used on Yi Qingyun towards him is quite nauseating. Chapter 19. Setting aside facts, do you not bear any responsibility? Senior brother. These past few days, I have been struggling to grasp a sword technique. Master, your swordsmanship is unparalleled among us. Could you? Holding an ancient sword manual, Luo Baiji attempts to ease the tension with Gu Han. Previously, he had been exceptionally indulgent towards her. Whenever she had questions regarding her techniques, he would always make time to explain. No matter how busy he was, however, before she could get close, a chilling pressure emanates from Gu Han, causing Luo Baiji to pale and stagger back several steps. Senior brother, Lu Ruyan begins to speak, only to be interrupted by Gu Han's icy glare, enveloping her in a shroud of fear. Fortunately, she is still a distance away. Otherwise, she would have serious doubts about her safety. The sudden shock and sense of injustice bring tears to her eyes. Hadn't her senior brother always treated her kindly? Just because she made one mistake, must he treat her with such disdain? But she had already apologized and reflected deeply on her errors. Why could he not forgive her? Gu Han's expression remains frigid. Seeing them only worsens his mood. Lu Ruyan is not worth mentioning, as everyone knows her character. Chu Yue and Luo Baiji are not innocent either. Not to mention their previous indifference during his hardships. Just before, they had instinctively chosen to believe Lu Ruyan and Yi Qingyun despite being unaware of the truth, expressing disappointment and disdain towards him, even indirectly spreading rumors within the sect that he was the mastermind behind it all. When an avalanche occurs, no snowflake is innocent. None deserve forgiveness. Your offerings are only fit for dogs, so I shall not partake. You wish for me to teach you sword techniques? Very well. It will cost you 1,000 spirit stones for half an hour. If you do not learn, it is your own inadequacy. Do not blame me for poor instruction. As for you. Gu Han turns his gaze back to Lu Ruyan, his voice frigid. Just keep your distance. Hearing her once gentle senior brother now speak with such sharpness and cruelty pierces the hearts of the three women, leaving their expressions dimmed. Why has he transformed in this manner over such a trivial misunderstanding? Can the days of their past never return? Master brother, when did you become this person? At that moment, a young man nearby shouts in anger, his eyes filled with sorrow and rage. The master and several sisters have indeed erred in this matter, but they have sincerely reflected on their mistakes and wish to apologize to you. Master brother, yet you, as the master brother, have continued to be aggressive, showing no gratitude. You were never like this. Moreover, setting aside the facts, do you not bear any responsibility, master brother? The space falls into silence. Gu Han raises an eyebrow and glances at the speaker. A smile creeping onto his face, he recognizes the young man before him, Tang Yu, who possesses remarkable talent, excelling in physical prowess beyond his peers. Due to various circumstances, he befriended Yi Qingyun and became a close brother to him. Yet, in a subsequent trial within a secret realm, he was exploited by the protagonist and ultimately met a tragic end. The most absurd part is that until his death, Tang Yu believed Yi Qingyun to be a true friend, genuinely caring for him, unaware that the opportunity within the secret realm, which was supposed to be his turning point, was stolen from him, making him a mere shield for Yi Qingyun's escape. With a light chuckle, Gu Han shakes his head, his gaze filled with mockery. What are you barking about? As his words fall, Gu Han suddenly points a finger. Instantly, the laws of spiritual energy coalesce and compress in his hand, transforming into a terrifying gust that rushes towards Tang Yu. Tang Yu's expression changes dramatically, utterly unprepared for Gu Han's sudden attack. Nonetheless, having recently broken through to the spiritual palace realm, coupled with his formidable physique, he believes he can withstand the assault. Yet, in the next instant, the incoming gust, imbued with overwhelming force, crushes him to his knees, leaving him bewildered. He had always known his senior brother was powerful, but he never imagined it would be to this extent. However, isn't his cultivation also at the spiritual palace realm? Even if he is a few minor realms higher, the disparity should not be this vast. Gu Han nods slightly, a smirk playing on his lips. Your tone just now displeased me, junior brother. If you wish to criticize me in the future, Do so in this position and with this attitude. Then I shall be more satisfied. Ding! The actions taken by the master have been recognized as aligning with the villainous persona, earning 1,000 villain points as a reward. Tang Yu, publicly humiliated, burns with fury. All right, I understand you are eager, but do not rush. Yu Han interrupts his incantation. I admit I lashed out at you because I found you distasteful. So I apologize. Now that I have apologized, surely you are not petty enough to hold a grudge, right? Furthermore, setting aside the facts, do you not bear any responsibility? This statement further infuriates Tang Yu, his face flushing with rage. Yet, those very words were his own, leaving him utterly unable to retort. One cannot advise others on virtue unless they have experienced hardship. Yu Han chuckles lightly, placing his hands behind his back as he turns to leave. Think before you speak next time. Tang Yu's eyes were filled with bloodshot veins. Senior brother, you were never like this in my memory. Gu Han, indifferent, replied with a cold, mocking tone, now you know. With a snap of his fingers, a flying sword swiftly broke through the air and hovered before him. Yu Han leaped onto the sword with remarkable agility. I have marked my cave dwelling specifically. If any of you dare to intrude, I will not hesitate to break your legs. With that, Gu Han rode the sword towards Sword-Hidden Mountain. Many disciples of Xian Yu Peak watched as Gu Han gradually vanished from their sight, a sense of inexplicable emotion swelling within them. The gentle senior brother they once knew may never return. Chapter 20. Where I go, it is of no concern to you. Meanwhile, at the 13th spirit peak of Xian Yu Peak, a deep, hoarse voice filled with boundless rage suddenly echoed. How could this happen? As he gazed into the depths of the cave, Yi Qingyun's eyes were bloodshot, his pupils completely engulfed by anger. He had been immersed in absorbing the sun-moon divine herb to elevate his cultivation when he suddenly received the devastating news. His family, the Confronting clan, was gone. His uncle and cousins who had cared for him since childhood were brutally murdered, leaving only 2 cousins who had managed to escape. The terror was not merely in the sudden destruction of his family, but in the fact that he had no idea who was responsible. What infuriated him further was that those wretches seemed to hold a deep-seated grudge against them, slaughtering every blood relative of the Yi family and even desecrating their remains. Old Bai, are you sure you couldn't discern the identity of the assailants who attacked my Confronting clan? At the moment Yi Qingyun's voice fell, the space shimmered with strange ripples, and a spectral figure of an old Taoist with white eyebrows gradually materialized. Old Bai was someone Yi Qingyun had encountered in a hidden cave during his childhood. Though now merely a soul form, his power remained unfathomable. He had protected Yi Qingyun's life on numerous occasions and provided substantial guidance in cultivation. Old Bai sighed, saying, those assailants possess extraordinary strength and were equipped with special artifacts to conceal their presence. Given the urgency of the situation, I could only escort your cousins to safety and did not have the opportunity to ascertain their identities. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyun clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly as the flames of rage burned ever more fiercely within him. No, I must return to my family. Qingyun, do not act foolishly. Old Bai urgently interjected. Those unknown individuals were evidently well prepared. Returning to your family now would play directly into their hands. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. With your talent, you can become a formidable force in due time. It would not be too late to seek vengeance then. Old Bai persistently counseled him, as he had watched Yi Qingyun grow up. The latter possessed not only the unique fate of a golden dragon, but also an extraordinary lineage, concealing many unknown secrets that would surely lead him to unrivaled greatness. Old Bai was keen to cultivate Yi Qingyun's strength, hoping to restore his own physical form through the young man's gratitude. The sudden tragedy befalling Yi Qingyun's family seemed highly suspicious, likely aimed directly at him. Therefore, to ensure both their safety, Old Bai was determined to prevent Yi Qingyun from descending the mountain. Gradually regaining some rationality despite his lingering fury, Yi Qingyun declared, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, I care not who you are. Once I uncover the truth, you shall pay 100-fold. Ding! The system's notification rang out, detected indirect actions leading to damage to the protagonist Yi Qingyun's heart. Congratulations on acquiring 1,500 villain points. As Gu Han flew through the skies, he was momentarily taken aback by the system's announcement. Yet, as realization dawned upon him, a smile crept onto his lips. It seemed Yi Qingyun was quite well informed. Realizing so quickly that his family had perished, he hoped Yi Qingyun, in his anger, would rush down the mountain to investigate the matter. which would play perfectly into his hands. He anticipated that not only would the people from the flying immortal tower take him down, but it would also force Yi Qingyun to reveal some of his hidden cards. However, Yi Qingyun was not foolish, and with his protagonist aura, he likely would not act as Gu Han wished. Yet, this posed little concern. After all, his brother and sister had conveniently escaped to the North Wilderness Mountains. Once the flying immortal tower's people found them, he could use them as bait, confident that Yi Qingyun would take the bait. Although Yi Qingyun was selfish, he held his family in high regard, a weakness Gu Han intended to exploit. Recent events had stirred great commotion, and as he journeyed towards the mountain gate, Gu Han felt numerous scrutinizing gazes upon him. During this time, several elders approached him, ostensibly expressing concern for his recent circumstances, but in truth, they were probing him, testing whether he planned to leave the sect without a word. Despite Gu Han repeatedly stating that he had important matters to attend to and could not disclose further details, he still sensed numerous intent gazes directed at him. "Senior brother, where are you headed? May I accompany you?" Suddenly, a soft, tentative voice broke through from behind him. It was Luo Baiji, his junior sister, who had left a deep impression on him. She possessed extraordinary talent in swordsmanship and the legendary, rare top-tier sword physique. With a clear sword heart die in the future, she would become a renowned land-bound sword immortal due to her formidable cultivation and swordsmanship. In a previous life, he had devoted considerable effort to nurturing this junior sister, spending months tirelessly crafting the perfect sword for her. However, after a past incident, Luo Baiji, who should have possessed a transparent sword heart capable of perceiving the essence of all things, had chosen to believe Yi Qingyun and Lu Ruyan without hesitation, casting her devoted senior brother into the role of a fool. Naturally, Gu Han was disheartened not only by this incident, but by many past grievances he wished to avoid revisiting. With his hands clasped behind his back, he did not turn around, allowing his voice to drift with the cold wind. "Where I go is of no concern to you. That won't do." Chapter 21. It is merely a matter of heart. I will surely bring back my senior brother. Hearing her senior brother's chilling response, Luo Baiji felt a sharp pain in her typically calm heart, and tears threatened to well up in her beautiful eyes. She could not comprehend why, due to a mere misunderstanding, her once gentle senior brother had transformed into this. His demeanor was not only cold, but his words were harsh, and the way he regarded her was akin to that of a stranger. From the depths of his icy gaze, she sensed a profound disdain and resistance. However, the circumstances surrounding that incident were indeed suspicious. She could not place too much blame on him. Besides, it was only natural for her to harbor doubts about her senior brother. Was it not? Her master and senior sisters were not wrong. It must have been the overwhelming blow from that incident that fractured his heart and damaged his spirit. Once we find a way to restore his heart and spirit, my senior brother will surely return to his former self. Wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, Luo Baiji, undeterred, pursued the departing Gu Han, intent on preventing him from leaving the sect without a word. Yet, she deliberately maintained a distance from him. Her current senior brother was quite intimidating. The Sword Inquiry Sect's library, once a magnificent establishment, now filled with numerous ancient texts and manuals. Glancing upward, she saw a spiral staircase extending endlessly upwards, shrouded in an ethereal aroma of books. At the very top of the library stood a breathtakingly beautiful figure, her snowy attire stark against the surroundings. No, I remember clearly, the sect's library contains ancient texts on restoring the heart. Why can't I find them? Mu Bailing's cold and exquisite face was etched with anxiety as her slender fingers hastily pulled one ancient tome after another, her eyes widening as she hurriedly scanned them, only to find nothing she desired, hastily returning them to their places. This behavior drew concerned glances from several elders accompanying her, as they noted her unusual restlessness. In their memory, Mu Bailing was a composed individual, and since that incident, she seemed to have transformed entirely. Rather than focusing on Gu Han's heart and spirit issues, they began to suspect that Mu Bailing herself was the one facing difficulties. At the Demon Locking Tower, senior sister, please understand, the tower is currently closed to sect disciples. Several disciples clad in enforcement garb blocked the agitated Chu Yue and Lu Ruyan, and no matter how they insisted, they were not permitted entry. Ultimately, when the enforcers threatened to detain them for disrupting their work, the two reluctantly left, their teeth clenched in frustration. Senior sister, what should we do? Lu Ruyan's eyes were slightly reddened. Her voice choked with emotion. It is said that the great demon on the 6th floor of the demon locking tower possesses the ability to reveal one's true heart and even restore a damaged spirit. But the tower is sealed, and who knows when it will open again. Why senior brother has been so fierce and frightening these days. I hope he returns to his former self soon. I will never cause trouble again or wrong my senior brother. Woo-woo. Listening to Lu Ruyan's quiet sobs, the usually composed Chu Yue felt overwhelmed. The demon locking tower was strictly guarded. Entering was exceedingly difficult, especially in the coming days. Let us wait for the guards to relax their vigilance before we devise a plan. A resolute glimmer flashed in Chu Yue's beautiful eyes. Their senior brother merely faced a heart issue. Once restored, he would surely revert to the gentle senior brother they once knew. The location of Tianhuang City was exceedingly remote, situated in the desolate expanse of the desert continent, where no semblance of order prevailed. Here, only two types of individuals existed: the strong and the weak, the human and the sheep. Nevertheless, it was somewhat admirable that the future Blood Moon Demon Sovereign emerged from such a place, ultimately becoming a formidable force that shook the world. It was a pity that such an invincible female antagonist was abruptly killed off in the plot, a truly cliché turn of events. Yet, it was to be expected in such ancient, over-the-top narratives, where protagonists charged forward without fear of death, only to emerge stronger from every near-death experience, crushing all foes. Those who opposed them were mere cannon fodder, meeting unfortunate ends, particularly in the case of an antagonist who was easily swayed by the protagonist's words, ultimately redeeming themselves and willingly facing death. Such plots were even more absurd. Before long, a massive, ancient city loomed on the horizon, its weathered plaque bearing the inscription Tianhuang City. Having encountered such gray transactions in his previous life, he was well acquainted with the workings here. Thus, he quickly located the position of the slave camp in North Wilderness City. My lord, these are carefully selected individuals from the wilderness, all with excellent potential. Whether for use as medicinal ingredients or training as loyal servants, they are all splendid choices. Look at that child. She was once the daughter of a noble family, fair-skinned and beautiful, with remarkable talent. You could acquire her for just 2,000 spirit stones. In a quiet, dilapidated courtyard, a middle-aged man with shifty eyes and a lecherous grin enthusiastically showcased his wares to Gu Han. Looking around the rundown courtyard filled with emaciated boys and girls, many bore visible scars, revealing the inhumane treatment they had endured. Ignoring the middle-aged man's relentless sales pitch, Gu Han's dark eyes scanned the squalid surroundings. Finally, in a dim corner, he spotted an 11 or 12-year-old girl curled up like a small cat, hugging her knees. Her disheveled black hair lay scattered on the ground, mired in dirt, and her tattered clothes revealed skin marred by mud and grime. Despite her haggard appearance, her delicate features hinted at undeniable beauty. What stood out most were her crimson eyes, reminiscent of a blood moon, exuding an aura of foreboding and dangerous allure. Chapter 22. The most beautiful eyes should not cost my life. After a brief moment of astonishment, Gu Han recognized her as the vicious female antagonist of this tale, the strongest early-stage boss, and the future Blood Moon Demon Sovereign, Han Mingyao. After all, her distinctive black hair and red eyes were unmistakable, and no one else could match her description. I want this girl. Ji Han appeared to have finally found something that satisfied him, a slight smile curving his lips. Seeing Gu Han approach Han Mingyao, the middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback before hastily stepping in front of him, blocking his path. Why, lord, you are mistaken. This girl, Han Mingyao, is our lowest-grade merchandise, lacking in potential and far too old to be worthwhile. We cannot let you make such a regrettable purchase. Moreover, Han Mingyao had recently attracted the attention of the city lord's estate. Our lord is particularly fond of her. I plan to send her to him soon. Although this wild girl lacks cultivation talent, she is still quite attractive, and entering the city lord's mansion would be a good fate for her. As he spoke, the middle-aged man gestured for his subordinates to take Han Mingyao away. You wretched girl, to be fortunate enough to catch the eye of the Lord's mansion is a stroke of luck that comes once in a lifetime. Yet you dare to step out and disrupt our business. A burly man immediately began to curse and rolled up his sleeves, poised to take Han Mingyao away. Ji Han furrowed his brow. Indeed, everything was unfolding as per the narrative, in the original tale. Han Mingyao had also attempted to escape during her journey to be delivered as a female slave to the Lord's mansion. This marked the beginning of her legendary life as a demon lord. In a certain sense, Han Mingyao's escape would lead her to encounter her own extraordinary opportunities. If he intervened now, would it cause her to miss out on her destined chances, perhaps preventing her from achieving the same greatness as depicted in the original tale? As Gu Han wrestled with the decision of whether to wait for the right moment to act, Han Mingyao, terrified by the approaching giant, suddenly bit her lip, and a flicker of determination glimmered in her tear-filled crimson eyes. Seizing the moment when the burly man was slightly distracted, she unleashed an unimaginable speed and strength, lunging towards Gu Han before anyone could react. With her muddy and dusty little hands, she clutched his robe as if grasping the last hope of a drowning person. Her voice filled with desperation and pleading. "Young master, please take me away from here. Mingyao is willing to serve you for life." "Enough," a venomous voice interrupted, as a middle-aged man with shifty eyes reached out, intending to grab Han Mingyao by her hair and drag her away from Gu Han. "Wait." But as Gu Han's icy voice resonated, the man's hand froze midair, his expression stiffening. Ignoring the middle-aged man, Gu Han slowly crouched down, his deep, dark eyes unabashedly locking onto Han Mingyao's crimson gaze, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Did you just say you would serve me for life?" "Indeed." Han Mingyao initially paused in surprise, but then nodded vigorously. "As long as you are willing to take me away, Mingyao is willing to offer everything to you. Then, will you trust me in all my decisions?" "I will. No matter what you do, I believe you are right." This unexpected exchange stirred a peculiar emotion within Gu Han. Gazing into the depths of the girl's eyes, he saw his own reflection and believed her words to be utterly sincere. And that she would indeed keep her promise, he found it somewhat amusing. It was ironic that his own master and junior sister, who had accompanied him for years, had chosen not to believe in him at the first sign of trouble. Yet, he felt a flicker of solace. "See, there are still those who will believe in him. Aren't there?" "Very well. I promise you." A gentle curve appeared at the corners of Gu Han's mouth. "However, I must say, your eyes are the most beautiful I have ever seen." The timing was perfect in the original plot. It was precisely this line that captured the heart of the female demon. Now that he had spoken it, how could that foolish Yi Qingyun use such a glitch to drive the plot forward? For Han Mingyao, time seemed to stand still in that moment. The image of the white-clad man reflected in her eyes grew larger, firmly embedded in her heart. This was the first time in her life someone had complimented her eyes. Ever since she could remember, her crimson eyes had been regarded as a harbinger of misfortune, a symbol of disaster. Children her age would not play with her. Instead, they would throw stones at her, injuring her and calling her an ominous witch deserving of death. Even her biological parents viewed her as the source of all calamities, cursing her until their demise and famine, blaming her for their suffering. Over time, she had resigned herself to this fate, believing herself to be the embodiment of disaster, destined to be scorned and reviled. Often, she contemplated gouging out her own eyes, for they were the source of her perpetual anguish. But today, Gu Han's words pierced through the darkness like a ray of light, opening the door to a new world. The shifty-eyed middle-aged man, observing this scene, rolled his eyes and soon wore a knowing smirk. "Well, I never expected the Lord to have such a taste. But this has already been reserved by the Lord's mansion. However, if the Lord desires, I can make it happen. It's just a matter of price." The Lord's mansion offered 2,000 spirit stones, but you wouldn't want me to suffer a loss, would you? "Let us say, for the sake of friendship, we can settle at 3,000 spirit stones. How about that?" Outside the dilapidated courtyard, Luo Baiji, who had just tracked the trail here, found herself blocked by 2 spirit palace realm cultivators. Yet, she managed to glimpse the scene within through the broken door. She had initially thought her senior brother had received some news and intended to act heroically to dismantle this slave-trading organization. But to her astonishment, her brother merely came to purchase a slave. Her once righteous and responsible senior brother, who would always draw his sword to help those in need, had now transformed into a villainous figure. Luo Baiji gripped her sword tightly, her beautiful eyes betraying her sorrowful feelings. Her heart sank in utter disappointment for her senior brother. Just as Luo Baiji resolved to draw her sword and single-handedly dismantle the child trafficking organization, a cold, indifferent voice echoed, 3,000 spirit stones? Are you asking me for spirit stones? Shouldn't it be the other way around, where you provide me with enough spirit stones as a ransom? Chapter 23. The market has changed. Now it's 30,000 spirit stones. The shifty-eyed man, fully aware of his unscrupulous nature, was taken aback by Gu Han's words. What the hell? After years in business, this is my first encounter with someone so brazen. To demand payment for goods without offering any in return. Is there no law? No justice? Yet, upon witnessing Gu Han's demeanor, he realized the youth was dead serious, and his expression darkened. Kid, I see you have an extraordinary bearing. You must be a descendant of some sect or noble family. But this is Tianhuang City. Since you insist on breaking the rules, in the next moment, the middle-aged man's tone shifted sharply as he barked. Attack? Kill him, boom. Instantly, several fluctuations of spiritual energy surged forth, rushing towards Gu Han. Leading the charge was the burly man, whose cultivation had reached the 7th level of the Spirit Palace realm, brandishing a crescent blade that shimmered with cold light. Aiming to cleave Gu Han's head, however, an eerie silence descended instead of the anticipated clash of steel and the splattering of flesh. The entire world fell strangely quiet. Even the other cultivators rushing from all directions froze, their expressions blank and movements halted. What is happening? The pupils of everyone shrank, their gazes converging on a particular area. The strongest among them had executed a full-force strike, the blade mere centimeters from Gu Han's head. Yet, even with his overwhelming aura, not only did he fail to threaten Gu Han, but he couldn't even touch a single hair on him. Those closest to this terrifying force felt their scalps tingle with shock. They could sense that Gu Han was surrounded by a formidable field of law, and the energy they unleashed was utterly suppressed and confined upon contact with this field. In the widened eyes of the onlookers, Gu Han slowly raised his gaze, accompanied by a finger that bore no power, in a voice as cold as a frozen abyss. He remarked, with such meager skills, you ought to refrain from attempting to traffic children. As his words fell, his finger made contact with the cultivator's crescent blade, and with a slight flick, a crisp sound echoed in the stillness. Though faint as a mosquito's buzz, it resonated like thunder in the clear sky. The expensive crescent blade shattered into countless metal shards, as fragile as thin ice. Yet, the force that emanated from Gu Han's fingertip did not diminish. Instead, it spread along the cultivator's arm, permeating his entire body. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing and flesh bursting filled the air, sending shivers down spines. In the sudden eruption of blood mist, the dark-clad cultivator's limbs exploded, flesh and bones cruelly obliterated in an instant. The unfortunate soul didn't even have time to scream, disintegrating into a cloud of blood mist. Only after this gruesome spectacle did gut-wrenching, terror-filled cries finally sound. These weren't the cries of the obliterated man, but of the shifty-eyed middle-aged man and a few others, all their faces devoid of their earlier malice, replaced instead with sheer terror. Their legs buckled beneath them, collapsing to the ground like wet noodles, their features contorted in disbelief, their souls nearly shattered from the shock. The man, once a prodigy of a prestigious sect, had been expelled for his misdeeds, only to be hired with a hefty sum as a thug. His 7th-level Spirit Palace cultivation granted him a place of power in the entire North Wilderness City. This was part of why he could conduct such a grand business. But now, the formidable ally he had paid dearly for had been dispatched by this white-clad man with a mere gesture. Outside, Luo Baiji, who had heard the commotion and drawn her sword to aid Gu Han, stood frozen in disbelief as she rushed in. She caught sight of the strongest among the cultivators, now reduced to a cloud of blood mist. Though she hadn't witnessed how Gu Han executed his moves, she was certain her senior brother had ended the combat in an overwhelming manner. But that man was a 7th-level Spirit Palace cultivator. Wasn't he her brother only at the 4th level? Even with exceptional talent, wouldn't it take time to deal with such a formidable opponent? My lord, this was all a misunderstanding. The middle-aged man, now terrified, felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead. If you want to take her away, just take her. No need for spirit stones. Yet, upon seeing Gu Han's knowing smile, the middle-aged man hastily amended. We were the ones who failed to recognize your greatness. We are willing to offer you 3,000 spirit stones as compensation. No, previously your ransom was 3,000 spirit stones. Now the market has changed. It's 30,000 spirit stones. Ji Han chuckled softly, shaking his head. The middle-aged man was left dumbfounded. What the hell? You're demanding 30,000 spirit stones. Why don't you just rob us instead? But the words caught in his throat. Wasn't that precisely what this young man was doing? A flicker of resolution crossed the middle-aged man's eyes as he gritted his teeth. Very well. I'll get it for you right away, as he spoke. His right hand discreetly reached for his waist. Simultaneously, the other cultivators, who had been intimidated by Gu Han's power, exchanged glances, deciding to make a final desperate attempt. For them, 30,000 spirit stones were an astronomical sum. They had neither money nor lives to spare. In an instant, the middle-aged man tore a jade pendant from his waist and crushed it. A special power sealed within surged through him, causing his aura to spike dramatically. However, instead of charging Gu Han, he directed all his strength into speed, launching himself like an arrow straight towards Han Mingyao. He realized he could never match Gu Han. His only chance for survival lay in seizing Han Mingyao as a hostage to threaten Gu Han and turn the tables. The others quickly understood their leader's plan, simultaneously unleashing their cultivation to divert Gu Han's attention. Be careful, senior brother, Luo Baiji cried out, rushing forward to assist. I do not require the help of useless individuals. Ji Yuhan coldly interrupted her, halting her movement. With a resonating clang, a long sword radiating a fierce cold light emerged from a spatial vortex, carrying an unparalleled might, slicing through the air without Gu Han needing to make a move. Swish! As the air was repeatedly cleaved and shattered, it appeared as if countless dazzling white lines intertwined in the dark night, forming a sword net of intersecting sword energy. When the final beam of sword light shot across like a comet in the night, the world fell silent once more, the myriad of sword lights gradually dissipating. The divine sword returned to its sheath, hovering beside Gu Han as a cold wind swept through, pressing the world's pause button once again. Creak. Then, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of flesh writhing, a horrifying scene unfolded. Chapter 24. I desire not cowardly incompetence. The once advancing assailants now stood frozen in place, their expressions and movements locked in a tableau, as if time itself had been halted. The only thing that changed was the pupils of their eyes, now reduced to pinpricks, and Luo Baiji could sense, perhaps mistakenly, that in their final moments, they glimpsed the most terrifying image imaginable. How could this be? Likewise, the middle-aged man, who had momentarily unleashed his full potential through the jade pendant, found himself immobilized mere distance away from Gu Han. It wasn't that he didn't want to charge forward. It was that he had completely lost the ability to move. It felt as if his lower body had gone numb from the waist down, as the cold wind swept past once more. The rigid bodies of the assailants began to disintegrate in its embrace, their forms crumbling into countless tiny pieces of flesh, yet these fragments had not even touched the ground before they transformed into a billowing cloud of blood mist. As the cold wind carried away the scent of blood, it wafted into Luo Baiji's nostrils, causing her heart to skip several beats. Her senior brother had become terrifying. The only survivor, the middle-aged man, fared little better. Though he had not been directly shredded into a mist of flesh, his body was severed from the waist down, waves of agony crashing over him, causing his muscles to spasm uncontrollably as he let out a heart-wrenching wail. Utterly devoid of the ability to resist. Since you wish to accompany me, you must showcase your potential and future worth. As he spoke, Gu Han drew his long sword and handed it to Han Mingyao, his voice devoid of warmth. Surely this scoundrel has tormented you often. Now, it is your turn to deal with him. Kill him. Han Mingyao instinctively accepted the sword. Due to prolonged malnutrition, her figure was exceedingly frail, and as she grasped the weapon, her small stature was starkly accentuated. Perhaps it was fear that gripped her heart, or perhaps the weight of the sword was too much for her. Her petite frame trembled incessantly. Countless memories flashed through her mind. You worthless wretch! I rescued you from the wilderness, only for you to become a useless burden. Your mother consumes so much daily. What is that attitude you have? I have given you life. Without me, you would have perished in the wild, feeding the beasts. If you do not kneel before me, I will make you, boss. Stop hitting her. She will die. I think a lesson is necessary. But do not mar her face. We still need to send her to the Lord's manor. Murder, kill him. Han Mingyao continued to tremble uncontrollably. In the future, she would be a ruthless and bloodthirsty demon lord of the blood moon. Yet, at this moment, she was merely a 12-year-old girl who had never even killed a fish. How could she take a life? What's the matter? Can't you do it? Gu Han's cold voice pierced through the chaos. In this cruel world, If one does not learn to kill, they will be killed. Furthermore, this man had trafficked children, treating them as mere commodities or slaves for wealthy merchants. He had humiliated you, treating you like a dog. Ending his life is only just. I require someone who is strong and ruthless, not a timid waste. The final words resounded in Han Mengyao's mind like thunder. Though her body still shivered, the sword gleaming with cold light was raised high by her small hands. The icy blade reflected her crimson eyes, as bright and full as the moon. No, Mengyao. You cannot kill me. I saved you from the wilderness. If it were not for me, you would have perished. You cannot repay kindness with malice. Han Mengyao ignored him, her diminutive form advancing toward the now helpless middle-aged man. Despite his desperate struggles, they proved futile, and as sheer terror morphed into wrath, he unleashed a torrent of curses upon her. You wretched woman, a harbinger of disaster. There were those who said you were a calamity. I should never have saved you, should have let you die in the wilderness, your bones forever lost. Even the one who saved your life. You dare to kill? I swear, if I die, I will haunt you as a ghost. Without waiting for him to finish his tirade, Han Mengyao swung her sword. It slightly missed, severing one of the man's arms instead. Blood spraying violently, the metallic scent pungent in the air. The pain ignited his fury, and his curses grew more desperate. Amidst his howls, Han Mengyao's crimson eyes became even redder, recalling countless past grievances. She had done nothing wrong. Simply for possessing red eyes, she had been deemed an omen of misfortune. Why was she subjected to beatings and scorn? Why was she denied the right to live like an ordinary person? Her biological parents had rejected her, and the world had turned its back on her. Why was she treated this way? She had never wished for such a fate. Her greatest desire had simply been to live like a normal person. As she swung the sword faster, her expression morphed into something fierce, more wounds appearing on the middle-aged man. His curses gradually faded into pleas for mercy, eventually quieting down. The sickening sounds of flesh and blood splattering filled the air. Finally, he lay dead. It was only when a powerful yet gentle hand suddenly rested on her shoulder that Han Mengyao, lost in a frenzied state, jolted back to reality. Jiu Han had expected her first kill to leave her frightened and in tears. To his surprise, Han Mengyao did not weep in fear. Instead, she respectfully returned the long sword to him, her voice filled with deference. Mengyao obeys your command. Jiu Han paused for a moment, then a gentle smile graced his lips. Truly, she was destined to become the feared demon lord. Even at such a tender age, her brilliance already evident. He reached out, affectionately ruffling her hair. Well done. Stay with me, and no one shall dare to bully you again. Yet, this rare moment of warmth was abruptly interrupted by the system's notification. Ding! Detected that the host purchased items without payment and incited a minor girl to slay the seller, receiving 1,000 villain points as encouragement. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a random daily task, accumulating 3 instances of villainous behavior or completing villainous plotlines, earning 1,500 villain points. Chapter 25. Once had the same kindness, but brought it upon themselves. Hearing this, Gu Han felt a bit bewildered. He had thought his actions leaned towards benevolence. Yet, in the eyes of the system, he appeared thus. Meanwhile, Luo Baiji, who had witnessed the entire scene, initially intended to intervene with her senior brother, fearing he would fall into darkness, as he was so different from the memory she held. However, as she opened her mouth, she felt the icy gaze he directed at her. She was certain that if she dared to speak, she would suffer physical repercussions. While her heart quaked with fear, she could not help but envy Han Mengyao, who was treated so tenderly by Gu Han. Yet, this sudden surge of emotion was quickly replaced by profound sorrow, dulling her beautiful eyes. Once, she too had a remarkably gentle senior brother, but she had taken it for granted. Her negligence had led to the loss of that gentle brother, and her regret deepened. If only she had sought the truth or stood steadfastly by her brother's side instead of believing her junior sister's words, would the outcome have been different? Luo Baiji sighed deeply, casting aside her thoughts. Humanity often realizes the value of something only after losing it. It was too late now. They had brought this upon themselves. Yet perhaps there was still a chance for redemption. Enough. This matter is concluded. Come with me. With that, Gu Han took Han Mengyao's small hand and led her out of the courtyard. What about the others? Before departing, Han Mengyao glanced worriedly at the remaining children. Despite having faced their rejection, a few of them were her slightly better friends. Jiu Han contemplated briefly, then waved his hand, distributing a portion of the spirit stones they had gathered from the middle-aged man and his cohorts to the children. After all, giving them too many spirit stones could be a source of trouble for them. Furthermore, he did not wish to be seen as a villain. Circumstances had compelled him to this point. Senior brother. Witnessing this scene, Luo Baiji suddenly felt ashamed. Halting her raised hand, it was only at this moment that she gained a clear understanding of her own foolishness. Previously, she had even thought her brother was a villain who trafficked slaves. Yet, his actions now revealed his true character. She had doubted a brother who was righteous and despised evil. She truly deserved condemnation. Ji Yuhan had no interest in Luo Baiji's thoughts or feelings. However, before leaving Tianhuang City with Han Mingyao, his keen perception detected a few gazes observing them from the shadows. He paid them little mind, merely casting a detached glance toward the strongest presence. A fleeting look that seemed to disregard the distance between them. In that instant, his casual gaze met that of an elder atop a distant city wall. Almost simultaneously, the elder, dressed in luxurious attire, staggered back, clutching his eyes as blood flowed forth, emitting a heart-wrenching wail. Lord City Master. What has happened? Enemy attack. Protect the Lord. Instantly, chaos erupted atop the city wall, with countless cultivators and guards rushing to surround the elder, forming a protective barrier. The so-called city master was already in disarray, struggling to comprehend. Ji Yuhan's glance had pierced through his vision, driving an unseen blade into his mind, stirring it relentlessly. He could hardly believe that with his divine platform Cultivation, merely meeting Gu Han's gaze had nearly resulted in his downfall. Could it be that the man had reached the Dao harmonization realm? Such a young Dao harmonization expert existed in the world? Which top force did he hail from? Amidst shock and dread, the beleaguered city master quickly commanded that no further investigations be made, and that no one interfere with the matter, of course. Luo Baiji, who had been entirely disregarded by Gu Han, was spared any trouble. After all, in the eyes of the city master's strong subordinates, she was merely following closely behind Gu Han, possibly linked to him, and thus they did not dare to act recklessly. Ji Yuhan did not return to the sect with Han Mingyao, but instead led her to a nearby town. Passing through the bustling streets, he brought her to a shop filled with exquisitely crafted garments, evidently expensive. Even the shop assistants were dressed elegantly, contrasting sharply with Han Mengyao's muddied, tattered attire. Sir, we sell. One of the shop assistants hesitated, about to approach, when Gu Han casually tossed a bag filled with spirit stones. Take her to bathe. Select 10 of your finest garments from the store for me. The remainder shall be your tip. The shop assistant, initially troubled, was instantly taken aback, her pupils contracting in shock, then replaced by overwhelming joy. Rest assured, sir, our service will undoubtedly satisfy you. After about half an hour, Han Mingyao emerged from the guest room, completely transformed. Though her frame still appeared somewhat frail due to malnutrition, she was undeniably a stunning beauty. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall down to her waist, her skin fair, and her features delicate. Most striking were her crimson eyes, resembling blooming roses, both alluring and dangerously mysterious. Adorned in a white gown, Ji Yuhan's brow furrowed. The white gown. It seemed to entirely diminish the aura of the future demon lord. As his gaze wandered, he suddenly spotted a magnificent red dress on the upper right of a large shelf. The entire dress appeared to be crafted from special materials, adorned with intricate runes, signaling its high value. Ji Yuhan pointed and spoke coolly. What is the price of that red dress? The shop assistant was startled, quickly shaking her head. Esteemed guest, you may not know. This red Sun feather fairy dress is a treasured possession of our shopkeeper. A non-sale item. Just as she uttered those words, her expression shifted to one of disbelief, her pupils dilating. Yet she quickly regained her composure, bowing slightly to Gu Han, swallowing hard, and cautiously murmuring, the shopkeeper has said, this red Sun feather fairy dress can be gifted to you. As a gesture of friendship. Chapter 26. The most suitable cultivation method will surely restore him. Ji Yuhan had previously been able to casually produce such a wealth of spirit stones, suggesting he was no ordinary figure. Now, even the usually reclusive shopkeeper exhibited such deference, indicating that this young man's background was likely more formidable than she had imagined. Ji Yuhan fell into thoughtful silence. Then a smirk played at the corners of his lips. I do not like to take advantage of others, nor do I wish to owe anyone with that. He flicked his sleeve and tossed a brocade box into the hands of the shop assistant. This is a token of gratitude for your shopkeeper. The shop assistant watched Gu Han disappear from her sight, exhaling a long breath, instinctively wiping the sweat from her brow. Just then, she sensed a shift in the atmosphere behind her. Shopkeeper! The assistant hurriedly presented the brocade box above her head. She had not expected a person as intriguing as this young man to appear here. A seductive voice echoed. A delicate hand emerged from the shadows, seizing the brocade box from the assistant's grasp. With a crisp click, the box opened, releasing a delightful fragrance that filled the air, uplifting the spirit. Upon seeing the contents of the brocade box, the woman, who remained mostly hidden, her striking eyes now wide with astonishment, recognized the item, a youth-reviving pill, and of the highest grade it seemed he had crafted it himself. Who would have thought that such a remarkable figure was hidden within this small sect? One whose depth even I cannot discern, and at such a young age, to concoct such high-quality elixirs. Could he be the one foretold by the seer, the one possessing the unique fortune of the ancient golden dragon? Yi Qingyun? Undoubtedly, the red Sun feather fairy dress was perfectly tailored for Han Mingyao. The scarlet fabric accentuated her snowy complexion, and paired with her crimson eyes, she appeared otherworldly, captivating. In a moment of reverie, Gu Han could even envision the future demon lord of the blood moon through the current form of Han Mingyao, draped in red, with a blood moon overhead and a sea of corpses beneath her. This heart-stirring vision was abruptly shattered by a strange growling sound. Turning to look, he found Han Mengyao's cheeks slightly flushed, her demeanor flustered. Jiu Han smiled gently. "Are you hungry?" At his words, Han Mingyao became even more flustered, hastily shaking her head. "Sir, I am not hungry." Yet almost immediately after she spoke, her stomach audibly protested again. Han Mingyao nearly wanted to punch her rebellious stomach, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she whispered, "Well, perhaps just a little bit hungry." Jiu Han chuckled, shaking his head, and turned to lead Han Mingyao toward a restaurant. The future Han Mingyao would be the demon lord of the blood moon. But for now, she was still just a little girl who had yet to embark on the path of cultivation, and naturally, she would feel hunger. Soon, a table brimming with delectable dishes was laid before them, the tantalizing aroma making Han Mingyao's eyes shine, her mouth watering uncontrollably. After all, in her previous life, she had never tasted such exquisite meat. Satisfaction in being well-fed is already a considerable blessing, even if much of the food is spoiled. Go ahead, it's all yours. No one will contest it with you. Jiu Han offered a gentle smile, his voice warm. Observing Han Mingyao devouring her meal with grease coating her lips, Gu Han couldn't help but recall memories from his past life. How could such an adorable and lively little girl be likened to a heart-eating, cold-blooded sorceress? If her background had not been so tragic, perhaps she would not have faced such injustice, ultimately treading a path unrecognized by others. This reminded him of the cliché tropes in the original narrative. The villain, born into poverty, endured a lifetime of hardship. After finally achieving something, he was mercilessly used as cannon fodder by the effortlessly successful protagonist. The thought itself felt absurd. That fellow, Yi Qingyun, bore an aura of a protagonist so terrifying that many fortunate individuals would intersect with him in the future. Tio better confront this group. He must swiftly nurture Han Mingyao and establish the Blood Moon Demon Sect. System, open the stored. As Gu Han's words fell, a panel appeared before him, visible only to him. Various ancient techniques from countless realms unfolded before him, at present. He possessed less than 6,000 villain points. However, considering that the technique he practiced was unsuitable for Han Mingyao, Gu Han decided to invest some resources into exchanging for a method more aligned with her abilities. His gaze wandered through the myriad of options, ultimately fixating on a technique named the Yunling Xianjing. Those who practiced this method would find their comprehension of the Tao significantly enhanced, making future cultivation of other techniques exponentially more efficient. In his recollection, Han Mingyao possessed extraordinary insight and understanding of cultivation. Hence, she ultimately became the renowned Blood Moon Demon Sovereign. If her understanding of the Tao were to improve further, she would reach an exceptionally formidable level. After all, the foundation of the path of cultivation is paramount. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for selecting the most suitable technique for Han Mingyao among countless methods. Your discerning eye has, in a certain sense, altered the original storyline. Congratulations on receiving a special reward from the system. Blood Moon Annihilation Technique. Gu Han was momentarily taken aback, silently reassessing his impression of the system's merchant-like tendencies. His own system was rather commendable, as it even provided benefits. Meanwhile, Luo Baiji, having been unceremoniously abandoned by Gu Han in Tianhuang City, hurried back to Wujin Sect. She recounted the events from Tianhuang City, embellishing them as she spoke. Master, I believe Brother S. Dao Heart may not have encountered any issues. If his Dao Heart truly faltered, becoming devoid of emotions, he would not have intervened to resolve the situation with those child traffickers. Unbeknownst to her, as Luo Baiji's voice reached Mu Belan's ears, it began to sound ethereal and distant. His Dao Heart is unscathed. I find it difficult to accept this outcome. In her previous impressions, Gu Han had always been an exceptionally considerate and gentle disciple. It was inconceivable for his temperament to change so drastically within a matter of days. Not only did he cease to address her as master, but he also completely erased the mark he once bore from her. Regardless of how she attempted to communicate, she received no response. A wave of inexplicable anxiety washed over her. Desperate to cling to the last shred of hope, she thought, surely, there must be an issue with his Dao Heart. Otherwise, Honor would never transform in such a manner. I must find a way to restore him to his former self. Chapter 27. Forgotten Promises of the Past Life. The Demon Lock Tower. After an entire day and night of waiting, Chu Yue and Lu Ruyan finally found an opportunity to infiltrate the tower. Junior sister, wait here. If anything unexpected occurs, immediately relay the message to me through the communication stone. Seeing her junior sister reach the designated location, Chu Yue took a deep breath and directed her gaze toward the towering, pitch-black demon lock tower. Due to recent events concerning her senior brother, the sect had tightened its security around the tower. She could only seize the fleeting moment when the patrolling disciples changed shifts to attempt entry. However, she felt uncertain. The current demon lock tower not only had rotating disciples on guard but also bore the special seals of the sect's elders. Even with the formation-breaking talisman in her possession, it might not suffice to create an opening for her entry. Moreover, the tower harbored immense dangers, containing fierce demons that were sealed away. Even the great demon within might not assist her. Numerous apprehensions surged within her, instilling a sense of fear. Yet, thinking of how her senior brother severed ties with them over this matter, regarding them as strangers, caused her heart to ache. This compelled her to enter the demon lock tower, seeking a way to help her brother restore his mental state. Just then, while Chu Yue was torn in her thoughts, the sealing barrier of the demon lock tower suddenly cracked in an instant. An indescribable force surged forth like a flood, overwhelming her. When Chu Yue regained her senses, she discovered that she seemed to be floating in a mysterious void, in a state of her soul. Suddenly, points of silver light flickered deep within the dark void, coalescing into a roaring torrent of time and space. Amidst the swirling waves, images from other realms flickered and folded. Uncertain if it was an illusion, Chu Yue beheld familiar yet distinct memories. At that time, she had just been brought up the mountain by her master, a naive little girl filled with curiosity about everything. In the scene, a tall, sunlit boy in white, claiming to be her senior brother, treated her with exceptional kindness and patiently guided her. Whenever she found something difficult to comprehend, the boy in white would explain it in the simplest and most understandable terms. To ensure her Dao heart remained steadfast and to enhance her cultivation aptitude, he would venture into various secret realms, seeking treasures that bolstered her resolve, even at the cost of his own safety. Without a hint of complaint or demand, he would often ruffle her hair with a smile, saying, "Yue, you are destined to become a magnificent empress one day. You must remember your senior brother's kindness. Once you become empress, at the very least, ensure my peace for the rest of my days." In the scene, her younger self nodded earnestly, as if etching his words into her heart. However, later, upon the arrival of a boy in green, Yi Qingyun, all her attention was drawn to him. She became infinitely tolerant of Yi Qingyun, even forgetting the promise made with the boy in white. Using the foundation he had forged for her to establish a realm for Yi Qingyun, dedicating her life to his safety. And that boy in white, who had once treated her so well during her childhood, ultimately perished in a cataclysmic war instigated by Yi Qingyun. Most ironically, she had been but a stone's throw away from the white-clad boy at the time. She could have easily saved him with a mere flick of her hand. Yet, in the scene, she appeared mindless, exerting all her effort to aid Yi Qingyun, who was in absolute safety, while remaining indifferent to the death of the boy in white, her gaze solely focused on Yi Qingyun. In the final moment of the shattered scene, she saw the boy in white, Guhan, lying in a pool of blood. No, it cannot be like this. After the overwhelming visual assault, Chu Yue clutched her head, her expression pained. These images do not belong in my memory. It was my master who brought me up the mountain. It was my master who took on the responsibility of nurturing me. I made no such promises with my senior brother. They are false, all false. Yet, the images flooding her mind did not diminish with her anguish. Instead, they proliferated. She continuously witnessed the gentle boy in white being wronged, or indirectly meeting a tragic end due to Yi Qingyun. The girl in those memories felt utterly alien to her. How could she remain so indifferent to the death of someone who had sincerely cared for her? Filled with nothing but bitterness, various emotions burgeoned within her heart, but more than anything, she felt confusion and an inexplicable ache. Why had she acted this way? How could she treat her senior brother in such a manner? It must be an illusion. It has to be an illusion? Yes, I remember clearly. The ceiling of the demon lock tower inexplicably broke, and a strange aura infiltrated my mind. This mysterious aura must have altered and constructed memories that should not exist, seeking to confuse my Tao heart. But just then, a voice, ethereal yet dripping with contempt, resonated deep within her soul. Honestly, for someone like you who is ungrateful and has repeatedly wronged him, even dying 100, 1,000, or 10,000 times would not suffice. 8 lifetimes of reincarnation, and you have indirectly or directly caused a gentle soul to suffer in sorrow for 8 lifetimes. Now, I merely present to you a projection of one of those lifetimes, and you appear on the verge of a mental collapse. Have you considered how your senior brother has endured such despair across all 8 lifetimes? The sudden words struck Chu Yue like a thunderbolt. She was not particularly foolish. In fact, upon witnessing the memories, she had already suspected some connection to past lives or parallel realms. However, the tragic fate of her brother and the unfamiliarity of her own image in those memories made her reluctant to acknowledge the truth. Now, as everything was laid bare, her mind nearly shattered. The intense pain within her almost sent her into unconsciousness. Chapter 28. The most agonizing birthday. Setting the restrictions, Su Lungyue coldly observed the scene before her, entirely unmoved by Chu Yue's display of anguish. Can you not endure this? This is merely the beginning. I shall ensure they experience the same suffering that once belonged to Guhan, wallowing in regret and struggle within the depths of despair. After a prolonged moment, Chu Yue managed to stabilize her mind, though her soul felt as if it had sustained a severe blow, gradually becoming ethereal. Yet, she paid little mind to her current state, her voice trembling with emotion. Who are you? Why are you showing me these things? Are these images truly my past life? But Su Lungyue offered no substantial reply, her voice as cold as ice. As for what is true or false, I believe you already have an inkling. This is what you owe him. Even if you were to spend your entire lives repaying it, it would not suffice. Furthermore, do not tread upon my territory again, or I will not hesitate to break your legs. Before Chu Yue could respond, a terrifying force surged forth like a torrent, instantly expelling her soul from the realm. Senior sister. As her soul returned to her body, Chu Yue struggled to regain her composure, her chaotic thoughts gradually settling as she felt her body being shaken by some force. Senior sister, thank goodness you're all right. You seemed entranced, standing before the demon lock tower for quite some time without moving. I called out to you, but you didn't respond. I thought you had lost your soul to one of the demons inside. It frightened me. Lu Ruyan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice urgent. The next shift of patrolling disciples is on its way. We probably won't be able to enter the tower today. Let's find another opportunity. As she spoke, Lu Ruyan took her hand, pulling her away. Throughout this, Chu Yue offered no resistance, moving like a wooden puppet, her mind consumed with the memories of her supposed past life, if everything was indeed true. According to the mysterious voice, their senior brother had endured 8 lifetimes of boundless suffering. Moreover, they bore an indirect or inescapable connection to it. The abrupt change in her senior brother's temperament this lifetime, as if he had become an entirely different person overnight, likely stemmed from recalling certain memories of his past life. Hence, he hastily severed ties with them. Countless images flickered in her mind, revealing her brother's various tragic fates. One scene, in particular, left her unable to find solace. That day was her brother's birthday. On that day, an unknown horde of beasts suddenly attacked their Wujin sect. Countless disciples of the sect did their utmost to fend off the beasts. As the eldest disciple, Gu Han led the elite of the sect to hold a defensive line. Yet, due to a minor peril faced by Yi Qingyun, the three sisters, along with their master, disregarded their original line of defense, rushing to save the slightly injured Yi Qingyun. They completely forgot that their senior brother was positioned at the intersection of the lines they were meant to defend. Ultimately, the hard-won defense crumbled entirely. She witnessed her brother, isolated and helpless, overwhelmed by the relentless tide of beasts. In the end, his limbs and flesh were mercilessly devoured. It was supposed to be his birthday, yet not a single birthday wish was offered. Instead, on the most beautiful of days, he endured the utmost agony. The pain, the despair. Merely witnessing that scene was enough to suffocate anyone. Yet this was likely what her brother had experienced. What had they done? Chu Yue's body trembled uncontrollably at that moment. When she opened her eyes again, her pupils shimmered with tears of compassion and guilt. If all of this were true, there should still be time this lifetime. They should still have a chance to make amends. Meanwhile, not far from Wujin Sect, in Hongya Town, Gu Han suddenly furrowed his brows. Just moments ago, an inexplicable wave of nausea surged within him. However, he quickly dismissed these thoughts. He had always been a man of action. Since he had resolved to cultivate Han Mingyao to be even more formidable than the Blood Moon demon sovereign of the original narrative, today would mark the beginning of her journey into the demonic path. Yet, before that, he needed to impose certain special restrictions on her. Having just finished a table full of food, Han Mingyao, who was still indulging in meat buns, suddenly froze upon sensing Gu Han's gaze. With a hint of awkwardness, she set down the bun, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. Why, Lord, I usually don't eat much. A bowl of rice? Half a bowl is enough. I'm easy to feed. Gu Han paid no mind to the fact that she had consumed the equivalent of several days' worth of food in one sitting. Mingyao, from today onwards, I shall guide you on your path to cultivation. However, before we proceed, I must impose a special restriction within your body. Once this restriction is set, you will be unable to defy my orders or harm me. Otherwise, you will suffer the backlash of the great Tao, leading to your soul's destruction. He could not be blamed for his ruthlessness, considering the formidable protagonist aura surrounding that rascal Yi Qingyun. Furthermore, he had been thoroughly intimidated by the treachery of a certain ungrateful wolf. He had no intention of taking risks. Nurturing Han Mingyao only to see her switch allegiance to the protagonist's camp would make him a fool. Jiyu Han lazily rested his chin on his left hand, his right index finger tapping the table as a faint smile graced his lips. However, I have always been generous. You still have the opportunity to choose. If you decide to leave now, I will not hold it against you. And I shall even provide you with some wealth to seek a new life. Suddenly, while concentrating on her meat bun, Han Mingyao choked, her small face turning an intense shade of red. What does my lord take me for? I am not a wolf that only seeks benefits. As I stated at the beginning, from now on, my life belongs to my lord. If my lord commands me to go west, I shall never go east. My lord's orders are absolute. I will never regret. Saying this, Han Mingyao even took the initiative to grasp Gu Han's hand and bring it to her forehead, to ensure that her lord fully trusted her. She was more than willing to have him plant the restriction within her body. As Chapter 29 unfolds with the promise of grand adventures, Gu Han momentarily lost his train of thought. Nevertheless, the gentle smile on his lips deepened. Moments later, a unique divine thought was extracted from his being, penetrating the depths of Han Mingyao's consciousness. This special contractual restriction was thereby completed, and Gu Han felt satisfied, confident in his trust for her. Now, try giving me a punch. Han Mingyao was filled with confusion as she continued munching on her meat bun. However, upon meeting Gu Han's earnest gaze, she mustered her courage and lightly swung her fist towards his chest. Almost instantly, a sharp pain radiated from her heart, causing her complexion to pale slightly. This is the effect of the special rune restriction. Should you harbor any ill intentions or seek to harm me, the consequences will be dire. Panic-stricken, Han Mingyao hastily waved her hands. I would never betray my lord. After placing a special restriction on Han Mingyao, Gu Han wasted no time and delved straight into the matter at hand. Your talent is exceptionally unique and aligns perfectly with the path of darkness. People often label the path of darkness as evil, a ridiculous definition in my eyes. There is no right or wrong in this world, only differing perspectives. The path of darkness and righteousness are no different. Today, I shall impart to you the foundational technique for your future journey into the great Daeod. As he spoke, Gu-Han retrieved a special technique from his system space, the Azure Spirit Mysterious Cannon. However, your current physique is merely that of a mortal. Attempting to learn this technique directly could lead to backlash, or even catastrophic failure. Before formally studying this technique, you must consume this body-tempering pill. With a wave of his hand, a fragrant and shimmering pill appeared from his storage space. A body-tempering pill. Han Mingyao exclaimed, her hands trembling as she held the faintly azure glowing pill. A mix of astonishment and confusion washing over her. She recalled how a middle-aged man had once selected talented children among them to aid in their tempering, unlocking their potential. Yet, the pill given to her by her lord felt as if it belonged to celestial beings, a far cry from the crude pills of the earth. Such a high-grade body-tempering pill must have required numerous spirit stones. Han Mingyao muttered quietly, but Gu-Han's keen ears caught her words. Spirit stones? Why would I need spirit stones? Crafting such a pill merely requires skill. After all, I have lived 9 lifetimes, dabbling in alchemy and forging in my first life. I often ventured to the alchemy chamber to concoct pills for those ungrateful wolves when they fell ill. Though the outcome left me a fool, I did learn invaluable alchemical techniques. Hearing these words, Han Mingyao was even more astonished. Not only was he powerful, but he could also effortlessly create such high-quality pills. Was he truly a legendary immortal? After a moment of shock, Han Mingyao sat cross-legged and swallowed the body-tempering pill whole. The moment it touched her tongue, it dissolved, transforming into streams of golden warmth that flowed through her body, nourishing every inch of her skin and every cell within her, as if a new world was slowly unveiling before her. As time passed, many foul black impurities oozed from Han Mingyao's pores. Though the process was unpleasant, she remained unperturbed, having endured hardships her entire life. Following Gu-Han's instructions, she cleansed her body, emerging reborn in a sense. Her skin became fair and radiant, and her complexion improved significantly, transforming her into a delicate princess, unrecognizable from the beggar-like slave she had been just a day prior. Ji Han was equally astonished by Han Mingyao's transformation. Typically, the complete body tempering process would require at least 2.5 hours. Yet Han Mingyao had finished in under half that time, and her results exceeded his expectations. Now, let us proceed. I will teach you how to draw in energy and sense the spiritual essence of the world. Calm your mind and focus. Perceive the tiny specks of light that exist in the heavens and earth and attempt to resonate with them, drawing them into your body. As he spoke, Gu-Han placed his hand gently upon Han Mingyao's head, using his own power to help her swiftly connect with the spiritual essence around her. As a future blood moon demon lord destined to shake the world, Han Mingyao truly possessed extraordinary talent. Soon, she entered a remarkable state. The nearly imperceptible laws of spiritual essence began to manifest like fireflies dancing in the air, swirling around her. Eventually, a tide of spiritual essence formed around her, growing larger and evolving into a vast ocean of energy. This is the sea of spiritual essence, an imperial talent. Even Gu-Han, who had anticipated this outcome, was taken aback. Han Mingyao possessed imperial-grade talent. Her path would undoubtedly lead her beyond mere demon lord status, destined to become a female emperor of unparalleled might. This revelation made him feel that the original narrative was even more absurd. A powerful female demon lord facing such an effortless demise in the plot. Now, with her foundation laid and the most suitable technique bestowed upon her, he found himself eagerly anticipating Han Mingyao's future achievements. It was somewhat ironic. In his first life, he had aspired to be a righteous elder brother, diligently caring for Chu Yue, who was destined to become a female emperor, hoping that her future success would protect him. Yet, he met a tragic end. Now, as he endeavored to become a true villain, he effortlessly acquired a future female emperor as his ally. He could not help but think that being a villain was truly delightful. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for successfully bringing the future demon lord into your fold and completing a storyline. Congratulations on receiving 6,000 points of villain rewards. Upon hearing the system's sudden announcement, Gu-Han's mood brightened considerably. With the points he had accumulated, he now possessed over 10,000 points. According to the original storyline, the Central State secret realm would soon emerge. The protagonist, Yi Qingyun, would face his first turning point there, befriending many top talents from Central State and garnering the favor of several saintesses. Gu Han's eyes gleamed with a playful glint as he murmured, Yi Qingyun, the destruction of your family is merely the beginning. The true spectacle of this life has only just begun. Chapter 30. Bloodsea Forbidden Land Check-in. It was always us who were wrong. After successfully helping Han Mingyao stabilize her aura and fully connect with the spiritual essence of the world, Gu Han did not return to the sect. Instead, he soared through the skies with Han Mingyao toward a desolate mountain range. He had just triggered a new check-in location, the Bloodsea Forbidden Land of the Crimson Blood Demon Sect. According to his memories of the original storyline, had he not intervened and indirectly saved Han Mingyao, she would have been captured en route to Tianhuang City and taken by the Crimson Blood Demon Sect as sacrificial prey. However, due to her exceptional talent and affinity for the path of darkness, she would eventually be noticed by an elder of the Crimson Blood Demon Sect, who would take her as a disciple, thus embarking on her true path in the demon realm. In the original plot, Han Mingyao used the Crimson Blood Demon Sect as a foundation to expand her influence, ultimately becoming a renowned demon lord. Even without the system's designated check-in location, he would have sought out the Crimson Blood Demon Sect. After all, establishing the Blood Moon Demon Sect required a solid initial base, making it essential to capture the Crimson Blood Demon Sect. Meanwhile, at the Wanjian Sect's Taishu Sword Peak, the Taishu Swordmaster, along with numerous peak masters and elders, gathered together. Baoyang, what exactly is happening? I heard that Gu Han descended the mountain some time ago and has yet to return to the sect. Could something have gone awry? As the Taishu Sword Master spoke, all eyes in the room turned to Mu Baoyang. Though she said nothing, the collective concern of those present was palpable. The previous incident had caused quite the uproar. Despite their attempts to provide a reasonable explanation and remedy the situation, Gu Han seemed displeased, and it appeared he had severed ties with his master, Mu Baoyang, as evidenced by their lack of communication over the past few days. Now, having been away from the sect for several days without any sign of return, the elders began to worry that he might have taken the opportunity of his descent to discreetly abandon the sect. Such speculation caused considerable anxiety among the senior members of the Wanjian sect. Setting aside Gu Han's current strength, he was already regarded as the foremost talent among the younger generation of their sect. Moreover, he had emerged from the demon's sealing tower unscathed and intact, even when the elders had reinforced its seal. This alone attested to his extraordinary potential. If the Wanjian sect were to lose such a gifted individual inexplicably, it would be a substantial blow. More importantly, after numerous efforts, they had finally secured an opportunity to enter the Central State's secret realm. The Central State was one of the most powerful regions of their world, home to numerous ancient strongholds where countless formidable figures had once emerged, ultimately attaining the highest truths. The secret realms that appeared there were rife with immense opportunities. Following their discussions, they all agreed that Gu Han was the most suitable candidate to lead this expedition. Additionally, they hoped to mend relations with him, as his departure would render all their efforts futile. I instructed Bai Ji to follow him closely before he descended the mountain. She was to report on his whereabouts. However, after he entered Tianhuang City, she lost track of him. Mu Baoyang's voice was hoarse and weary. Moreover, I left a special mark on him, but I am unsure how he managed to erase it. I cannot contact him at all. The response was met with evident dissatisfaction from the Wanjian sect's higher-ups. Although Luo Baiji exhibited considerable talent, it could not compare to Gu Han's. It was possible that Mu Baoyang had hoped that Luo Baiji could ease the relationship between her disciple and Gu Han through her identity as a junior sister. However, sending a weaker cultivator to track a stronger one was sheer folly. Just as the Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall was about to speak, he couldn't help but notice Mu Baoyang's robe straining against her ample figure, prompting him to remember the phrase big-breasted but brainless. He merely snorted coldly, his tone frosty. Let us not speak harshly for now. After further deliberation, the Wanjian sect's leaders decided to mobilize their resources to search for Gu Han. Meanwhile, Mu Baoyang, visibly exhausted and haggard, was ordered to return to Baiyu Peak for rest and did not participate in subsequent sect matters. Master, as Mu Baoyang made her way back to the sect, she suddenly heard a gentle call. Perhaps it was a case of daydreaming leading to night visions. She initially mistook the voice for the warm, radiant youth she remembered. Yet, as her hazy vision cleared and she saw the figure before her, all her beautiful fantasies shattered like bubbles. Away. After a brief moment of daze, Mu Baoyang quickly recalled something, and her once dim gaze sparkled with anticipation. Yue, did you come to find me because you have discovered a way to help your senior brother restore his Dao heart and state of mind? Chu Yue fell silent, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. She had observed her master's subtle reactions, from the joy of hearing her voice to the subsequent disappointment upon realizing who she was. There was no doubt that her master had been deeply affected by her senior brother's plight, leading to a certain mental distress. She longed to share the time-space images she had witnessed in the demon's ceiling tower, to convey that it was not her senior brother who was at fault, but all of them. However, given her master's current fragile state, revealing the traumatic events her senior brother had faced would likely inflict even greater harm. Clenching her lips, Chu Yue ultimately shook her head gently. "I'm sorry, Master, I found nothing." Upon hearing these words, Mu Bailing felt as if she were a person emerging from the abyss, filled with boundless hope at the sight of a ray of sunlight during the long night. Only to be shrouded once more in darkness, her hope dulled to despair. Chapter 31. The Crimson Blood Demon Sect, an unexpected ally. It seems so that it is understandable. The special techniques for mending one's Dao heart and restoring a collapsed state of mind are exceedingly rare. To find such a method in such a short span of time was impossible, so it is not your fault that you could not locate it. According to historical records, only ancient secret realms or relics might possess such techniques. In a dreamlike murmur, Mu Bailing abruptly recalled something, her dimly beautiful eyes regaining their brilliance. She grasped Chu Yue's hand, her tone filled with excitement. "Yue, Master has just received news that we have obtained a chance to enter the Central Continent's secret realm from the Sword Inquiry Sect. The Central Continent is a place of immense antiquity, rich with countless inheritances. When you enter the secret realm, you should be able to find ancient techniques or treasures that can heal your Dao heart." However, Chu Yue listened to the subsequent instructions from Mu Bailing with a sense of estrangement, sighing inwardly and feeling a touch of desolation. "Master, it is not the senior brother who is at fault. It is you. It is us. If you could witness the scenes from a previous life, you would surely understand everything." Upon this thought, Chu Yue secretly resolved to inform Master and her fellow junior sisters of the truth at an opportune moment. Or perhaps seek the legendary reincarnation mirror to reveal the suffering of their senior brother across previous lives. They owed him far too much. As for the happenings at the Sword Inquiry Sect, Gu Han remained oblivious and uninterested. He had even crushed the communication jade butterfly, finding the sounds it emitted bothersome. At this moment, he had led Han Mingyao to a pitch-black and profound mountain range. The ancient wood that lay before them was an endless mountain range, the stronghold of the Crimson Blood Demon Sect within the original storyline. "Master, I sense a dangerous aura deep within this mountain. Are we to enter?" Han Mingyao, who had just learned to refine qi into her body, was extremely sensitive to spiritual awareness, likely due to her exceptional talent. Even on the outskirts of the Blood Yin mountain range, she could perceive a hint of danger. Jiu Han chuckled lightly, shaking his head, unsure of what the little girl was afraid of in the original narrative. It was said that this girl slept on bones and bathed in blood. Now, this small and timid girl starkly contrasted with the description in the story. "Oh, not be afraid. I am here," Gu Han said, patting Han Mingyao's head. "Moreover, we have many allies." "Allies?" Han Mingyao tilted her head, scanning the surroundings. But were they not the only two present? Where could the allies be? A faint smile played at Gu Han's lips. He did not elaborate further and led Han Mingyao boldly into the Blood Yin mountain range. In the core area of the Crimson Blood Demon Sect, countless elders who were cultivating in their caves were suddenly jolted awake, feeling an overwhelming, abyss-like terror assailing them. This aura was relentlessly shattering the barriers of their outer defenses, advancing toward the core of the Crimson Blood Demon Sect. The expressions of many elders shifted wildly. They quickly gathered their forces, faces filled with vigilance as they gazed into the distance. Could it be that their recent disturbances had drawn the attention of powerful sects to besiege them? However, the Crimson Blood Demon Sect was known for its caution, and with multiple layers of special arrays concealed in the outer regions, even top-tier sect experts would find it challenging to locate them. Soon, amidst the wary and puzzled gazes of the Crimson Blood Demon Sect elders, a tall, ethereal-looking man in white, exuding an extraordinary aura, strode in, holding the hand of a girl about 11 or 12 years old. With a mere wave of his hand, he effortlessly tore through their defenses, swaggering into the heart of the Crimson Blood Demon Sect. Such audacity left a singular impression. Audacious. Did he truly consider the Crimson Blood Demon Sect a mere tourist destination? With such a casual demeanor, holding a young girl, did he not regard all of them as mere insects? Yet, despite his youthful appearance, the unfathomable aura emanating from him instilled fear in all present. preventing them from acting rashly. Who are you? What brings you to the Crimson Blood Demon Sect? A middle-aged man clad in a black and gold robe, whose demeanor was markedly different from the others, spoke coldly. He was the current sect leader, Shui Xiao, whose cultivation had reached the Dao harmonization realm. In the desolate western Xinzhou, his strength could be considered top-tier, as even the leaders of the major first-rate sects had only just attained the supreme realm. Upon hearing this, Gu Han did not respond, merely casting a dispassionate glance at the members of the Crimson Blood Demon Sect. In his previous life, he had dealt with these demonic cultivators. Although they were ruthless and cold-blooded, they were straightforward, revering strength and martial prowess. Thus, he did not intend to waste words. Demonstrating power was the best choice. With a snap of his fingers, a peculiar mark appeared on the back of his hand, emanating waves of strange law ripples that spread outward, enveloping the entire Blood Yin mountain range. Boom. Almost simultaneously, the entire Blood Yin mountain range began to tremble violently, a seismic disturbance shaking the ground. Following this, a cloud of dust rose from the horizon, intermingled with the distant, savage roars of beasts. What is this? The expressions of the Crimson Blood Demon Sect's powerful beings changed drastically in their spiritual perception. Terrifying demonic beasts emanating an overwhelming aura were surging towards the Crimson Blood Demon Sect from all directions like a tidal wave. In the next moment, amidst the countless astonished gazes, various grotesque and ferocious-looking demonic beasts seemed to receive a command. Gathering around the vicinity of the Crimson Blood Demon Sect, demonic energy soaring and roars echoing. The sect found itself akin to a solitary boat amidst a crimson flood, completely surrounded by the throng of beasts. Even more shocking, the few demonic kings, whom they had always regarded with trepidation, were now behaving as meek as kittens, prostrating themselves behind the ethereal man in white. Was it merely an illusion, or did they perceive an expression akin to servility on the faces of these demonic beasts? It was known that these ferocious beasts harbored an innate hostility towards humans, let alone those who had attained spiritual intelligence, like the demonic kings. Yet, now they led their kind, discarding their dignity, and collectively submitted to the human man. What happened to the pride of the demon race? Chapter 32. No choice before, now I wish to be a good person at that moment. Everyone in the Crimson Blood Demon Sect felt their scalps tingle. Their eyes, too, seemed to clear somewhat. After all, the young man before them could, at will, control countless demonic beasts, unleashing an unending tide that could obliterate the entire Crimson Blood Demon Sect. Master, is this truly the ally you have sought for us? Han Mingyao's beautiful eyes sparkled with bright light. Thanks to the special mark imposed by Su Lengyue, even the demonic kings, who were innately cruel and violent, had turned remarkably docile. One of the demonic kings even nuzzled Han Mingyao affectionately, resembling a tamed spirit beast. What astonished the demonic cultivators even further was that the other demonic kings seemed eager to imitate, competing for affection. They were indeed demonic kings, and their nature was savage. But they were not foolish. The girl before them and the extraordinary man clearly shared a close bond. Cultivating a good relationship with her was tantamount to establishing a connection with Gu Han. Gu Han's lips twitched slightly. While he had anticipated this outcome, he was still somewhat taken aback. Su Lengyue had emphasized that the special mark inscribed on his hand possessed the power to command the demon race, forcing them into submission. To his surprise, his first activation of the mark had summoned all the beasts, including the demonic kings, in the entire Blood Yin mountain range. It appeared that Su Lengyue's origins were even more formidable than he had imagined. The mere act of inscribing a mark endowed with such power suggested that at her peak, she was beyond comprehension. Was she perhaps from the legendary immortal realm? And why was she imprisoned beneath the demon lock tower? However, this provided him with a trump card to suppress Yi Qingyun, who seemingly possessed a fragment of the demon emperor's bloodline, allowing him to manipulate certain demonic beasts. Now, Gu Han held a stronger capability for control than Yi Qingyun. In the future, if he were to unleash a beast tide, he could find a way to place this burden upon Yi Qingyun, just as the latter had done to him in a previous life. After a series of imaginative speculations, the upper echelons of the Crimson Blood Demon Sect arrived at a terrifying conclusion. This individual must be a top-tier powerhouse from the Beast Control Sect of the Central Continent. After all, only a successor of the Beast Control Sect could attain such mastery over the path of beast control. What puzzled them was why the man before them could command ferocious beasts instead of the gentle and human-friendly spirit beasts typically associated with the beast control sect. Shui Zhao's complexion turned pale with rage. These damned righteous sects were truly revolting. They professed that their demonic sects were heretical, yet secretly nurtured a monster capable of summoning a beast tide at will. What hypocrites, after all, compared to the chaos wrought by a beast tide. The calamities caused by their demonic cultivators were trivial often. It was the so-called righteous sects that, unable to withstand a beast tide, caused untold suffering, only to blame it on their demonic counterparts. Kill us if you must. The people of the Crimson Blood Demon sect would rather die outside, even leap from a cliff. We shall never yield to you. Is that so? Gu Han's lips curled in a slight smile as he surveyed the surroundings. Who else wishes to die alongside your sect leader? Upon hearing this, those who had been influenced by their sect leader's fervor suddenly felt their scalps tingle, shrinking back in fear, none daring to step forward. Shui Zhao, who had initially thought his impassioned speech would rally the others to stand against Gu Han, was left utterly dumbfounded. To his astonishment, even the few who typically flaunted their indifference to life and death fell silent. Not daring to utter a word, Shui Zhao's complexion shifted, drenched in sweat. He forced a smile, his voice tinged with awkwardness. Well, can you give me a chance? Gu Han raised an eyebrow. A chance? What chance? I had no choice before. Now I wish to be a good person. The amusement in Gu Han's eyes deepened. However, he paid little heed and snapped his fingers. Kill, roar. Almost instantly, the once docile demonic king before Gu Han transformed, its expression becoming fierce and menacing, a terrifying aura erupting from its body, akin to several small mountains, surging toward Shui Zhao. As the sect leader, Shui Zhao was formidable, but he was no match for several demonic kings. The laws he conjured were either devoured or torn apart, ultimately vanishing amidst heart-wrenching wails. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Only the sound of a gruesome chewing echoed, resonating continuously, from Shui Zhao's attack to his demise. Not a single person from the Crimson Blood Demon sect dared to intervene. Not to mention that Gu Han's own strength instilled immense trepidation. Combined with the few demonic kings and the endless tide of beasts, it would be effortless for them to obliterate the entire Crimson Blood Demon sect. Your sect leader is dead. From this day forth, the Crimson Blood Demon sect is under my command. Who has any objections? Gu Han's voice was frigid, his cold gaze sweeping across the crowd. No one dared to meet his gaze. Greetings, master. We are willing to serve you. With one voice rising amid the crowd, a ripple of sound surged, resonating in a chorus. The demonic cultivators, devoid of any remaining sense of dignity, chose survival over honor. Who would willingly embrace death? Things unfolded even more smoothly than anticipated, sparing Gu Han considerable trouble. Although he could command the demonic beasts through the mark bestowed by Su Lingyue, having humans discreetly assist him in gathering information was far more convenient. After entrusting the demonic kings to oversee the remaining powerful members of the Crimson Blood Demon sect, Gu Han had a senior elder guide him to the innermost Blood Sea Forbidden Ground. The Blood Sea Forbidden Ground was, in essence, a special blood pool formed from countless beings' blood and remains. According to the elder's account, long ago, the Crimson Blood Demon sect was among the most powerful sects in existence. The Blood Sea back then was a boundless expanse, not the small pool it had become. In that ancient era, many top righteous sects united to eradicate the Crimson Blood Demon sect, yet they failed to annihilate it entirely. However, when the passage between the mortal realm and the immortal realm had not yet fully closed, the ancestors of the Crimson Blood Demon sect angered a powerful figure from the immortal realm with the surname Yi. Consequently, this immortal figure unleashed their wrath, leading to the demise of nearly 90% of their strong practitioners. The remnants, carrying the nearly obliterated Blood Sea, blood pool, fled to the desolate western Xianzhou to survive. Listening to Shui Zhao's recounting of the Crimson Blood Demon sect's history, Gu Han found it intriguing, particularly the mention of the significant figure with the surname Yi, prompting him to wonder if there was a connection to Yi Qingyun. After several confrontations in his previous life, he understood that Yi Qingyun's background was not simple. But so what? He too possessed a golden finger now. The outcome remained uncertain. Ding, detected that the master has successfully arrived at the designated location. The Blood Sea Forbidden Ground. Does the master wish to consume villain points to perform a critical strike sign-in? Gu Han fell into contemplation, his thoughts shifting slightly as the system panel unfolded before him. his gaze landing on the villain points section. Villain points, 12,500. Each 2,000 villain points could yield a critical strike sign-in reward, with a maximum limit of 20,000 points. Considering the extraordinary nature of the Blood Sea Forbidden Ground, Guhan decided to take a gamble, directly using 12,000 villain points for a critical strike sign-in. Ding! Congratulations to the Master for successfully signing in. Congratulations to the Master for obtaining Devouring Heaven Demon Heart, a demon body from the immortal ancient era, capable of devouring heaven and earth, melding the laws of the world within itself. Congratulations to the Master for obtaining Blood Sea Prototype. Upon use, can gradually restore the fragmented Blood Sea to its entirety. Congratulations to the Master for obtaining an Imperial Grade Technique. Blood God Command, created by the strongest ancestor of the Crimson Blood Demon, Sect through a lifetime of insight, allowing one to disseminate a strand of their will through a practitioner's soul, fully controlling their life and death. Congratulations to the Master for obtaining Blood Demon Guards 2, God Sovereign level. Formerly one of the top powerhouses of the Crimson Blood Demon Sect, possessing numerous ancient demon techniques, formidable in strength. Chapter 33. From this day forward, she shall be your sovereign. Upon witnessing such an extraordinary system reward, Guhan felt an undeniable stir within his heart. The expenditure of 12,000 villain points proved to be exceedingly worthwhile. Not only did he acquire an exceptional physique that further enhanced his innate talents, but he also obtained the Blood Goddess Edict, a unique technique that was precisely what he needed at this juncture. To establish a villainous force that was distinctly his own, he required absolute control over the hearts of the people. After all, the most unpredictable element is the human heart. With this technique, he could seize the very lives of those who pledged loyalty to him, effectively eliminating numerous potential troubles. Furthermore, he had gained 2 blood demon guards, each possessing the strength of a divine sovereign. In the entire Western Xin domain, he could stride confidently with these 2 formidable guardians by his side. Moreover, he would have access to additional sign-in locations in the future, allowing him to accrue further system rewards in due time. He could traverse the entirety of the central continent and even the vast Xuanchu continent with the power of his own created force. Of course, he did not harbor the arrogance of believing himself invincible at this moment. After all, there loomed above him a far more expansive celestial realm. That fellow Yi Qingyun seemed to possess some background in the celestial realm as well. In his 8th life, he had almost vanquished Yi Qingyun, only to discover that the protagonist's aura was even more terrifying than he had anticipated. Why Yi Qingyun had connections in the celestial realm, seemingly of considerable significance. Subsequently, that individual had issued a decree from the celestial realm to hunt him down, compelling various sects and powers in the lower realms to unite against him. Ultimately, without the support of a system and lacking any special aura, he had been driven to the forbidden area of the Xuanchu continent, where he met a tragic end. However, he recalled that upon falling into the abyss of descending immortals, he had not perished completely. It appeared he had encountered a peculiar individual during that ordeal. Yet, after this rebirth, his memories had become fragmented, and he could never quite recall the identity of that person. The abyss of descending immortals was extraordinarily unique. Governed by ancient laws that had existed for countless epochs, it could easily annihilate emperors, and legends suggested that even celestial beings entering there would face a near-certain death, a mystery far beyond his current capacity to investigate. Guhan silently resolved to explore that place once his cultivation grew strong enough. In an instant, Guhan, now fully integrated with the heart of devouring heaven, underwent a profound transformation in aura. Countless cells within him underwent a peculiar metamorphosis, radiating an air that was both perilous and brutally terrifying. Bolstered by 3 superior physiques, Guhan was confident he could engage in combat beyond his level, easily defeating any harmonization realm cultivator without special trump cards. The fear within the heart of the Grand Elder of the Demon Sect intensified, prompting him to instinctively distance himself from this inexplicable monster. He could distinctly sense the demonic energy runes swirling in the heavens, and the laws of demonic energy within their territory being irresistibly drawn towards Guhan, converging into him like a tidal wave. What was even more astonishing was the primal instinctive fear and feeling of submission that Guhan evoked within him. Yet, the only beings capable of instilling such feelings in a practitioner of demonic arts were those equally skilled in the dark path, possessing terrifying mastery over it. But wasn't Guhan a beast tamer? How had he transformed into a practitioner of demonic arts? Gather everyone in the square. I have matters to arrange. The sound of Gu Han's cold command. The elder involuntarily shuddered, refraining from further inquiry, and hurried to make the necessary arrangements. The tide of demonic beasts had retreated, and the Blood Yin Mountains had temporarily returned to tranquility. Yet, the once fearsome and tyrannical practitioners of the Red Blood Demon Sect now appeared unusually docile. Gathering like quail in the vast square, the foremost position, Gu Han stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his indifferent gaze surveying the multitude of demon cultivators below. As his eyes swept across the assembly, all present, including the elders of the Red Blood Demon Sect, bowed their heads, none daring to meet his gaze. Without wasting words, Gu Han delved straight into the matter at hand. With a wave of his hand, ripples surged through the space, and countless blood-red crystals resembling droplets of blood began to emerge from the depths of the void. Having undergone 9 lifetimes of reincarnation, his comprehension and talent had reached a horrifying level. Even the most profound imperial techniques, as long as they were not overly complex, could be fully understood with just a few glances. The Blood Goddess Edict, recently acquired from the system, had already been preliminarily mastered by him, enabling him to grasp its core principles. Release your consciousness so I may imprint the blood mark. Should there be any resistors at the moment Gu Han's words fell, thunder rumbled ominously above, and dark clouds descended like a deluge, suffocating the space with an overwhelming pressure. In the eyes of the demon cultivators of the Red Blood Demon Sect, who were nearly aghast, the heavens slowly revealed 2 crimson rifts. The dark clouds gradually dissipated, and amidst the intertwining scarlet lightning, 2 terrifying figures resembling deities emerged from the crimson fissures, a man and a woman. Both were shrouded in a hazy red mist, their skin exuding a destructive force so potent that even a mere thread could obliterate them countless times over. Simultaneously, numerous powerful entities across the western Xian domain took notice of the commotion, their gazes drawn to the sky. Deep within the Blood Yin Mountains, a terrifying spectacle unfolded, emanating an unfathomable aura. Were those divine sovereigns? No, it seemed they had already attained that level, and there was more than one. The forces and sects of the western Xian domain were all stirred, their discussions rife with trepidation and confusion. The members of the Red Blood Demon Sect, completely engulfed by the aura of the 2 divine sovereigns, felt their limbs grow cold, trembling uncontrollably. These once fearsome demon practitioners now appeared pitifully weak, especially as they gazed at Gu Han, who had summoned these 2 divine sovereigns. Their fear reached an unprecedented peak. They could no longer discern Gu Han's origins. First, he had effortlessly commanded the beast clans, then exhibited remarkable talent in the dark arts, and now he had summoned 2 divine sovereigns with a mere flick of his hand. He must surely be some ancient monster returned to the realm, and they were merely pawns chosen by him. Ignoring the frenzied speculations of the demon practitioners below, Gu Han affectionately ruffled Han Mingyao's hair. From this day forward, she shall be your new sovereign. Do any of you dissent? Chapter 34. The disappearing white garment, the meaning of lost. The world once again fell into a profound silence. The demon practitioners were left in a daze, their minds filled with questions. This could not be. They were members of the demon sect, notorious for their ruthless actions. They had assumed that this powerful figure in white would become their new sovereign. Yet they were now being asked to accept an 11 or 12-year-old child as their leader. Was this a ploy to have their young sovereign charm their enemies into submission? However, upon witnessing Gu Han beside Han Mingyao, as well as the overwhelming aura of the divine sovereigns cascading from the heavens, even the most reluctant members of the Red Blood Demon Sect dared not voice their discontent. After all, Gu Han could easily annihilate them with but a thought. Why, Lord, I have just begun to learn to draw in energy. How can I possibly become a sovereign? I fear I will not do well. Han Mingyao expressed her concerns. Gu Han chuckled heartily, patting her head. Her response had indeed caught him off guard. He had anticipated rejection, but instead, she demonstrated confidence tempered with realism. No matter, just do your best. I believe that if given enough time, you will surpass my expectations. After issuing further commands to the Red Blood Demon Sect and imparting the Blood Moon Annihilation technique to Han Mingyao, ensuring a divine sovereign would remain by her side for protection, Gu Han took to the skies on his sword, returning to the Wanjian sect. After all, he intended to assist Han Mingyao in establishing a formidable Blood Moon demon sect known throughout the world. Naturally, This new sect would be entrusted to her stewardship, and he would assume the role of a hands-off manager. If he were to take a back seat, Han Mingyao must be exceptional enough to lead. To achieve that, she needed to learn independently from a young age. Most importantly, he did not want the still innocent Han Mingyao to be influenced or entangled with those individuals. Meanwhile, at Xinyu Peak, the 13th Spirit Peak. Old Bai, is there truly no way to resolve this matter? Yi Qingyun clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with suppressed anger and killing intent. Alas, those mysterious individuals are determined to find your younger siblings. Moreover, my avatar possesses only the strength of the divine platform realm that it is but a matter of time before they trace my whereabouts and capture me. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyun's expression darkened further. The Zhongfengyi clan had already been annihilated, and all that remained of his family were these two cousins. If he did not take action, he would be helplessly watching them perish. Yet, there remained a glimmer of hope. Old Bai suddenly spoke. I have a few close friends in the central continent. When the time comes, you can utilize your position as my disciple to seek their assistance. This declaration, Yi Qingyun's eyes gleamed with renewed determination. Speaking of the central continent, he had a childhood friend there. It was said that her family had thrived through years of business and had become renowned in the central continent's commercial circles. In a dire situation, he could even ask for her help. Combined with Old Bai's connections, he should be able to navigate this crisis. Almost simultaneously, news of Gu Han's return to the sect spread. After all, he had been absent for several days. Many disciples speculated that the esteemed senior brother had grown disillusioned with the sect and, in a fit of despair, had secretly defected. Consequently, the sympathy previously expressed by many disciples towards Gu Han quickly turned into scorn. They claimed he was not wronged. How could he betray the sect after all the years of cultivation? Of course, upon returning to the sect, Gu Han heard these rumors. Yet, his heart remained unperturbed. A mere collection of insignificant clowns did not warrant his concern. Furthermore, he had memorized the names of those who had been the most vocal in their criticisms. In a few days, he would send the members of the Red Blood Demon sect to pay them a visit. Ding! The host's mindset and thoughts have been detected, aligning with the villain archetype. Congratulations, host, for receiving a reward of 500 villain points. Honor at that moment, a voice filled with concern and a hint of joy called out from behind him. The speaker was none other than Gu Han's master, Mu Belan. Today, she wore a phoenix white gown, her flowing hair dancing in the breeze, her skin radiant as though shrouded in a layer of sacred light. A white ribbon cinched her slender waist, while her garments strained against her figure, threatening to burst at any moment. Many disciples who witnessed this scene couldn't help but blush, hurriedly averting their gazes, fearing to offend the famed beauty of the Wanjian sect. Yet, Gu Han remained indifferent, not even glancing back at Mu Belan. Seemingly oblivious to his cold demeanor, expressed her worry. Where have you been these past days? Why haven't you responded to the messages sent by me and the others in the sect? Why haven't you used the runic imprint I left with you? My whereabouts are not for you to concern yourself with. Mu Belan's attempts to voice her numerous concerns were shattered by Gu Han's frigid tone. After hesitating for a moment, she found herself unable to utter another word. That moment, she seemed to sense something and abruptly looked up, instinctively raising her hand to catch a small porcelain vial that came hurtling towards her. These are the special herbs I collected over the years. I completed gathering them during my recent expedition into the Tianshan's secret realm. Inside this white vial is the divine sun pill I crafted using ancient methods. After taking 4 courses, the cold poison within you should be thoroughly eradicated. Jiu Han's ice-cold voice drifted into her ears with the gentle wind. I despise being indebted to others, especially to you. Since I was unfortunate enough to be raised by you, I shall repay all the kindness you have shown me over the years until we are even. Mu Belan's form became as rigid as a statue. Her gaze vacant. Gripping the fragrant porcelain vial, she felt a warmth emanating from it. Tears glistened in her beautiful eyes, intermingled with a myriad of emotions. Memories flooded back, unlocking the gates of her recollections. Her disciple had always been aware of the cold poison afflicting her, which not only shackled her cultivation, but also caused her excruciating pain each night, robbing her of sleep. For this reason, her disciple had relentlessly sought rare herbs in dangerous secret realms, despite her warnings of the perils involved. He had never given up on this endeavor, so it was the reason Honor had insisted on entering the Tianshan secret realm was to gather the last few materials needed for refining pills to completely rid her of the cold poison. But what had she done? reflecting on all that had transpired. A torrent of emotions, heartache, guilt, and regret, overwhelmed her once more. Honor Mu Belan forced herself to look up through her anguish, her voice turning hoarse and choked. Yet through her blurred vision, she saw that white-clad figure growing more distant, never once glancing back at her, until he completely vanished from her sight. Lose, as defined in the dictionary, signifies the complete relinquishment of something once cherished due to negligence. At that moment, she truly understood the meaning of lost. Chapter 35. Must you be so heartless? The central continent's secret realm set to open her heart felt as though ensnared by an invisible web. As the net constricted, the pain in her chest intensified. The torment caused Mu Belan to tremble, her grip on the still-warm porcelain vial faltering as her suppressed emotions burst forth. Tears streamed down her alabaster cheeks, falling to the ground like a gentle rain. Jiu Han, must you truly be so cruel? Can you not grant your master one more chance? Not even once. As she gazed in the direction Gu Han had departed, her eyes reddened with unshed tears. Though her tears continued to flow, deep within her gaze flickered a glimmer of obsession and madness. No, it cannot be Honor. Your heart and spirit merely require mending. As long as I find a way to restore your heart and spirit, you will surely return to your former self. At that time, you will still be my beloved disciple always. Meanwhile, in a hidden grove far away, 3 enchanting women, each possessing unique charm and grace, gazed upon their master, who was enveloped in pain and guilt, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Lu Ruyin pressed her lips tightly together, tears shimmering in her beautiful eyes. With a determined bite of her teeth, she declared, "The events have unfolded to this extent because of my own foolishness. I misunderstood senior brother and even inadvertently provided false testimony, which led to his heartbreak. It is also because of me that our master and senior brother have reached such an impasse. I will seek out senior brother to clarify everything. If he wishes to kill me for his relief, then I shall let him do so. Junior sister, this matter is not solely your fault. As your senior sister, I, along with all of us, share the blame," Luo Baiji exclaimed, her eyes also glistening with unshed tears as she grasped Lu Ruyin, intent on pursuing Gu Han. Her voice was filled with anguish and regret. Had we trusted senior brother a bit more and insisted on investigating the truth before making decisions, we would not have allowed things to escalate to this point. None of us are innocent. Observing the distress of her fellow disciples and master, Chu Yue felt a deep sense of sorrow and guilt as well. Yet, she understood that the injustices and suffering endured by senior brother could not be mended by mere apologies. Many grievances cannot be resolved with a simple apology. Additionally, she had something else to investigate. Although she had only glimpsed fragments of past timelines while at the Demon Locking Tower, it seemed that senior brother's torment was intricately linked to their seemingly innocent and unassuming junior disciple, Qing Yun. Previously, the junior disciple's naive kindness and sunny disposition had captivated her. However, after witnessing glimpses of past events, she began to question his character. Perhaps their junior disciple was far more complex than he appeared. Furthermore, through her inquiries with junior sister Ruyin, it was revealed that her desire to collect the accompanying herb of the demon beast was initially suggested by Qing Yun. Recently, Qing Yun had just broken through to the Spirit Palace realm, but when he ventured into the secret realm of Tianshan, he had not even attained that level. How then did he manage to lead Lu Ruyin to escape from a demon beast at the half-step to the return to one realm? The mysteries piled up. Moreover, everyone who entered the Tianshan secret realm had been affected to varying degrees, yet their junior disciple, who was also present, emerged unscathed, even garnering further cultivation from the sect due to his demonstrated exceptional talent during that ordeal. It appeared he had reaped all the benefits from this event. Meanwhile, as Gu Han prepared to return to his cave dwelling to continue his meditation, he was intercepted by 2 sect stewards. "Gu Han, the sect master requests your presence. We hope you will accompany us." Gu Han's expression remained indifferent. He was not surprised. According to the original plot, the Middle Continent's secret realm was about to open, and they had finally secured a chance to enter. It seemed they intended to select him as one of the leaders to guide his fellow disciples. In the past, he might have accepted with enthusiasm, but now, he felt little interest. Being a leader meant shouldering the responsibility of protection. Even if he had the strength to safeguard them all, why should he expend effort to protect a bunch of ingrates? However, Gu Han did not outwardly refuse. After all, his upcoming plans also involved the Middle Continent's secret realm, and it was indeed necessary for him to visit the Middle Continent. As the two stewards turned to lead him, their expressions subtly changed, exchanging glances filled with both fear and confusion. It was not that Gu Han had unexpectedly agreed to their request, but rather that he emanated a peculiar aura that made them instinctively want to distance themselves. Shaking their heads, the stewards quickly dismissed their thoughts. What nonsense! Their own cultivation levels were at the return to one realm. Only someone more powerful than them could evoke such a sensation. Could it be that Gu Han had improved his cultivation to surpass theirs during his short absence from the sect? Moments later, Gu Han arrived at the main hall of the Wanjian Peak. Although it was not the day for the Sect's Grand Assembly, the hall was still filled with high-ranking members of the Wanjian sect. The atmosphere was solemn, and the powerful figures of the Wanjian sect sat in 2 rows, exuding a terrifying aura that merged into a palpable pressure, almost suffocating. Especially as Gu Han stepped into the hall. Countless gazes turned towards him, intensifying the oppressive sensation that struck at one's very soul. Contrary to the expectations of many, this young cultivator displayed no fear. His posture remained upright, and he moved with calm composure. With a slight bow, he spoke with a voice steady and respectful. Disciple Gu Han pays respects to all esteemed seniors. In light of this scene, the high-ranking members of the Wanjian sect could not help but sigh inwardly. Even after their attempts to remedy the situation, it was clear that Gu Han harbored some resentment. Ji Han, you truly took your time to show yourself. You've been down the mountain for several days, and yet you've not responded to any messages from the sect. Are you dissatisfied with the sect's handling of the matter? The irritable elder of the Law Enforcement Hall expressed his displeasure with a cold snort. However, compared to usual, he seemed somewhat restrained. After all, when the incident had first erupted, they were already aware of it at that time. They had felt the situation was as Lu Ruyin had described since no disciple had stood up to speak for Gu Han, which indirectly contributed to the escalation of the matter. The disciple is not dissatisfied with the sect. Why silence in response to the sect's messages was merely to clear my mind, Gu Han stated flatly, offering a convenient excuse without any inflection in his tone. The elder of the Law Enforcement Hall furrowed his brow, wanting to press further, but was interrupted by the voice of the Taishu sword master. Leaving him to huff in silence, Ji Han, there is no need for you to feign such indifference. The sect indeed mishandled this matter. If it were anyone else who had gone through what you did, they would find it difficult to calm their emotions. The Taishu sword master's words were meant to comfort, but Gu Han felt inclined to scoff. Feigning indifference, finding it hard to calm his emotions? If they had experienced the events of his past life, they would know that he was, in fact, quite at ease now, even to the point of feeling joy. After our discussions, we have decided to compensate you by granting you the core trial slot for the Middle Continent Secret Realm, and you will be responsible for leading the team as the representative of our younger generation in the Wanjian sect. Do you accept? Gu Han appeared to have anticipated this, his eyes betraying no hint of surprise. He merely chuckled softly and shook his head. Thank you for the sect master's kind offer, but for this trip to the Middle Continent, I wish to participate as an ordinary disciple. I have no interest in being a leader or representative, so please seek another candidate. Go protect a bunch of ingrates. They ought to take a look in the mirror first. During his previous hardships, those who had benefited from his kindness or owed him their lives had not hesitated to stab him in the back. He had many matters to attend to in the Middle Continent, and he had no time to waste protecting those ungrateful souls. The hall fell into a heavy silence once more. The expressions of the high-ranking members remained stoic, but their pupils involuntarily narrowed. They had never expected Gu Han to outright refuse. The Middle Continent was a land of exceptional talent and opportunity. The opening of this secret realm could be termed a grand event occurring once every decade. Many talented individuals from various sects would gather here. Being chosen as a representative leader of a major sect was an unparalleled honor, a chance for one's name to be immortalized. Countless young talents yearned to be in such a position. Yet now, Gu Han was willingly relinquishing this opportunity to someone else. It was beyond their comprehension and belief. The Taishu sword master's brow furrowed in rare concern as he gazed at Gu Han for a few moments before speaking again in a deep voice. Are you certain you do not wish to become the representative leader of our Wanjian sect's younger generation in the Middle Continent? I apologize, but I am indeed uninterested, Gu Han replied, a faint smile gracing his lips as his tone remained resolute. Ji Han, do you realize what you are saying? This opportunity is something countless individuals dream of. The elder of the Law Enforcement Hall's voice was tinged with anger. Even if you have grievances against the sect, they have made concessions. Are you wagering your future out of spite? Do you understand how foolish that is? Moreover, the reason the sect chose you as the representative leader is precisely due to your exceptional talent and qualifications. Enough. The Taishu Sword Master's cold voice interrupted the elder. The elder's chest heaved, his usually stoic face displaying a hint of pain, lamenting the waste of talent. To possess such strong potential yet to willingly dim one's brilliance over this single incident was downright foolish. Guhan, you intend to go to the Middle Continent as an ordinary disciple. Are you truly unrepentant? The Taishu Sword Master's deep gaze bore into Guhan, seeking final confirmation. Yes, I wish to go as an ordinary disciple. I have no regrets. Hearing Guhan's resolute response, the Taishu Sword Master sighed and waved his hand, signaling him to leave. The disciple takes his leave. Guhan slightly bowed before turning to exit the hall. Watching the tall figure in white gradually disappear from view, the Taishu Sword Master shook his head in pain. Such a rare gem, yet he conceals his brilliance. What a pity. Humph. The Wanjian sect has many excellent disciples. Not just Guhan, the elder retorted. Does he truly think he can disregard the sect just because of his talent? I believe that young man, Yiqing Yun, who managed to escape from a half-step return to one demon beast while carrying Lu Ruyin, is an excellent candidate for cultivation. One elder suggested, with some time before the Middle Continent Grand Assembly, we should do our utmost to elevate his cultivation to the third level of the Spirit Palace realm. Even if we cannot cultivate him into our Wanjian sect's representative leader, he could at least become a core member. This proposal garnered the agreement of many elders. After all, for them, the interests of the sect were paramount. Even knowing that the previous incident had some connection to Yiqing Yun, they chose to turn a blind Eye.as Guhan returned to his cave dwelling. A faint smile curved his lips. If his assumptions were correct, the sect's cunning elders would likely choose to cultivate Yiqing Yun, aiming to elevate him to the position of a representative leader during this time. Why Yiqing Yun would seize this opportunity to further enhance his cultivation. Striving to shine in the illustrious land of the Middle Continent, this is good too. Let them see a glimmer of hope, only to cast them into the abyss. Such stark contrasts often bring greater anguish. In his past life, Yiqing Yun's protagonist halo had brought him much suffering in this life. Endowed with a system and the title of a destined villain, he could diminish the influence of the plot. Even if he could not eliminate Yiqing Yun, he would not allow him to have it easy. Chapter 37. This sword shall sever the past, descending into the depths of time flowed, swiftly passing nearly half a month. During this period, the world underwent significant changes. While the Middle Continent was busy organizing its decade-long Grand Assembly, an important event had transpired in the Western Xian region. The once dwindling Blood Demon sect rapidly rose to prominence, uniting several top demon factions in a short time and renaming itself the Blood Moon Demon Sect. Thus, a dominant force that instilled fear in countless sects and traditions was born. Many powerful factions employed various means to investigate but uncovered no true essence of the Blood Moon Demon Sect. The Western Xian region trembled in uncertainty at the third spirit peak of the Wanjian sect. A notification rang in Guhan's mind. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for successfully completing the main quest, subduing the future villainous demon lord female character, Han Meng Yao, and establishing the Blood Moon Demon Sect. Congratulations, Master, for acquiring 25,000 villain points. Hearing the system's announcement, Guhan slowly opened his eyes, emerging from his state of enlightenment. He had not been idle during the past half-month, having elevated his cultivation to the fourth level of the Divine Platform realm. Moreover, he had completed several daily villain tasks, accumulating a total of 35,600 villain points. Such a wealth of points would allow him to exchange for some excellent techniques. Considering his upcoming venture into the Middle Continent secret realm, he might need to disguise his aura or even infiltrate. A good movement technique would certainly spare him a great deal of trouble. While he had acquired several decent techniques in his previous life, they paled in comparison to those available in the system's shop. Ghostly Shadow, 500 villain points, 3,000 Thunder, 3,000 villain points, Walking Character Secret, 28,000 villain points. Upon seeing this technique, Guhan felt a surge of temptation. Though it required a considerable number of villain points, it was an incredibly powerful movement technique with immense potential for enhancement. After contemplating, Guhan gritted his teeth and decided to purchase it outright. Techniques are not consumables. Once learned, they belong to him, making it a worthwhile investment. Ding! Congratulations, Master, before spending 28,000 villain points to purchase the 9-character secret. Walking character technique successfully. As the system's voice faded, Gu Han felt a mysterious power merging into his body. 9 secrets. Walking character secret. Created by a celestial being from a bygone era, mastering it to perfection allows one to traverse the realms swiftly, walking the path of time. Once the essence and description of the technique fully integrated into his mind, the system's extraordinary power directly aided him in reaching a preliminary understanding of this technique. This was the extent of his capability, not due to inadequate talent, but rather because his current cultivation level was still relatively low. To further comprehend this technique, he needed to solidify his foundation. Nevertheless, even at the initial stage, the effects of this technique exceeded his expectations. Now that the Blood Moon Demon Sect had officially been established, while it could not rival the top sects of the Middle Continent, instigating some disturbances during their infiltration would not prove difficult as if struck by inspiration. A smile crept onto Gu Han's lips. This journey to the Middle Continent would serve as a significant turning point for Yi Qingyun. However, in this life, he would utilize all the powers at his disposal to sabotage or intercept the majority of Yi Qingyun's opportunities from the shadows. The reason he did not plan to snatch all of Yi Qingyun's fortunes at once was that the latter possessed a protagonist's halo. Who could say what terrifying opportunities might arise if he were to strip Yi Qingyun of all his resources? Therefore, future plans must be approached step by step, constantly evolving in response to changing circumstances. The summit of Bayou Peak. Today, the weather is overcast, with only a few rays of sunlight piercing through the heavy clouds. Beneath a magnificent flowering peach tree, Bai, clad in ethereal garments of white, sits cross-legged, her eyes closed in meditation. However, at this moment, her mind appears tumultuous, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, and cold sweat trickles down her fair forehead. Flickering images flash through her mind. Master, I long to learn the way of the sword. People often say that to better protect those who matter, one must learn to wield a sword, to become a formidable sword cultivator. Only then can I safeguard those dear to me. Countless memories rush past, only to shatter like bubbles. Before the entire world descends into darkness, these fragmented images coalesce into a chilling, piercing voice by in this life, I no longer need to guard. This sword shall sever the ties to the past. Whoosh! The radiant sword light cleaves through the darkness. Sword energy surges, and wood shavings dance in the air. The towering peach tree in the vision is instantly severed. I have repaid the years of nurturing. From this day forth, we owe each other nothing. The sounds that follow become increasingly indistinct. She can only vaguely perceive a blurred figure emerging from the pitch-black void, and no matter how she cries out in desperation, that figure in white continues to drift away, until it vanishes entirely from her life. A sharp, agonizing pain grips her heart, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Heart-wrenching cries fail to reach the ears of that white-clad figure, nor do they even resonate within her. It is not until this dark world collapses entirely that she feels as if she is plummeting into an endless abyss of ice, jolting her awake. No, don't. Bai, startled, suddenly awakens from her nightmare. Her entire body is drenched in cold sweat, the white garments clinging to her skin, translucent and delicate. Unbeknownst to her, 2 streams of tears have begun to cascade down her fair cheeks. Ignoring her current disheveled state, Bai instinctively scans her surroundings with her slightly dazed eyes, letting out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, the peach tree she and Gu Han once planted, a tree that bears countless beautiful memories, has not been severed. Their last thread of connection remains intact. It turns out, everything she had just witnessed was merely a dream. It all felt so real, as if a glimpse of the future had been projected before her. Master was wrong. Honor. Master truly erred. As her hand grazes the memory-laden peach tree, a torrent of memories floods back, and tears spill uncontrollably from her eyes. People always realize the value of what they had only after losing it. She once had so many memories. But why has it come to this? Bai remains oblivious to the presence of 3 slender women in the distance, who gaze, entranced, at her as she gently caresses the peach tree, tears streaming from her eyes. None notice as a single 5-petaled peach blossom trembles in the cold wind. One petal seems to break free from its constraints, soaring into the wind amidst the pleading quivers of the other 4. Ultimately, it rides the breeze into the clouds, becoming lost in time. silently vanishing into the depths of memory and the biting wind. Only the remaining 4 petals continue to tremble. Chapter 38. Only after loss does one understand what is most important. Time flows, and half a month passes in the blink of an eye. On this morning, numerous young prodigies qualified to venture into the central continent's secret realm gather in the Grand White Jade Plaza, preparing to board the flying vessel bound for the central region. Has Guhan not arrived yet? A striking young man, exuding a certain effortless charm, scans the crowd with curiosity. His name is Xiao Ling, the eldest disciple of the Xinjian Peak, recognized across the sect for his talent, aptitude, and strength, second only to Guhan. However, perpetually overshadowed by Guhan, no matter how hard he strives, he cannot surpass him, often being playfully dubbed the Eternal Second. Senior brother Gu should still be preparing. He should arrive shortly. Lu Ruyan weakly responds from the crowd. Upon hearing this, the young man's brows rise in amusement, teasingly remarking, in the past, whenever we ventured out, it was Gu Han who prepared everything, waiting for you all. How curious that the roles have reversed this time. In his recollection, senior brother Gu has always been exceptionally indulgent towards his younger sisters, often arriving earlier than everyone else and even preparing provisions for them. The 3 women fall silent, longing to accompany their senior brother. However, he has repeatedly emphasized that any of them daring to enter his abode without permission would face severe consequences, ranging from broken limbs to the complete nullification of their cultivation. Hence, they dare not step foot on the 3rd spirit peak, fearing that missteps might further diminish their already fragile relationship. At this moment, Xiao Ling seems to recall something, awkwardly rubbing his nose. Apologies, I just returned from an expedition and momentarily forgot about the prior arrangements. With that, he hastily shifts the conversation. In my memory, Guhan has always been a very gentle person, treating you all exceptionally well. The last incident was rather unique. Perhaps you truly caused him great sadness, requiring some time to mend. If you do not take action soon, one day you will regret it. People only understand what is most important after suffering true loss. He refrains from commenting further. Dubbed the Eternal Second, he has faced Guhan before, and their relationship can be described as both adversarial and amicable. After returning to the sect, he learned the situation through various channels. Such a gentle person undergoing such a drastic change in temperament must have been deeply wounded by that incident. Of course, he is not foolish enough to suggest that Guhan forgive Lu Ruyan and the others. He knows well that one cannot advise others towards goodness without having experienced their suffering. Meanwhile, upon hearing Xiao Ling's words, the expressions of Lu Ruyan and her companions darken further. Over the past half-month, they have exhausted every means to restore their relationship with their senior brother. Yet nothing has worked. Instead, his demeanor towards them has grown even colder. Senior brother Gu has arrived. Suddenly, an exclamation rises from the crowd. A glimmer of cold light flashes in the sky, a flying sword descends, and the tall, poised Guhan leaps gracefully from nearly 100 feet in the air. Upon landing, an extraordinary force manifests beneath him, perfectly cushioning his descent. Thus, he lands without bending his knees or appearing in the least bit disheveled, hands clasped behind his back, standing tall and proud. This scene leaves many disciples in disbelief. That was nearly 100 feet in the air. Ordinary cultivators at the return to unity stage would likely struggle to achieve such ease. Wow, it's been days since I last saw you, Han sang, and you've become even more formidable, Xiao Ling exclaims, both astonished and curious. What realm are you at now? Such perfect control over your descent. What mastery of spiritual energy must that entail? You're not human. How could you transform so dramatically in such a short time? Guhan smiles lightly in response. He holds Xiao Ling in decent regard, not only because of their prior camaraderie during challenges, but also because, in his past lives, Xiao Ling was one of the few who stood up for him during his hardships. This thought, he finds it somewhat ironic. Even an outer peak disciple like Xiao Ling would advocate for him during his unjust treatment. Yet those who accompany him daily harbor doubts. Noticing Guhan's indifferent demeanor, completely disregarding the greetings from Lu Ruyan and her companions, Xiao Ling chuckles and jests. I've heard about the previous incident. Why not come to my Xinjian peak? Your swordsmanship talent far surpasses mine. If you join my peak, my master would be delighted, and I could relinquish my title of chief disciple to you. If it were you, I wouldn't mind playing second fiddle. Ji Yuhan understands that Xiao Ling is teasing, but before he can respond, 3 panicked female voices echo simultaneously. No. He is our senior brother of Baiyu Peak. The expressions of Chu Yue and her companions reflect tension and urgency, as if they fear Gu Han might actually accept Xiao Ling's offer. If that were the case, it would be increasingly difficult for them to see their senior brother. Gu Han pays no mind to the three women, his eyes revealing a hint of disdain. Before the flying vessel takes off, the leading elder distributes corresponding insignias among the disciples to distinguish their strengths. This practice is customary for many sects before heading to the Central Continent's grand event. 2 Leading representative insignias, 5 core insignias, 15 elite insignias, and the remaining disciples receive ordinary insignias. After distributing the insignias, an eerie silence falls over the gathering. All eyes, filled with confusion or shock, turn towards one direction. The white-clad man holding an ordinary insignia, who is undeniably the strongest among them, upon witnessing this scene. Lu Ruyan and Luo Baiji feel their guilt and sorrow intensify. It is entirely their fault for having hurt their senior brother so deeply that he has withdrawn and dimmed his brilliance. Regardless of what transpires on this journey, they must find a unique technique in the central region to restore their senior brother's spirit and bring him back to his former self. Unfazed by the various gazes around him, Gu Han maintains a faint smile. He casts a meaningful glance at Yi Qingyun, who holds a core insignia, his eyes betraying a hint of anticipated amusement. Elder, since everyone is present, shall we depart? Hearing Gu Han's voice, the many leading elders, each bearing their own bitterness and complex expressions, sigh heavily. They all understand that Gu Han is the most powerful among them. Originally, the sect required only one leading representative insignia, which was Gu Han's. However, due to his outright refusal, the sect appointed 2 representatives, Xiao Ling and Chu Yue. Shaking their heads, they feel pity for Gu Han but choose not to speak further. The hour has arrived. Let us set forth. Chapter 39. A new villainous task. I choose to listen to the melodies today. The central region is exceptionally lively. The sky is filled with flowing clouds, and countless individuals from various sects, invited to the event, either soar through the air or travel on magnificent flying vessels, gathering from all directions. The men are strikingly handsome, exuding an exceptional charisma, while the women possess exquisite beauty, each showcasing their unique charm. The forthcoming opening of the Central Region's secret realm dates back to an ancient era, concealing numerous unimaginable opportunities. Historically, some exceptionally fortunate young prodigies have emerged from its depths, obtaining legacies from ancient beings and ascending to great heights, even becoming prominent figures due to such fortuitous encounters. In Gu Han's memory, Yi Qingyun is such a favored child of fortune, extraordinarily lucky. In his past life, he went to great lengths to counteract the narrative's influence, seizing an opportunity that rightfully belonged to Yi Qingyun. Yet, unexpectedly, this misfortune became a blessing in disguise for Yi Qingyun, who acquired even more miraculous opportunities, growing increasingly formidable. However, in this life, with the system and the special title of destined villain, his plans should likely succeed. Why Yi Qingyun possesses a protagonist's halo, does he? Effortlessly gaining numerous unparalleled opportunities in the central region's secret realm. Then I shall follow closely behind him, scavenging for treasures, taking as much as I can. Soon, the Wanjian sect's vessel lands in the heart of the central region's capital. Many individuals from other sects have already arrived ahead of time. Yet, despite the throngs of people, the disciples remain orderly. After all, this grand central region event is jointly organized by several top-tier sacred lands, each reputed to have ancient ancestors overseeing them. Anyone with sense would hesitate to act recklessly on their turf. With several days until the event commences, those from various sects can enjoy their time in Central City, abiding by the local customs. Ji Yuhan's gaze scans the crowd until he spots Yi Qingyun, discreetly retreating behind the masses, intentionally concealing his presence while moving towards a certain direction. Ding! A new villainous task has been issued. Please intercept all direct or potential opportunities for the protagonist Yi Qingyun in the central region. This can be broken down into the following subtasks. Task 1. Please use various means to prevent Yi Qingyun and the Sacred Maiden of the Dark Moon from becoming intimate confidants. Reward, 7,000 villain points. Task 2. Please employ various methods to thwart Yi Qingyun and the Sacred Son of Celestial Blue from becoming close friends. Reward, 7,000 villain points. Task 3. Prevent Yi Qingyun from interacting with your childhood friend, thereby hindering his ability to rescue his cousins trapped in the North Wilderness Mountains. Reward, 5,000 villain points. Task 4. After the Central Region's secret realm opens, please intercept at least one significant opportunity from Yi Qingyun. Reward, 15,000 villain points. Subsequent villain tasks will be issued based on the development of the plot and changing circumstances. Upon hearing the series of tasks issued by the system, Gu-han is clearly taken aback. He had experienced the first two system tasks in his previous life. Why Yi Qingyun's rapid rise post-Central Region journey stems not only from the supreme opportunities within the secret realm, but also from the substantial expansion of his network. By leveraging connections with these sacred sons and maidens, he has intertwined himself with many other prodigies and, due to his outstanding performance during this period, has garnered the admiration of several significant figures from the sacred lands, thus soaring to new heights. However, he has not encountered the third task from the system before. Nonetheless, this change is within his expectations. After all, Yi Qingyun possesses not only a protagonist's halo but also the unique fortune of the eternal golden dragon. Whenever Gu-han attempts to act against him, Yi Qingyun always manages to trigger a miraculous turn of events or a stroke of luck due to his special aura and golden luck. Had he not awakened the system in previous lives, he might have hesitated and deliberated. However, now, with the title of destined villain, he feels less need for caution. Just as he prepares to stealthily follow Yi Qingyun and take action, a soft, melodious voice, imbued with a hint of anticipation, calls out from behind him. "Senior brother, I heard there's a grand lantern festival in Central City tonight. You once promised to take us to see the most beautiful lantern display. Now that we've finally arrived in Central City, would you?" Chu Yue gazes at Gu-han with sparkling eyes, her fair, exquisite face radiating boundless hope. Lu Ruyan and Luo Baiji stand beside her, tense and silent. Yet their eyes gleam with the same anticipation as Chu Yue's, reflecting their shared desire. They yearn for their senior brother's agreement, hoping to use this opportunity to mend their relationship. Ji Yuhan does not turn around. His tone cold. "The past is the past. The present is the present. I have no interest whatsoever in attending the Lantern Festival with you." Although I had anticipated this, I still hoped that after being momentarily crushed, the eyes of the three women would not appear so dim. Nonetheless, Chu Yue lifted her chin, forcing a smile at the corners of her mouth. "It's all right, senior brother. We understand that you must have pressing matters to attend to, and are quite busy, which is why you cannot join us in the future. We can." Before Chu Yue could finish her self-comforting words, Gu-han turned to look at Xiao Ling, who had been quietly observing the scene. Occasionally expressing his surprise, Xiao Ling was momentarily taken aback, suddenly feeling a sense of being caught in the crossfire. "Weren't you just telling me on the boat that you wanted to visit the brothel to enjoy some music and cultivate your sentiments? Let us go. I happen to have some free time, and we can wander around the brothel together." Xiao Ling, especially as he felt the resentful glares from Chu Yue and the other two. He nearly called out in protest. Ji Yuhan, however, paid no heed to the situation behind him, hands clasped behind his back, striding towards the bustling street. Indeed, he was quite free in thought to annoy those three individuals. In previous lives, they had treated him similarly due to Yi Qingyun. It was time for them to experience the awkward situation he had once faced, and to reclaim a bit of interest. As for their thoughts, what did it matter to him? In any case, he was feeling rather comfortable. "Damn it. Wait for me," Xiao Ling muttered under his breath, hurriedly giving chase. Having already been used as a shield, what more could he say? Setting aside the fact that he genuinely wanted to visit the brothel, he felt that if he lingered here any longer, those three somewhat sinister-looking individuals might engage in some exceedingly inappropriate antics. It must be said that not only had Gu-han completely transformed, but even those three who had always been shadows of Gu-han in his mind seemed entirely changed. Chapter 40. Is this also her family's property? Watching Gu-han's figure disappear entirely into the crowd, the three women appeared somewhat dejected. The senior brother had never shown an inclination to visit places like the brothel. Now, he would rather go there to listen to music than accompany them to the Lantern Festival. Reflecting on the fruitless efforts of the past half-month, they truly wondered if they were so unworthy of his forgiveness. The senior brother was merely still in a fit of anger. Luo Baiji was the first to regain her composure, changing the topic. "I've heard that this Lantern Festival is the grandest one in Zhongzhou City in several years. Many merchants from other realms will bring local specialties. Surely, the senior brother would be interested in these unique products. We could select some as gifts for him." Meanwhile, having traversed the lively streets, Gu-han and Xiao Ling had arrived at the foot of a magnificent building. Looking up, they saw a plaque made of red wood hanging at the entrance, inscribed with 3 golden characters, Fenghua Tower. The tower had 9 stories, adorned with intricate carvings and splendid craftsmanship, each level bustling with guests. The lower 3 floors were filled with beautiful women playing the zither and performing songs and dances. The middle 3 floors catered to literati who engaged in drinking and composing poetry, or showcased their talents in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting to win the favor of the fair maidens. The upper 3 floors served as a reception area for esteemed guests, accessible only to the most prestigious patrons of Fenghua Tower. Gu Han was not particularly interested in listening to music. He merely sought an excuse to shake off those 3 potential sources of trouble and to follow Yi Qingyun, looking for a suitable opportunity to take action. However, he soon discovered that Yi Qingyun seemed to have received an invitation from someone and entered Fenghua Tower, proceeding directly to the upper 3 floors. According to his inquiries, one needed to spend at least 10,000 spirit stones to gain access to the upper 3 floors of Fenghua Tower. Such an expenditure equated to the entire annual salary of a third-rate sect. With an elderly patron by his side and a wealthy childhood friend, it was no wonder he fit the mold of a protagonist. After some internal sarcasm, Gu Han focused his attention back on Fenghua Tower itself. His plan to infiltrate the tower using the illusory demon mask appeared increasingly unfeasible. It was said that a formidable special force backed Fenghua Tower, one that even several major holy places regarded with trepidation. However, there were not many forces that could instill such fear in the major holy places, and he happened to know one of them. Whether it was the force he had in mind remained uncertain. At that moment, standing beside him, Xiao Ling, oblivious to Gu Han's thoughts, nudged him playfully, teasing, "How is it? You've never been here before, have you? You used to focus all your attention on your little junior sisters, but now you've finally wised up. 3-legged toads are hard to find, but 2-legged women are plentiful. Since you've agreed to come here with me today, I'll make sure you have a great time. There are countless interesting things here. Everything you could think of, or even things you couldn't imagine." To be honest, he felt a small sense of pride swelling within him, as if he had finally surpassed Gu Han in some regard. After all, within the sect, he was always overshadowed by Gu Han in every aspect, and no matter how hard he tried, he could never shake off the title of second fiddle. Yet today, in terms of enjoyment and indulgence, he had truly outdone Gu Han. He was determined to celebrate this achievement later. Gu Han, unaware of Xiao Ling's inner thoughts, furrowed his brow slightly at that moment. He was focusing his divine sense, searching for the source of the peculiar fluctuations. Since earlier, he had felt an elusive gaze sweeping over him, and he couldn't shake the feeling that this gaze was somehow familiar. Sending chills down his spine, "I've heard that Xiaobingli's family has considerable power in Zhongzhou City. Could it be that Fenghua Tower is also part of her family's domain?" After all, as an extremely powerful early antagonist, she was the type of spoiled heiress who was both wealthy and beautiful, arrogant and domineering. Meanwhile, in the top-level VIP room of Fenghua Tower, fragrant aromas swirled, and white mist billowed, creating an ethereal ambience. "I clearly said I would make time to find you. Now you've come to Zhongzhou Domain without a word, and you're here enjoying yourself. Should I just break your legs and chain you to my side?" A hauntingly beautiful voice, filled with a blend of charm and melancholy, drifted from behind a folding screen. Although one could not discern the true appearance of the woman, the shadow cast upon the screen revealed an extraordinarily alluring figure. She seemed to recline on a couch, her waist slender like a willow, her bosom ample and full. Even the screen could not conceal her unusually long and straight legs, which revealed delicate, pale feet. This mere silhouette was enough to ignite fervent imaginations in those who beheld it. Before the screen, a woman of remarkable grace, dressed in luxurious attire, knelt respectfully before this shadowy figure. The beads of sweat trickling from her forehead betrayed her anxiety. She was the owner of Fenghua Tower, revered as the true master of Niyu. With her divine realm cultivation, her status was already immensely distinguished, drawing attention. Yet at this moment, she resembled a trivial figure, hardly daring to lift her head for fear of offending the mysterious woman behind the screen. "Mistress, should I send someone to bring him before you?" the true master of Niyu asked, her voice trembling. She had some understanding of her mistress's affairs. Rumors about her were somewhat outrageous and melodramatic. It was said that despite only having met Gu Han a few times, she had become inexplicably infatuated with him, sometimes even exhibiting behavior that seemed a bit bewitched. The higher-ups of Feixian Tower had once suspected that Gu Han had cast a love spell on their young mistress, or had somehow influenced her psychologically. However, after a series of covert investigations, they concluded that it was not Gu Han who had bewitched her, but rather their young mistress had fallen inexplicably in love with Gu Han, without warning or reason. No need. Since he has come here, finding him should not be difficult. Moreover, I do not recall him being the type to frequent brothels for frivolous amusements. He must have his reasons for being here. Do not reveal my presence. Make contact with him discreetly. If he has any needs, do your utmost to assist him or fulfill any requests he may have. Meeting him is akin to meeting me. Upon hearing this, the expression of the true master of Niu shifted once more. It must be said that the young mistress truly doted on Gu Han. Were it not for the higher-ups of Feishan Tower assuring her that the young mistress was unharmed, she might have suspected that this spoiled heiress, who had always been the center of attention, had been possessed by someone else. Yes, mistress. After a brief moment of astonishment, the true master of Niu quickly rose and clasped her hands in respect, personally setting about to arrange the matter. The stunning woman behind the ornate screen remained in her reclined position, a slight smile gracing her lips as she gazed at the figure in white projected by the laws, her beautiful eyes gleaming with unusual light. Indeed, the more she scrutinized that face, the more it resembled the one from her dreams. Chapter 41. Past Life or Dream. I shall not miss you again. A few months ago, she had been plagued by the same dream repeatedly. It was an odd dream, devoid of logic, yet it felt extraordinarily real, evoking a sense of familiarity. In the dream, for reasons unknown, she had become enemies with a woman from a certain faction. After several confrontations, she finally lost her patience. She intended to use the power of Feishan Tower to obliterate that woman along with her entire faction. Initially, she did not take this matter seriously. After all, Feishan Tower was powerful, boasting Holy Realm experts and even Imperial Realm experts. Even the major holy places in Zhongzhou domain could be thoroughly eradicated by Feishan Tower. However, somehow, the woman she had antagonized received assistance from an enigmatic, powerful figure. She could hardly recall the identity of this unknown individual, no matter how she employed various secret methods to visualize the person from her dreams. The identity of this mysterious figure remained shrouded in fog. The only certainty was that this unknown figure was exceptionally young yet possessed a remarkable background. Time and again, they thwarted the assassination attempts against Feishan Tower using unexpected means. Ultimately, due to various reasons, Feishan Tower suffered significant damage to its foundation during repeated assaults. Later, her whereabouts were inexplicably exposed, leading to her being hunted by numerous powerful individuals. In her dream, she experienced true despair and helplessness for the first time in her life. Forced to flee in a disheveled manner under the protection of the remaining family protectors, in the end, she was caught by that young, unknown figure. Just when she believed her demise was inevitable, a masked man in white suddenly appeared, engaging with those who pursued her. He ultimately slew several of them and severely injured the young unknown figure. However, this also incited the wrath of other factions, which turned their weapons against the white-clad man. Although he did not act out of a desire to save her, his indirect intervention allowed her to escape from a seemingly hopeless situation. Later, when she saw the white-clad man again, he was cornered at the edge of a cliff with no escape routes left, covered in injuries, his blood staining his white robe, appearing particularly disheveled against the cold winds. Yet, he never displayed any fear of death. With a hearty laugh, he leaped into the abyss, leaving no trace behind. Just before he fell into the precipice, she caught a fleeting glimpse of the white-clad man's face. In that brief moment, his falling figure etched an indelible impression upon her soul. For months, she had repeatedly dreamt of the white-clad man indirectly saving her from peril, only to be forced to the brink of despair before plunging into the abyss. After all attempts to decipher the dream proved futile, she decided to utilize the power of Feishan Tower to seek out the possible existence of that white-clad figure in reality. Initially, she approached this with a sense of luck, but unexpectedly encountered Gu Han, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the man in her dreams. Perhaps it was all merely a fleeting illusion, or perhaps it was a glimpse from another time and space. However, this did not hinder her from genuinely believing that Gu Han was her destined person. Be it past life or dream, this time, I shall not let you slip away. A faint smile graced Xia Bingli's lips, her beautiful eyes becoming increasingly enigmatic and profound. On the other side, Gu Han, having pinpointed the source of the energy in Fenghua Tower's upper levels, furrowed his brow. The unfolding events were somewhat beyond his expectations. He found it incomprehensible why Fenghua Tower would show interest in him. The heavenly demon technique bestowed by the system possessed the ability to conceal one's cultivation aura, making it imperceptible even to Imperial Realm experts, let alone a mere establishment like Finghua Tower Jiyuhan. Although I said I would cover today's expenses, I still cannot afford to access the upper 3 tiers even if I were to bankrupt myself. Just take a look. Don't harbor any unrealistic expectations, Xiao Ling teased, noticing Gu Han's occasional glances towards the top of Finghua Tower while sipping his drink. Ji Yuhan did not respond, increasingly sensing that the inexplicable gaze and aura were becoming more familiar. At that moment, a beautiful maid approached from a distance, and, to Xiao Ling's bewilderment, walked directly up to Gu Han, slightly bowing, her voice respectful. "Young master, our tower master invites you to the VIP room on the upper 3 levels for a discussion. May I inquire if you are available?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Ling froze, nearly dropping his golden goblet. The owner of Finghua Tower? In his memory, was she not a significant figure in Zhongzhou City? Why would she invite a young cultivator like Gu Han? After a brief moment of shock, Xiao Ling seemed to have an epiphany, casting a gaze at Gu Han that questioned when he had hidden the fact that he was being courted by the owner of Finghua Tower. Gu Han himself was also quite perplexed. He had never had any dealings with the owner of Finghua Tower. Why would she suddenly invite him to the upper VIP room? Although astonished, Gu Han did not reveal any unusual expression. Setting aside the fact that he now had the special mark granted by Su Lengyue, Xiaobingli's Faxian Tower seemed to possess its own influence in Zhongzhou City. If absolutely necessary, he could send her a message. He could not be blamed for being ungrateful. After all, Xiaobingli, like him, was a secondary antagonist with a peculiar obsession with him. Engaging with her too early could affect his subsequent plans. Meanwhile, in a certain VIP room on the upper 3 levels of Finghua Tower, Brother Qingyun, you know that my family is only skilled in business and has no involvement in martial arts. However, the playful young girl seated at the head of the table suddenly shifted her tone, revealing a radiant smile. "Who says we're not childhood sweethearts? My father has been in business for many years and knows some powerful cultivators who are also esteemed guests of my Tianbao chamber. I will return to implore my father to take action, to rescue your 2 cousins from the North Wild Mountains as swiftly as possible." This young lady, named Mu Lier, is the daughter of the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce, one of the 3 major trading guilds in Zhongzhou City. Long ago, her family emerged from a small town on the outskirts of Songfeng City. Ultimately, through exceptional insight and a stroke of fortune, they re-established themselves in Zhongzhou City, founding the now-renowned Tianbao Chamber of Commerce, which has since flourished, amassing considerable wealth. Lier, thank you. Upon receiving the assurance from his childhood friend, Yi Qingyun felt a sense of relief wash over him. With the financial resources and connections of the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce, it was certain they could play a significant role in alleviating his troubles. Moreover, he had another option at his disposal. "Old Bai, are you certain that an old acquaintance of yours is also in Zhongzhou City?" Soon, a voice resonated from the depths of his consciousness, carrying the weight of age and a hint of pride. "Indeed, I sensed that man's presence as soon as you arrived in Zhongzhou City. Many years ago, he was merely an outer steward of the Tianjin sacred land, and now, after all these years, he must surely have ascended to the status of an elder. You are fortunate. This individual owes me a great favor from his youth and is known for his loyalty. If you approach him under the guise of being my disciple, he will undoubtedly assist you in resolving your troubles. Furthermore, this presents you with an opportunity. Cultivating a relationship with those from the Tianjin sacred land will undoubtedly aid you in your future journey into the Zhongzhou secret realm." Chapter 42. The agreement that drifts away in another world. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyun's eyes brightened slightly. It seems Old Bai's past identity is even more formidable than he had imagined, and he is acquainted with individuals from the Tianjin sacred land. That is among the pinnacle forces in the entire Zhongzhou region. After a moment of excitement, a chilling resolve and murderous intent surfaced in Yi Qingyun's gaze. "Once I rescue my younger siblings from the North Wild Mountains and uncover the truth, regardless of who he is, I will ensure he pays in blood for his transgressions, and I will not let his family or allies escape unscathed." Although it may seem somewhat absurd for Yi Qingyun to voice his desire for vengeance without fully understanding the identity of the perpetrator responsible for his family's demise, Old Bai held a different perspective. He considered the one who covertly annihilated Yi Qingyun's family to be a fool. After all, even he recognized that Yi Qingyun possessed an extraordinary fortune, rare throughout the ages. Such a person is destined to become a true prodigy, forging an unparalleled path to greatness and emerging as a top-tier powerhouse. And no matter the setbacks and tribulations he encounters, he could never be completely crushed. Instead, Every hardship would only serve as a sharpening stone on his path to growth, empowering him to become even more formidable and obliterate all obstacles in his way. Furthermore, he firmly believed that once Yi Qingyun overcomes this calamity, he will soar to unprecedented heights. What is truly fearsome is not the genius itself, but the genius who has the time to grow fully powerful. Just then, Mu Lier's voice broke through once more. Qingyun brother, as a reward, could you accompany me on a shopping spree during your days in Zhengzhou City? It feels like ages since we last strolled together. In her heart, Mu Lier harbored deep admiration for Yi Qingyun. Not only had they not seen each other for many years, but he had also grown increasingly handsome. Moreover, she had overheard her father speak of Yi Qingyun's remarkable talent, predicting he would undoubtedly become a significant figure in the future. Although her own cultivation aptitude was not particularly high, she had barely managed to break through to the spiritual palace realm with her family's resources. Yet, her Qingyun brother had joined the Wanjian sect for less than 4 months and had already reached the 7th level of the spiritual palace realm, garnering the attention of the sect's higher-ups. Being invited to the Zhengzhou secret realm and receiving a core sequence badge was indeed an enviable opportunity. At that moment, the extravagant Fenghua Tower, in the Tian-level private room, welcomed Xiaoling, who had been invited alongside Gu Han. Upon entering the lavish room, his eyes widened in astonishment. It was opulent beyond measure. Even the simplest of doors was adorned with jade and gold edges. The entire room was inscribed with unique runes, and stepping inside brought an immediate sense of tranquility and relaxation. In contrast to Xiaoling, a country bumpkin unaccustomed to such luxury, Gu Han appeared remarkably composed. His expression was indifferent, and a natural aloofness colored his tone as he gazed at the figure seated at the center of the private room. I wonder what brings the owner of Fenghua Tower to invite me. Whether it be a blessing or a curse, one cannot escape their fate. Besides, he had his own cards to play. Even if the other party intended him harm, he had the confidence to retreat unscathed. Young Master Gu need not be wary. I harbor no ill will towards you. After signaling the maid to temporarily escort Xiaoling to a neighboring room, the owner of Fenghua Tower revealed a respectful demeanor. Slightly bowing. The young lady has just received news and learned of your arrival in Zhengzhou City. She specifically instructed that if you require assistance, Fenghua Tower will do its utmost to accommodate your needs. The unexpected declaration momentarily stunned Gu Han. However, he quickly regained composure, his pupils narrowing slightly. Young lady? A flicker of realization crossed his mind. Could it be that Fenghua Tower is also part of Xia Bingli's family business? In the bustling heart of Zhengzhou City, throngs of people filled the streets with lively chatter. Countless vibrant lanterns adorned the thoroughfare, resembling stars scattered across the sky. Amidst the exuberant crowd, 3 striking young women drew considerable attention, resembling a breathtaking landscape as they passed by, causing many to pause and admire them. I'm sorry. We 3 sisters only wish to explore on our own. We don't want to enjoy the lanterns with strangers. After repeatedly declining invitations from various young men, Chu Yue's expression reflected her growing fatigue and impatience. Not only she, but Lu Ruyan and Luo Baiji shared similar sentiments. Since their arrival on this street, countless individuals had approached them with various excuses and flowery words, hoping to invite them for a lantern-viewing boat ride. They felt disheartened. Their thoughts turned to a shared figure clad in white, causing a wave of sorrow to wash over them. If only their senior brother were here. In their memories, he had always been exceptionally considerate, handling even the smallest details with utmost care, never disturbing their enjoyment during outings. Without his presence, their adventures felt lacking, as if something precious was missing. Continuing down the bustling street, having turned down countless advances, the trio suddenly brightened at the sight of a street whose shops bore a distinctly different style. Selling unique products from other continents, they belonged to the Xinyu continent, but it was said that beyond it lay other lands and cultivation civilizations. I used to think my senior brother's tales of other continents were mere fabrications. I can't believe they are real. Not only Luo Baiji, but Lu Ruyan also radiated excitement. Yes, I remember my senior brother once said that when he became powerful enough to cross realms, he would take us to explore other continents. Also, he mentioned. Lu Ruyan's enthusiasm grew as she recalled many joyful moments, but upon instinctively reaching for something, she found herself grasping at empty it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her, extinguishing her excitement and plunging her into despair. In her memories, her senior brother would always stand beside her, his strong arm within her grasp. How could she have forgotten? He was no longer the gentle figure she once knew. Transformed entirely. The beautiful promises they once made had long since faded away. Chapter 43. How will you respond to the hatred of the demonic sect? Lu Ruyan's unintentional gestures were keenly observed by Chu Yue and Luo Baiji, and the joy that had just blossomed in their hearts swiftly dissipated. Indeed, their senior brother not only wished to distance himself from them, but seemed prepared to sever ties entirely as the eldest among the three. Chu Yue exhaled softly, suppressing her complex emotions. With a forced smile, she reassured them. Things haven't reached their worst yet. We still have a chance to salvage this. Let us not be too pessimistic about the future. Have you forgotten our purpose for today? Hearing this, Lu Ruyan and Luo Baiji's previously dimmed eyes regained their brightness as they rallied their spirits anew. They had not come merely to enjoy the lanterns, but to select gifts for their senior brother. The street was vast, and completing their exploration in one night seemed daunting. Why don't we split up? This way, we can better prepare our gifts for him, Luo Baiji suggested. The proposal quickly gained agreement from the others. After deciding to reconvene in 2 hours, the three ladies separated to pursue their respective tasks. Their beauty naturally attracted attention, and even in hushed conversations, snippets of their words were clearly heard by surrounding cultivators. Many gazed with a mix of envy and curiosity, wondering who the senior brother was that could captivate the hearts of these three celestial maidens so profoundly. Isn't it peculiar? These three maidens are preparing gifts for a senior brother to placate him. How could he possibly bear to scorn them? Goodness! Could it be that this fellow is impervious to reason? With 3 such stunning disciples, he still harbors resentment. If I had 3 such disciples, I would reflect on my shortcomings, no matter how they misbehaved. Really? Then you must be an incorrigible sycophant. A cold voice pierced through the crowd. The cultivator, initially taken aback, quickly revealed his anger. How dare you speak to me like that? Do you know who I am? Yet, when his gaze met the pair of dark, profound eyes that radiated an icy aura, he froze, recognizing the individual before him was not someone he could provoke. After a brief pause, he forced a smile. Big brother, you truly have a keen eye. I am indeed a dog. Gu Han ignored the self-deprecation of the cultivator, merely fixating on the direction in which Chu Yue had departed. This cultivator was a hopeless sycophant, much like Gu Han had been in his past lives. However, he understood that past failures and humiliations foster growth. Without them, one could not forge a mature and capable man. Retracting his gaze and suppressing his emotions, Gu Han proceeded toward the opposite end of the street. He concealed his aura, taking advantage of the lack of attention to slip into a shadowy corner. When he re-emerged from the dim alley, he had transformed entirely into another young man, his appearance and aura distinctly different from Gu Han's. This was the guise Gu Han donned using the illusionary demon mask. It appeared that Yi Qingyun had just departed with a young woman toward that street. If his assumption was correct, that woman was likely his childhood friend. A faint smile crept onto Gu Han's lips as he clasped his hands behind his back. Leisurely striding in the direction where Yi Qingyun had vanished, a rather intriguing plan was forming in his mind. With the illusionary demon mask capable of entirely concealing his aura, he could attribute any of his actions to an unknown disciple of the demonic sect. Additionally, with the supreme speed of the swift shadow secret art, he was confident that even divine sovereigns would struggle to track him in the bustling streets of Zhengzhou City, in his previous life. Yi Qingyun had once pinned the label of a demonic sect spy upon him. Now, it was only fitting that he return the favor and see how Yi Qingyun would respond in the bustling central street. Lu Ruyan navigated through various shops, continuously selecting exotic products from other continents. My senior brother has likely never tasted the delicacies of other realms. These seem quite unique, perfect to bring back for him. She mused, picking out items that would be great for soups, thinking of how her senior brother had been busy with his cultivation and must be feeling exhausted. Without hesitation, she purchased anything that caught her eye. Disregarding the prices, she had long known her culinary skills were lacking in her memories. Her senior brother had always delighted her with his exquisite cooking. Now, she aimed to hone her own skills with these ingredients. Someone once said that the best way to draw close to another was to win over their stomach. You must do your best, Ruyan. Work hard to win over your senior brother. Encouraged by her inner pep talk, Lu Ruyan continued her quest through the various shops, searching for suitable ingredients. On the other side of the street, Luo Baiji wandered through shops selling magical artifacts from other continents. Miss, you truly have an eye for quality. This is the Xinhuang sword, crafted from meteorite iron from beyond the skies, refined for 49 days, capable of slicing through iron like mud and severing hair with a breath. Not 99.98, but only 999 spirit stones to take it home. Luo Baiji ignored the shopkeeper's exaggerated sales pitch, examining a long sword in her hands, only to shake her head with a sigh. Compared to her own sword, this one appeared no better than a trinket from a street vendor. Speaking of her own sword, she suddenly recalled that it was crafted by her senior brother, the perfect fit for her. She remembered how her senior brother had tirelessly visited the forging hall for 2 months to create it. A wave of melancholy washed over her. As she turned to leave, she realized just how many remnants of her senior brother lingered in her life. A sudden spark of insight illuminated her mind. "Do you have materials to craft a sword?" she excitedly inquired, returning the sword to the shopkeeper. "I want them all." Why settle for purchasing one? She could forge a sword for her senior brother herself, which would be more meaningful and fitting. Her senior brother had gone to great lengths to craft the best sword for her. She was equally willing to endure hardships to create the finest sword for him. Chapter 44. The original future timeline. That lonely snowy night moments passed as Lu Ruyan traversed various shops, already accumulating a considerable amount of special ingredients from other continents. Though her mind occasionally wandered, imagining that if she performed well enough in the future, captivating the heart of her senior brother with her diligently honed skills could potentially earn her forgiveness. Yet, a persistent voice deep within her echoed continuously, incessantly reminding her that no matter how hard she tried, her senior brother would never absolve her. Memories intertwined, flashing vividly in her mind, until the moment froze. That gentle, sunlit smile of her senior brother ultimately dissipated into countless ephemeral shadows. Now, he was as frigid as ice, a coldness that instilled fear and a sense of estrangement within her. Yet she had already apologized. Why would he not forgive her? A wave of grievance washed over her. Throughout the past month, she had exhausted every possible method, pouring her utmost efforts into atoning for her mistakes. She had lost sleep over it, her mind restless each day, unable to settle down to cultivate. Why did her senior brother remain indifferent to her numerous apologies? Moreover, even the Sect had intervened, employing the heavenly mirror to resolve the matter conclusively. Her senior brother's reputation remained intact, while hers suffered significantly. Inciting whispers and disdainful remarks from fellow disciples, branding her a thankless wretch. She bore the brunt of all negative consequences and had acknowledged her faults. Why could he not grant her a single chance? Clinging stubbornly to this incident, wiping away the tears that had unknowingly surfaced, Lu Ruyan resolved to find a tranquil place to catch the evening breeze, to gather and soothe her tumultuous emotions. She genuinely feared that she might succumb to an uncontrollable wave of grief and weep inconsolably. The bustling streets of the city were thrumming with life, the once joyous sounds now jarring to her ears. As she turned into a relatively quiet lane, passing by a dark tent, a mysterious, weathered voice suddenly emanated from its depths. "Why, dear girl, you appear to be burdened with worries that keep you awake at night. Are you not troubled?" The old man, shrouded in a black robe, introduced himself as a diviner from the North Sea continent, adept in the arts of fortune-telling. "If you wish, I can offer you insights to relieve your burdens." Initially dismissive of the speaker as a mere charlatan, Lu Ruyan hesitated upon hearing the mention of the North Sea continent and the title of diviner. After all, other realms held a certain mystique for her. This unique being from another land might indeed offer her the assistance she sought. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to enter the tent and solicit this enigmatic figure for a divination. Inside the dimly lit tent sat the old man, his face obscured by the folds of his robe, poised upon a raised platform. Before him lay an altar crafted from a peculiar material, inscribed with countless ancient symbols she had never encountered. Above the altar, a crystal orb glimmered like a star, emanating a soft radiance. Each flicker of its glow resonated strangely with the ancient inscriptions on the altar. At the old man's prompting, Lu Ruyan took a seat opposite him. Almost simultaneously, the altar began to hum and vibrate, radiating brilliance as dozens of golden characters, each representing different significances, floated up before her. Aligning themselves neatly, before the divination commenced, the old man instructed her to select a character that resonated most with her desires. Although the old man exuded an air of mystique that felt somewhat theatrical, Lu Ruyan instinctively complied and chose one of the golden characters. Soon, The selected character rested in the old man's hand while the remaining characters gradually dimmed and returned to the altar. The character you have chosen signifies fate, he explained. The unfolding of fate will lead to varying paths and diverse outcomes. Following a scholarly exposition, Lu Ruyan placed her palm upon the crystal orb, channeling her spirit to resonate with the hidden force within. Instantly, an array of extraordinary energies surged from her palm, cascading into her mind, morphing into both surreal and tangible visions. The development of fate unveiled a conclusion from an alternate timeline. After the expedition in the Tianshan's secret realm, due to her senior brother's failure and her own unknowing testimony, he was plunged into despair. No matter how he pleaded in his defense or recounted the truth of events, he could not gain the recognition of the Sect. The Sect did not summon the heavenly mirror as before to affirm Gu Han's innocence. Instead, they hastily concluded the matter. The Sect's inaction, coupled with the mistrust from her and their master, cast her senior brother into an abyss of despair. In the visions, he appeared entirely stripped of his former brilliance, subjected to scornful gazes from all. He resembled a once majestic eagle, now grounded, suffering in the mud. Note it cannot be like this in a peculiar state. Lu Ruyan's emotions abruptly crumbled, unleashing a heart-wrenching "See or why it is all my fault. I wronged my senior brother by failing to grasp the truth. If you must assign blame, let it be upon me. Do not reproach him." Yet her cries fell upon deaf ears, failing to reach the figures in the vision. The scenes continued to shift. Her heart, subjected to the relentless turmoil of the unfolding imagery, felt as though it were being mercilessly shattered by the dagger of guilt, severing her into countless fragments, each one crushed anew. Once revered by the Sect, her senior brother plummeted from grace overnight, becoming the object of ridicule for those who once idolized him, branded as a hypocrite, with all past accolades dismissed as mere facade. Time lost meaning amidst the venomous words directed at him. Eventually, her senior brother, suffering irreparable injuries from the secret realm, found himself expelled from the Sect under various pretexts, left to fend for himself. On that day, snow fell heavily, winter's chill piercing. While they reveled in warmth and laughter within the palace, her senior brother walked alone through the frigid night. He appeared diminished, no longer the radiant figure of her memories. His silhouette frail, each step faltering, leaving solitary footprints in the desolate snow. Ultimately, he expended his final strength, collapsing onto the icy ground. She heard his last whisper, so cold. In the vision, her senior brother perished, alone in a night unknown to them. Chapter 45. The Torrent of Regret. The ethereal past. The subsequent images became increasingly indistinct to Lu Ruyan. The overwhelming sorrow morphed into a devastating torrent, obliterating all coherent thought, rendering her mind a void. With a pallid complexion, her bewildered eyes reflected profound anguish, particularly at the sight of her senior brother collapsed in the snow, akin to a steel blade piercing her heart, causing her entire body to convulse with pain. Had her senior brother not been so resolute in his decision to enter the demonic locked tower to prove his innocence, had the Sect not summoned the heavenly mirror, would her unintentional misunderstanding truly lead to such a tragic fate? Within the vision, they basked in the warmth of the great hall, laughing and playing, while her senior brother trudged through the lonely night, ultimately succumbing to the bitter cold and awaiting the end of his life. The most ludicrous tragedy lay in the fact that they had never once thought to check on him after his expulsion from the mountain. Should such despair and sorrow befall her, she would have surely crumbled instantly. "I'm sorry, truly sorry." The intense agony and guilt spread throughout her being, causing her to collapse to the ground. Trembling, she pressed her hands against her heart, now shattered into countless pieces, as an unending tide of remorse and regret transformed into scorching tears, flowing uncontrollably from her eyes. She was wrong. She truly recognized her error. It dawned on her that her seemingly trivial misunderstanding had triggered an unforeseen butterfly effect, leading her senior brother to such a harrowing end. She could not fathom the depth of despair he must have felt on that cold night. "Why, dear girl, are you all right?" Lu Ruyan's sudden emotional eruption startled the old man in the black robe. This crystal orb, a treasured relic passed down from his ancestors, should not have inflicted such trauma upon a person's spirit. Observing her in such torment, tears streaming down her face, he was taken aback. As he reached out to assist her, she resolutely declared, "No, I must tell my senior sister. I must sincerely apologize to my senior brother." and no matter the means, I will earn his forgiveness. Wiping away the tears from her eyes, Lu Ruyan dashed out, her eyes red and resolute. Moments later, the dazed old man regained his senses and hurried after her like the wind. Wait, you haven't paid yet. This garment's design is exquisite. It should look splendid on my senior brother. Clutching a moonlit white robe, Chu Yue envisioned the joy it would bring her senior brother, a subtle smile gracing her lips. However, that smile quickly faded as another thought crossed her mind, leaving her somewhat dispirited. Fairy, do you find this moon-white robe lacking in perfection? A well-composed female shop assistant inquired. This garment was crafted by a master specifically for our commerce, made from the finest silkworm silk. Gifting this moon-white robe would surely delight your partner. Chu Yue, caught in her reverie, shook her head bitterly. No, he is my senior brother. Ignoring the assistant's enthusiastic pitch, she found herself drifting, her thoughts wandering far away. She recalled her first journey when her senior brother, worried for her safety, had painstakingly crafted a similar special artifact for her. That piece of clothing was also white, but it had been damaged during a trial in a secret realm, leaving several holes. Initially, she had intended to ask her senior brother to mend it during his spare time, but now it seemed those holes would have to be repaired by her own hand. Senior sister. Just then, Chu Yue heard her junior sister's voice calling out, Lu Ruyan. With a momentary shock, Chu Yue turned to find Lu Ruyan rushing into her embrace, resembling a frightened fawn. Having just endured immense sorrow, her body trembled, her eyes reddened, tears streaming profusely, soaking the fabric of Chu Yue's robe. Senior sister, I just had a divination with a mysterious old man, hoping to alleviate my troubles, but I ended up witnessing many visions about our senior brother. Lu Ruyan did not hold back, recounting her experience with the old man in detail. Initially believing her junior sister had been bullied, Chu Yue was struck by thunder upon hearing Lu Ruyan's account. The visions her sister had seen, could they be the injustices suffered by their senior brother in some past life? Although she had not witnessed those images directly, just hearing her sister's narrative filled her with heartache. Suppressing her own pain, Chu Yue took Lu Ruyan's hand and led her out of the shop. This place is crowded and chaotic. Once we find Bai Ji, you can recount everything from the beginning. She increasingly felt that her senior brother's current state was likely connected to some unknown past events. Although the concept of a past life was ethereal, as cultivators, they were not unfamiliar with the term. Now, with her junior sister having glimpsed similar visions of their senior brother's past, her suspicions were further validated. Brother Qingyun, I had so much fun today. Once I return, I'll inform my father and have him invite a guest from the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce. Thank you, Li Er. Listening to the words of his childhood friend, Yi Qingyun wore a gentle and grateful smile. Li Er's cheeks flushed, exuding the bashfulness of a girl in love. Brother Qingyun, I'll head back now. See you tomorrow. Yes, see you tomorrow. As she watched Mu Li Er depart, Yi Qingyun turned his gaze in another direction. Old Bai, are you certain your old acquaintance is nearby? Absolutely. My senses are quite keen. The voice of Old Bai echoed in his mind. But I must say, your luck with the ladies is remarkable. Though that young girl's cultivation talent is average, she is adorned in exquisite attire and is likely under the protection of several powerful figures. Even without my connections, your relationship with her should suffice to navigate this tribulation. An extra path is always a safeguard, Yi Qingyun replied, a smile gracing his lips. Moreover, we still lack clarity on the identities of our enemies. It's best to prepare thoroughly. Old Bai was quite pleased with Yi Qingyun's response. Not only was he blessed with the unique fortune of the Golden Dragon, but he also approached matters with such caution and humility. Given time, he would undoubtedly achieve greatness. Shortly after Yi Qingyun's aura faded, a figure emerged from the shadows, bearing a cold demeanor and eyes as deep as the starry sky. After glancing towards the direction Yi Qingyun and Mu Li Er had departed, he pondered for a moment before turning, vanishing into the thick night, swiftly pursuing Mu Li Er's path. Chapter 46. Since it concerns him, I shall take your lives on her way back to the family. Mu Li Er hummed a tune, her spirits evidently high. After all, she had not only reunited with Brother Qingyun but also enjoyed a delightful day exploring Zhongzhou City together. The prospect of spending more joyful days with her beloved Qingyun only brightened her mood. Yet, thoughts of the treacherous individual who had ordered the assassination of Brother Qingyun ignited her anger. Clenching her fist, she seethed inwardly. Once I return to the family, regardless of the cost. I will have my father summon a guest to eliminate that despicable mastermind and avenge Brother Qingyun. Perhaps this could even deepen her bond with him. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She turned to the burly middle-aged man beside her. Uncle Wang, didn't you mention earlier that you were seeking a successor for your shadow blade technique? What do you think of Brother Qingyun? Brother Qingyun, despite his youth, has already garnered significant attention from the entire Wanjian sect, which is a testament to his extraordinary talent. I firmly believe that if it were he would surely be able to revive Uncle Wang's renowned shadow blade technique to its former glory. This middle-aged man, referred to as Uncle Wang, is her personal bodyguard, known as Wang Yidao. She is unaware of his exact cultivation level, but she has heard her father mention that Uncle Wang was once an elder of a sect, possessing remarkable strength. His signature technique, the shadow blade technique, is reputed to unleash several distinct blade lights in a single breath, striking with lightning speed to take an enemy's life instantly. Initially, she thought her father was exaggerating, painting Uncle Wang in an overly fantastical light. However, after experiencing an encounter where Uncle Wang effortlessly dispatched 5 demonic cultivators in the blink of an eye, she realized her father was not exaggerating. Uncle Wang truly possessed such skill. At that moment, she was awestruck by Uncle Wang's overwhelming power and earnestly begged him to teach her the shadow blade technique. Unfortunately, her talent and strength fell short, and despite months of diligent practice, she could not grasp its essence. Now, upon seeing her brother Qingyun, she cannot help but imagine the scene of him mastering such a divine ability and effortlessly slaying multiple formidable foes in a single breath. How magnificent that would be! Today, as I accompanied the young lady, I discreetly observed that young lad named Yi Qingyun. Though he did not deliberately display it, many subtle details revealed his exceptional talent, which aligns well with my shadow blade technique. Wang Yidao stroked his beard and smiled. If he wishes to take me as his master, I would not hesitate to impart the shadow blade technique to him. He harbored a premonition that should he pass on his signature technique to Yi Qingyun, the latter would likely ascend to a level surpassing his OWN at that moment. Wang Yidao suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Miss, be cautious. Something's amiss. Simultaneously, several other powerful guardians responsible for protecting Mu Lear emerged from the shadows, forming a protective barrier around her while keeping their vigilant gazes fixed ahead. Amidst the intermingling looks of fear and wariness, a tall and handsome man clad in azure stood with his hands clasped behind him atop a distant pavilion. The moonlight cascaded down upon him like frost, allowing even the thickest of night to reveal the subtle superiority in his demeanor. Who are you? Wang Yidao bellowed. We are members of the Tianbao Merchant Association. Why do you obstruct our path? Despite the strength in his voice, he was inwardly filled with trepidation towards the sudden appearance of Gu Han. Although he had reached the half-step divine platform realm, he could not discern Gu Han's true cultivation level. He felt a chilling certainty that even with the combined might of several others, they would likely not stand a chance against this azure-clad man. Ignoring Wang Yidao's cold inquiry, Gu Han's penetrating gaze locked onto Mu Lear, who was shielded at the center. You are the childhood companion of Yi Qingyun? Mu Lear swallowed hard, opening her mouth, but before she could respond, the man bathed in moonlight merely chuckled softly and shook his head, as if answering his own question. Since you are involved with that fellow, your lives will be forfeit. Gu Han's icy voice traveled through the cold wind to the ears of the group. Wang Yidao felt his hair stand on end, a wave of dread washing over him as his body instinctively reacted. Protect the young lady. As he issued the command, he swiftly drew his signature blade. Boom! In that moment, all of his cultivation surged forth without reservation. He positioned his blade at his left hip, gripping the hilt with his right hand, preparing to draw an eye in that instant. A terrifying blade aura began to concentrate around his weapon. Time itself seemed to slow down in his perception, the world transforming into a series of flickering images. The shadow blade technique emphasizes achieving the perfect angle and the most effective force to condense the strongest blade aura upon the edge, subsequently unleashing this power as a series of slashing lights. Shadow blade technique. As Wang Yidao mentally roared, he unleashed his strongest signature move. Swish, swish, swish. Amidst the roar of the raging blade aura, several brilliant blade lights intersected and overlapped in the pitch-black night, resembling radiant moonlight, charging toward Gu Han from various directions. Logically, under such a fierce and concentrated blade aura, no one could evade it perfectly. Yet, What transpired next surpassed his comprehension. The azure-clad man showed no intention of dodging. Instead, he stepped forward unflinchingly toward the gathering blade lights, seeking death. Wang Yidao could not help but scoff inwardly. Did he truly believe he could easily evade his signature technique with mere agility? However, the ensuing scene left his expression utterly frozen. Crack! The explosive sound echoed like thunder in a daze. Everyone perceived a blinding azure lightning streaking through the night sky, carrying an unmatched might toward them. In the blink of an eye, Gu Han's form transformed into an afterimage, vanishing from the spot. The path he traversed left behind trails of azure light, overlapping like a series of slides. The densely interwoven blade lights seemed to slash at some illusory dimension. Unable to touch Gu Han in the slightest. Chapter 47. Instant resolution and mastery. How that moment, the surrounding space seemed to freeze. Wang Yidao remained in the act of drawing his blade, yet his entire being had turned to stone, completely immobilized. Not only him, but the other cultivators who had taken defensive stances were equally frozen in astonishment, like statues caught in time. Wang Yidao's once invincible signature move, which extinguished foes with a single stroke, had rendered him utterly powerless today. The azure-clad man, who had been several miles away mere moments ago, not only shattered the fierce blade lights but had also appeared before Mu Lier, heavily guarded at the center. His expression was devoid of emotion, his left hand resting casually behind him. He stood as still as before, his long hair and garments undisturbed by the slightest breeze. Yet, his outstretched right hand rested upon the pale head of Mu Lier. Almost simultaneously, several heads behind him were lifted high. Wang Yidao gazed at the familiar headless body before him, blood gushing from the severed neck, and his pupils constricted. Is me? Am I already dead? My lifetime's understanding of the shadow blade technique has failed to harm this azure-clad man in the slightest. Without any pain, he felt his life extinguished in an instant. Wang Yidao and the other cultivators' heads fell heavily to the ground, their eyes wide open, filled with the terror and disbelief of impending death. From the corner of her eye, Mu Lier caught sight of this scene through Gu Han's fingers. Overwhelming fear nearly caused her to faint. That was Uncle Wang, who had protected her countless times. Even when besieged by several demonic cultivators, he had relied on his formidable strength to help her escape. And now, in the blink of an eye, he had met an inexplicable demise. Who on earth are you? Spirit stones. Wealth? I can give you anything you desire. Despite her overwhelming fear, she summoned all her strength to tremble and inquire. After all, her father had often taken her to meet various influential figures over the years, granting her some experience in high-stakes situations. In such a perilous moment, she managed to retain a semblance of rationality. Hearing this, Gu Han merely smiled faintly, disregarding Mu Lier's words. Truth be told, I had no intention of making a move against you. But since you insist on entangling yourself with him and meddling in matters that do not concern you, disrupting my plans, as his words trailed off, Gu Han's fingers exerted a slight pressure, and a strange red mist began to spread from his palm, violently invading Mu Lier's mind, tearing apart her consciousness. The intense pain and the encroaching threat of death incited a desperate struggle within her. Nevertheless, Gu Han's grip was like a vice, firmly clutching her head, rendering her futile attempts at resistance utterly ineffective. My father is the president of the Tianbao Merchant Association. If you kill me, he will exhaust every means to find you. If there is any misunderstanding between us, you can bring it up. I can offer compensation in any form. Amidst her agonizing struggle, Mu Lier's thoughts raced. Connecting Gu Han's earlier words, she realized everything. This man was the mastermind behind the destruction of her brother Qing Yun's family, the cause of such unfathomable tribulation. Now, upon discovering her intention to aid Qing Yun in avenging his family, he had decided to eliminate her to silence her. Mu Lier finally understood, in that moment, the terrifying figure her brother had offended. The stakes were far beyond what a girl from a wealthy family like hers could comprehend. She regretted it, regretted her hasty involvement in matters she had not fully investigated. The blood-red mist had completely consumed her consciousness. The remnants of her self-awareness gradually faded amidst endless pain and regret. Her eyes lost focus, becoming dull and lifeless, her body ceasing its instinctive struggle. Once Gu Han released his grip on Mu Lier's face, she stood there like a soulless wooden figure, dazed and motionless in the minds of ordinary people. Eliminating Mu Lier and her companions to obliterate any risk of detection would be the most prudent course of action. However, he had devised an even more perfect and advantageous plan for himself. Snap! With a snap of his fingers, Gu Han summoned a flicker of red light deep within the vacant gaze of Mu Lier. Soon, it spread like a spark in the wilderness, rapidly enveloping her entire being. Her consciousness and soul, previously consumed by the eerie red mist, were reconstructed anew. However, she had lost her original self. At this moment, she was entirely under Gu Han's control. Return now and relay what transpired today. State that demonic cultivators invaded Zhengzhou City, and during the struggle with your guards, you managed to escape amidst the chaos. Mention that you witnessed a young man secretly conversing with the demonic cultivators, suggesting there may be a spy in Zhengzhou City attempting to stir trouble. After hearing Gu Han's series of commands, Mu Lier numbly nodded. Yes, I will comply with your wishes. Once she spoke, her expression quickly morphed into one of panic and fear as she fled toward the brightly lit street in the distance. After Mu Lier's figure completely vanished, Gu Han began to set the scene, creating false signs of struggle and leaving behind traces of the demonic cultivators. The groundwork had been laid. It was time to find an opportune moment to unveil this grand performance. Yi Qingyun, you enjoy placing the label of a demonic spy on me, do you? As he spoke, Gu Han retrieved a small piece of fabric that differed entirely from his attire, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This time, I will place this hat on you before you can do it to me. How will you respond? After a series of soft chuckles, Gu Han gradually faded into the void, soon disappearing. Not long after, ripples suddenly emanated from a shadowy corner. A poised and elegantly dressed woman observed the direction in which Gu Han had vanished, then glanced at the deliberately staged battlefield. Although she was uncertain of Gu Gongzi's intentions, she recognized the wickedness in this deliberate act of framing the demonic cultivators. However, if there are no bodies of the demonic cultivators at the scene, it will seem overly contrived. Go, eliminate those demonic cultivators in the dungeon and discard their bodies here. We have already extracted all necessary information from them. After issuing her orders, the master of Fenghua Tower fell into contemplation. Had she just heard Gu Gongzi mention Yi Qingyun? Could it be that Gu Gongzi had a grievance with him? Should I take action in the shadows to eliminate this fellow on Gu Gongzi's behalf? After all, everyone knew how deeply their young lady was enamored with Gu Han. He might very well become their young lady's husband in the future. Establishing a good relationship early on could yield benefits down the road, right? Chapter 48. Plans to bury everything? Who are you pretending for? Meanwhile, as Gu Han swiftly traversed the night, he received a notification from the system. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on completing the villain branch task of isolating the protagonist's childhood companion, Mu Lier, from providing assistance. Congratulations on receiving a reward of 5,000 villain points. Although this side quest was completed effortlessly, Gu Han did not consider the tasks issued by the system to be of low difficulty. He considered himself fortunate this time. He had fortuitously encountered Mu Lier inviting Yi Qingyun out rather than finding her within the Tianbao Merchant Association's estate. Otherwise, the difficulty and risks would have multiplied several times over. But there were no what-ifs in the world. Mu Lier had unwittingly stumbled into his path. He could not be blamed for his ruthlessness. In the original storyline, Mu Lier served as a significant aid to Yi Qingyun in the early stages. With the immense financial resources and extensive connections of the Tianbao Merchant Association, she facilitated many advantages for him, helping him rapidly accumulate initial resources and indirectly aiding his swift rise. Now that Mu Lier was entirely under his control, with just a little manipulation, the Tianbao Merchant Association would not only cease to be an ally for Yi Qingyun but would, in a sense, become his adversary. The thought of using the protagonist's own allies against him was immensely satisfying. However, the next task of preventing several holy maidens and holy sons from forming bonds with Yi Qingyun would prove to be somewhat challenging. Not to mention, this was the territory of the sacred grounds, where the elders responsible for overseeing the group were all formidable cultivators. Surely, they would be lurking in the shadows to protect these holy sons and maidens during their outings. Nevertheless, Gu Han was not in a hurry. These holy sons and maidens would also enter the Zhengzhou secret realm. Once they were inside, he would have ample opportunity to manipulate this group. Since it was related to Yi Qingyun, he intended to bury them all. Sister Lu Yan, is what you said true? Did you truly witness the tragic scenes of senior brother's past life? Are you certain it wasn't that black-robed elder using an illusion to exploit your inner guilt to deceive you? In a private room of a tavern, Luo Baiji was the first to voice her incredulity. Her expression appeared somewhat dazed, as if she were struggling to digest the information swirling in her mind. After Lu Ruyan's recounting, images began to weave themselves in their minds. The north wind howled with snow. In the frigid winter, the expelled senior brother wandered alone across the desolate snowfield. Exhausted, he ultimately collapsed in the icy snow, dying on a night unknown to anyone. Outside the tavern, the market bustled with noise, laughter, and revelry, while the private room remained enveloped in silence, heavy with heartache and guilt, brewing like dark storm clouds, leaving them with a lump in their throats. Yet, perhaps it was merely an illusion. If one listened closely, muffled sobs could occasionally be heard from the otherwise quiet room. Lu Ruoyan lowered her head, her eyes slightly reddened, with tears forming like crystal droplets that continuously slipped from the corners of her eyes. She had initially believed that the old man's divination would alleviate her worries and bring her some solace, but instead, her heart became even more tumultuous. Whenever she recalled the images in her mind, a sharp pain pierced her heart. She never expected that such a simple misunderstanding could lead to such a tragic fate for her senior brother. Particularly haunting was the vision of her senior brother descending the mountain alone against the backdrop of the setting sun. With no one behind him to plead for his stay, just the thought of it was suffocating. Perhaps, at that moment, he had truly hoped that they, or their master, would come to stop him. Yet, until he descended the mountain and perished that snowy night, they had taken no action whatsoever. They were indeed ungrateful wretches. Chu Yue pressed her red lips tightly together, remaining silent. However, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the pile of gifts they had meticulously prepared for their senior brother, provoking a sense of irony within her. Such pretentiousness, for whom was it intended? The other two junior sisters might have merely viewed the so-called visions as mere divination, as potential futures that had yet to unfold. But having witnessed certain past lives of her senior brother within the demon suppression tower through some mysterious power, she understood that these were highly likely to be authentic events from his previous life. Otherwise, how could her gentle senior brother have transformed into someone entirely different due to a mere misunderstanding? Even when angry, she could always placate him with a little coaxing. How could he completely disregard their numerous attempts to please him? She could not fathom how many times her senior brother had experienced such tragic scenes. But it must have been many. Just enduring the suffocating pain of being abandoned by the entire world was unbearable for her, let alone the countless times he had suffered. Yet why did her senior brother not confide in them? Just as this thought emerged, Chu Yue felt foolish for her musings. Although practitioners of the way were not strangers to the concepts of past and present lives, if someone suddenly recounted their own past life experiences, she would instinctively regard them as a fool. Moreover, given her senior brother's current demeanor, he must have long since accepted his fate, but it mattered not. At least now she understood as Chu Yue raised her head again. Her beauty transformed into one of determination. As long as she was willing to strive, the extinguished flame could be rekindled, and the cold heart could once again be warmed. Yi Qingyun was entirely unaware of the events unfolding that night. At this moment, he followed the instructions of Old Bai and arrived before an exceptionally grand and majestic mansion in the heart of Zhengzhou City. The solemnity exuded by the mansion caused Yi Qingyun to instinctively adjust his attire. It was only then that he noticed a small piece of fabric missing from his left sleeve. Such a trivial detail had not occupied his thoughts. He presumed it must have been torn during his outing with Mulier. Chapter 49. Chaos in Zhengzhou. The established demonic sect's eyes at the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce Mansion. A beautiful woman voiced her concerns. My lord, the sky has darkened. Lear has yet to return. Could she be in danger? Ha! What danger could there be? This is Zhengzhou City, a territory shared by several holy places. Besides, with the grand event soon to commence, all sects are gathering. Who would dare to cause trouble during such a crucial time? A middle-aged man of ample stature, dressed in luxurious attire, spoke with a relaxed demeanor as he savored his tea, completely dismissing his wife's worries. Moreover, Lear mentioned she was meeting her childhood friend Qingyun. I have discreetly sent guards like Wang Yidao to protect her. What could possibly go wrong? Qingyun. The Yi Qingyun of the Congfeng Yi family. The beautiful woman furrowed her brow. Their family had risen to prominence, becoming a well-known merchant family, while the Congfeng Yi family had long since declined. She wished for her daughter to associate with truly powerful young men, rather than a poor scion from a fallen family. What do you know, you mere woman? Morong Hua's lips curled in disdain. That Qingyun lad possesses extraordinary talent in less than 3 months since joining the Wanjian sect. He has already been nurtured as a core disciple by the upper echelons. As long as he does not perish prematurely, he is destined for remarkable achievements. If we establish a connection with him now, we might reap unimaginable rewards in the future. At that moment, a guard burst into the hall, panic evident on his face. My lord, it's bad. The young lady is in trouble. She was attacked by demonic cultivators in Zhengzhou City. Wang Yidao and the others have all perished. The hall fell into a stunned silence. The once relaxed expression of Murong Hua froze, and the teacup in his hand shattered upon hitting the ground, scattering tea everywhere. The Tianbao Chamber of Commerce, along with the entire Zhengzhou City, was thrown into utter chaos. Demonic cultivators invaded. How dare anyone cause trouble during the Zhengzhou Grand Event? This was a blatant disregard for the several holy places and numerous sects. Zhengzhou City's response was swifter than he had anticipated. As the night deepened, the city was ablaze with lights and floating lanterns. Disguised as a phantom, Gu Han stood atop a building, his indifferent gaze surveying the bustling streets below. His cold demeanor contrasted sharply with the chaos unfolding beneath him. Within his perception, several figures were swiftly closing in on him, surrounding him. We are the city guards of Zhengzhou. There has been a disturbance, and we are ordered to apprehend any suspicious individuals. Please remain in place while we conduct our inspection. Hearing the leader's harsh commands, Gu Han chuckled inwardly, amused by the politeness of the Zhengzhou city guards. As he mocked them internally, he activated his movement technique. In an instant, his aura surged, and his figure vanished from sight in the dark night. It was as if a streak of azure lightning had suddenly illuminated the sky, disappearing into the distance at an unimaginable speed. Quick, stop him! The city guards reacted swiftly, almost predicting Gu Han's movements. Several streaks of light cut through the air, pursuing him from different directions. However, Gu Han's speed was astonishingly fast. Even with their divine platform realm cultivation, they could not close the distance even a fraction. In the blink of an eye, Gu Han had completely vanished into the thick night. Damn it! The leader of the city guards cursed. Did anyone see his face? The other guards shook their heads in embarrassment. The speed of the figure had exceeded their comprehension. From the moment they caught a glimpse of him to his complete disappearance, it had barely taken 2 breaths. This left them feeling uneasy. Their city's top figures could not possibly match such speed. Could it be that a powerful demon lord had infiltrated? That individual was likely connected to the demonic cultivators causing havoc in Zhengzhou. And yet they had allowed him to escape. Just as the leader's expression darkened, he suddenly paused, as if sensing something. He looked up and saw a tattered piece of fabric hanging from the eaves of the building where Gu Han had stood. That was, the burly man's eyes lit up with excitement. Though it was merely a piece of tattered cloth, it undoubtedly held the lingering aura of the wearer. The strong individuals in Zhengzhou might be able to trace the essence and identify the fleeing individual. Meanwhile, Gu Han, having returned to his original appearance, wore a smile, his mood evidently buoyant. If those fools were not dim-witted, they would surely consider the accidentally left piece of fabric as an important clue, allowing some powerful figures to deduce his true identity. Unfortunately, the smile on Gu Han's lips widened. This matter traces back to several hours prior. After a series of disguises, he had been following Yi Qingyun and, amidst the bustling crowd, had stealthily approached him and discreetly taken a piece of fabric from his person. Initially, he had planned to frame Mu Lier and the others, but had ultimately decided to target Yi Qingyun instead. Although Yi Qingyun bore the aura of a protagonist, which might lessen the impact of his scheme, this was only the beginning. His actions were merely to plant a seed of suspicion, suggesting that Yi Qingyun was entangled with the demonic sect, allowing him to experience the same suffering he had endured in his past life. Just the thought of it brought him joy. Beep. The actions of the master have been detected as villainous. Congratulations, master. You have earned 1,500 villain points as a reward. Chapter 50. Have you all taken crazy pills? The invasion of demonic cultivators in Zhengzhou City quickly became a hot topic, causing widespread panic among its residents. Many invited guests from various sects attending the Zhengzhou Grand Event were equally astonished. Who would have thought? The audacity of the demonic cultivators has reached such heights. To dare disturb us during such a critical period. They clearly have no regard for our sects. Zhengzhou City has issued a bounty. Anyone who can provide information about the demonic cultivators involved in this incident will be rewarded with a substantial amount of spirit stones. Spirit stones are not easily earned. In such a vast crowd, finding a single demonic cultivator would be an extremely daunting task. However, detailed information has begun to circulate. It is said that the demonic cultivator made contact with a young cultivator in Zhongzhou City. If we can locate that young cultivator, we might discover the mastermind behind this incident. As the prime instigator of this event, Gu Han had just stepped out of his resting quarters when he overheard the discussions among the Wanjian Sect disciples. He did not show any unusual emotions in response. When he was falsely accused of being an agent of the demonic sect, these people had acted similarly. They were all hypocritical fools, venting their inner darkness under the guise of justice. Senior brother, at that moment, 3 soft and ethereal voices called out from behind him. Ji Han paused, his cheerful mood dissipating at once. It was Chu Yue and her companions. Some Wanjian sect disciples exclaimed in surprise. They had long grown accustomed to the trio's recent enthusiasm towards Gu Han, even feeling a twinge of envy. Since the conclusion of the previous incident, the 3 of them had relentlessly sought to win over their senior brother, demonstrating extraordinary kindness. Today, Chu Yue donned a gown as white as snow, intricately embroidered with phoenix patterns, adorned with a sapphire hairpin that accentuated her radiant beauty. Lu Ruoyan and Luo Baiji were similarly resplendent, causing many disciples of the Wanjian sect to be momentarily entranced, some even rendered speechless. The phrase "a celestial being descending to the mortal realm" could not encapsulate the scene adequately. This sight even caused Yi Qingyun, who happened to pass by, to stare in awe. He had always known that his senior sister was exceptionally beautiful, yet he had underestimated her allure today. For reasons unknown, she appeared different from usual, her beauty surpassing all expectations. Her long, dark hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her eyes sparkled with a sweet and fragrant charm. With a delicate nose, translucent lips, and skin smoother than jade, every perfect feature combined to form an ethereal visage. Moreover, his sister, who usually emanated an aura of coldness, now exuded a lively and playful energy. "Good morning, senior sister," as the stunning Chu Yue walked past him. Yi Qingyun instinctively wished to greet her, but the trio wholly ignored him, proceeding directly towards Gu Han. The morning sunlight illuminated the young woman's exquisite features, enhancing her purity and beauty. Chu Yue's graceful hands were clasped behind her back, bending slightly with a playful demeanor characteristic of youthful affection. A gentle breeze swept by, caressing her hair, accentuating her blooming beauty. However, in stark contrast to the excited gazes of those around, Gu Han appeared utterly indifferent, his slightly furrowed brow betraying his distaste and aversion. Yet, Chu Yue seemed oblivious, her voice still soft and melodic. "Senior brother, you mentioned yesterday that you were too busy to accompany us to admire the lanterns, so we 3 have prepared many special gifts for you. Look, senior brother, this is the Xianyu treasure garment I specifically selected for you. The style suits you perfectly, so I bought it." Luo Baiji quickly stepped forward, presenting her carefully chosen gift, a pale blue jade pendant that shimmered softly under the sunlight, evoking a sense of tranquility. "Senior brother, this is a specialty from the Baiming continent, crafted from a unique mineral known as Blue Moon Glazed Jade. It is said that this mineral possesses intoxicating effects and can ward off evil. Given the potential dangers of our journey into the secret realm, wearing this pendant will ensure your safety. Senior brother, I have also prepared a special gift for you." Lu Ruoyan encouraged herself internally and produced a pot-like container. Upon lifting the lid, an incredibly fragrant aroma wafted out, stimulating appetites. "Senior brother, these are delicacies I meticulously selected from various shops last night, all nourishing treasures with unique flavors from different continents. You often made soup for me in the past, and with your recent fatigue, I wanted to prepare the most nourishing and delicious soup for you." Lu Ruoyan added softly, "I know my cooking skills were terrible before, so much so that even dogs would turn their noses up at it. That's why last night, I asked several senior sisters to teach me how to make this soup." She assured him, "I can guarantee it won't be bad. It will be edible." The trio's cautious yet hopeful expressions nearly shattered the hearts of the observing Wanjian sect disciples. Their gazes towards Gu Han grew increasingly complex, as if to say that if he did not accept their goodwill, he would be utterly ungrateful. Ji Han scoffed inwardly. They sought to morally bind him? "I'm sorry, but as the villain, he had no morals." Ji Han cast a casual glance, his voice laced with mockery. "Have you all taken the wrong medicine today?" Chapter 51. He turned and walked away, not sparing them another glance. The very atmosphere seemed to freeze in the wake of Gu Han's frosty tone. The three girls, Chu Yue and her companions, trembled slightly as they held their carefully chosen gifts, their hearts pierced as if by a multitude of needles. Although they had long prepared themselves for rejection, the reality of the situation still left them feeling despondent. Senior brother, you woke up late today and haven't had breakfast yet. Perhaps I could leave this here for you to try later? Lu Ruyan mustered her courage to speak again. No need. Gu Han replied coldly, completely ignoring the three girls who stood rigidly in place. His gaze shifted towards the crowd, landing on Xiaoling, who wore an expression of curiosity and amusement. A faint smile graced his lips. Xiaoling, didn't you say you had nothing to do today and wanted to continue enjoying the music at the brothel? Let's go, shall we? Xiaoling was taken aback. What? I don't recall saying that. Yet, upon seeing the warm yet chilling smile on Gu Han's face, he felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine, resigning himself to being used as a pawn. After all, who wouldn't feel apprehensive when Gu Han could easily pin him down with a single hand? Suppressing the twitch at the corners of his mouth, Xiaoling forced a smile and nodded. Yes, I came to find you for this very reason. Gu Han smiled lightly and nodded. Good. I have time now, so let's set off. He turned and left, not even glancing back at Lu Ruyan and the others. In the eyes of the other disciples of the Sword Query Sect, the once bright eyes of the three girls dimmed instantly, especially Lu Ruyan, whose eyes glistened with unshed tears, resembling a small cat that had suffered great injustice. She wiped the corners of her eyes, which were on the verge of spilling over, and spoke softly. I'll go heat it up and leave it in front of his palace. Perhaps he will have a sip when he returns. The surrounding disciples of the Sword Query Sect fell silent. If one looked closely, they would notice the small, meticulously treated wounds on Lu Ruyan's delicate fingers. They were not large, likely from last night when she had been preparing the soup for Gu Han, her lack of experience causing her to be cut by sharp utensils. A myriad of thoughts flooded the minds of the disciples. Lu Ruyan had painstakingly selected various specialty ingredients from different continents, seeking advice from many senior sisters, and had cooked and adjusted the recipe multiple times to create the most delicious soup. After much effort, she had indeed succeeded in making the most exquisite broth, yet senior brother had refused even to taste it. Though Lu Ruyan bore undeniable responsibility for the earlier incident, hadn't he that matter passed? Furthermore, this young girl had actively apologized and sought forgiveness. Was it not just sheer affectation for a grown man to hold onto such grievances and disregard her goodwill? It was not only the other disciples of the Sword Query Sect who felt this way. Xiaoling, who had merely come to observe, also wished to offer a few words of comfort to Gu Han. However, recalling the meticulous care Gu Han had shown to his three junior sisters, he felt that the situation was likely much more complicated than it appeared. Some things, once missed, could never be reclaimed, much like a shattered mirror that could never be whole again. Chu Yue and Luo Baiji watched Gu Han's retreating figure, their hearts aching with an unbearable sting. They felt a suffocating tightness in their chests, almost to the point of tears. Did senior brother truly despise them so? Even the gifts they had chosen with such care were met with disdain, not even warranting a glance. Were they so unworthy of forgiveness? Surely, senior brother had been busy with other matters yesterday, exhausted from his endeavors, seeking an excuse to relax. Chu Yue offered a bitter smile as she made excuses for him. When senior brother feels better, we can come back tonight, and he will surely accept our gifts. Though it was clear that Chu Yue was grasping at straws to comfort herself, it nonetheless rekindled a flicker of hope in Lu Ruyan and Luo Baiji. Their eyes brightening slightly. Sisters, you've all been deceived by senior brother. After observing for a long while, Yi Qingyun could no longer contain himself. Senior brother? Wasn't he just tired from yesterday's labors? He had no intention of going to that brothel to relax. Yesterday, I happened to pass through the bustling central market and saw senior brother enjoying the festivities, admiring the lanterns. He certainly didn't have any pressing matters to attend to. Moreover, when you three invited him to join you in the central market to admire the lanterns, he made up excuses to decline, only to go there alone afterward. That's just. Yi Qingyun shook his head in disappointment, though he refrained from articulating his subsequent thoughts. The meaning behind his words was crystal clear. Honestly, he had not intended to involve himself in this matter, but for some reason, Gu Han's demeanor today irritated him more and more. The three sisters had gone to such lengths to prepare gifts and apologize, yet he remained as cold as ice, completely disregarding their efforts. He was a grown man, yet he acted so petty. The three sisters had all humbly apologized. What more could he want? What also irked him was the stark contrast in treatment. He had greeted the three sisters, but they had ignored him, showering Guhan with gifts instead. It was well known that these three sisters had always been kind to him, occasionally bringing him treasures from their excursions into the secret realms. Yet today, they completely disregarded him, lavishing attention on Guhan and leaving him with nothing. This disparity left him feeling inexplicably resentful. If he had received the same affection from the three beautiful sisters, he would have been overjoyed. Guhan's behavior struck him as a classic case of playing hard to get. Yi Qingyun's voice was not low, and his words reached the ears of Chu Yue and the others, as well as the other disciples of the Sword Query sect. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the crowd erupted in an uproar. In a way, senior brother is really like that? I can attest to this. I was present at the time. Senior brother rejected Sister Yue's invitation, claiming he was going to the brothel. Now that Yi Qingyun had spoken, it became evident that senior brother had only used that as a flimsy excuse to avoid the three sisters, instead planning to enjoy the lanterns alone. Although the main responsibility for the previous incident lay with Lu Ruyan and her companions, was there any need for him to be so petty and hold on to it forever? Chapter 52. Keep your mouth shut, and let me handle it for you. As the crowd around him erupted in chaos, Yi Qingyun's lips curled into a hidden smile. Though he could not match Guhan in power, he could leverage the situation, couldn't he? See? All it took was a little manipulation, and he could easily sway public opinion, turning this group into unwitting allies in his attack against Guhan sisters. Chu Yue and the others wished to explain on behalf of their senior brother, but his rejection of their invitation and subsequent actions had left them deeply disheartened. Ji Yuhan paused mid-step, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Using manipulation for one's own benefit was a tactic Yi Qingyun often employed. He remembered well the first time he had taken a stand against this man, and how he had been ensnared by such tricks. He recalled the chaos in the western Xian domain, where demonic sects had risen in revolt, leaving the populace in despair. Many strong practitioners from these sects had attacked the sect's orthodoxies, prompting the higher-ups to lead an offensive to prevent the chaos from spilling into the Sword Query sect's territory. However, a small group of demonic practitioners managed to bypass the frontline defenses, attempting to assault the Sword Query sect with insufficient numbers. The remaining defenders, relying on the sect's protective formations, managed to hold them off. But then, unexpectedly, a horde of beasts appeared from nowhere, complicating the situation further. The worst part was that a traitor within the sect had opened a corner of the protective formation. Eventually, the demonic practitioners and the beasts stormed the Sword Query sect, resulting in the deaths of many disciples and elders left behind. When the sect leaders returned to find their home reduced to ruins, they were furious. It was during this time that Yi Qingyun, the instigator of the chaos, had successfully placed the blame on another, leveraging the chaos to his advantage. The specifics of that incident were tiresome to recall. He remembered how his beloved junior sister and respected master had both believed Yi Qingyun's accusations without question, spurred on by the fabricated words of other disciples. Had it not been for his own oaths to prove his innocence, he would have faced a far grimmer fate. That experience had confirmed for him that Yi Qingyun's background was anything but ordinary. He was certain that Yi Qingyun was the mastermind behind the incident. Yet, when Yi Qingyun swore to the heavens that he was not the culprit, no punishment was meted out. Was it that Yi Qingyun's fortune shielded him, or did the heavens favor him? As Guhan's thoughts returned to the present, he showed no signs of his inner turmoil. Had he not awakened his system, he might have resorted to using similar tactics to counter Yi Qingyun's manipulation. But now the opponent had the backing of the heavens and powerful figures from the celestial realm, while he possessed an extraordinary system and by now, his strength far surpassed that of anyone present. In the face of absolute power, all schemes would crumble to dust. Why are you all barking like dogs? What I do and say is none of your concern. As his words fell, a terrifying aura radiated from Guhan, expanding outward with ferocious intensity. The heavy pressure left those nearby gasping for breath, the space around them growing chillingly cold and oppressive. The once boisterous atmosphere fell into a hushed stillness. Just moments ago, the disciples of the Sword Query sect had been filled with chatter and speculative glances towards Guhan, but now their faces turned pale as they were consumed by fear. Especially Xiaoling, who felt a deep-seated terror creeping into his very soul. What had Guhan done recently to gain such terrifying power? With his hands clasped behind his back, Guhan turned his head slightly, chin raised. His voice was a blend of disdain and indifference. According to Sect rules, the sword query Sect allows for sparring, as long as no lethal force is used and the opponent's life is preserved. If you cannot control your tongues, I shall take it upon myself to do so. You understand my meaning, fellow disciples? The disciples of the sword query Sect were instantly gripped by fear, realizing that he was threatening them outright. If they dared to utter any more displeasing words, Gu Han would not hesitate to deliver a lesson they would never forget. This was particularly true for Yi Qingyun, who found himself on the receiving end of Gu Han's overwhelming pressure, feeling as if his very cells were being suppressed by some unseen force. While it was uncomfortable, he managed to endure. Thanks to his unique bloodline and the support of Elder Ba, he had not anticipated Gu Han's choice of such a simple yet violent method to deal with the situation. He had underestimated Gu Han's ruthlessness. Senior brother, I know you deliberately made an excuse to go to the brothel, but you had your own reasons for heading to the bustling central market. Yi Qingyun's lips curled into a cold smile. However, I heard that demonic practitioners caused trouble near the central market yesterday. They even killed several powerful individuals. I also heard rumors that a young cultivator in Zhongzhou City was secretly meeting with the demonic practitioners. Senior brother, there's something you wish to accomplish by intentionally avoiding your three sisters' invitation and heading to Zhongzhou City? Or do you have some ulterior motive? With this statement, the atmosphere froze once again, as if the world had flipped upside down. Why? Yi Qingyun's words were too pointed. Why had Gu Han deliberately made excuses to refuse the invitations of Chu Yue and her companions? Finally, he had gone to Zhongzhou City to enjoy the lanterns? Was it possible that he had always intended to make a fool of Chu Yue and her friends? But to their recollection, Gu Han was not that sort of person. Coupled with the recent events, everyone began to entertain a troubling possibility. Their senior brother had deliberately sought an excuse to sneak off to the central market to meet with the demonic practitioners. Could it be that their senior brother was a spy for the demonic sect? Chapter 53. This is simply too thrilling. As the thought took root in their minds, everyone's gaze towards Gu Han became filled with suspicion. Gu Han raised an eyebrow, surprised that Yi Qingyun could turn this minor detail against him. However, he had anticipated that Yi Qingyun would attempt to create trouble for him. Last night, he had prepared a grand surprise for him. Unaware of the truth, Yi Qingyun detected the shift in Gu Han's expression and unconsciously adopted a victorious posture. Senior brother Gu, I admit that your elaborate refusal of the three sisters' invitations has its own schemes and designs. However, the timing and location of your actions seem too deliberate. It just so happened that you were in the central market when the demonic practitioners attacked. Doesn't that seem a bit too coincidental? Listening to Yi Qingyun's self-satisfied analysis, Gu Han maintained his composure, his lips curving into a knowing smile. Based on the timeline, it should be about time bang. As if to echo his words, the door was suddenly slammed open with tremendous force. A terrifying aura swept in from outside, and several powerful cultivators dressed in patrol uniforms from Zhongzhou City entered in succession. The leading captain was a towering figure with a stern expression, wielding a black gold battle knife that was already drawn, radiating an aura of lethal intent. The young disciples of the sword query sect, who had never experienced real battle, felt as if the air had been sucked from their lungs. They instinctively turned to the elders accompanying the captain, only to see their brows furrowed in silence, heightening the atmosphere of unease among the disciples. Ignoring the astonishment and horror of the numerous young disciples of the sword inquiry sect, the leading commander surveyed the crowd with hawk-like eyes. When his gaze fell upon Gu Han, it lingered for a moment, revealing a flicker of suspicion deep within his pupils. Yi Qingyun, clearly aware of the identities of these formidable cultivators, misinterpreted the commander's focus on Gu Han as an indication that they had uncovered something incriminating and intended to take him away for interrogation. However, the commander merely paused for an instant before coldly shifting his gaze to lock onto. A foreboding premonition surged within Yi Qingyun. Indeed, it was he, Yi Qingyun of the Sword Inquiry Sect. We suspect you are connected to the attack by the demonic cultivators last night. Take him away. You have the right to remain silent, but anything you say may be used as evidence in court. Yi Qingyun, the multitude of disciples. It was not until two imposing, fearsome cultivators stepped forward to seize his shoulders that Yi Qingyun snapped out of his stupor. Panic and tremor gripped his voice. You have the wrong person. I was nowhere near that street last night. I was a guest at the residence of a prominent figure. They can vouch for me. Gu Han. He was the one who went there. He is the suspect. Yi Qingyun, in a flurry, recounted his earlier thoughts and deductions. Yet, The two city guards paid him little heed, adhering strictly to their protocols. The leading commander cast another glance at Gu Han before swiftly averting his eyes. The evidence is irrefutable. Do you still wish to deny it? Are you aware that you inadvertently left a fragment of your robe behind during your actions? The top cultivators of Zhengzhou City have already deduced your identity from the residual aura on that cloth. To dissuade Yi Qingyun from further resistance, the commander produced a small piece of smooth azure fabric from his storage space. Upon seeing the fabric, Yi Qingyun's spirit was struck as if by a heavy blow, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. This piece of cloth bears an exact match to the tattered edge of his own robe. A wave of disbelief and terror washed over him. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon Yi Qingyun regarding the entire situation. During his outing with Mu Lear yesterday, his robe had inexplicably torn, at the time. He had dismissed this small detail. Now, it all made sense. The person who had stealthily torn his robe had intended to frame him. After meeting with the demonic cultivators, they deliberately left behind a piece of his clothing at the scene, thereby pinning the blame on him. With no eyewitnesses present and concrete evidence against him, he was utterly defenseless. Who could this person be? He bore no grudge against them, yet they resorted to such vile tactics against him. How despicable! Just then, a crisp sound of applause suddenly drew everyone's attention. Brilliant, simply brilliant. In the center of the gathering, Gu Han clapped his hands, a playful and mocking smile gracing his lips. Earlier, I listened to junior brother Qingyun's analysis with great interest. I almost believed that I was merely out enjoying the lanterns, only to find myself inexplicably labeled as a spy for the demonic sect. It turns out that from the very beginning, junior brother Qingyun was the genuine spy for the demonic sect. His earlier deliberate distortion of facts and fabrication of unfounded claims was merely to shift the blame onto me, clearing his own name. Alas, Ji Han sighed and shook his head. Junior brother, I must admonish you. As a man, one must take responsibility for one's actions. How could you cast such foul accusations upon your senior brother, just because of jealousy? You resort to such insidious and underhanded tactics against me. Gu Han's words artfully encapsulated both irony and schadenfreude. Their effect was profound. Yi Qingyun's complexion shifted between shades of green and white. Gu Han's actions not only returned his accusations back to him, but also delivered several metaphorical slaps to his face. Meanwhile, the other disciples of the Sword Inquiry sect, easily swayed and used as pawns, now cast angry and hostile glances at Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun, I never imagined you to be such a hypocrite. You deliberately twisted the truth and sowed discord. I once thought you to be a person of substance, yet your thoughts are so dark and twisted. To label your senior brother as a spy for the demonic sect without understanding the circumstances is truly despicable. As the first disciple of the Sword Inquiry sect spoke out in condemnation, the others followed suit, fueled by shame or anger, turning their ire towards Yi Qingyun, and of course, their anger stemmed not only from the realization that the real spy was among them, but also from their embarrassment at having been manipulated by Yi Qingyun, leading them to misjudge their senior brother. In their fury, the disciples cast glances of shame and apology towards Gu Han. However, Gu Han paid them no heed, for they remained mere tools, manipulated by others. The roles had simply reversed from being used by Yi Qingyun to being used by him. Chapter 54. Gift-giving in pairs, doubling the joy. This sudden reversal left Chu Yue and her companions with tightly pursed lips and lowered heads, feeling somewhat ashamed. In truth, they had also desired to defend and vindicate their senior brother at the first opportunity. Yet, ultimately, Yi Qingyun's words had swayed them. After all, their senior brother had rejected their invitation, citing a need to seek entertainment elsewhere, and subsequently ventured alone into the bustling central market, which was indeed highly suspicious. Thus, the arguments they had prepared felt weak and ineffective. Yet, at the core, they had not truly believed in their senior brother. Feeling the gaze of Chu Yue and her companions, Gu Han remained unfazed. Whether they believed or not made no difference. The deed was indeed his. Ji Han. What did you mean when you mentioned the timing earlier? Did you already know the city guards would come? Is this matter connected to you? On the verge of being taken away by the city guards, Yi Qingyun struggled to voice his concerns once more. Junior brother, one can indulge in food, but one must not speak carelessly. I merely mentioned to Brother Xiao that it was time to enjoy some music. Is there a problem with that? Behave yourself. Before Yi Qingyun could retort in anger, he was unceremoniously escorted out by the two city guards. Yet, The expression he wore revealed that he was utterly humiliated and filled with rage. Ding! Detected that the protagonist's actions align with those of a villain, causing a significant disturbance in the mindset of protagonist Yi Qingyun. Congratulations, the protagonist has received a reward of 2,000 villain points. Hearing the system's announcement, a smile crept across Gu Han's lips. From this moment forward, his rivalry with Yi Qingyun had officially commenced. Why Yi Qingyun was a vengeful soul, but Gu Han bore the same nature. It remained to be seen who would outplay whom first. Senior brother, as Gu Han prepared to leave, Chu Yue attempted to call him back. They felt ashamed for their brief moment of doubt, fearing that their senior brother would become more distant towards them. Yet, Gu Han did not look back, his steps unwavering as he cast a fleeting glance at Xiao Ling. Let us go, brother Xiao. There is nothing to do today. Let us enjoy some music. Gu Han strode towards the hall's exit, leaving behind a carefree silhouette in the eyes of the crowd. After a brief silence, the hall erupted once more into a clamor, with discussions revolving around Yi Qingyun's recent apprehension. Lu Ruyan struggled for some time before finally speaking with a hint of complexity in her tone. Senior sister, could there be something amiss with this matter? Could junior brother Qingyun be wronged? Luo Baiji remained silent, her expression revealing her own internal conflict. Though junior brother Qingyun's earlier remarks contained elements of unjustly accusing their senior brother without understanding the truth, he was still a member of Baiyu Peak, and this implicated their sect's reputation. More importantly, the painful lesson from their senior brother's past weighed heavily on their hearts, because they failed to investigate the truth at that time. The events had spiraled out of control now. With Yi Qingyun embroiled in a similar situation, they felt an urgent need to uncover the truth and prevent history from repeating itself. The memory of their senior brother's plight was too deeply etched in their minds, causing them to unconsciously draw parallels with the present. It was as if they had once witnessed someone drowning, unable to rescue them due to various reasons, only to watch helplessly as they perished. After enduring that harrowing experience, when confronted with another drowning person, they instinctively sought to save them as a means of atoning for their past inaction. Both women turned their gazes towards Chu Yue, awaiting her decision. Chu Yue furrowed her brow tightly, her thoughts drifting far away. She did not dwell excessively on the matter, but kept replaying Yi Qingyun's words to her senior brother in her mind. If it weren't for the sudden turn of events with the city guards arriving with crucial evidence, how might the situation have unfolded? Their senior brother could very well have been wrongfully accused of being a spy for the demonic sect due to this minor incident. Ultimately, such an event could culminate in catastrophic consequences in the future, indeed. Why Yi Qingyun was not as simple-minded as I had imagined. She pondered. A flicker of anger ignited within Chu Yue's eyes. She increasingly suspected that her senior brother's tragic experiences were connected to Yi Qingyun. However, it was evident that Yi Qingyun was a deeply cunning individual. To expose his true nature, she would need to grow stronger quickly and find a supreme artifact capable of revealing the truth, thereby uncovering all hidden realities. Ji Yuhan, who had just ensnared Yi Qingyun, felt quite pleased. However, he chose not to visit the Fenghua Tower, for he was aware that it belonged to Xia Bingli and her family. Encountering that infatuated girl today would be quite troublesome. If possible, he wished to indulge in the chaos surrounding Yi Qingyun. After all, he had a penchant for gift-giving. If he were to give gifts, he would give in pairs, doubling the joy. Wouldn't he? A smile tugged at Gu Han's lips as he thought of Yi Qingyun, hoping that this gift of betrayal would be to his liking. At the city guard station location, within the grand and solemn hall, numerous prominent figures of Zhengzhou City gathered, looking down upon Yi Qingyun, who was completely subdued and restrained. Speak. What is the identity of the demonic cultivator you met with yesterday? An overwhelming pressure descended, causing the entire hall to tremble. Yet, it must be noted that as the protagonist of the story, Yi Qingyun possessed an extraordinary buff, allowing him to withstand much of the pressure through his innate bloodline. Bending his knees slightly but not collapsing entirely, I have stated before. I am being wronged. That small piece of cloth on me was deliberately taken by that filthy, despicable individual to frame me. Last night, I was out with my childhood friend Mu Lier, and after she left, I visited another prominent figure's residence. Where would I have found the time to commit a crime? Are demonic cultivators now free to wreak havoc in Zhengzhou City, merely by stealing a piece of a cultivator's clothing to frame them? Is this the so-called city guard of Zhengzhou? Temph. Hearing Yi Qingyun's defiant words, the leading city guard commander scoffed coldly. Truly, you won't turn back until you hit a wall. We have already inquired with your so-called Mu Lier. She has confessed that after gathering with you at Fenghua Tower, she returned home early. There was no time for you to stroll around Zhongzhou City with her. Now that we have both eyewitness and physical evidence, do you still wish to deny it? Chapter 55. When did I fall under an illusion? Upon hearing these words, Yi Qingyun felt as though struck by lightning, utterly bewildered. What? Mu Lier actually claimed that after gathering at Fenghua Tower, she returned home early. Then who was he with during the stroll? Could it be that the events he experienced were all an illusion? How could an illusion feel so real? Nonsense. You are distorting the facts and casting dirt upon me. I demand to see my childhood friend Mu Lier. As though anticipating Yi Qingyun's denial, the leading commander waved his hand. Soon, a frail and disheveled young girl was brought forward. Lier. You invited me to the bustling central market last night, and only after that did you return to Tianbao Chamber. Correct? Yi Qingyun, agitated, failed to notice the details. These people are intentionally framing me. Lier, tell them the truth. Mu Lier bit her lip, and when she lifted her head again, her expression was one of deep sorrow and tearful vulnerability. Qingyun, I never imagined you would be connected to the demonic cultivators. After we parted at Fenghua Tower, I was attacked by the demonic cultivators, and had it not been for Uncle Wang and others risking their lives to protect me, I would have perished in that calamity. I heard from the city guards that you are a spy for the demonic sect. Qingyun, I said, because I did not agree to help you that you would resort to such ruthless measures against me? I am your childhood friend after all. How cruel of you. Sobs obeyed as she spoke. Mu Lier buried her face in her hands and wept. Why Yi Qingyun? The sudden turn of events left him utterly flabbergasted. Is this yet another illusion? When did this happen? In his memory, this childhood friend had agreed to assist him after their meeting at Fenghua Tower, promising to relay his situation to her influential family in order to help him rescue his two cousins trapped in the northern wilderness mountains. How had it now transformed into her refusal to assist, leading to his anger and subsequent collusion with the demonic cultivators to end her life? Qingyun, your childhood friend is malicious, deliberately setting you up. Based on my conjecture, this individual is likely in cahoots with the true culprit framing you. As the voice of the old man echoed in his mind, Yi Qingyun snapped back to reality from his daze. Even as a person of calm demeanor, he could not suppress the surge of fury. You are talking nonsense. Knowing a person's face but not their heart, after years apart, I never expected Mu Lier to become so malicious. I have no grudge against you. Why would you frame me in this way? You must be in league with that accursed spy for the demonic sect, trying to place the blame on me. Although there were indeed anomalies, Mu Lier's one-sided testimony could not serve as critical evidence. Nevertheless, the glaring contrast between their accounts made it seem as though Mu Lier was telling the truth. Otherwise, how could Yi Qingyun display such rage as if the truth had been revealed? Mu Lier's performance only fueled Yi Qingyun's ire. Since embarking on his path of cultivation, it was the first time he had encountered such an unjust situation. Damn, the circumstances are too unfavorable for me now. That wretched Mu Lier is colluding with the despicable person who framed me. Under the current circumstances, I find it utterly impossible to exonerate myself from suspicion. As Yi Qingyun wrestled with conflicting emotions and resentment, contemplating whether to reveal a hidden card and abandon his identity as a disciple of the Wanjian sect to escape, a voice emerged. This holy maiden can attest that Taoist Qingyun was at my residence yesterday and did not have sufficient time to commit the crime. A young woman clad in a blue and white gown approached gracefully from outside the hall. Appearing to be in her early 20s, she exuded an innate air of nobility. Her delicate face resembled white jade, and her eyes sparkled like sapphires. With a graceful figure, she walked as if gliding on lotus petals. Upon her arrival, the previously tense atmosphere in the room lightened considerably. Many prominent figures among the city guards hurried to greet her. It was the Xianyu Holy Maiden, the cherished jewel of the Tianjin Holy Land. Lung Xianyu. Her status was unparalleled, not to be compared with the already declining disciples of the Wanjian sect. Indeed, I knew that Yi Qingyun's protagonist aura was not merely for show. The male lead was trapped, and now a new female lead had appeared to rescue him, further intensifying their bond. A plotline so cliché it was almost laughable. Ji Han, who had already disguised himself with a phantom mask to blend in as a city guard, couldn't help but smirk at the unfolding scene. Yet, he had anticipated this outcome. Had it not been for the title of the destined villain, which had reduced his narrative influence by nearly 80%, various plot tropes would have already emerged to absolve Yi Qingyun of blame when he first attempted to frame him. It was even possible that significant figures would have intervened personally to help him navigate this crisis. To have forced the protagonist, Yi Qingyun, to the brink of imprisonment and execution was no small feat after all. This was merely an appetizer. He had successfully pinned the blame for the demonic sect's surveillance onto Yi Qingyun. He had no desire to witness any more melodrama. The so-called Xianyu Holy Maiden would undoubtedly use her power and status to assist Yi Qingyun in overcoming this crisis and clearing his name. Losing interest in the spectacle, Gu Han quietly slipped away when no one was watching. As he passed an uninhabited corner, he reverted to his original appearance, preparing to retreat to his resting palace for seclusion and cultivation. Suddenly, a melodious voice, tinged with a sense of longing, rang out behind him. Ji Han, you come to Zhengzhou City without even greeting me. We agreed that you would find time to see me, yet I have waited all day for your presence. Do you not wish to meet me? The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Although Gu Han maintained a calm facade, a flicker of confusion and embarrassment danced in his eyes as he slowly turned around. Indeed, there stood an unforgettable beauty, a figure so alluring that one could hardly forget after a mere glance. Chapter 56. Another antagonistic female boss, Xiaobingli, before Gu Han's eyes was not merely a figure with breathtaking curves that could stir the blood of any living being. Beneath elegantly arched brows, her enchanting eyes seemed to flow with mist, exuding an irresistible allure. Her delicate lips curved slightly, almost smiling, their soft pink hue more delicate than peach blossoms, far surpassing any floral beauty. What struck him most was her extraordinarily enchanting figure. Though her cheeks retained a hint of youthful innocence, no other woman he had ever encountered could compare to her. Her slender waist led to rounded hips, and particularly her snow-white legs, barely concealed beneath her flowing gown, boasted a perfect silhouette that left one speechless. Yet, in light of her beauty that rendered all other colors pale, what concerned Gu Han more was her character within the narrative. She was also a formidable female antagonist, Xiaobingli. In the original plot, after the Blood Moon demon Lord Han Mingyao fell to Yi Qingyun's sword, the plan to conquer Zhengzhou failed, and a new chapter unfolded. The major Holy Lands allied with the protagonist eventually found themselves in opposition to Xiaobingli and her flying immortal tower for various reasons. Given the strength and foundation of the flying immortal tower, annihilating the Holy Lands was a trivial endeavor. Indeed, that was precisely what happened. The Holy Lands nearly faced destruction under overwhelming force. As an ally, Yi Qingyun was pursued to the ends of the earth, cornered into a desperate situation. Ultimately, it seemed that a major force akin to the celestial realm restrained the main power of the flying immortal tower, allowing its branches to be gradually eradicated. In the end, Xiaobingli had no choice but to leave the Xuangu continent and return to the celestial realm, marking a temporary conclusion to the narrative. The subsequent events remained unclear to him. However, based on the nature of this ancient, overly empowered tale, one could only expect a similarly tragic fate for a female antagonist who had forced the protagonist to such extremes that, of course, what made Gu Han feel particularly challenged was not only Xiaobingli's formidable background but her character, which leaned towards being a yandere. Her desire for control and dominance was intense. If their relationship was mishandled, it could lead to dire consequences. Ji Han approached the enchanting figure before him, extending his arm to gently embrace Xiaobingli's slender waist. This action caused her, who had harbored some anger, to freeze momentarily, her exquisite face reflecting a hint of confusion. Recent changes have occurred, and I have matters to attend to. Initially, I intended to resolve these affairs before seeking you out. In stark contrast to her icy demeanor, Xiaobingli's waist was delicate and warm, along with a fragrance that intoxicated the senses. Her stunning visage resembled jade, with her long, dark hair flowing in the breeze, exuding a mesmerizing allure. Especially upon closer inspection, the regal yet cold Xiaobingli revealed a hint of youthful innocence. Such a combination of grace and beauty made Gu Han, having lived several lifetimes, unable to look away. Just then, Xiaobingli, who had initially allowed him to embrace her, suddenly furrowed her brows ever so slightly. Her starry eyes lifted to meet Gu Han's gaze, as if she had confirmed something. With her left hand, she grasped his right hand, while her delicate finger traced gently across his chest, eventually resting over his heart. It has not been long since we last met. Why do you carry a different scent? As she spoke, she delicately lifted Gu Han's right hand and seemed to have left a special mark on him, despite not having left her own imprint. Xiaobingli's voice was soft and ethereal, resembling the sound of a clear stream, yet it contained an underlying chill that could be discerned upon closer listening. This caused Gu Han, who could perfectly control his facial expressions, to nearly twitch involuntarily. Although Xia Bingli possessed great power, she had yet to reach the level of an emperor. How could she detect the unique mark left by Su Lengyue, who had once attained that level? His thoughts were quickly suppressed, and Gu Han outwardly displayed no signs of abnormality. Instead, he naturally and smoothly grasped Xia Bingli's delicate hand. You know, I am currently at the Baiyu peak of the Wanjian sect. Inevitably interacting with Mo Bai Ling, she left a special rune mark on me as well, but it was completely shattered not long ago. Perhaps some residual aura remains, but it is an inconsequential matter. Do not dwell on it. The best approach when dealing with Yandra was to maintain control, cooling her desires for dominance and control. The matter regarding Su Lingyue could not be revealed to Xia Bingli. Otherwise, knowing her nature, she would likely confront it head-on. If internal strife ensued, it would merely provide Yi Qingyun with an opportunity to backstab him. Feeling the warmth radiating from their joined hands and the masculine aura enveloping her, the icy Xia Bingli felt her cheeks flush with color. Although she preferred to take the initiative, they were in a secluded alley where no one could see. Perhaps it was acceptable for her to concede a little. Xia Bingli, unresisting, allowed Gu Han to lead her away. Upon exiting the alley, Xia Bingli employed a special spell to slightly alter her appearance. However, even thus transformed, many cultivators on the streets paused to gaze at her. Countless male cultivators exhibited an involuntary fascination, yearning to approach her at any cost. Jiu Han felt somewhat helpless in this regard. In the original plot, Xia Bingli was indeed portrayed as a stunning beauty, a femme fatale. Not only was her innate beauty remarkable, but her powerful constitution also exerted a subconscious influence on the souls of cultivators, creating a somewhat enchanting effect. Even with her altered form, this inexplicable allure still held sway. Get away! The glances from the crowd made Xia Bingli feel a wave of disgust. A terrifying aura erupted from her, causing those once entranced to recoil as if struck. Their pupils constricting and faces paling in fear. Their obsession with beauty vanished in an instant, as if they had glimpsed the hellscape of corpses and blood. Chapter 57. The benefits of not sharing resources. Xia Bingli's face contorted in disdain, her starry, deep-set eyes flashing with a coldness one might reserve for ants. These wretched insects make me want to kill them all. Hearing these words sent a chill through Gu Han. If anyone else had uttered such a sentiment, he might have dismissed it as a momentary outburst of frustration. However, if Xia Bingli said it, he genuinely questioned whether she would act on it. As the daughter of the flying immortal tower, pampered since childhood, she acted solely according to her whims. Would she not eliminate those who displeased her? Those who defied her? She would do as she pleased. Killing all in her way, Jiu Han understood that Xia Bingli's ruthlessness stemmed from her identity and the pressures she faced. The offspring of mundane dynasties were often cold-hearted, punishing those who offended them with brutal measures. What more for the daughter of the flying immortal tower? Standing at the pinnacle of the social hierarchy, she was both revered and envied by many. Moreover, as a woman, if she did not display the necessary strength and decisiveness, she would become prey to others, possibly facing a tragic end. Her current status and power were not solely due to her innate talents, but also her relentless and merciless actions to secure her position. Gu Han had previously researched the history of the flying immortal tower. Its legacy was peculiar, passing only to males. Xia Bingli's ability to become the first female heir in its history hinted at unimaginable struggles she had endured. Gu Han suddenly shook his head and sighed. It was undeniable that every antagonist in this tale had a tragic or harrowing backstory filled with hardship. After overcoming numerous obstacles, they achieved success, only to be used as stepping stones by the protagonist group, who sailed smoothly along their path. Just considering it felt profoundly unjust. Jiu Han, what troubles you? Are you burdened by something? Xia Bingli, perceptive as ever, immediately sensed Gu Han's unease, her voice tinged with concern. Is it the painful experiences you endured at the Wanjian sect that still haunt you? Perhaps I should send someone to deal with them. Moreover, the Wanjian sect was merely a declining sect in the western Xian region now. You should come to the flying immortal tower, and I will take care of you. If Gu Han had been drinking water at that moment, he would have undoubtedly spat it out. Xia Bingli truly lived up to the title of a Yandra, her logic both novel and absurd. While it would indeed be easy for the flying immortal tower to obliterate the Wanjian sect, There was the demon restraining tower within. If Xiaobingli and Su Lengyue were to meet, it would be absolute chaos. Furthermore, Gu Han had his own motives regarding the Wanjian sect. He preferred to handle it himself. To prevent her from lingering on the subject, he swiftly diverted the conversation. No, I am no longer concerned about the Wanjian sect. Everything that needed to be severed has been dealt with. His fingers gently brushed through Xia Bingli's smooth black hair. The sigh I just released was for you. Xia Bingli's expression faltered slightly, tilting her head in confusion. While her penchant for violence was somewhat unsettling, Gu Han understood that she had not always been this way. As the first heir of the flying immortal tower, she had to maintain such a fade to protect her status and achieve her desires. I have now discovered a true path to strengthen myself and enhance my power. Perhaps you could consider trusting and relying on me in the future. Xia Bingli appeared momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated Gu Han to voice such sentiments. This was the first time she had ever heard someone speak to her in this manner since becoming the first heir of the flying immortal tower. The earnestness in Gu Han's tone provided her with a novel experience. Ji Yuhan had initially intended for his words to grant him the upper hand over Xia Bingli, but he had vastly underestimated her thought process. A smile tugged at the corners of Xia Bingli's flawless lips. Despite her breathtaking beauty, there was an unsettling aura about her at that moment. She pulled Gu Han closer, tilting him down slightly. In his astonishment, Gu Han found Xia Bingli extending a delicate finger to his lips. No, there is no need to wait. I trust you completely now. I depend on you to die in this life. Without my permission, you shall not leave my side. Furthermore, the mark on you must indeed be as you say, a temporary imprint left by that woman, not someone else. Otherwise, I shall employ the twin love Gu, placing the mother Gu within myself and the child Gu within your heart, ensuring you cannot move even a step away from me. Hearing her utter such disturbingly possessive words with utmost sincerity sent a chill down Gu Han's spine. He had not anticipated that he had underestimated this Yandra's fervor. However, Gu Han had perfected his emotional control, revealing no signs of alarm. The twin love Gu is a notoriously ominous ancient insect. Go place the mother Gu within yourself is akin to self-sabotage. Do not engage in such folly. Humph. So what? Xia Bingli retorted with a hint of pride. As long as it is you, I find it worthwhile. Ji Yuhan was momentarily taken aback. He never anticipated that he held such a high position in the heart of the other. Even though he had just traversed into this world and exerted all his efforts to care for his few junior sisters, he had never heard them utter such words to him. Xia Bingli seemed to sense something, her face once again sketching a beautiful arc, her eyes, resembling glazed gems, glimmering with a hint of playfulness. All right, let's not dwell on that for now. Xia Bingli produced a special jade talisman and placed it into Gu Han's hand. Then shifted the topic. I have heard that you, too, will enter the Central Continent's secret realm this time. A special hidden area within the secret realm will be opened. I have had people investigate the general information about this hidden area, and this jade talisman contains a matching map. I have specifically marked several crucial opportunity locations for you. When you enter the Central Continent's secret realm, you can directly head to the areas I marked. Holding the jade talisman that emitted a soft glow, Gu Han was slightly taken aback. Wait. The Central Continent's secret realm that is being opened this time is an extremely ancient and special one, the first of its kind to be opened in hundreds of years. Moreover, it involves a hidden area that has never been explored. Even the top echelons of many leading forces have no related information. How did Xia Bingli obtain such detailed information? Seemingly reading his thoughts, Xia Bingli blinked and smiled. I heard that you would be entering this Central Continent's secret realm, so I had Faxian Tower find a way to pressure those individuals, urging them to open it early and allow my people to enter and gather some relevant information beforehand. However, I have other matters to attend to and will not be entering this secret realm myself. Of course, if you require assistance, you can always use this jade talisman to call upon the power of Faxian Tower. Even though she could not enter the Central Continent's secret realm for certain reasons, in her eyes, what was Gu Han's was inherently hers as well. After all, the benefits would ultimately flow back to her own kin. It was an advantageous arrangement in any case. Ji Yuhan was momentarily stunned. Was this the power possessed by the young lady of Faxian Tower, as rumored? Although several major sacred grounds might also wish to open the hidden areas of the Central Continent's secret realm, the fact that she managed to acquire the most detailed information while others had gleaned nothing was indeed extraordinary. However, even with a detailed map of the Central Continent's secret realm, he did not intend to place all his expectations upon it. After all, that fellow, Yi Qingyun, possessed the halo of the protagonist. Perhaps his keen instincts would lead him to the true, fortuitous opportunities hidden deep within the secret realm. His primary focus remained on following behind him, hoping to pick up the scraps. Furthermore, the schemes of the demonic Sect spies were only just beginning. Once he entered the central continent's secret realm, he had plenty of ways to continue placing the blame on Yi Qingyun. By the way, the people that you had my people pursue in the Tianhuang mountain range have been found to have some traces, Xia Bingli suddenly spoke. However, these individuals do not seem to be merely the so-called direct descendants of small families. They appear to have some connection with the Tianyin sacred ground. The Tianyin sacred ground? Initially, Gu Han was somewhat perplexed, but he quickly grasped the context. He could not help but marvel inwardly. The protagonist's halo was indeed formidable. How long had it been since Yi Qingyun had met the saintess of the Tianyin sacred ground? Yet, he had already managed to involve individuals from the Tianyin sacred ground in matters concerning the North Huang mountain range. But you need not worry. The mere Tianyin sacred ground is insignificant. I will dispatch stronger individuals to obliterate them in the North Huang mountain range. Xia Bingli regarded the sacred ground with utter disdain. Had it not been for her father's inquiries and other arrangements, she would have already led her forces to crush that sacred ground. No need. Gu Han shook his head in refusal. Leave the following matters to me. On one hand, he was aware that Feishan Tower could not act outright, as they were deliberately concealing some sort of scheme. On the other hand, Yi Qingyun's protagonist halo was excessively bizarre. Given that the other party was already connected to the Tianyin sacred ground in some manner, who could say whether Xia Bingli's actions would trigger some peculiar buff from the protagonist halo? Even if he possessed the title of a destined villain, which granted him an 80 immunity to the influence of protagonist halos and plotlines, arranging for his own people to act would still be relatively safer. Moreover, he had established the Blood Moon Demon Sect specifically to deal with Yi Qingyun and the forces related to him. The North Huang mountain range was not far from the Blood Moon Demon Sect. It was time for the Blood Moon Demon Sect to take action. The name Blood Moon Demon Sect was now resonating throughout the entire Western Xin domain and even beyond to other continents, gaining significant notoriety. Within a span of half a month, this force, which had seemingly emerged from nowhere, had ruthlessly purged the three top demonic sects of the Western Xian domain with thunderous efficiency. The strongest of the Western Xian domain's demonic sects, the Dark Sky Demon Sect, which boasted 2 divine sovereign elders, reportedly could not even withstand half a day's assault and was utterly obliterated by the Blood Moon Demon Sect's powerful members. A divine sovereign was slain, and another was captured. This terrifying power instantly sent shockwaves throughout the Western Xian domain, leaving people in a state of panic. A divine sovereign was a top-tier powerhouse, regardless of the sect or lineage, and to see such figures slain or subdued so casually by the Blood Moon Demon Sect was enough to illustrate the terrifying prowess of this demonic sect. The self-proclaimed righteous forces in the Western Xian domain did not even entertain thoughts of taking action against them, let alone daring to confront them head-on. Within half a month, the Blood Moon Demon Sect had directly risen to become a dominant force among countless demonic sects, even influencing the tides of the entire Western Xian domain. Such foundational strength was undeniably fearsome. This also caught the attention of the forces in the central continent, which prided themselves on their comprehensive strength. After all, if the Blood Moon Demon Sect continued to develop at this rate, they would soon pose a direct threat to the central continent. However, despite their dispatch of powerful individuals to investigate the Blood Moon Demon Sect, they yielded not a single clue, and most operatives either vanished without a trace or returned empty-handed. The Western Xian domain had fully become the territory of the Blood Moon Demon Sect. Those sect spies attempting to investigate them would be discovered and eliminated at the first opportunity. In a mysterious space within the Western Xian domain, demonic energy surged, and a blood moon hung high. This world had been opened up by Gu Han, utilizing the embryonic form of a sea of blood, as the supreme treasure of the ancient red blood demon sect. It possessed an exceptionally high grade, even exhibiting a form of vitality, allowing it to grow and continuously improve this hidden world. At this moment, within the core hall of the Blood Moon Demon Sect, numerous powerful individuals had gathered. Having completely integrated and absorbed all the demonic sects in the Western Xian domain and several powerful demonic sects from surrounding continents, the Blood Moon Demon Sect's current strength was terrifying. In addition to the initial 2 Blood Demon Guards who had reached the Divine Sovereign Realm, there were now 2 more Divine Sovereigns, and the numbers of Supreme, Dao Harmonization, and Divine Platform Realm experts had significantly increased. However, at this moment, These powerful individuals stood respectfully at the lower end of the hall. The highest position, seated upon the blood moon throne, was a youthful girl who appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old. Yet, no one dared to voice any objections. After all, this girl was the one appointed by their true master as the sect leader. This sect leader had summoned 2 top divine sovereigns with ease, and her background and true strength were likely far beyond their imaginations. Her will was something they could not casually speculate upon. Their only duty was to obey. Though the slender figure of Han Mingyao appeared somewhat weak and pitiful under the gaze of so many powerful individuals, she had undergone significant changes within these brief 2 weeks. Her demeanor had become silent and reserved, never displaying any substantial emotional fluctuations. It could even be said that she was born solely for the cultivation of demonic arts. In just half a month, she had progressed from the Qi refining stage to the 9th level of Qi refining, and she was not far from reaching the Spirit Palace realm. Although this was also attributed to the numerous top-tier cultivation resources provided by Gu Han, it was enough to demonstrate her astonishing talent. It was even inevitable for her to attain the legendary Imperial realm. At that moment, ripples suddenly surged within the hall, transforming into a blood-red vortex. Countless red lights, imbued with a certain will and consciousness, surged forth. A voice carrying supreme will immediately echoed in the minds of everyone present in the hall. Immediately proceed to the North Huang mountain range and locate all individuals related to the Tsongfengyi family. Temporarily bind and suppress them. Upon my return, I shall deal with them. Should you encounter anyone associated with the Tianyin sacred ground along the way, do not hesitate. Eliminate them all. We shall obey your will. Countless individuals, including Han Mingyao, bowed respectfully, their voices filled with reverence and sincerity. Their very existence was dedicated to serving this master. In the central continent city, at the headquarters of the city patrol guard. With the guarantee of the saintess of the Xianyu, we naturally believe it. The wretched demonic sect spies truly infuriated him with their despicable methods of framing others. Saintess Xianyu, young friend Qingyun, you can rest assured, I, in the name of the city patrol guard, will ensure that the true culprit is found soon. Observing the stark contrast between the city patrol guard's leader, who had initially treated him with blatant disrespect and was now exhibiting such deference, Yi Qingyun couldn't help but feel a surge of disdain. Of course, what angered him further was the unexpected betrayal by Qing Mei. Knowing a person's exterior does not guarantee understanding their heart. He never expected this childhood companion to be so malicious. Even more infuriating was that Mu Lier, leveraging the substantial financial resources of the Tianbao Merchants Association and offering some incentives to these high-ranking members of the city patrol guard, had completely escaped any repercussions. They had no intention of investigating that insidious individual who had placed the blame upon him. Mu Lier, you were the one who acted unjustly first. Do not blame me for being heartless afterwards. Though he was seething with rage, having already placed the act of revenge against this backstabbing Qing Mei on his agenda, he still maintained a facade of calm. Thank you, Miss Xianyu. If it weren't for your assistance today, I would have truly been ensnared by that wretched thief, unable to defend myself. Yi Qingyun expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow to the elegantly dressed young woman beside him. It was merely a small effort. You need not be so courteous, Dao friend Yi. Long Xianyu smiled, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear, her already captivating face becoming even more stunning. The reason she had come specifically was that she had heard from the Grand Elder responsible for her protection last night that this person had once followed a master during his youth, the only true heir of that master. This master was renowned throughout the history of the central continent, a figure known to all. He was among the elite who stood at the pinnacle of the Xuanchu continent during that era, the Holy King Baizong. Holy King cultivators were the most powerful beings beneath the Emperor realm, capable of manipulating the laws of heaven and earth with a mere thought, capable of collapsing mountains and destroying peaks. In this era, where emperors were not prominent, a holy king was indeed a remarkable existence. To become the true heir of such a terrifying existence promised exceptional achievements in the future, with the potential to become a holy king of a generation. Cultivating a rapport with such a figure was undoubtedly advantageous. Moreover, she possessed a pair of special eyes, known as the eyes of fate, capable of perceiving threads akin to destiny. She could discern that Yi Qingyun was not merely the heir of Baizong Holy King. His future fate was extraordinarily remarkable, with the potential to become an invincible powerhouse in this realm. His background was even more extraordinary than she had imagined. Though she was currently the saintess of the Tianyin sacred ground, A revered and admired figure, she would need more opportunities to advance further. In her view, forming a close relationship with Yi Qingyun was a significant opportunity for her advancement. Gazing at the stunning visage before him, as she smiled in his direction, Yi Qingyun found himself momentarily entranced. It could be said that she was indeed worthy of being the saintess of the Tian'in's sacred ground. Both her demeanor and beauty were beyond reproach, a true beauty of the realm. Coupled with her intentions to cultivate a relationship with him, he felt a mixture of wariness about her motives, but also an irresistible desire to develop a deeper connection. Saintess Xianyu, I am truly grateful for your help. It is thanks to you that I can clear my name. I have heard that you will also be entering the Central Continent's secret realm this time. I happen to have some understanding regarding the special secrets of this secret realm. Why don't we find a tavern to discuss this news as a token of my gratitude to you? Saintess? He was not speaking falsely. The jade pendant around his neck concealed a detailed map of the Central Continent's secret realm. This pendant had accompanied him since childhood, and according to his uncles and relatives, it was likely left to him by his parents. Later, based on his speculations, there might be a special treasure hidden deep within the Central Continent's secret realm, left specifically for him by his parents. If he could successfully obtain it, it would undoubtedly aid him significantly on his path to rise. Really? Upon hearing this, Long Xianyu's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight as she readily agreed. The Central Continent's secret realm was extremely unique, having only opened once in nearly a century. Even they lacked detailed information about it. Yet, Yi Qingyun claimed to possess secret knowledge of the Central Continent's secret realm. It was evident that he harbored certain unknown secrets. The corners of Yi Qingyun's mouth subtly curled up. He was not a benevolent soul engaged in charitable deeds. According to the information passed down from his parents regarding the jade pendant, the Central Continent's secret realm was perilous, and the place he intended to visit was a completely untouched hidden area. Putting aside the fact that Long Xianyu was exceptionally beautiful, adding visual pleasure to the journey, her formidable strength could also help mitigate many risks. Indeed, he was not overly enamored by her beauty. The old man who had always remained hidden within Yi Qingyun's subconscious, nodded approvingly at this scene. Given time, once Yi Qingyun fully matured, he would undoubtedly achieve an extraordinary and immortal legend. Ding! A new sign-in location has been refreshed. Central Continent's secret realm, the Dragon Lord's ruins. While Gu Han was being dragged around the streets by Xiaobingli, he suddenly heard the system's announcement, his brows furrowing. Dragon Lord's ruins? He had previously examined the jade talisman that Xiaobingli had given him. He was aware of the names of those specially marked areas, but there was no mention of the Dragon Lord's ruins. Could it be the most unique and secretive place within the Central Continent's secret realm? Perhaps even hidden from the investigations of the powerful individuals in Feishan Tower? Gu Han pondered, analyzing how he could locate the Dragon Lord's ruins and successfully sign in. Wait a moment. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Just because Xiaobingli and the others were unaware did not mean that Yi Qingyun, who possessed the protagonist's halo, was similarly uninformed. Perhaps this so-called Dragon Lord's ruins was related to Yi Qingyun. If he stealthily followed behind him, he would likely be able to find the Dragon Lord's ruins he sought using this intelligent walking map. If luck was on his side, this Dragon Lord's ruins could very well be the place where Yi Qingyun obtained a fortuitous inheritance. At that time, not only would he be able to intercept this fellow's opportunity, but he could also complete his sign-in, doubling his joy. What's the matter? Am I making your heart feel particularly joyful while shopping with me? Noticing Gu Han's involuntary smile, Xiaobingli, who was linked to his arm, tugged at his sleeve, her bright, sparkling eyes full of mischief. Such a pure and playful demeanor momentarily made Gu Han forget that she was a ruthless and merciless young demoness. Chapter 60. Wanna live off soft rice? The Lord of the Dragons Gu Han did not voice the thoughts swirling in his mind. Given Xiaobingli's character, it is highly probable that the other party would dispatch their own individuals to delve deep into the Central Continent's secret realm. Turning everything upside down, and of course, Gu Han chuckled lazily, playfully pinching Xiaobingli's soft cheeks. Shopping with you not only makes me the envy of everyone, but I also get to purchase anything without spending a dime. As you cover all the expenses, with both wealth and beauty, you are undoubtedly the epitome of a privileged beauty in the realm of cultivation. I could just lay back and enjoy the benefits. All right, Xiaobingli nodded eagerly, as if fearful that Gu Han might change his mind. As long as you desire, I can provide you with anything in the world of cultivation. There are many unscrupulous women, Thus, having you by my side, bound by chains, would be far more reassuring. Across the street, several young cultivators gazed with infatuation at the woman on the opposite side. She is stunningly beautiful, although she wore a veil. The mere outline of her features hinted at a breathtaking face beneath. One young cultivator frowned and remarked, "Why do I feel that the young man beside the woman in white looks so much like senior brother Gu? No way, isn't he supposed to be at the brothel listening to music?" This sparked curiosity among a few disciples of the sword-questioning sect. Upon closer inspection, they were left astounded. The figure was not merely resembling senior brother Gu, but was indeed their esteemed senior brother Gu Han himself. After a brief moment of shock and confusion, they exchanged glances, suddenly enlightened. They had wondered why senior brother Gu had completely ignored the advances of several beautiful senior sisters, appearing as cold as ice. It turns out he has found a new love, the sword-questioning sect's residents. It was undeniably true. We all witnessed senior brother Gu enjoying a leisurely outing in the bustling central market with an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Their demeanor was intimate, far from that of mere friends. The young disciples from the sword-questioning sect began to chatter animatedly about what they had seen on the street. Although Chu Yue and her companions wore displeased expressions, their brows knitted, they did not exhibit any overt emotional reactions. It was only when a young disciple embellished the tale, claiming that Gu Han wished to leave the sect and rely on the woman for support, that their composure began to shatter. Senior brother still in the bustling central market? Chu Yue was the first to inquire. After receiving confirmation, the three women hurried towards the central market. Although their relationship with their senior brother was currently quite delicate, he was still their senior brother. How could they bear to see him fall into depravity, led astray by an enigmatic woman of ill repute? As if sensing their expectations were unmet, a young disciple attempted to stir the pot, saying, "But senior brother's behavior is simply..." Before he could finish, the others felt an icy chill wash over them, a palpable fear that made them tremble, prompting them to hush instantly. Once the oppressive aura receded, Chu Yue disregarded the young disciples and continued towards the central market. She was no fool. She understood the ulterior motives behind her peers' attempts to reveal her senior brother's so-called true nature, all in hopes of swaying their opinions against him. Although their senior brother had turned down their invitations in favor of wandering the bustling market with an unfamiliar woman, which did sting their hearts a little, they had made too many mistakes in the past. Until they unraveled the mysteries surrounding their senior brother's prior life experiences, she vowed never to hastily judge any of his actions. As night fell, the stars obscured the sky. In the central continent city, at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, Yi Qingyun, having reached a preliminary exploration agreement with Long Xianyue, stepped out of the tavern in high spirits. Thanks to his identity as the heir of Elder Bai, Long Xianyue did not pry into how he came to possess information about the hidden regions of the central continent's secret realm. Moreover, after their amicable negotiations, their relationship had advanced, akin to that of newfound friends. With Elder Bai's backing, it would not be long before she might even become his confidant. The thought of having a gifted and beautiful saintess as a close companion brought him immense joy. However, his thoughts soon drifted to the wretched person who had betrayed him. If it were not for his current relatively weak strength, he would have stormed the Tianbao Trading Association to make that wretched person pay dearly. A gentleman avenges himself, not too late even after a decade. In the future, he would have ample opportunities to make that wretched person suffer. Suppressing his anger, Yi Qingyun headed back to the sect's residence. As he caressed the jade pendant, which seemed to have been left by his parents and bore special inscriptions, his thoughts began to wander. With his cultivation strength gradually increasing, he had come to understand more about this pendant. It appeared that his parents had left many clues about themselves within it when they departed from him at a young age. This central continent's secret realm was his first step into the world of true power. The locations marked on the map seemed to contain treasures or legacies specifically left for him by his parents. Perhaps, through this journey into the secret realm, he could uncover information about his parents or even the treasures and legacies they had intended for him. What on earth were these irresponsible figures up to? Just as Yi Qingyun pondered his parents' intentions, he suddenly felt an instinctive pause. An elder, clad in a straw hat and coarse robes, with a wine gourd hanging from his waist, suddenly stood in his path, smiling at him. Yi Qingyun's brow furrowed, a sense of vigilance arising. The elder, seemingly unfazed by Yi Qingyun's wary gaze, took a hearty swig from his wine gourd and chuckled in a slightly tipsy voice. "Heh, I never expected this little fellow to possess the aura of that clan. The source of the aura seems to emanate from this object. Where did you acquire it, little one? This is a true rare treasure. As he spoke, the elder reached out to grasp Yi Qingyun's expression darkened, retreating a step. With a flick of his wrist, a glimmering long sword appeared in his grasp. Little fellow, don't be nervous. I merely wish to confirm a few things. To ascertain whether you are connected to that clan. Yi Qingyun's brows knitted even tighter. Elder, I do not know what you wish to confirm, that I hail from the Tsongfengyi family, and this jade pendant was specifically left for me by my parents. It is not a so-called rare treasure. The elder did not press further, taking another sip of wine. A mysterious smile crossing his lips, with a swift motion, he clasped Yi Qingyun's shoulder, pulling him close before he could react. No mistake. You are the person I have been waiting for. As fate would have it, today I shall bestow upon you a chance to become the true master of the heavenly dragon. Chapter 61. A being not of this world? Opportunity? Master of the heavenly dragon? Yi Qingyun was momentarily taken aback. He had heard of the so-called heavenly dragon, said to be an ancient royal family of the demon clan. It was once the supreme ruler of the entire demon realm but had mysteriously vanished for reasons unknown. Boom. At that moment, the elder suddenly exerted force, striking his chest. An immensely pure and terrifying force surged from the elder's palm into the depths of his soul. Roar! In an instant, Yi Qingyun heard a dragon's roar resonating in his ears, shaking the very fabric of space. The entire world seemed to spin around him. In his daze, he beheld boundless dragon energy swirling before him, ultimately coalescing into a colossal white dragon. The enormous golden vertical pupils, reminiscent of ancient mountains, locked onto him, seemingly establishing a unique connection. What an overwhelming dragon's might! This was undoubtedly the true king of the dragon clan. Yi Qingyun was astounded, never expecting this unassuming elder to possess such formidable power. The elder smiled faintly, retracting his hand. Only then did Yi Qingyun snap out of his stupor, hastily probing with his consciousness. At the location of his heart, an ancient totemic mark had seemingly appeared, resembling a white dragon soaring in the skies. Upon closer inspection, he could sense a terrifying dragon energy emanating from it. Even the faintest wisp was filled with an overwhelming power. This left him increasingly astonished, pondering the true identity of this elder. The elder merely smiled in silence, taking another sip of wine, internally marveling. As expected of someone with a lineage connected to that legendary clan, they can withstand the might of my Dragon King's mark without crumbling. Truly remarkable. Seeing the elder remain silent and evasive, Yi Qingyun felt a surge of anxiety. He hurriedly communicated with Elder Bai in his mind. Elder Bai, what exactly is the mark this person has inscribed within me? Why do I sense such a powerful dragon's might from it? Strangely, in response to his urgent inquiry, Elder Bai, who typically answered all questions, remained silent, emitting not a single ripple of unusual energy. Seemingly aware of Yi Qingyun's concerns, the elder took another hearty swig of wine and chuckled. Fear not, if I truly intended to harm you, I would have acted directly just now, and you would have had no power to resist. I sense a remarkable bloodline aura within you, along with an extraordinary fate, if you proceed steadily, without arrogance or haste, and do not falter on the path of the great way, you shall undoubtedly forge an immortal legacy. The mark I bestow upon you can be seen as a token, a key to accessing the core of the central continent's secret realm, the heavenly dragon ruins. Should your subsequent performance be outstanding, you will at least earn the recognition of a heavenly dragon, which will aid you and bolster your strength. Yi Qingyun's pupils constricted once more. Although doubts lingered in his heart, this encounter felt like a windfall from the heavens. The heavenly dragon clan, that was the true royal family of dragons. If he could gain the acknowledgement of such an existence and complete a contract, he would possess multiple trump cards and sources of support. Junior Yi Qingyun pays respects to the senior. May I inquire about your esteemed name? Yi Qingyun suppressed his excitement and clasped his fists in greeting. Since the elder could so casually bestow him with such a mark, his strength must be extraordinary. Leaving a good impression could yield future assistance in times of trouble. The elder laughed heartily. Me? Just a humble wine drinker. Nothing more. As he spoke, the heavens suddenly stirred with a great wind, making it difficult for Yi Qingyun to open his eyes. When the wind finally subsided, the elder who had stood before him had vanished without a trace. Only a voice drifted to his ears, carried by the gentle breeze. Once you gain the recognition of the Heavenly Dragon Clan, you shall know who I am. I hope you do not disappoint this old man." That previous fellow's identity was no ordinary matter. He had sensed an overwhelming dragon's might from him. His cultivation level might be infinitely close to the Saint Realm. It was only then that Elder Bai, who had been silent in Yi Qingyun's mind, suddenly spoke, pulling Yi Qingyun back to reality. The Saint Realm. In this era where the Imperial Realm is not prominent, that is a true pinnacle existence. Yi Qingyun was astonished and dazed, not expecting to encounter someone so close to the Saint Realm today, especially when he himself was far from that level. Amidst his shock and confusion, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret for not having seized the opportunity to build a stronger rapport with the Elder. However, it was of little consequence. The Elder had left a special mark on him, and there would surely be more chances for interaction in the future. After all, what was merely the Saint Realm? Elder Bai snorted, seemingly a bit disgruntled. "Back in my day, I roamed the 8 desolates and 4 seas with my Saint Realm power while this fellow was still a mere child. Once I recover my strength further, I shall impart to you a genuine supreme sacred art." A few gentle breezes began to swirl in a corner of the central continent city. Soon, a hazy figure began to take shape in the wind, ultimately solidifying into the elder clad in coarse robes. He appeared to be in good spirits, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. This young man's bloodline and constitution were not only remarkable but seemed to be accompanied by immense fateful destiny, marking him as a true child of destiny. If it were him, there might be a chance to lead the remaining bloodlines of my Heavenly Dragon clan back to glory. The elder took another swig of wine, preparing to find another tavern for a drink when he suddenly paused, his murky eyes gazing ahead. Unbeknownst to him, a tall, distinguished young man had appeared in his line of sight. Before the young man could speak, the elder's demeanor shifted. He felt a tremor of his spirit, his pupils narrowing as if witnessing something unfathomable. In his view, the strands of fate surrounding the young man in white were extraordinarily peculiar. 9 radiant lines of destiny, each representing various fates, danced around him in a dazzling array of colors. Particularly, the last line shimmered in an unheard-of black-gold hue, exuding an aura that was both enigmatic and supreme. As if the individual themselves possessed a destiny far beyond human comprehension, yet existed outside certain worldly rules. If one were to summarize, this person should not belong to this world, nor exist in this era. Chapter 62. The Celestial Demon Army, Awakening to Joyous Unions? As thoughts swirled in his mind, the elder's gaze towards Gu Han turned both vigilant and apprehensive. He had initially believed himself fortunate to encounter Yi Qingyun, a potential progeny destined for greatness. Yet he had not anticipated crossing paths with such an extraordinary character. One could hardly determine whether to feel unlucky or fortunate. In truth, Gu Han was just passing through when he stumbled upon this elder. However, the mysterious elder gave him an inexplicably familiar feeling. His thoughts raced, countless memories flashing through his mind. Suddenly, Gu Han realized. This old fellow is one of the last 5 Dragon Kings of the Heavenly Dragon Clan. The Storm Dragon King. His ability to instantly recognize the elder's identity stemmed from his past life experiences. In the original story, Yi Qingyun, by a twist of fate, gained the recognition of the last Dragon King of the Heavenly Dragon Clan, the Storm Dragon King, and inherited his legacy, embodying the will of the Dragon Clan. Later, with the Storm Dragon King's support and the aid of the remaining powerful figures of the Heavenly Dragon Clan, Yi Qingyun established a renowned force, the Dragon King's Hall, which quickly flourished into a top-tier power in the world, greatly facilitating his rise. The Heavenly Dragon Clan. Storm Dragon King? Gu Han soon formed a conjecture. Could the remaining powerful figures of the Heavenly Dragon Clan be hidden within the Heavenly Dragon ruins of the Central Continent's secret realm? In a previous life, he had also heard a rumor. Shortly after the closure of the Central Continent's secret realm, an extraordinary event occurred. Terrifying dragons emerged from the depths of the realm, shattering its barriers. This sudden upheaval caused a stir throughout the entire Central Continent. However, despite many powerful beings investigating, the truth remained elusive. Now, combining the original narrative with this rumor, the so-called dragon's legacy was likely the starting point of Yi Qingyun's encounter with the Dragon Clan. Countless thoughts flickered through his mind. Ji Han maintained a calm demeanor, revealing no signs of disturbance. His composed appearance only heightened the vigilance and wariness of the Storm Dragon King standing before him. From the moment he sensed Gu Han's presence, he had already utilized his own powers to probe the truth. To his horror, he discovered that, despite his near-saintly cultivation, he could not see through the individual before him. He had employed the unique ocular techniques of the dragon clan, capable of easily uncovering the essence of any being. Yet, it proved utterly ineffective, and excessive probing resulted in a backlash that pierced through his eyes and soul like countless steel needles, overwhelming him with intense agony. Fear and trepidation surged through him, for a mere glance had inflicted such a devastating backlash. This could only imply that, in a certain sense, the other party could exert absolute suppression over his bloodline. His earlier actions had been perceived as an affront, leading to such severe repercussions. Yet, this individual was merely an ordinary human, not a being of extraordinary lineage or a top-tier demon clan. How could he possibly wield such influence? Various thoughts swirled in his mind, and the intense fear rendered the Storm Dragon King's body somewhat rigid. However, due to the potential existence of some terrifying power from the other party, he dared not make any offensive movements. At that moment, the mark left on his right hand by Su Lingyue was activated. Intricate patterns imbued with mysterious energy intertwined upon his palm, transforming into a special totem that symbolized supreme authority. Waves of mysterious power rippled through the space, enveloping the entire area. The Storm Dragon King became completely immobilized, as if he were a portrait frozen in time. Though the surroundings showed no signs of change, to the Storm Dragon King, it felt as if endless thick fog was enveloping him from all directions. In a daze, he glimpsed a crystal coffin suspended in the depths of the fog, bound by countless chains. Beneath the coffin lay innumerable dragon and phoenix bones, glimmering with a terrifying aura, layered and stacked like foundational stones, suppressed by the enormous crystal coffin. Even though these beings had perished long ago, their essence emanated far beyond his imagination. These bones belonged to the legendary true dragons and phoenixes, mythical creatures from the age of deities. His heart skipped several beats as an awe-inspiring scene unfolded. The crystal coffin, radiating immeasurable power, shattered, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful woman whose features were obscured, resembling a goddess traversing through time and space. She extended her pristine arms to embrace the white-clad man before her, 9 fox-tails unfurling behind her, as if supporting 9 different worlds, the overwhelming pressure rendering him breathless. However, the horror did not cease there. Behind the foxwoman, countless figures of terrifying demons materialized, extending to the far reaches of the fog. Were they the celestial demon army? Thus, the woman with 9 foxtails was the leader of the celestial demon army from the myths. According to the legends, she had been completely suppressed and sealed by ancient powers of the highest order in the celestial realm. Why did she appear behind this white-clad man? Moreover, why was their relationship so intimate? The celestial demon army was created by an ancient existence, a progenitor related to the origins of their demon race. It was said that this ancient being was so powerful that other progenitors could not lift their heads in her presence, and many regarded her as their leader. Once, she led the entire demon realm to unparalleled glory, uniting countless races. Yet, for reasons unknown, this formidable figure had angered certain entities in the celestial realm and was subsequently sealed in some hidden corner. Now, this most powerful progenitor, who had vanished for countless years, had reappeared before him. Yet, this white-clad man was clearly of the human race. He bore no trace of royal blood from their demon clan, not even a hint of demonic essence. Why, then, did she treat Gu Han with such reverence? Countless thoughts churned in his mind, but he quickly suppressed them. He feared that his inner musings would be perceived by the other party, leading him to an untimely demise. Although the other party had only revealed a projection, their demon clan bore strict hierarchies of bloodlines. Even a mere bloodline projection from Su Lingyue could exert absolute pressure upon them. He sensed that if he dared to act improperly, he would likely perish here. After a prolonged silence, as if sensing that Gu Han posed no threat, the special power unique to Su Lingyue began to dissipate gradually. The frozen void returned to its normal state. Everything experienced felt like an ephemeral dream. The Storm Dragon King's expression shifted as he caught Gu Han's gaze, involuntarily shuddering. He hastily bowed. "I am Long Yuanfeng of the Dragon Clan, and I pay my respects to you. My lord." If Yi Qingyun had witnessed this scene, he would have been utterly astonished. This venerable elder, who usually commanded respect, appeared so humble before Gu Han. A faint smile graced Gu Han's lips as he replied gently, "Elder, you do not seem to be of the human race. What brings you here today?" Perhaps there is something this junior can assist with. Cold sweat streamed down the Storm Dragon King's face. Such deference was beyond his capacity to bear. If he were to forge any connection with Gu Han, he might not even know how he met his end. However, having encountered such misfortune, he could not afford to dismiss the situation lightly, lest he find himself in dire straits, if I am not mistaken. Elder, you are of the Dragon Clan, correct? I recently came across information regarding a special place within the Central Continent's secret realm known as the Dragon's Legacy. Might you be aware of it? And how can one gain access? Throughout the exchange, Gu Han maintained a smile, which only deepened in meaning. The Storm Dragon King felt a chill. How did he know about the Dragon's Legacy? That was a closely guarded secret of their clan. Even the past progenitors were unaware that their last branch was hidden in this ancient realm. Thoughts raced through his mind. This terrifying white-clad man was evidently very interested in their Dragon Clan's heritage. Yet, he had already invested in and nurtured Yi Qingyun, granting him the Dragon King's sealed eye in a sense. Yi Qingyun was the one chosen and confirmed by their clan. But upon meeting Gu Han's gaze, with that faint smile still lingering on his lips, all notions of prophecy and the fateful destiny of the Golden Dragon were instantly cast aside. Rules are dead. People are alive. In comparison to Yi Qingyun, he felt that this young man, whose background was so formidable that even he could not discern his depth, was perhaps more worthy of their allegiance. There was no need to dwell on Yi Qingyun's matters. He was not a traitor to the clan, merely selecting a more worthy figure to follow, a noble act indeed. With a sense of relief, he resolved firmly. The Storm Dragon King immediately donned a flattering smile. If my lord is interested in the Dragon's Legacy, I am more than willing to elaborate. Gu Han raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. From his understanding, dragons were typically quite proud. He had prepared to use Su Lungyue's power to subdue the other party and extract useful information. Yet he had not anticipated such compliance. Emerging from the dark alley, Gu Han had obtained the information he sought. This group had hidden the so-called Dragon's Legacy in such a secretive location. No wonder the powerful beings from the Flying Immortal Tower had failed to uncover it during their prior reconnaissance. Ji Han shook his head. It seems that Yi Qingyun, blessed by the Protagonist's aura, simply strolled through the streets and found himself fortunate. Now that he had acquired this knowledge, he would not miss the Dragon Clan's legacy. Perhaps he could transform the Dragon King Palace, originally belonging to Yi Qingyun, into his own villainous force, creating something unique. Moreover, since he had a checkpoint at the Dragon's Legacy, it was likely to yield unexpected rewards. The Jian Sect station location, Chu Yue and her companions gathered before a palace, their expressions somewhat dim. After learning that their senior brother might be taken away by a wicked woman, they had sought the scene based on accounts from several Sect disciples. However, after searching for nearly 2 hours, they had found no trace of their senior brother. While they had no authority over whom their senior brother interacted with, an unsettling feeling lingered that he was on the verge of being snatched away. Sister, it is late, shouldn't you rest? Yi Qingyun appeared from nowhere, his tone concerned. Yet, this scene stirred discomfort and a hint of jealousy within him. He had anticipated that after the recent incident, he would emerge as the biggest winner, elevating his status among the disciples of Xian Yu Peak and garnering more favor from his senior sisters. However, the narrative did not unfold as he had imagined. He could even faintly sense a certain wariness and aversion emanating from his senior sisters towards him. Despite this, he maintained a gentle demeanor, saying, "Sister, the secret realm is about to open. It is crucial to adjust our mindset, gather our energies, and strive for more gains within the realm. After all, the secret realm is no mere game. A single misstep could result in true peril. Yue, I heard that your spiritual pulse has a natural defect, causing you considerable distress. I have acquired a spirit refining pill from a friend that can temporarily alleviate the deficiency in your spiritual pulse." As he spoke, Yi Qingyun presented a brocade box containing a green pill to Chu Yue. However, Chu Yue merely cast a cold glance at it, her tone distant and "No need. I can refine it myself. You need not trouble yourself, junior brother." Yi Qingyun was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting his senior sister to reject him outright. Embarrassed, he withdrew his hand and turned his gaze toward Lu Ruyan and Luo Baiji. "Sisters, I also have something for you. Junior brother, we appreciate your kindness, but there is no need," they interrupted in a similarly aloof tone. The stark contrast left Yi Qingyun bewildered. Was it because he had been falsely accused of being a spy for the demonic sect that his senior sisters treated him so coldly? "Sisters, you truly misunderstand. I am not a spy for the demonic sect. I have been wronged. This matter had been confirmed, and if his senior sisters did not believe him, he was willing to swear an oath before the heavens. Moreover, the suspicions surrounding senior brother Gu were, before he could finish, the words caught in his throat as an icy chill enveloped him. Chu Yue's eyes, usually filled with warmth and innocence, now radiated an unsettling coldness that sent shivers down his spine, leaving him feeling dangerously threatened. It was the first time he sensed the overt disdain and chill emanating from his senior sister. Not only Chu Yue, but even Lu Ruyan, who had always had a good relationship with him, now regarded him with evident coldness and aversion. Just moments ago, they had been chosen for this investigation, and now, having been cleared of suspicion, he dared to accuse their senior brother again. He couldn't fathom where he had drawn such audacity. Feeling the icy glares of his once gentle senior sisters directed at him, Yi Qingyun was thrown into confusion and panic, wanting to explain. "Sisters, you misunderstand. I only... Enough." Chu Yue's voice carried a hint of anger. "Qingyun, I know what you are trying to say. But we believe that our senior brother is not that kind of person, nor is he a spy for the demonic sect. If you continue to speak nonsense, I will consider your actions as inciting discord between us and our senior brother. Do not blame me for being ungracious." Yi Qingyun opened his mouth but opted for silence, recognizing the futility of further argument. Yet, the bitterness in his heart grew ever more intense. I suspect you all have taken the wrong medicine today. To play out such a scene before me is both foolish and amusing." At that moment, a voice laced with mockery rang out. The group froze and instinctively turned to look. Ji Yuhan stood at the entrance of the grand hall, arms crossed, lazily leaning against the doorframe. Moonlight filtered through the sparse clouds, illuminating his snow-white attire. His expression conveyed a sense of languid amusement, yet exuded a certain carefree elegance. Senior brother. The dazed Chu Yue and her companions felt a mix of joy and panic. They were relieved that their senior brother had not been taken away by the mysterious wicked woman, yet anxious, knowing that his teasing words carried deeper implications. From the moment the incident had occurred, their senior brother had explained everything to them. However, in their moment of folly, they had chosen not to believe him, leading to the current predicament. Now, hearing him speak in defense of their senior brother, they could not help but feel hypocritical and double-standard. "Senior brother." Lu Ruyan attempted to change the subject, her voice dry and filled with grievance. "You have just returned from outside. Surely, you have not eaten. This is the soup I prepared for you. The flavor of the previous pot has changed. It's not as good, and it's cold. I made you a new one. You can give it a try." Seeing Lu Ruyan speak, Chu Yue and Luo Baiji quickly presented their carefully chosen gifts as well, their doe-like eyes shimmering with anticipation. However, Gu Han merely cast a disinterested glance, scoffing lightly, suppressing his smile, and completely disregarded them, walking past with an impassive expression. With a resounding thud, he slammed the door shut, plunging the courtyard back into an eerie silence. The only sound was the chilling breeze that followed Gu Han, sweeping through the courtyard and leaving a painful ache in their hearts, even causing tears to gather in their beautiful eyes. Yet the three women appeared undeterred by the setback. Standing stubbornly at the doorway, they appeared to be waiting for their senior brother to forgive them, hoping he might accept their goodwill to some extent. This scene evoked a mix of envy and heartache in Yi Qingyun, who had witnessed the entire episode. Compared to his own recent experiences, Gu Han seemed to be indulged by his several senior sisters to an extraordinary degree. What infuriated him the most was Gu Han's perpetual aloof demeanor, which only fueled his belief that the latter was merely putting on an act. Just a few years ahead in joining the sword-questioning sect, with slightly superior cultivation, nothing more. Once he uncovers the treasures left behind by his parents in the Central Continent's secret realm, along with the legacy of the Dragon Clan, the position of the sect's top prodigy should rightfully be his, in his view. The concern his senior sisters displayed towards Gu Han was somewhat related to the latter's status as the foremost among the younger generation of their sect, considering that women in the cultivation world often admire the strong and powerful. After this expedition into the secret realm, he would reclaim all the glory that Gu Han had snatched from him. Time swiftly passed. On the morning 2 days later, hundreds of miles outside Central Continent City, deep within the northern part of the Tianshu mountain range, an area typically fraught with peril and devoid of human presence, numerous cultivators had gathered. These were disciples from various sects who had obtained the chance to participate in the Central Continent's secret realm. Countless ornate, massive war chariots and flying vessels hovered in the air, radiating brilliant light and emitting strange ripples. Elders with formidable auras floated above, maintaining order while remaining vigilant against any potential mishaps. After all, a few days prior, a demonic cultivator had caused a significant uproar in Central Continent City and had yet to be apprehended. Such brazen conduct, treating the numerous powerful sect members as mere pawns, only deepened the shame and anger among them. Should that demonic cultivator dare to stir trouble at this critical juncture, they had 100 ways to ensure he would not return. Old Bai, are you certain that the 2 puppets I successfully crafted using your method will be effective within this secret realm? The entrance to the secret realm, though faintly visible in the distance, exuded a peculiar aura of restrictions. This special prohibition allowed only cultivators at the half-step return to one realm to enter. Those of higher realms, or those carrying artifacts of return to one power would be barred entry. The 2 puppets he had labored over recently were both at the return to one level. This was a potential mishap he might encounter while entering the Central Continent's secret realm. A trump card he had prepared in advance. Rest assured, the laws within this secret realm are merely those of an ordinary saint realm. In my prime, I could obliterate such restrictions with a mere flick of my finger. As long as you do not communicate with those 2 puppets before entering, there will be no repercussions. Upon hearing the voice of Old Bai in his mind, Yi Qingyun felt a wave of relief wash over him. Glancing at Gu Han, whose brow was slightly furrowed in the near distance, a confident smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. His cultivation had now reached the 7th level of the Spirit Palace realm. No matter how strong Gu Han was, he was at most in the 9th level of the Spirit Palace realm. Even if one were to overestimate him a bit, even reaching half-step return to one, how could he compare to Yi Qingyun, who had 2 return to one puppets at his side? Surely, Gu Han, facing such a multitude of other formidable sect disciples, felt overwhelmed, hence the furrowing of his brow. Right? This time, upon entering the secret realm, he would prove to everyone that he was the true young prodigy of the sword-questioning sect. Gu Han would thereafter be relegated to the annals of history. On another side, Gu Han's brow was furrowed not due to the strength of his opponents, but rather because he felt his own cultivation was too advanced. After all, his current cultivation had reached the 9th level of the divine platform realm, far exceeding the secret realm's limitations. If everyone were to enter and he found himself excluded, it would be utterly embarrassing. Chapter 65. The demoness of Hongya sect, also desiring to steal away the senior brother? This was his first major blunder. He had never anticipated that one day, due to his rapid cultivation growth, he would face such considerable troubles. Not to mention, he needed to enter the Central Continent's secret realm to complete upcoming system tasks. Moreover, the most crucial sign-in location was also within the secret realm. Everything was prepared, and if he were to be obstructed from entering due to his overwhelming cultivation, would he not become a mere laughingstock? The illusion demon mask and the celestial demon art could only alter his aura and conceal his cultivation, but could not change or suppress it. Even if he attempted to restrain his own power, he could at most suppress it to around the 5th level of return to one, still a considerable gap. Just as Gu Han's thoughts swirled, troubled by the matter, a soft, timid voice called out, "Senior brother, this time, the Central Continent's secret realm is exceptionally perilous, and no useful information has been released. Senior brother, can we form a team for this exploration of the secret realm?" As Chu Yue summoned her courage to voice this, Luo Baiji and Lu Ruyan nearby hurriedly chimed in. "Rest assured, senior brother, we will not be a burden to you. During this time, my cultivation has already broken through to the 8th level of the Spirit Palace realm, and I have fully mastered the 6 forms of the Breaking Cloud sword art. I will surely be able to assist you. Senior brother, I have also been learning healing spells, and I have mastered the healing spirit art that my master taught me recently. You once protected me. This time, may I protect you instead?" Gathered here were not only disciples of the sword-questioning sect, but also numerous disciples from other sects. At this moment, they all cast envious yet puzzled glances in Gu Han's direction. They envied that 3 exceptionally beautiful, almost ethereal women were so concerned for the same man. Truly, it was a case of drought leading to death and flooding leading to death. They were puzzled by the fact that the white-clad young man wore only an ordinary sequence badge, while 2 of the 3 ladies wore core sequence badges, and the other wore a leading sequence badge. Those who could wear leading sequence badges could be considered the young prodigies of a sect, or even true heavenly beauties. Why were these three stunningly beautiful heavenly prodigies so invested in an ordinary disciple of the sword-questioning sect? You may not know, but that white-clad young man is no ordinary person. He is the undeniable top prodigy of the sword-questioning sect's current younger generation. However, some absurd and ridiculous events transpired in the sect, leading him to feel disheartened and unwilling to strive for the so-called sect honor any further. A suddenly seductive and ethereal voice drew the attention of numerous sect disciples. Upon recognizing the speaker, many young disciples were momentarily stunned, their expressions stiffening and their faces tinged with a hint of red. The speaker was a voluptuous woman in red, her skin as fair as snow, particularly her long, slender legs, which were indeed longer than some people's lives. Her phoenix eyes were narrow, imbued with an inherently enchanting allure. Combined with her mature and breathtaking beauty, posing a fatal attraction to anyone. She was the peak master of Hongye sect. What was she doing here? She was the elder responsible for safeguarding the safety of Hongye sect's disciples, hence her presence here. It must be said that Hongye sect was renowned for its beautiful disciples, not only excelling individually, but also boasting an elder of such captivating charm. Hua Jieyu was a famous demoness of Hongye sect, not someone to be trifled with lightly. To speak such words was indeed reckless. Upon recognizing the identity of this woman, many sect disciples gazed at her with a mix of infatuation and reverence. After all, Hongye sect's foundation was exceptionally robust, particularly this legendary demoness, whose specific realm was unknown, but seemed to have reached the supreme realm a year ago. However, that was not the main point. The elder of Hongye sect, who was on the verge of entering the saint realm, was her grandfather. This elder was a figure whom even several major holy lands revered. Hua Jieyu paid no heed to the surrounding discussions, disregarding the watchful gazes of Chu Yuwei and her two companions. Her elongated, enchanting phoenix eyes blinked gently, a captivating smile gracing her alluring face as she focused intently on the ordinary white-clad figure, who stood out in the crowd, exuding an air of aloofness akin to a celestial being. The two exchanged glances, as if old friends, everything unspoken between them. Hua Jieyu's gesture of tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, which had fallen on her fair face, broke the silence first. I have heard about the events at the sword-questioning sect. Why not come to Hongye sect? What I said earlier still stands. A peculiar silence enveloped the space. Countless sect disciples' pupils constricted slightly, bewildered and astonished by Hua Jieyu's unexpected words. Although they were unaware of what had transpired or what promises Hua Jieyu had made to Guhan, it was undeniable that her actions were blatantly aimed at poaching from the sword-questioning sect. Guhan chuckled inwardly. Once, while traveling to gather materials for concocting pills, he had unexpectedly encountered Hua Jieyu. At that time, this renowned demoness of Hongye sect had just battled with several other sect powerhouses. With her formidable strength, she had single-handedly slain two supreme realm experts, though she herself had sustained severe injuries. She had fortuitously collapsed before him. Considering that if she were to perish before him, it could provoke retaliation from Hongye sect's experts, he had utilized all the healing elixirs he possessed to treat her wounds. Upon leaving, he had also left behind a charm elixir. Little did he expect that such a casual act would lead to an intersection with this famed demoness of Hongye sect. She had since made multiple offers in hopes that he would return to Hongye sect with her. He had perhaps been indifferent to it in the past, but now, he was indeed considering it. Hua Jieyu, do not overstep your boundaries. Guhan is a disciple of our sword-questioning sect. Finally snapping out of his stupor, several elders of the sword-questioning sect hurriedly positioned themselves between the two. Although Guhan was willing to conceal his brilliance, and even reluctant to take on the role of leader for this expedition, his innate talent and strength were undeniable, marking him as a top prodigy. If he were to be publicly poached away, it would be a significant loss for the sword-questioning sect. Not only the elders leading the sword-questioning sect, but also Chu Yuwei and her companions grew increasingly vigilant, their beautiful eyes even reflecting a hint of hostility. Yet another scheming woman sought to steal away their senior brother. Chapter 66. I can shield you at any time. But this is just the beginning. Hua Jieyu paid no mind to the gazes of others from the sword-questioning sect. Her alluring eyes remained fixated on Guhan, and with a charming smile, her red lips parted slightly as she mouthed a phrase, "The old place. You can come anytime. I can protect you," as her words fell. Her enchanting phoenix eyes glanced at Guhan once more before she returned to the location of Hongye sect's residence, under the watchful eyes of other sect disciples. who were left somewhat parched in the mouth. Others may not have understood what Hua Jieyu had said, but Chu Yue and her companions, standing near Gu Han, clearly read her lips. Senior brother. They wished to continue speaking, but Gu Han had once again disregarded them. Striding towards Xiao Ling, did he truly require protection from three individuals who were not even at the return to one realm? Seeing Gu Han approaching, Xiao Ling, having been treated as a mere tool on several occasions, had long since grown accustomed to it, willingly becoming a shield for Gu Han once more. What can I do? I simply cannot win. Yue, sister, in the distance, Yi Qingyun approached with a smile. I recently obtained some information regarding the Central Continent's secret realm. How about we form a team to explore together once we enter? We are all from the same peak, familiar and trusting of one another, making the exploration more convenient. Lu Ruyan instinctively wanted to agree, thinking that if Yi Qingyun truly possessed information about the secret realm, he might know of ancient ruins containing methods to restore their senior brother's mindset. After all, their primary purpose in coming here was to seek assistance in helping their senior brother recover his state of mind. To this point, they had no leads. However, before she could voice her agreement, Chu Yue intervened. Thank you, junior brother, but that won't be necessary. We have other matters to attend to in the secret realm. Chu Yue's tone was exceedingly cold as she directly rejected him. She increasingly felt that the once naive and simple junior brother had become increasingly complicated and deep-minded. She did not believe he would genuinely share information about the Central Continent's secret realm with them, suspecting he might have ulterior motives aimed at sowing discord between them and their senior brother. Moreover, that insufferable fellow had previously tried to tarnish their senior brother's reputation. Though Yi Qingyun felt somewhat uncomfortable inside, he maintained a calm demeanor. Sister, please do not overthink it. I simply wish to team up with you. Over the past few days, he had also made some progress in his cultivation, and he was confident he would not be significantly outmatched by Gu Han. Unnecessary. Chu Yue's frown deepened. In the days leading up to the opening of the secret realm, Yi Qingyun had brought up the senior brother repeatedly. Others might not have sensed it, but she felt he was deliberately trying to sow discord. Hearing him speak again today only fueled a sense of aversion within her. How foolish and blind she had been to once consider such a person simple and straightforward. At that moment, while conversing with Xiao Ling, Gu Han suddenly received a notification from the system. Ding! Due to the protagonist's indirect influence, the female lead Chu Yue has developed a slight aversion towards the male lead Yi Qingyun, resulting in a decrease in his fortune. Congratulations to the protagonist for completing a segment of the villain's plot and earning 1,500 villain points. This sudden system notification left Gu Han momentarily stunned. Could he earn villain points for this? His original goal was to make these fools experience the suffering he had once endured. Now, he had stumbled upon an additional opportunity. He felt no guilt. After all, he had been forced into the role of a villain. Feeling sympathy for those in the original protagonist's camp would only lead to a more tragic end on the other side. After being rejected once more and completely ignored, Yi Qingyun gazed at the departing figures of Chu Yue and her companions, his expression turning somewhat grim. Humph. Qingyun, why bother with these short-sighted girls? In my eyes, the senior brother they admire is not even worth a single hair from you. Just a few years ahead in joining the sect, with slightly superior cultivation, nothing more. After this expedition into the secret realm, you will truly become the prodigy of the sword-questioning sect, and today, they will come to realize they cannot reach your heights. After hearing these words, Yi Qingyun's previously grim expression softened significantly, a confident smile returning to his lips. Indeed, haste makes waste. Why should he be overly concerned? It would not be long before he truly captured the affection of his master and senior sisters, thoroughly trampling Gu Han beneath his feet. Moreover, compared to Chu Yue and the others, he had even better partnership options. At that moment, several ornate flying vessels descended from the sky. The young cultivators disembarking from them possessed a demeanor and aura that surpassed the disciples from the various sects below. They were none other than the young disciples from the four great holy lands. Miss Xianyu, Brother Tianqing, Yi Qingyun, brimming with confidence, greeted the two most formidable young figures. The woman was Long Xianyu from Tianin Holy Land, and the man was Wei Tianqing, the holy son of Beishao Holy Land, whom he had met not long ago. Through Long Xianyu's introduction, he had struck up a pleasant conversation with the holy son, establishing a rapport. Even as mere acquaintances, their relationship sparked envy among numerous disciples from various sections. After all, they were the sons and daughters of the four paramount holy places in the gifted land of the Central Continent. Sensing the myriad envious gazes directed at him, Yi Qingyun became increasingly confident, and the two holy sons and daughters, along with other cultivators from the Holy Lands, engaged in even more amiable conversation. Brother Qingyun, within a day at most, my people should reach the North Wilderness Mountains, Cold Xianyu mused. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, your two cousins will be successfully rescued. This was a prearranged collaboration between them. Yi Qingyun divulged some intelligence regarding the Central Continent's secret realm, while she was responsible for mobilizing personnel to rescue those trapped in the North Wilderness Mountains, thereby fostering a good relationship with them. With Miss Xianyu's assistance, I am utterly at ease. Yi Qingyun replied with a hearty laugh. I have also heard of Brother Qingyun's experiences, Holy Son Tianqing remarked. Should any unexpected events arise, I am likewise willing to assist in alleviating some of your troubles. Meanwhile, Gu Han, who had been subtly monitoring the situation, couldn't help but sneer coldly. Truly, the protagonist's halo was undeniable. How little time had passed, and he had already established connections with a holy son. According to the original plot, these two holy sons and daughters would become immense support for Yi Qingyun. Furthermore, the system had issued a task for him to prevent any further development of their relationship with Yi Qingyun. Now that they had already met, it was beyond his control. Thus, he resolved to devise a plan to eliminate them within the Central Continent's secret realm, severing their ties at the root. Though they were holy sons and daughters of noble status and formidable talent, they lacked the protagonist's protective aura. Harvesting them would not pose a significant challenge for him. Nevertheless, careful planning was still warranted. After all, he intended to pin the blame for the murders of these holy sons and daughters squarely on Yi Qingyun. He was a man who bore grudges. Having previously framed Yi Qingyun with the crimes of the demonic Sect spies was merely the beginning. Chapter 67. Slaughter and feed the fish. At that moment, in the western Xian domain, powerful energies surged through the air as several divine rainbows swiftly traversed the sky, landing at the edge of the North Wilderness Mountains. These individuals were dispatched by the Holy Maiden of the Tianyin Holy Land, Cold Xianyu, to rescue Yi Qingyun's two cousins. Among them, the strongest had achieved the 9th level of the Dao Harmonization Realm, with no fewer than 3 such beings. This formidable group was more than capable of dealing with Supreme Realm experts. Furthermore, their affiliation with the Tianyin Holy Land endowed them with noble status. Even the most reckless individuals would likely think twice before challenging them. The target the Holy Maiden assigned us to rescue should be deep within this mountain range, the leading elder declared, producing a jade stone emanating an unusual divine light. At its center was a drop of crystal-clear blood, belonging to Yi Qingyun. As they approached any entity with a bloodline connection to Yi Qingyun, this jade would emit a peculiar fluctuation, guiding them to their target. Just as they prepared to delve deeper into the North Wilderness Mountains, ominous clouds gathered above, darkening the sky. A chilling, heart-stopping aura seemed to materialize, rolling down like a dense low pressure. Whether by illusion or reality, the world cloaked by this aura took on an ominous crimson hue. The Tianyin Holy Land's experts could distinctly sense that this sudden, terrifying power was directed at them. The leading expert's expression shifted, his demeanor grave as he fixed his gaze on a point in the heavens. We are representatives of the Tianyin Holy Land. Who dares to meddle in our affairs and oppose us? Despite his booming voice, he felt a profound sense of unease. He was well aware of recent events in the western Xian domain, where a powerful demonic sect known as the Blood Moon Demon Sect had risen, suspected to be under the command of a top-tier divine expert. If this infamous Blood Moon Demon Sect was indeed behind this, the situation would become complicated. Soon, the void rippled with a blood-red shimmer. The astonished and terrified gazes of the Tianyin Holy Land experts, a girl clad in a red dress, appearing around 13 or 14 years old, stepped forth, a mere girl at the Spirit Palace realm. They were bewildered. How could someone of such low cultivation dare to obstruct their path? They had heard rumors about the Blood Moon Demon Sect's leader being a young girl in a red dress, but they had dismissed such tales as mere gossip. However, witnessing this spectacle, they began to question the veracity of those rumors once more. Yet before they could gather their thoughts, a blood-colored thunderclap erupted above, and a powerful force, akin to a demonic claw, tore through the air as a divine realm expert shrouded in a brutal aura emerged. What shall we do, Lord? This divine expert was one of the Blood Demon Guard, unconditionally obeying the commands of Han Mingyao due to Gu Han's orders. Eliminate them all, then chop them up and feed them to the fish. The Tianyin Holy Land experts were left in shock. How can this girl, So young and beautiful, utter such cold and cruel words? Boom. The sound of an explosive shockwave pierced their eardrums, leaving them no time to react. The divine realm expert who had stood beside Han Mingyao moments before vanished in an instant. As they looked up in terror, a colossal blood-red demonic claw, wielding the power to shatter layers of spatial barriers, descended upon them. At that moment, the Tianyin Holy Land experts felt an overwhelming sense of doom. They had only just arrived at the edge of the North Wilderness Mountains and had not even begun their exploration, yet they faced imminent annihilation. The intense threat of death and refusal to yield compelled them to summon their life-bound artifacts to resist. However, their efforts were futile. The powerful divine arts they unleashed dissipated instantly, and their life-bound artifacts shattered like thin icy. Do you not fear the retribution of the Tianyin Holy Land for your ruthless actions against us? The remaining expert strained to shout, his body trembling with exertion. He could not fathom when a being of such power had emerged in the western Xian domain. Even the defensive formations they had established could not withstand a single strike from this foe. The reasoning behind their audacity to attack them remained a mystery. Just as consciousness faded, he heard the mocking laughter of the terrifying divine expert. To blame, you should look to your own hands, which dared to meddle in the master's affairs. The holy expert's pupils dilated, and a dreadful suspicion took root in his heart. Could it be in those final moments, regret consumed him? He had thought accepting the holy maiden's minor commission would be a splendid opportunity to gain her favor. Yet it had cost him his life. After dispatching the Tianyin Holy Land's experts, the remaining members of the Blood Moon Demon Sect began to explore the vast expanse of the North Wilderness Mountains in accordance with Gu Han's orders, aiming to swiftly locate the two individuals connected to Yi Qingyun. Outside Central Continent City, as the time for the Secret Realm's opening drew near, the invited cultivators grew increasingly agitated, their anticipation palpable. Finally, after approximately 2.5 hours, a thunderous roar erupted from deep within the Tianshu mountain range. Countless dazzling runes cascaded from the heavens, intertwining and overlapping, gradually revealing a colossal, ethereal portal within the rift of space. Even from a distance, one could sense the mysterious, ancient aura emanating from within. The gates of the Central Continent Secret Realm had appeared. The Secret Realm was about to open. This spectacle ignited a fervor among all present. Various sects began to arrange their entries into the Secret Realm. After all, within the Secret Realm lay countless opportunities, yet dangers abounded. Thoughtful arrangements could often avert unnecessary sacrifices. Chapter 68. Familial bonds and rivalry at the Jiangwen sect's encampment. Several leading elders began to emphasize the rules of the Secret Realm and important precautions. The foremost elders stood at the front, addressing the crowd with a solemn tone. I need not reiterate the excess rules. As you enter the Secret Realm, while opportunities are secondary, your safety is paramount. The Central Continent Secret Realm is ancient and vast, harboring numerous terrifying beasts, both powerful and ancient. You must guard against not only these beasts, but also other sects. When venturing into the outside world, the most unpredictable threat lies in the fickle human heart. Upon entering the Secret Realm, you will be randomly teleported to different areas. Strive to sense your surroundings through the sect's tokens and reunite with your fellow disciples as swiftly as possible. It is best to explore as a group, particularly for those of you in the ordinary ranks. Aim to join forces with our sect's core ranks or the two leading figures to ensure your safety. As the elder spoke, his voice faltered momentarily, casting a complex, helpless glance at Gu Han amidst the crowd. In a certain sense, Gu Han was even stronger than the two leaders selected by their sect. Regrettably, this lad insisted on concealing his brilliance. Just then, an ancient and weighty sound of a door creaking echoed through the space. A colossal light suspended in the sky slowly opened to either side. Radiant divine light bursting forth, enveloped in a misty haze, forming a vast azure vortex. The Secret Realm was now open. Following another booming announcement, the young disciples sprang into action, streaming towards the enormous spatial vortex. Brother, do you truly not wish to team up with us? Is there anything you need to gather? We can assist you in keeping an eye out. Chu Yue and the others, undeterred, called out to Gu Han once more, only to be met with silence. Shall we join forces once we enter the Secret Realm? At this moment, the ever-reliable Xiao Ling made his appearance. Xiao Ling felt both helpless and disillusioned. Ji Han seemed entirely indifferent to his feelings. Using him as a mere shield, he could sense the disdainful and resentful gazes of Chu Yue and her companions directed at him. fearing they might eventually turn against him, viewing him as an obstacle to their reconciliation with Guhan. Guhan, should you encounter any insurmountable troubles in the secret realm, feel free to seek assistance from the disciples of the Red Leaf Sect. Hua Jieyu's voice was ethereal and enchanting. I have specifically instructed them that whatever you require, they will do their utmost to assist you. Remember, they can help with anything you need, except for one request. Do not let them ruin my sect's prized daughters. Ji Yuhan nearly stumbled at her words. The other disciples present flushed at her unrestrained remarks. Hua Jieyu was becoming increasingly reckless in her speech. She was aware that the Red Leaf Sect only accepted female disciples, and her insinuations were rather suggestive. However, as the leading elder of the sect, her brazen declarations were audacious, to say the least. What was even more outrageous was that the female disciples of the Red Leaf Sect did not seem offended. Instead, they cast curious and expectant glances in Gu Han's direction. One could only wonder what kind of nonsense Hua Jieyu had fed these innocent maidens. Humph. Our brother does not need the protection of your Red Leaf Sect. Luo Baiji scoffed. We shall protect our brother ourselves, indeed. Should our brother encounter any danger, we will resolve it, Lu Ruyan added, warily eyeing Hua Jieyu and the female disciples of the Red Leaf Sect. Hua Jieyu chuckled. True. I heard that when Gu Han was in a predicament, you dear little disciples, whom he cherished dearly, did not hesitate to believe the so-called rumors. Now, you feign enlightenment and protect your brother with all your might. Your acting skills are impeccable. I give you 11 out of 10. The extra point is a familial bond gift from me, your senior. You. Chu Yue interrupted Lu Ruyan, her elegant brows furrowing slightly. She had not expected Hua Jieyu, a renowned powerhouse of the Red Leaf Sect, to engage in such playful banter with them. We will make amends for our mistakes. As long as our brother can forgive us, we are willing to pay any price. Furthermore, this is a matter concerning our Jiangwen sect. It does not concern you, Elder Hua Jieyu. The two women exchanged barbs, their tones dripping with sarcasm. Ji Yuhan remained unfazed, showing no inclination to intervene, even yawning lazily as he stepped towards the spatial vortex. As he crossed the threshold of the vortex, the unique laws and restrictions governing the central continent's secret realm posed no resistance to him. After all, having previously exchanged villain points in the system shop for a special item, his cultivation had been temporarily suppressed to a half-step to the unification realm, thus aligning with the secret realm's rules and ensuring he faced no rejection. This situation struck Gu Han as somewhat amusing. While others awakened systems to acquire powerful cultivation experience cards or special effects to flaunt their prowess, he had to rely on the system's power to suppress his OWN in time. Once his strength grew, he would shatter this vexing secret realm. Ji Yuhan mumbled to himself, his figure swiftly vanishing into the depths of the spatial vortex. It turned out Gu Han harbored such a desire, though somewhat perplexing. Since it was his wish, Su Lungyue, who observed everything through the special mark in Gu Han's possession, resolved to help him fulfill it after he broke free from his seal. She had left a mark of authority on Gu Han, which not only commanded the demon clan but also allowed her to monitor his circumstances. She had witnessed Gu Han's encounter with Xia Bingli in Central Continent City, and she was not surprised that Xia Bingli sensed her presence. After all, there seemed to exist some remnants of the celestial domain's aura about her. But what of it? Although Xia Bingli was of notable origin, seemingly connected to a great clan within the celestial domain, her roots lay within the same realm. Most importantly, this girl dared to imprison Gu Han, intending to keep him bound to her side for eternity while loving her alone. Coincidentally, she shared the same sentiment. She too longed for Gu Han's exclusive affection. If anyone dared to compete with her, she would capture them and ensure Gu Han witnessed their torment until death. Meanwhile, as Xia Bingli returned to the flying immortal tower, an inexplicable sensation of rivalry surged within her heart. Chapter 69. Entering the secret realm, suspected to be possessed? Upon entering the swirling vortex of space, Gu Han felt his vision enveloped by a pure white radiance. His body suspended, he plummeted endlessly into the abyss of whiteness. After an indeterminate period, as a beam of sunlight cascaded upon him and his feet met the solid earth, the dizziness receded like a receding tide, allowing Gu Han to finally open his eyes. The biting cold wind and swirling snow greeted him, revealing a vast expanse of ice that stretched to the horizon, flat as a mirror. Towering ice peaks loomed like cliffs, the highest piercing the clouds, shimmering with a chilling light beneath the frigid sun. Countless ice crystals, whipped up by the ferocious winds from unknown origins, struck his face with excruciating pain. Those with weaker physical forms who had also been transported to this area bore numerous bloody cuts upon their bodies. However, compared to the disarray of others and their frantic attempts to erect barriers against the laws of nature, Gu Han appeared remarkably composed. After all, he possessed two formidable physiques, and the vitality emanating from his cells was sufficient to dissolve the approaching ice crystal storm before it even neared him, transforming it into a gentle breeze that caressed his skin. At this moment, the surrounding cultivators, having regained their composure and adapted to the cold, began to stir. Could it be that my luck is this unfortunate? I have been transported to the frigid depths of the central continent's secret realm. The ice plain seemed endless, leaving one to ponder their vastness. His master had once mentioned that even the explored hidden areas of the central continent's secret realm spanned over 20 million miles, equivalent to 1/30th of the central continent's size. Why the heavens? Is it truly this immense? It could very well be considered a unique, small world. Some eager individuals called out, "Is anyone interested in forming a team to share information and collaborate in the search for treasures?" At that moment, a few disciples from the Inquiry Sword Sect approached Gu Han, their voices earnest. "Senior brother, may we join you in your exploration?" They were acutely aware that Gu Han's strength surpassed that of their two leaders. Gu Han merely cast a cold glance in their direction. "No, begone." Most members of the Inquiry Sword Sect were akin to ungrateful wolves, and these individuals were no exception, foolishly seeking his protection. As he turned to depart, Gu Han casually crushed a jade talisman capable of communication within the secret realm. He had resolved to proceed alone on this journey. Since they entered the realm, Chu Yue and her companions had incessantly attempted to contact him through the talisman, which had become quite bothersome. In another part of the realm, entirely different from the icy terrain, birds sang and flowers bloomed, vibrant with life. Seems senior brother still does not wish to respond. After several attempts to reach Gu Han without success, Chu Yue felt a tinge of disappointment and silently retracted the talisman. She decided to gather her fellow disciples and meet with the other two sisters to discuss their next steps. Prior to entering the central continent's secret realm, their master had conveyed intelligence regarding a potential relic connected to the restoration of the ancient texts concerning the mind state. After glimpsing what appeared to be scenes from her senior brother's past life, she had long suspected that it was not Gu Han whose mind was troubled, but rather their master. Even if they eventually unearthed the ancient texts documenting the restoration of the mind state, she would find a way to assist her master in the main hall of the White Feather Peak of the Inquiry Sword Sect. A fragrant stillness permeated the spacious chamber. Upon the lotus throne sat Mu Belan, clad in a white gauze gown and adorned in a rainbow feather cloak, her exquisite countenance serene as she meditated, drawing the surrounding elemental energies into her being. Initially, the myriad strands of elemental laws entwined around her began to harmoniously integrate into her dantian, gradually stabilizing and elevating her cultivation. However, it wasn't long before Mu Belan's features twisted in pain, as if she were having a distressing dream. A sudden upheaval unleashed a chain reaction, causing the elemental strands surrounding her to tremble violently, snapping one after another. The terrifying backlash rendered Mu Belan unable to stabilize her inner energy, causing her to spew forth a mouthful of blood. The surrounding elemental energies surged chaotically, resembling a raging sea, reverberating with a bone-rattling roar. The very mountain of White Feather Peak began to tremble in response. "Belan, have you lost your mind, seeking your own demise? Knowing your current state of mind is unstable, you dare to challenge the supreme realm?" A furious voice echoed, and a higher-level force descended like a tidal wave, suppressing the volatile energies within Mu Belan. The appearance of the Taishu Sword Master, who infused her with a surge of energy, helped stabilize her condition further. "Thank you, mastered." Mu Belan's complexion was pale, revealing a weary yet resigned smile. The Taishu Sword Master, initially consumed by anger and ready to reprimand her, felt his frustration deflate like a balloon, releasing a sigh of helplessness. He was well aware of his disciples' intentions. Recently, Mu Belan had appeared deeply affected, relentlessly seeking various methods to restore her fractured mind. She had scoured for special ancient texts and even pursued legendary techniques. Recently, she had come across a rumor suggesting that reaching the supreme realm would allow one to separate their soul, thereby entering the depths of a cultivator's mind and healing psychological wounds, indirectly restoring a broken path of the heart. Upon hearing this, Mu Belan had exhausted every means to implore him to help Gu Han regain his path of the heart. Despite his repeated insistence that this method was merely theoretical and impractical, she stubbornly attempted to forcibly break through to the supreme realm, risking a backlash in the process. Such reckless ambition led him to question whether his disciple had indeed gone mad. Chapter 70. The True Patient. This puts me in a quandary, Master. Over the years, I have never asked you for anything. Mu Belan suddenly lifted her head, her voice hoarse with emotion. I beg you. Please help me this once. If I can break through to the supreme realm, I can bring Honor back. Honor is the true prodigy of our Inquiry Sword sect. We cannot simply watch him suppress his brilliance and willingly fall into despair. It was my fault that I failed to uncover the truth and wronged Honor. I truly understand my mistake. I implore you, Master, please help me bring Honor back. The hall fell into silence, with only Mu Belan's pleading voice reverberating. The Taishu sword master furrowed his brow, his ancient eyes reflecting deep sympathy. He understood his disciple well. Her prideful nature and stubbornness were well known. The display of such distress indicated the profound impact of the past event on her. Those involved are often blind to the truth, while observers see clearly. Mu Belan insisted that Gu Han's mind was merely troubled, yet anyone with a semblance of understanding could see that she was the true patient. As for the prospect of aiding her breakthrough to the supreme realm, he could not entertain such an idea. Given her current mental state, attempting a breakthrough could lead to a complete collapse of her mind, resulting in her falling into demonic paths. However, observing her current abnormal behavior, it was likely she would attempt to force a breakthrough regardless. Very well, come with me to a place that may aid your current predicament. As the sect master of the Inquiry Sword sect, he had always enjoyed venturing into the world. A few years prior, while exploring, he had met a reclusive monk. After some time together, he discovered that this hermit was the abbot of the renowned ancient Buddha temple. Since the abbot had inherited the teachings of Buddhism, specializing in helping the suffering and purifying the mind, he would undoubtedly possess a method to address Mu Belan's condition. Without further thought, Mu Belan nodded in agreement, not even inquiring about their destination. Since the incident beneath the peach tree that had awakened her, various memories had continuously flashed through her mind. These beautiful reminiscences felt like daggers, incessantly cutting into her heart. She was determined to restore the good disciple from her memories, no matter the cost. In the central continent's secret realm, Gu Han furrowed his brow slightly, a strange discomfort suddenly swelling within him. This feeling had come upon him more than once during this time, even leading him to suspect that perhaps his rapid cultivation breakthroughs had induced some change within his body. However, this sensation was fleeting, and he did not dwell on it excessively. Why, Lord, oh, you find these ice spirit crystals sufficient? Suddenly, a raspy and peculiar voice emerged from beside him. A massive serpent, adorned with ice crystal scales and measuring several dozen meters in length, spoke human words, presenting a pile of shimmering crystals that refracted brilliant hues. Is this all? Gu Han smirked, retrieving the ice spirit crystals while chuckling lightly. You are putting me in a bit of a predicament. With that, he scrutinized the ice crystal serpent with keen interest, its demeanor reminiscent of an abundant supply of crafting materials. Why, Lord, I have more. I shall fetch you additional ice spirit crystals. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but the ice crystal serpent appeared to exhibit a hint of anthropomorphic fear. And while you're at it, gather a few cold lotus flowers for me. Gu Han's lips curled into a slight smile. If you perform well, I might consider sparing you. Yes, my lord. The ice crystal serpent recoiled slightly, hastily swimming out of the cave to fulfill Gu Han's instructions. Despite being the ruler of this snowy expanse, having claimed the lives of numerous young cultivators exploring the secret realm over the years, it did not dare harbor any rebellious thoughts against Gu Han. Not only was it aware that it could not defeat him, but the overwhelming aura emanating from him instilled a sense of reverence it could not ignore. It seemed that the mark left by Su Lungyue had the power to command and suppress the beasts of the central continent's secret realm. Joy was not far behind, was it? In the original text, Yi Qingyun's smooth sailing in the secret realm was attributed to the bloodline he bore, which allowed him to command certain beasts. Although Gu Han relied on Yi Qingyun to uncover hidden opportunities, he had no qualms about preparing a few surprises for Yi Qingyun in a lush valley of the central continent's secret realm. A series of thunderous explosions erupted, shaking the ground and sending rocks tumbling, startling nearby birds and beasts. Several cultivators engaged in a fierce battle with a colossal beast. This beast, with its peculiar appearance and sturdy rocky exterior, bore traces of dragon blood within, making it exceptionally formidable. Cold Xianyu and her companions, having joined forces with Yi Qingyun, utilized various techniques to engage the beast for nearly 15 minutes before finally finding an opportunity to strike. Yi Qingyun's eyes flashed with unusual lightning, his imperial bloodline activating once more, imposing mental influence upon the already heavily injured beast, further diminishing its will to resist. Seizing the moment, Yi Qingyun wielded a heavy sword, his skin enveloped in a golden aura, and delivered a powerful strike to the beast's head. The resulting explosion echoed, accompanied by a spray of blood and other substances. After a mournful cry, the enormous beast collapsed, lifeless. Yi Qingyun expertly extracted the beast's core. A satisfied smile gracing his lips. Saintess Xianyu, you may freely distribute the treasures guarded by this beast. I only request this cord. Is that acceptable? Fine. Cold Xianyu had no objections. She did not regard him merely as the heir of the White Song Holy King. Yi Qingyun's displayed prowess had surprised her in certain aspects. He was not weaker than her, who stood at the brink of the unification realm. This realization made her feel fortunate to have crossed paths with Yi Qingyun in this secret realm. Thank you. Yi Qingyun's smile widened. By consuming the beast's core, the imperial blood within him could further refine and evolve. The central continent's secret realm was rich in beasts. Should fortune favor him, he might acquire numerous opportunities, allowing his imperial blood to evolve even further. At that point, he would enhance his control over elemental forces, potentially commanding more beasts to serve him. He could achieve his goals without lifting a finger, as the beasts would willingly present their treasures. Who else in this realm could accomplish such feats besides him? Chapter 71. Leaving no trace, a complete break. All right, it is time to seek the next opportunity. After distributing the spoils, Yi Qingyun rose first. Although he had hinted at knowing some opportunities within the central continent's secret realm, these were inconsequential. The true significant opportunities were ones he intended to claim for himself. Collaborating with Cold Xianyu, Wei Tianqing, and others was merely a precaution to mitigate uncertainties. Once he had slain enough beasts and absorbed sufficient cores, he would fly solo, securing all the grand opportunities within the secret realm before heading to the Dragon Legacy, where he would forge a contract with the ancient dragon within. The mere thought filled him with anticipation of a bountiful harvest. Days passed swiftly, a bolt of azure lightning flickered through the forest, leaving behind ethereal afterimages. This individual was none other than Gu Han, who had undergone a transformation to conceal his identity. On the third day within the secret realm, he had located Yi Qingyun and his band of protagonists. Based on their trajectory, he consistently arrived ahead of them, claiming opportunities first. After all, the map provided by Xia Bingli detailed everything except the most concealed opportunities, which only the protagonist Yi Qingyun could uncover. Armed with top-tier agility and stealth techniques, he effortlessly outpaced Yi Qingyun's group. Over several days, Gu Han had amassed considerable gains. However, these minor opportunities were merely appetizers for him. His primary objective remained to use Yi Qingyun as a treasure-seeking rat to uncover the exceedingly rare and hidden grand opportunities not marked on the map and to await the moment when the young man would unlock the Dragon Legacy. Yet, he needed to tread cautiously, as prematurely seizing the opportunities could inadvertently trigger Yi Qingyun's special buffs, inadvertently aiding him in acquiring even more formidable treasures. Nonetheless, he would not be remiss in claiming these minor opportunities. He intended to leave Yi Qingyun with nothing to spare. Beep, congratulations, Master, for completing the daily villain task of outpacing the protagonist Yi Qingyun, plundering 3 opportunity sites, and earning 1,500 points of villain rewards. Upon detecting the completion of a portion of the villainous plot, congratulations are in order for the Master, who has been awarded 2,500 villain points. Meanwhile, beneath a certain mountain range, Yi Qingyun wore a heavy expression. Since the first day he entered the secret realm, relying on the map for a few fortunate encounters, he had not found anything for several consecutive days. Not a single opportunity or precious material had graced his path. He hadn't even managed to find a single hair. It felt as though someone had anticipated his arrival, seizing all the opportunities before he could reach them. However, aside from his possession of a detailed map of this secret realm, how could anyone else possess such intricate knowledge? Brother Qingyun, have you been feeling unwell lately? Wei Tianqing feigned concern for his health. Yet, Yi Qingyun was acutely aware of his growing dissatisfaction from their lack of findings over the past few days. The absence of any rewards was frustrating not only for others, but for him as well. Hearing Wei Tianqing's probing question ignited the suppressed irritation within him, causing flames of anger to flare up. Humph, just a freeloader. You haven't found a single opportunity either. As Yi Qingyun retorted without reservation, Wei Tianqing narrowed his eyes, a glint of coldness flickering within, as a son of the sacred land. He possessed extraordinary talent and noble status. Were it not for the intermediary, Long Xianyue, who introduced them, he would hardly regard Yi Qingyun as a worthy opponent. A mere core disciple from a declining sect held no qualification to stand on equal footing with him. Now, hearing Yi Qingyun's utter lack of respect only fueled his discontent. An aura of terrifying power emanated from him, firmly locking onto Yi Qingyun. Why Yi Qingyun stood his ground, his dark eyes meeting Wei Tianqing's gaze defiantly. He extended his right hand, gripping the obsidian heavy sword strapped to his back, ready to strike at any moment. Regardless of the cards he held, he now possessed two puppets at the Unity Realm. Even though he was merely at the Spirit Palace realm, he believed he could defeat Wei Tianqing, the Sacred Sun, if it came to blows. Enough of this. Finally, Long Xianyue, unable to bear the escalating tension, stepped between the two, her presence interrupting their confrontation. Brother Qingyun is not entirely wrong. The vastness of the central continent's secret realm makes it exceedingly difficult to uncover opportunities. Furthermore, this secret realm has been open for over a month, so there is no need for you to rush, Brother Tianqing. Her words, though seemingly reasonable, upon closer examination, revealed a clear bias, indirectly advocating for Yi Qingyun. This only served to further ignite Wei Tianqing's anger. After all, he harbored a certain admiration for Long Xianyue, the saintess of the heavenly sound sacred land. Witnessing her concern for a newcomer whom she had only known for a few days enraged him even more. I had thought, Xianyue, that you believed this fellow to be the heir of an ancient figure, possessing some capability. It seems he is merely all bark and no bite. Xianyue, I won't hide anything from you. Before entering the secret realm, my master shared some information about it, revealing several locations of opportunities. Whom do you choose to trust, him or me? Wei Tianqing's meaning was clear. Wei Yi Qingyun's recent failures had sown doubt in his mind, and he seized this opportunity to part ways. His words were merely a means to force Long Xianyue to choose between them. Long Xianyue glanced around, ultimately remaining silent. She trusted her instincts, setting aside Yi Qingyun's status as the heir of the White Song's sacred king. He radiated an unsettling aura of fortune. Given enough time, he would undoubtedly bring them unimaginable rewards. Ding! Due to the master's indirect actions, the relationship between Tianqing and Yi Qingyun has fractured, completing the villain task. Congratulations to the master for receiving 7,000 villain points. Having just arrived nearby, Gu Han, concealing his presence, revealed a smirk at the system's unexpected announcement. Indeed, the bonds of recently formed alliances were the most fragile when faced with self-interest. A slight maneuver on his part had achieved a twofold outcome. As anticipated, the rift between the two had widened, even leading to a complete fallout. Chapter 72. Not losing too thoroughly. It turns out to be you. This malicious individual. The reasoning was simple. Familiar with the early plot, he knew that Wei Tianqing became Yi Qingyun's close ally due to the substantial rewards they reaped during this expedition into the secret realm, laying a solid foundation for their friendship. In a world bustling with interests, when everyone obtained what they desired, harmony prevailed and bonds flourished. However, once opportunities slipped away and losses ensued, discord would inevitably arise. To ensure that the two truly fell out, he had consistently utilized the secret character technique, arriving at all opportunities before Yi Qingyun, leaving him with nothing. This laid the groundwork for the current conflict. Yet, he was surprised that Long Xianyue, having known Yi Qingyun for only a few days, would so resolutely choose to believe in him. It was either a lapse in judgment, or perhaps she had discerned something extraordinary about Yi Qingyun. Nevertheless, the matter was trivial. He could find a chance to eliminate him entirely, thus severing her ties with Yi Qingyun. Xianyue, is this truly your decision? Wei Tianqing's expression darkened further, his fists clenching slightly. He cast a lingering gaze at Yi Qingyun before turning away, leading several members of the Beishao sacred land in another direction. I hope you do not come to regret this. His icy words lingered in the air as the figures quickly vanished into the dense forest. This exchange left Long Xianyue feeling unsettled. After all, she and Wei Tianqing had shared a bond for some time. Now, their friendship seemed to be at an end. However, If he possessed the same insight as her, he would undoubtedly recognize Yi Qingyun's unique qualities. Likely, he would also choose to trust him. It was a simple and clear choice. At least, that was how she comforted herself. Rest assured, Saintess Xianyue, those lost opportunities are merely minor fortunes, Yi Qingyun confidently proclaimed, casting a glance in the direction Wei Tianqing had departed. A group blinded by small losses, they were unaware of the greater opportunities they had overlooked. Unbeknownst to Yi Qingyun and Long Xianyue, Wei Tianqing and his companions had been traversing the forest for some time. A disciple of the Beishao sacred land could no longer contain his frustration and resentment, exclaiming, "Holy Son, that damned fellow has insulted you so. Shall we not teach him a lesson? Just a core disciple from a fallen sect? How dare he?" His words were met with agreement from the remaining disciples. "Holy Son, we recognize your friendship with Saintess Xianyue, but it is limited to her. If you are concerned about that, we can deal with Yi Qingyun for you." After all, in some respects, they were followers of Wei Tianqing. Seeing their master insulted, they were naturally aggrieved. "No need." Wei Tianqing coldly refused. "He is merely a clown with a bit of luck and opportunity. Once we leave this secret realm, I have ways to make him pay." The other young disciples of the Beishao sacred land fell silent, knowing well what their master was truly concerned about. He was still wary of Long Xianyue. "Is that so? You may not have the opportunity." A cold voice, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, sent chills down their spines as they turned in fear. A tall figure, mostly obscured by a hood, stood on the path they had taken. Wei Tianqing narrowed his eyes. Although he could not clearly discern the stranger's features, the figure's outline struck him with a sense of familiarity. "You are." Before he could finish his sentence, the hooded figure, surrounded by strange true patterns, drew a massive obsidian sword from a spatial vortex. The sword, weighing at least 100 pounds, was effortlessly wielded by the black-clad man, who moved like a bolt of black lightning, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. "Attack! Stop him!" The young disciples of the sacred land, realizing the gravity of the situation, shouted in alarm as they hastily attempted to defend themselves. The black sword, infused with spiritual energy, glowed with ominous black patterns, appearing both fierce and domineering. Boom! The explosive sound of destruction and the shattering of flesh resonated simultaneously. Blood sprayed forth as the two nearest individuals were utterly defenseless, their treasures and bodies disintegrating in an instant, showering the area with gore like a gruesome celebration. Yet, the chaos did not end there. After delivering a single strike, the black-clad figure vanished from sight, and the agonized screams echoed in unison. Boom! Another area seemed to succumb to an overwhelming force, dust billowing as the earth collapsed inward, creating a vast pit. The sacred land disciples caught within were reduced to mere pulp by the terrifying power. From the moment the black-clad figure appeared to the conclusion of the battle, it transpired in mere moments. For young disciples of the sacred land were effortlessly slain without a hint of resistance. Wei Tianqing, the last remaining disciple, felt his scalp tingle, his mind rendered utterly blank from shock. As the black shadows gradually merged, the now substantial figure of the black-clad man floated down, holding the obsidian-heavy sword. Surrounding him was the shattered earth, drenched in blood, a stark tableau of devastation. Only upon recognizing the sword did Wei Tianqing snap back to reality, his body trembling uncontrollably from a mix of rage and fear. "You are..." He barely managed to force the words out. "Yi Qingyun, I never expected you to be such a vile individual. Yet over such trivial matters, you would resort to such brutality against me and my companions." Chapter 73. The Fall of the Sacred Sun. The culprit Yi Qingyun? The reason Wei Tianqing identified the figure before him as Yi Qingyun was not solely due to the familiarity of his silhouette. More importantly, that obsidian-heavy sword was unmistakably Yi Qingyun's weapon, identical in style. Yi Qingyun, the man concealed beneath the black robes, wore a bemused smile, slowly raising the heavy sword once more, swinging it with a thunderous motion. Boom! Instantly, the sword energy surged forth like a tidal wave, threatening to engulf Wei Tianqing and the surrounding realm entirely. This action only solidified Wei Tianqing's belief that the man before him was indeed Yi Qingyun. Just because of a minor disagreement, he had decided to unleash such lethal force upon them. What a malicious scoundrel! Wei Tianqing inwardly cursed, yet he did not hesitate. Swiftly, he produced a jade talisman shimmering with an otherworldly glow and crushed it. Buzz! Countless radiant runes ascended, intertwining and overlapping, forming a protective barrier around him. Almost simultaneously, the torrent of sword energy crashed down. Crack! The suddenly materializing barrier quaked under the overwhelming force, resembling a rock poised against an oncoming tsunami. Trembling violently as a myriad of cracks began to appear upon its surface. Impossible! Wei Tianqing's pupils constricted. This talisman was a special defensive artifact crafted by his master, a supreme being. Although the unique restrictions of the central continent's secret realm prevented the use of powers beyond the unity realm, this talisman was designed to withstand any attack from entities within the secret realm. Now, however, it was already beginning to show signs of immense strain under Yi Qingyun's strike. Damn it! Yi Qingyun has been feigning weakness. Wei Tianqing cursed inwardly. However, as the sacred son of the Beishao sacred land, he possessed more than one means of survival. He quickly retrieved another talisman inscribed with ancient runes. As he chanted the incantation, the yellow talisman ignited into flames, enveloping him in a fiery embrace. Simultaneously, sparks ignited from the ground near the black-clad figure, rapidly expanding into a swirling vortex of flames. The next moment, Wei Tianqing leaped from within, drawing a black-gold battle knife, channeling all his strength as he aimed a downward strike at the black-clad man's head. Die-boom! The blade's energy roared forth like a rushing torrent, crashing down upon the black-clad figure, causing an explosion of stones and dust to erupt in the air. Did it work? Wei Tianqing tightened his grip on the black-gold battle knife. Wary of letting down his guard, he had poured all his strength into that strike. Bolstered by the special talisman granted by his master, which should have been sufficient to slay powerful beasts of the Unity realm. Even if Yi Qingyun was hiding his true strength, he would likely suffer severe injury. But in the next moment, a massive hand emerged from the swirling dust, expanding in Wei Tianqing's horrified gaze, clamping around his throat like a vice. The overwhelming force rendered him utterly powerless, lifting him high into the air. Wei Tianqing's eyes widened with fear and fury. You are indeed Yi Qingyun. The remnants of the black robe shattered completely, revealing a face with sharp features unmistakably belonging to Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun wore a smile as he tightened his grip around Wei Tianqing's throat. What if you know my identity? As long as you die here, no one will ever know it was me. Yi Qingyun, you truly are a malicious scoundrel. As his consciousness began to fade, Wei Tianqing summoned the last of his strength for a final struggle, yet an absolute force overwhelmed him, shattering the divine techniques he had just conjured. Scattering them like motes of light in the face of insurmountable suppression, he could only despair, channeling his final energy into a mental transmission to the other disciples of the Beishao sacred land. Those who seek to kill me, inquire with the sword sect, Yi Qingyun. After transmitting all his remaining strength as a divine soul message, Wei Tianqing gradually ceased his struggles, falling into silence as if he had achieved his purpose. Yi Qingyun cast aside Wei Tianqing's lifeless body, while his features began to contort and shift like rubber cement, his silhouette blurring into indistinct ripples. When tranquility enveloped the scene, Yi Qingyun had entirely transformed into another person. He was now Gu Han. Glancing at the corpse of Wei Tianqing at his feet, Gu Han's lips curled into a slight smirk. It seemed he had managed to convey the unfolding events here to others in the northern sky sacred land. The charade he played with Wei Tianqing was not in vain. Given his strength, he could have swiftly dispatched Wei Tianqing at the first opportunity. The game was merely a strategy to dispel any doubts lingering in his opponent's mind, solidifying that it was indeed Yi Qingyun who had taken his life. The black hood that obscured his features and the deliberate display of a similar physique were all preparations for this very purpose. Yi Qingyun had always harbored a grudge. Simply donning a hat associated with the demonic sect was far from sufficient. He needed to pin the crime of slaughtering the son of the northern sky sacred land onto Wei Tianqing. His initial plan was to instill a deep-seated hatred for Yi Qingyun in Wei Tianqing, ultimately prompting the northern sky sacred land to exert pressure on Yi Qingyun from all fronts. However, one must never underestimate the power of a protagonist's halo. Should the two reconcile and become better allies, all his efforts today would be in vain. It was far more prudent to eliminate him and attribute the crime to him instead. After collecting all the valuable treasures from Wei Tianqing, Gu Han snapped his fingers, igniting a blaze that reduced Wei Tianqing's body to ashes. He also left behind a few remnants linked to Yi Qingyun, such as torn fabric. As a competent antagonist must pay attention to these seemingly trivial details. Observing Yi Qingyun's intentions, Gu Han pondered, next, he will likely head to the 100-demon valley. Since I have decided to present a gift, I shall ensure it is ample enough for him to feast upon. A smirk graced Gu Han's lips as he vanished from his position, swiftly making his way toward the 100-demon valley. Chapter 74. The 7 in and 7 out of the 100-demon valley. A dramatic scene of slap in the face meanwhile, as Yi Qingyun and his companions, including Long Xianyue, hurried towards the 100-demon valley. An unsettling feeling suddenly washed over him, one that felt oddly familiar. It reminded him of when he had inexplicably been labeled as an agent of the demonic sect. Brother Qingyun, I hear the 100-demon valley is an exceedingly perilous place within the central continent's secret realm, teeming with a multitude of demonic beasts of all kinds. Long Xianyue voiced her concerns. Recently, some have ventured in, but nearly all have returned empty-handed, if they returned at all. Not only did they fail to find any opportunities, but many also became the prey of those beasts. With just a few of us, is it not rather reckless to enter such a dangerous place? Fear not, I possess at least a 90% assurance regarding the 100-demon valley. Yi Qingyun replied nonchalantly, a confident smile gracing his lips. Although he had not encountered significant opportunities in recent days, he had hunted numerous demonic beasts and absorbed their essence. The blood of the demon emperor within him had become significantly purer and more potent after consuming these energies, enhancing his ability to suppress and control demonic beasts. Whereas the 100-demon valley might be a death trap for other cultivators, it posed little threat to him, endowed as he was with the blood of the demon emperor. Perhaps he could even turn the beasts to his advantage. At the same time, within the 100-demon valley, numerous disciples from various sects gathered, keenly observing the valley's movements. However, today, an unusual stillness enveloped the 100-demon valley. The once deafening roars and howls of the beasts had given way to an eerie silence. Even the thick aura of demonic energy that had long lingered here had noticeably dissipated. Peering through the mist, one could glimpse a shocking spectacle unfolding deep within the valley. There, a myriad of grotesque and fearsome demonic beasts lay docile, resembling well-behaved house cats, their ferocity seemingly tamed. Upon closer inspection, even these dreadfully violent creatures breathed cautiously, as if fearing that any noise might provoke some unseen force. To the forefront of this subdued assembly, a figure clad in white sat leisurely upon a stone platform, nonchalantly consuming a translucent, spirit-infused fruit, one of the 100-demon valley's exclusive specialties. This the famed spirit fruit of the demonic beasts. Aside from being a tad watery, its flavor is quite ordinary. Should Gu Han's nonchalant remarks reach the ears of the other cultivators, many would likely be incensed. Those who lingered near the 100-demon valley were acutely aware of its dangers, yet they remained for the allure of the spirit fruit. This fruit was a significant boon within the central continent's secret realm, capable of expanding and strengthening a cultivator's meridians, thereby indirectly enhancing their potential. However, it thrived only in the depths of the 100-demon valley, demanding that one face the onslaught of numerous demonic beasts to harvest it successfully. Given the treacherous terrain, even teams of cultivators had returned empty-handed, with no one ever managing to claim it. The treasure, coveted by these cultivators, was treated by Gu Han as a commonplace item. As Gu Han's casual commentary echoed, the prostrate demonic beasts shivered in apprehension, fearing that this sudden visitor might be displeased and decide to use them as alchemical materials. After all, the aura emanating from this individual was overwhelmingly oppressive. My lord, if you are unsatisfied, I can seek out other special items for you. A sentient tree demon ventured hesitantly. Jiu Han raised an eyebrow. Conversing with intelligent beasts was indeed pleasant. Yet, he couldn't help but feel that this expedition into the secret realm was akin to a game. With the divine perspective granted by Xia Bingli, he could survey the entire area. The most dangerous demonic beasts posed little threat to him, and under the suppression of Su Lingyue's mark, very few dared to defy his commands. He was beginning to experience the everyday life of Yi Qingyun. At that moment, Gu Han's consciousness was stirred, and upon confirming his suspicions, a smirk crept onto his lips. It appeared that our protagonist, Yi Qingyun, was finally making his grand entrance as scripted. In the gaze of astonished and admiring cultivators, Yi Qingyun, armed with a trump card to subdue or manipulate the beasts of the 100-demon valley, ventured deep within. He would ultimately emerge unscathed, reaping all the opportunities the valley had to offer, humiliating various onlookers and winning the favor of beautiful maidens. With a knowing smirk, Gu Han rose slowly and began to walk deeper into the 100-demon valley. True to form, he would leave not a single trace for Yi Qingyun. Yet, out of sheer benevolence, he had prepared a unique consolation prize for him. On another front, Yi Qingyun and his companions, including Long Xianyue, had also arrived near the 100 Demon Valley. Their collective prowess drew the attention of many cultivators. Is that the Saintess Xianyue of the Tianyin Sacred Land? Could she also be here for the 100 Demon Valley? Most likely. The 100 Demon Valley concealed numerous opportunities, and if they could successfully delve within, they would undoubtedly garner considerable gains. Long Xianyue had made quite a name for herself among these prodigies. Upon her arrival, many approached her to engage in conversation, eager to form teams to explore the valley together. It is merely the 100 Demon Valley. Just then, a hearty yet carefree voice interrupted. Why do we need so many to enter? I alone can go in and out 7 times. Standing confidently with his hands clasped behind his back, Yi Qingyun exuded an air of self-assuredness. In recent days, he had lost face before Long Xianyue far too often. Now, the formidable 100 Demon Valley presented him with the perfect stage to reclaim his reputation. With the drop of Demon Emperor's blood within him, he was confident he could control half of the valley's demonic beasts, inciting them to turn on one another and create an opportunity for himself to enter. Chapter 75. Showboating? I shall make you soar. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. All cultivators engaged in conversation with Long Xianyue turned their gazes toward Yi Qingyun, for his words were audacious beyond belief. Did he truly think the 100 Demon Valley was merely a tourist destination? 7 times in and out, they had never witnessed such blatant arrogance. Humph! What foolishness! Everyone knows the dangers of the 100 Demon Valley. The last person who spoke so boldly like you must have been 2.5 years old. He was nothing more than a clown seeking attention. Is this not Yi Qingyun from the Sword Sect? How has he become so boastful in just a few years? The realization struck many disciples, and laughter erupted, mocking him mercilessly. I never boast about my strength. I merely deliver on my promises. Laugh all you want. When I reveal what I have found, let us see if you can still laugh. Unfazed by the jeers of those around him, Yi Qingyun merely smiled confidently, hands still behind his back, as he strolled toward the 100 Demon Valley. In that moment, his aura surged, and even Long Xianyue, who had been wavering, found her heart steadied. The tall figure, striding with unwavering confidence, seemed incredibly charismatic, compelling her to believe he could indeed create a genuine miracle. Unbeknownst to him, his presence had a transformative effect on those around him. The cultivators who had previously mocked him found their expressions stiffening, their disdain gradually shifting to uncertainty. Some even harbored a flicker of fervent anticipation, hoping that Yi Qingyun would truly achieve the impossible, entering the 100 Demon Valley as if it were a stroll in the park, and forge an unprecedented miracle. Feeling the admiration emanating from those around him, including Long Xianyue, Yi Qingyun felt a surge of satisfaction. The cavernous entrance, resembling the gaping maw of a monstrous beast, no longer appeared so menacing, almost insignificant in his eyes. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from deep within the 100 Demon Valley, shaking the ground beneath them, sending stones flying, and a torrent of dense demonic energy surged toward them from afar. In the blink of an eye, several enormous, terrifying demonic beasts charged toward Yi Qingyun. The foremost beast exuded a formidable aura, its cultivation vaguely reaching the 4th level of Unity Realm. Towering at several dozen meters, it bore a pair of bull-like horns nearly 10 meters long, slick with fresh blood, evidence of its recent kills among cultivators. Upon spotting Yi Qingyun, its lantern-sized eyes ignited with a crimson glow, snorting steam as it rushed toward him like a dark mountain. A savage bull beast. A cultivator recognized the creature and cried out in alarm. Not long ago, a powerful team of cultivators had entered the valley, but misfortune led them to encounter this very beast. The savage bull beast was among the mightiest of the demonic creatures in the central continent's secret realm, its massive horns razor-sharp and indestructible. Even with defensive treasures of the Unity Realm, they offered little protection. Just moments ago, they had witnessed this beast impale several cultivators with brutal ease, leaving a gruesome sight in its wake. Yet before the savage bull beast, Yi Qingyun remained calm, unsheathing the dark heavy sword strapped to his back. His aura surged as he spoke with unwavering confidence. You seek death. Today, I shall act as heaven's avenger and claim your head. At that moment, he began to communicate with the blood of the demon emperor within him, striving to impose restrictions on the savage bull beast in the shadows, indirectly influencing it to create the perfect opportunity for his strike. Meanwhile, deep within the 100-demon valley, Guhan, sensing the external happenings through his consciousness, smirked. He had already placed control effects on these beasts through Su Lingyue's mark. Now, he could distinctly feel the power emanating from Yi Qingyun vying for control over the beasts. However, the mark bestowed upon him by Su Lingyue was of a far superior tier compared to Yi Qingyun's trump card, hence it posed little challenge. Yet, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances that might allow Yi Qingyun to succeed in his bravado, he needed to tighten his grip and eliminate any possibility of failure. Showboating? I shall make you soar. With a resonant hum, the special mark etched onto Gu Han's hand radiated brilliantly, sending ripples of a peculiar law cascading outward from him into the 100-demon valley. At the same moment, Yi Qingyun felt an unexpected sharp pain in his eyes, his pupils' intricate patterns dissolving in an instant. Even the special powers of the demon emperor's blood within him were inexplicably disrupted, halting their release and retreating into silence. What is happening? Yi Qingyun's expression stiffened, his pupils dilating as he gripped the dark heavy sword. His hand trembling violently, he sensed that the special influence he had painstakingly imposed upon the demonic beasts had inexplicably vanished in an instant. White Elder, there's a problem. I appear unable to exert influence over these beasts. In his panic, Yi Qingyun instinctively sought assistance from the White Elder within him. Yet, since his initial intention was to resolve this crisis independently using the demon emperor's blood, he had not considered asking for help. Now, wishing to employ the White Elder's strength to navigate this predicament, he was already too late. His complexion turned ashen, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. At that moment, a colossal shadow loomed over him. That great being had declared that if it could strike down this youth, it would gain a chance to transform. The accumulated demonic energy erupted from the savage bull beast, its massive white horns crackling with crimson lightning, unleashing a destructive force as it barreled toward Yi Qingyun with overwhelming might. In his panic, Yi Qingyun blurted out, "Wait, I haven't." Before he could finish his sentence, a thunderous explosion echoed, rocks flew, and dust engulfed the air. The gathered cultivators stood frozen, mouths agape, mechanically lifting their heads to witness the figure, battered and thrown out from the smoke, tracing a perfect parabolic arc through the air before crashing to the ground, rolling like a ball and kicking up a cloud of dust. Chapter 76. Was it all a mistake? In an instant, the air seemed to solidify, and the world fell into a profound silence. All the cultivators stood frozen, as if turned to stone. This cannot be right. From Yi Qingyun's initial display of confidence and nonchalance, it was evident that he should have had a significant measure of assurance in dealing with these ferocious beasts. Yet, within mere moments, he was sent flying like a beaten dog. Even the wild bull beast, which had received orders from Gu Han to unleash its full force, appeared bewildered. Was this human not only weak but also remarkably foolish? After all, though its charge was terrifying, if the opponent had the will to evade, it was highly likely they could escape unscathed. Thus, the beast never anticipated it could inflict such severe damage with a single blow. However, it had overestimated its opponent's intelligence, as the human stood immobile, awaiting the collision like a fool. It seemed this was merely a mindless idiot. Hearing the severity of the situation from its master, it had anticipated a formidable foe, yet this was the outcome. The atmosphere became even more silent and awkward. The wild bull beast and its companions fell into a stunned silence. Those nearby, who had gathered with hopes of witnessing Yi Qingyun's miraculous feats, were equally mute. The members of the Tian'in's sacred ground, including Long Xianyue, were rendered speechless. They had expected a king, only to discover a mere scrap of metal. Especially Long Xianyue, who began to doubt her own eye of fate. Had she misjudged? Just witnessing that scene, she felt more embarrassed than he did. She wished to find a crack in the ground to hide in, lest anyone think she was acquainted with Yi Qingyun. If he couldn't win, he should just admit it. Standing there, waiting to be struck by the wild bull beast was sheer idiocy. Cough, cough, coughed, as the protagonist. Yi Qingyun still possessed the indomitable spirit of a cockroach. However, his condition was far from commendable. He crawled out from the ruins, dirty and disheveled. He had just used a puppet of his own cultivation level as a decoy. While he hadn't suffered any life-threatening injuries, his body still ached. Yet, the emotional turmoil inflicted by this humiliation was far more devastating. Since embarking on his path of cultivation, he had never encountered such an embarrassing situation. This was the first time his royal blood had faltered, disrupted by an inexplicable force just as he began to wield it. He had been careless. He dodged. This time, he would take it seriously. The surrounding cultivators felt an overwhelming awkwardness, nearly scraping their toes into the ground in embarrassment. Was this fellow not ashamed? How could he still muster the courage to utter such words? They had thought him a hidden genius, only to realize he was a talentless fool trying to appear impressive. Yet, it must be said, to survive a direct collision with the wild bull beast and rise again to continue his charade showed he had some measure of strength, albeit limited. Long Xianyue could no longer tolerate it. Regret surged within her. Why had she sought collaboration with Yi Qingyun? Why hadn't she followed Wei Tianqing's lead and left? How blind had she been to think Yi Qingyun could single-handedly conquer the 100-Beast Valley? Elder Bai, if I entrust control of my body to you for a moment, can you handle these beasts before us? Yi Qingyun suppressed the embarrassment and frustration in his heart, sending a mental message to Elder Bai. He chuckled, "Don't worry about these few. I could handle all the beasts in the 100-Beast Valley." Upon hearing Elder Bai's response, Yi Qingyun regained his confidence. This had merely been an accident, a warm-up exercise. Now the real show was about to begin. These beasts were hardly enough to challenge him. His aura surged as he grasped his pitch-black sword, ready for action. Boom! But in the next moment, the depths of the 100-Beast Valley trembled violently. The roar of beasts echoed, piercing through the air. The surrounding cultivators felt their scalps tingle, their pupils narrowing in fear. Countless flickering red lights appeared deep within the valley, and enormous beasts roared as they charged towards them, forming a veritable tide of ferocity. "Yi Qingyun, you fool!" A cultivator cursed in frustration. "Enough is enough." He insisted on showing off, and now he has awakened the entire beast horde of the 100-Beast Valley. They had been waiting for the beasts to fall into slumber, seeking an opportunity to infiltrate the depths of the valley. Now, thanks to Yi Qingyun's series of foolish actions, every beast in the valley had been roused. Forget about infiltrating. Whether they could survive this beast tide was another matter entirely. Seeing this, Yi Qingyun's complexion paled slightly as he hesitantly inquired, "Elder Bai, with so many beasts, can you truly handle them?" Elder Bai's voice took a few moments to respond, tinged with embarrassment. "It seems there are more than I anticipated. Perhaps we should strategically retreat." This statement shattered Yi Qingyun's cautious hopes. "Elder Bai, you've made me lose face beyond measure today." He had thought to reclaim his lost dignity with Elder Bai's aid, hoping to gain favor with Long Xianyue and the others. Yet now, he had failed to impress and instead had become more of a laughingstock. "Xianyue, something feels off. We must Yi Qingyun attempted to enlist Long Xianyue and the others to escape. But when he turned around, he realized he was utterly alone. Long Xianyue had already dashed several meters away. Wait for me," Yi Qingyun cried out, hastily chasing after her. "Don't come here," Long Xianyue screamed in panic. This beast tide had been indirectly triggered by Yi Qingyun, and now countless beasts were pursuing him as he ran towards her. It was as if he was dragging her into a life-and-death escape. There was no more to say. It was too late. She regretted trusting this fool. A genuine opportunity had once been presented to her, but only after losing it did she realize her folly. If she could turn back time, she would slap Yi Qingyun and tell him to roll as far away as possible. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for completing a segment of the villain's plot, earning 2,000 points in villain rewards. Dressed in white, Gu Han slowly emerged from the depths of the 100-Beast Valley. He gazed in the direction Yi Qingyun fled, a faint smile gracing his lips. Now, all the resources within the valley were his, not a single hair left behind. Moreover, he was confident that with Yi Qingyun's indomitable spirit, he would undoubtedly trigger a miraculous turn of events amidst the beast tide, leading to new opportunities. Perhaps he would not only survive, but also inadvertently fall into some ancient ruins and inherit a legacy of sorts. It was all manageable, as long as he followed closely behind Yi Qingyun. Every opportunity the latter encountered would also belong to him. Gu Han smirked, stepping forward in pursuit of Yi Qingyun. Chapter 77. 10 years of pretentiousness, 1 day of shame in the Northern Sea region. After a period of contemplation, Mu Belan, under the guidance of her master, the Grandmaster of the Void Sword, soon arrived at the ancient Buddhist temple. Rather than a city, the ancient Buddhist temple resembled an island floating upon the vast ocean. There were no signs of grand formations, yet it radiated a celestial aura, with dazzling rays of light bursting forth from various locations. Through the hazy mist, one could faintly see the temple enveloped in a golden glow, shimmering with brilliance. Led by a guiding monk, Grandmaster of the Void Sword and Mubelan swiftly entered, making their way towards the core temple. Before long, they beheld a magnificent domed pagoda, glowing radiantly, exuding a profound aura of Buddhism. Before the pagoda, numerous monks sat with closed eyes, either striking wooden fish or reciting scriptures, appearing to have cast aside all worldly thoughts and distractions. Umitba, Li Shizhu, I wonder what brings you here from afar today. Beneath the grand pagoda, the abbot, clad in ancient monk robes, spoke with a compassionate demeanor and a gentle voice. Abbot Gu, I have come today to. The Grandmaster of the Void Sword cast a complex glance at Mubelan beside him, hesitating slightly before continuing. I wish to discuss matters related to the restoration of the Tao heart. Unaware of the Grandmaster's true intentions, Mubelan's usually dim eyes brightened at this moment. She had heard of the ancient Buddhist temple's reputation, particularly that of Abbot Gu, who was highly esteemed in matters concerning the Tao heart. If she could successfully gain insights here, there would surely be a way to restore her disciple's state of mind, allowing him to return to his former self. Observing the myriad expressions on Mubelan's face, the Grandmaster of the Void Sword sighed inwardly. She was truly ill, still unaware that her purpose for coming was to heal herself. Not Gu Han. The central continent's secret realm. Boom! The ground trembled with a thunderous roar, shaking violently. Run for your lives. A beast tide is approaching. This beast tide, indirectly instigated by Yi Qingyun, caught many unsuspecting cultivators in its wake. Like a snowball effect, the number of those forced into this desperate escape grew exponentially. What the hell is going on? We've barely been in the central continent's secret realm for half a month. Why is there a beast tide? Yi Qingyun. It was that reckless fool from the sword-asking sect named Yi Qingyun, who insisted on showing off at the 100 Beast Valley, only to provoke the beast within. If I survive this, I swear I'll get my vengeance on him. Countless cultivators, unwillingly swept into this life-and-death escape, harbored intense resentment towards Yi Qingyun. This was all part of Gu Han's grand design. After all, the beasts in the 100 Beast Valley rarely ventured beyond its confines, and they certainly wouldn't act in unison. Now, their mass exodus was entirely in accordance with his will. Furthermore, according to the original plot, Yi Qingyun had successfully impressed others by showing off in the 100 Beast Valley, thus elevating his reputation. It was only after this incident that Yi Qingyun's name truly became associated with talent, entering the public eye and leaving a favorable impression on many cultivators. Now, Gu Han intended to capitalize on Yi Qingyun's humiliation in the 100 Beast Valley and spread the news far and wide. 10 years of pretentiousness, 1 day of shame, the world shall know. He aimed to seize this opportunity to tarnish Yi Qingyun's reputation. Ding. Detecting that due to the master's actions, Yi Qingyun has incurred the resentment of the Return to Unity Sect cultivators. Congratulations, Master, for earning 500 points in villain rewards. Ding. Yi Qingyun has incurred the resentment of the Tai Xian Sect cultivators. Congratulations, Master, for earning 500 points in villain rewards. Ding. Yi Qingyun has incurred the resentment of the Tianyin Sacred Ground cultivators. Congratulations, Master, for earning 700 points in villain rewards. Ding. The female leads, Chu Yuwei, Lu Ruyan, and Luo Baiji, have further decreased their favorability towards the protagonist Yi Qingyun. Congratulations, Master, for earning 3,000 points in villain rewards. As the system's notifications continued to chime, Gu Han couldn't help but smile broadly. This was splendid. Not only had he achieved his objectives, but he also reaped a bountiful harvest. Not far from this location, in a certain area, I never imagined that junior brother Qingyun would be such a superficial and impatient person. I have finally seen through it today. Luo Baiji's face was filled with indignation, her tone reflecting disappointment in her junior brother. News of Yi Qingyun's reckless attempt to impress others in the 100 Beast Valley, which inadvertently triggered a beast tide, had spread widely and reached her ears. How had she not seen before that her junior brother was such an arrogant fool, unable to recognize his own limitations? Though Lu Ruyan said nothing, her disappointment was evident in her gaze. She even felt embarrassed that Yi Qingyun was their junior brother from Bayou Peak. Very well, it was up to Yi Qingyun to resolve the mess he had created. After all, Based on his previous experience escaping from a half-step return to Unity Beast in the Tianshan's secret realm, he undoubtedly had his own trump cards. Our primary focus must be to explore the ancient ruins we previously found. Perhaps they hide the treasures we seek. This sentiment quickly found consensus among Lu Ruyan and the others. Their primary purpose in entering the Central Continent's secret realm was to seek out ancient texts or techniques that could restore their hearts or Dao hearts, as per their Master-S instructions. Their brother-S predicament was significant, but everything else was secondary in a certain area of the Central Continent's secret realm. After an exhilarating life-and-death escape, Yi Qingyun and Long Xianyue sat on the ground, panting heavily. Their desperate flight had left them utterly exhausted, pale, disheveled, and in a woeful state. Yi Qingyun. Long Xuanyue's chest heaved, her regal and aloof demeanor as the saintess entirely absent. Were it not for her lack of strength, she would have truly wanted to beat this fool. Enough, let it be. The previous agreement is null and void. Our collaboration ends here. Aside from a bit of gain in the early days, following Yi Qingyun had led to endless toil without any reward. Just now, due to Yi Qingyun's indirect actions, she had become separated from several other cultivators of the Tianin's sacred ground and had barely escaped the beast-tide's pursuit, nearly perishing on the spot. Time and again, she was genuinely frightened. Chapter 78. Did Yi Qingyun discover the Saint Realm relics? Yi Qingyun's expression was equally grim. He understood that this expedition into the secret realm had not only failed to foster a deeper connection with Long Xianyue, but had instead plunged their relationship to an all-time low. The events in the 100-Beast Valley had left him feeling utterly humiliated, particularly Elder Bai, who had truly made him lose face. Just as he was about to voice his grievances against Elder Bai, a sudden voice interrupted him. Qingyun, I sense a faint aura of the Saint Realm nearby. Take a closer look. There may be remnants of some powerful being from the Saint Realm around you. At these words, Yi Qingyun's earlier frustration dissipated instantly, replaced by boundless joy. Truly, it echoed the ancient saying. Without experiencing storms, how could one behold a rainbow? Remnants of a being from the Saint Realm. In this era, those who have reached the Saint Realm are among the pinnacle of power. If he could seize this opportunity, his rise would become unstoppable. Really? Controlling his expression, Yi Qingyun's lips curled slightly as he glanced at Long Xianyue. You may leave, but should I discover anything or encounter anything significant, do not regret it. Originally, Yi Qingyun had intended to monopolize this opportunity and send Long Xianyue away. Both face and substance were equally important. Having lost so much face before the saintess, word of this incident would undoubtedly cause substantial damage to his reputation. Thus, he could not fully articulate his thoughts, even holding back somewhat on the other hand. He also sought to utilize her. Should the upcoming relic of the saint carry great peril, at least he would have Long Xianyue as support. Upon hearing the words, the originally frustrated and angry Long Xianyue's expression stiffened, her demeanor shifting amidst a flickering uncertainty. Observing Yi Qingyun's return to a confident and self-assured demeanor, she pondered whether he had discovered some extraordinary opportunity hidden around them. Without paying any heed to Long Xianyue, Yi Qingyun began to emanate his divine consciousness as directed by Elder Bai, conducting a meticulous search of the suspicious area. Soon, Yi Qingyun's eyes brightened, his features twitching slightly from overwhelming joy. He had found it. The entrance to the relic of a mighty being from the sacred realm. Suppressing the surge of excitement threatening to overwhelm him, Yi Qingyun placed his palm upon an inconspicuous black stone. Channeling his spiritual energy into it with a hum, the dark cliff walls around them began to flicker with starlight, illuminating ancient and obscure inscriptions. At the moment all the inscriptions were completely activated. A peculiar energy ripple spread forth, causing the cliff to tremble and rocks to tumble. Before long, a stone staircase, narrow enough for a single person to pass through, emerged, leading deep underground. This, Long Xianyue, who had been observing the scene in astonishment, was utterly bewildered. In such an unremarkable place, an undiscovered relic truly lay hidden. Furthermore, she had heard Yi Qingyun's murmurs of joy, realizing he had unearthed the relic of a mighty being from the sacred realm. Xianyue, as I mentioned before, since you have chosen to trust me, I shall ensure you do not suffer a complete loss, Yi Qingyun proclaimed, his voice regaining its cheerful confidence. Now that you are here with me, let us venture into this relic together. Long Xianyue slightly parted her lips, speechless. Yet, from the transformation in her gaze, Yi Qingyun's image in her eyes had once again grown towering and charismatic. Hidden in the shadows, Gu Han absorbed every moment, his expression tinged with mockery as he watched the flushed Yi Qingyun, filled with excitement. His gaze shifted from Yi Qingyun to the stone staircase leading into the depths, a smirk creeping upon his lips. Indeed, just as he had imagined, Yi Qingyun's protagonist aura had activated once more. Having survived the onslaught of the beast tide, he had unexpectedly encountered some hidden opportunity. Truly, a fitting protagonist in a locale so secretive that even dogs could not find it. He had managed to stumble upon it without explanation. Xianyue, this relic is extraordinary. It must conceal great opportunities, Yi Qingyun proposed. To prevent any disturbances that might attract others while we explore, we must set up a concealment array in advance. Very well, Long Xianyue acquiesced, retrieving an ancient, inscribed bagua disc from her robe to assist Yi Qingyun in arranging the formation. However, in the brief moment they turned to work, neither noticed a ripple in the space, nor did they see a shadowy figure darting swiftly into the cave entrance. Seizing this golden opportunity, Gu Han activated his movement secret technique, swiftly descending the stone staircase. This was the relic left behind by a mighty being of the sacred realm, and it undoubtedly held numerous treasures. He would not be polite and would ensure that not a single hair was left for Yi Qingyun. While intently focused on setting up the array, Yi Qingyun suddenly felt a sense of unease. Was it merely an illusion? Had he just sensed something strange dart past him? Xianyue, did you feel anything amiss just now? Yi Qingyun inquired, uncertainty lacing his voice. Not at all. Perhaps it's just your excitement causing some illusion, Long Xianyue replied, shaking her head. Why? Yi Qingyun furrowed his brow and questioned Elder Bai in his mind. Upon receiving the same answer, that it was merely his imagination, he dismissed the incident. Surely, if Elder Bai, hidden deep within his consciousness, had sensed nothing, there could be no issue. He couldn't possibly think that an invisible rat had entered the relic before they had noticed. Could he? Shaking his head, Yi Qingyun continued to collaborate with Long Xianyue on the concealment array. Meanwhile, Gu Han, fully utilizing his movement technique, sped down the stone staircase. Though his cultivation had been suppressed to the half-step unity realm, his speed remained astonishing, like a bolt of white lightning that left behind afterimages. The cliff below was completely hollow, with the stone staircase winding downward into an immense space, seemingly extending to the earth's core. Though countless coveted sacred realm inheritances awaited him ahead, his heart remained calm, ever vigilant of any unusual movements that might signal impending danger. After an indeterminate time traversing the staircase, a white light appeared before him. As he stepped through the veil of obscuring light, the scene before him became breathtakingly clear. The sight that greeted him was overwhelmingly awe-inspiring, in stark contrast to the dark, narrow confines of the staircase. The space ahead was brilliantly illuminated and vast, as if he had entered an entirely different realm. Ancient stalactites adorned the area, their surfaces shimmering with unique luminous patterns, resembling crystal lamps that refracted dazzling starry light. Dust-like particles floated in the air, akin to lively, jubilant spirits dancing about. Most astonishingly, this expansive, radiant space was filled with countless rare spiritual materials, exuding fragrant aromas. A mere glance revealed numerous thousand-year-old specimens, each a rarity in its own right. Gu Han even spotted several 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs, glimmering as if they had fallen from the heavens. Yet, despite the myriad treasures surrounding him, Gu Han's primary focus was drawn to an altar nestled deep within the space. This altar appeared to be crafted from bronze, intricately inscribed with countless ancient runes. Curiously, two massive, peculiar statues stood at opposite ends, cloaked in a thick layer of dust, resembling silent guardians of the altar. Gu Han squinted slightly. His spiritual instincts suggested that these strange statues emanated a peculiar energy, possibly possessing their own sentient life force, and their power was formidable, at least at the 9th level of the Unity realm. While he had his own means to confront these enigmatic statues, he deemed it unnecessary. He would not leave any treasures for Yi Qingyun, but perhaps he could spare a couple of elite foes for him. Given the protagonist's aura that surrounded Yi Qingyun, he likely wouldn't perish easily. Trying to suppress his aura, Gu Han resolved to collect every opportunity and treasure in sight without disturbing the two peculiar statues. The treasures could broadly be classified into 4 tiers: profound, earth, heaven, and immortal. Although most of what he encountered here belonged to the lowest tier, the profound grade, He had foresight and had acquired several top-tier spatial bags from Xiaobingli. He swiftly collected the profound-grade Xiaoyu grass, earth-grade Yulingji, and heaven-grade Dimu fruit. All gathered. He intended to leave not a single hair for Yi Qingyun. With the aid of his movement technique, the space around him seemed to shimmer with afterimages. Countless versions of Guhan surged forth, like a scythe through weeds, collecting every treasure regardless of type or tier, as if he were simply uprooting grass. Moments later, having harvested everything in sight, Guhan could not help but inwardly marvel. Truly, such was the privilege of being the protagonist. Setting aside the grand opportunity of the heavenly dragon relic, this mere relic of a mighty being from the sacred realm could elevate him to new heights. Such an abundance of heaven-grade treasures, and even several immortal-grade spiritual materials, would allow even a dog to achieve greatness with such a foundation. Selling them for spirit stones would yield unimaginable wealth. As Guhan reflected on this, his gaze returned to the altar at the center. It appeared to house the primary opportunity of this relic. The altar's center. A few items floated just above its surface. The most conspicuous was a palm-sized piece of bronze etched with ancient divine symbols. Another item, roughly the size of an infant's fist, was a round stone radiating a strange glow, seemingly connected to the bronze fragment in some way. Without needing to deliberate further, Guhan understood these items were the most precious treasures of this sacred realm relic. Though the altar was covered with special restrictions, Guhan skillfully navigated through them based on his past experiences, reaching the altar's center without triggering any traps. Ensuring the surroundings were clear, he did not hesitate to grasp the bronze fragment. Almost instantaneously, as his fingers made contact with the fragment, a dense mist enveloped the area, and in a fleeting moment, he glimpsed scenes from another time and space. As he focused his mind, the layers of gray fog swirling around him dissipated like an illusion. Strangely, upon touching the bronze fragment, the small stone trembled slightly, hinting at a life force within. What could this possibly be? A multitude of questions surged within Guhan, yet he pushed them aside, planning to investigate further once he exited the secret realm. Simultaneously, he sensed Yi Qingyun's arrival, a smirk creeping onto his lips. The fellow had finally managed to enter after all his fussing around outside. Without delay, Guhan swiftly collected all the floating treasures from the altar. Almost simultaneously, the two dormant statues, which had remained silent for countless ages, suddenly flickered with crimson light in their eye sockets. Guhan's act of stealing the treasures from the altar awakened these statues, believed to be the guardians of the secret realm. Boom. The statue, wielding a massive sword and clad in dark armor, struck first, its towering frame bending as it swung the colossal sword imbued with destructive energy toward Guhan. An earth-shattering explosion ensued, as black flames engulfed flying debris. Meanwhile, Yi Qingyun and Long Xianyue had just stepped into the relic's grand hall. Expecting a sight filled with treasures, they were instead met with the stark reality of desolation. Only weeds surrounded them. Why? Yi Qingyun stood dumbfounded. Upon entering this relic, he sensed the dense spiritual energy, a perfect haven for various treasures to flourish, as noted in numerous ancient texts. Yet, why was there nothing but weeds before his eyes? Before either could regain their composure, a thunderous explosion reverberated from deeper within the relic, followed by rolling black flames and flying stones. Both Yi Qingyun and Long Xianyue turned pale as sheets. The relic's restrictions had been triggered. However, they had been exceedingly cautious, ensuring they did not disturb any of the relic's defenses. How could this have happened just as they entered the grand hall without having touched anything? The two statues, tasked with guarding the relic, had been fully awakened. One statue brandished a massive sword, while the other wielded a giant axe, unleashing terrifying power. Yet, with the aid of his movement technique, Guhan moved incredibly swiftly, darting past Yi Qingyun like a streak of white lightning, leaving no trace behind as he vanished from the relic's entrance. The two enormous statues, having lost track of Guhan, turned their fiery crimson gazes toward the bewildered Yi Qingyun and Long Xianyue, who had just entered the hall. It was evident. These two were undoubtedly accomplices of that thief. They must eliminate them first. As the massive statues charged toward him, radiating the aura of the 9th level of the Unity Realm, Yi Qingyun was left even more confused. What was happening? They had just entered the relic and had not even begun searching for treasures. Why was the relic targeting them directly? As Guhan dashed toward the exit, he heard Yi Qingyun's furious shouts echoing from the grand hall. What the hell are you doing? I haven't taken anything yet. Hearing the voice behind him, Gu Han did not slow his pace and quickly exited the chamber, shattering the concealment array that Yi Qingyun and Long Xianyue had spent nearly half an hour setting up. Understanding Yi Qingyun's character, he knew that despite his shortcomings, he possessed a remarkable resilience. His principle was simple. When gifting, one should always provide two portions in no time. With Gu Han's deliberate spread of information, news swiftly circulated throughout the secret realm that Yi Qingyun has discovered the relic of a mighty being from the sacred realm in Tongyu Valley. He entered it for exploration half an hour ago. It is highly likely that he has already obtained all the inheritances within, propelling him to greatness. Upon hearing this news, practitioners from various sects erupted in excitement. The relic of a mighty being from the sacred realm. This was one of the most coveted opportunities in the entire central continent's secret realm. Not only the younger cultivators, but even the older generations felt the stirrings of desire. While rumors suggested that such a miraculous opportunity had likely fallen into Yi Qingyun's hands, the nature of the secret realm lacked rules. Strength ruled supreme, and power was the ultimate authority. They could simply seize it from Yi Qingyun. Many disciples from various sects, adhering to this mindset, rushed to Tongyu Valley, eager to claim a share of the fortune. On a towering peak, Gu Han, clad in white, stood with his hands clasped behind his back. A slight smile gracing his lips. This was the second gift he had prepared for Yi Qingyun. Humans are inherently greedy. Once they ascertained that the relic belonged to a mighty being of the sacred realm, they would stop at nothing to seize such an extraordinary opportunity. One would suspect that he had already arrived at the most opportune moment, having preemptively looted the relic entirely. Everyone would believe that Yi Qingyun had consumed the entirety of the relic's opportunities, and they would exert pressure on him to relinquish those fortunes. Yet, even if Yi Qingyun wished to share a portion of his gains to alleviate the mounting pressure, it would be futile, for he had not acquired a single treasure. Even if he were to speak truthfully, no one would believe him. They would only consider him stubborn and unyielding, unwilling to concede until faced with undeniable evidence. I must say, the master's schemes are becoming increasingly insidious. He reaps all the benefits while making Yi Qingyun the scapegoat. Congratulations, master, for furthering the antagonist's plot, successfully intercepting the protagonist's opportunity, placing Yi Qingyun in a perilous situation, and earning a reward of 3,000 points. Gu Han's lips curled into a smirk. This was merely the beginning. Once that fool finds and unlocks the most crucial heavenly dragon relic, he would continue to place the scapegoat's mantle upon him. One could only hope Yi Qingyun would not succumb to despair after repeated failures. Such thoughts were soon cast aside, for after all, the hallmark of a protagonist was an indomitable spirit, growing stronger despite adversity. Though Yi Qingyun had gained not a single treasure, he remained undeterred. After enduring so many trials, one might say that it has tempered his character. Ultimately, it is not without merit in a certain sense. He could indeed be regarded as a benevolent soul. Within the ancient relics of the sacred realm, Yi Qingyun and Long Xianyue were blissfully unaware of the tumult occurring outside. Faced with two colossal statues far beyond their capacity to confront, they could only resort to various means to evade the relentless pursuit. Fortunately, these terrifying statues possessed certain limitations, preventing them from straying too far from the bronze altar. Ultimately, Yi Qingyun, at the cost of detonating another puppet of the unification realm, sought the aid of Elder Bai and narrowly escaped from peril. Long Xianyue had also exhausted many of her resources, her body marred with numerous wounds, her white garments stained crimson with blood. Initially, she believed that Yi Qingyun had finally stumbled upon a fortuitous opportunity, guided by his extraordinary luck. Little did she expect to have nearly perished within. This incident deeply shook her faith in her own fate-seeing abilities, leaving her to ponder whether they had lost their original efficacy. How could Yi Qingyun, a man seemingly cursed by misfortune, be connected to the legendary luck of the eternal golden dragon? This was truly beyond her expectations. Not only did they emerge empty-handed, but their near-fatal encounter left Yi Qingyun shaken, though he was more inclined to defend his dignity. Who could have anticipated that the owner of this relic would disregard all conventions? Just as they entered the relic, they were immediately confronted by two statues of such formidable power. It was utterly unforeseen. Long Xianyue had long since grown weary of Yi Qingyun's explanations. Given the circumstances, she doubted whether continuing their collaboration was wise. At this rate, they might not only fail to find opportunities, but might not even comprehend how they met their demise. Just as they ascended the stone stairs and exited the relic, the scene before them left both utterly bewildered. The entrance was swarming with numerous cultivators from various sects. They emerged. They have returned. It was truly unexpected that the holy maiden Xian Yu had mingled with Yi Qingyun. Their harvest must have been considerable. Humph. What is the point of all this idle chatter? A cultivator at the brink of the unification realm immediately unleashed his aura, firmly locking onto Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun, I have no desire for superfluous words. Today, I shall give the holy maiden Xian Yu a face and demand that you relinquish all the opportunities you obtained within the relic of the sacred realm. I can represent the unification sect and let you go. Soon, the words of this cultivator triggered a chain reaction, with more and more cultivators voicing similar sentiments. The essence of their demands was clear. If Yi Qingyun wished to leave safely, he must surrender the opportunities he acquired within the relic. Upon hearing this, both Yi Qingyun and Long Xian Yu were left utterly perplexed. What was happening? To be safe, they had spent a full half-hour setting up a concealment array. Logically, there was no way they could have leaked any information. How had the news spread so inexplicably? Chapter 81. Do you believe that this treasure came running to me? The crux of the matter was not that, but rather that this group insisted he hand over the opportunities he obtained in the relic. What opportunities could he possibly offer? He had been relentlessly pursued by two guardians as soon as he entered. Merely escaping with his life was already a considerable stroke of luck. This relic of the sacred realm was entirely barren. He had not acquired a single opportunity. Feeling the pressure, Yi Qingyun's voice turned slightly irate. Moreover, I triggered the restrictions as soon as I entered. I was chased by the guardians throughout. And you ask me for opportunities? I have none. For a moment, the crowd was taken aback by Yi Qingyun's resolute and furious tone, momentarily rendered speechless. But suddenly, as if struck by a realization, their anger intensified. You little brat. I see you truly won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Our investigations revealed that this relic had not been opened for many years, and only you and the holy maiden Xian Yu were among the first to enter. As he spoke, a burly cultivator seized Yi Qingyun by the collar, his tone fierce and filled with rage. Do I look like such an easy mark? If you do not cooperate, do not blame me for being impolite. Yi Qingyun's expression darkened. Being manhandled publicly was humiliating enough. Yet, seeing the dozen or so cultivators from the unification sect standing behind the burly man, and recalling the fierce battle he had just endured, he suppressed his indignation. He reminded himself that 30 years of fortune may turn, and the disgrace of today would be repaid 100-fold in the future. Forcing himself to contain his emotions, what he said is true. We had just entered the relic's main hall when we were pursued by two guardians. Long Xian Yu sighed and continued, there were no rare treasures. Only weeds. I vaguely saw an ancient altar at the center of the relic, which might hold some special opportunities. Her words cast an odd atmosphere. Nevertheless, Long Xian Yu, as a holy maiden of the Tianyin sacred land, still held a certain degree of authority in some aspects. Very well, holy maiden, please wait here with this young man. We shall first investigate, spoke a holy son of comparable status to Long Xian Yu. After all, Long Xian Yu and Yi Qingyun had emerged from the relic together. They were, in a sense, collaborators, and caution was warranted to prevent any potential collusion. A quarter of an hour passed swiftly. A team of the strongest cultivators emerged from the relic, looking disheveled and with grim expressions. What is the situation? Seeing them emerge, the waiting cultivators rushed forward to inquire. The leader, Wang Ting of the Taishan sacred land, shook his head. As soon as we entered the relic's main hall, we were attacked by two strange statues, presumed to be guardians. Their strength is formidable, nearly at the divine platform level. Furthermore, based on my observations, the areas that should have been abundant with rare treasures were overrun with weeds. Beside him, Yi Qingyun snorted coldly, about to interject with a sarcastic remark, when Wang Teng's tone shifted. However, based on my observations, there were signs of harvesting in that area. Someone must have collected all the rare treasures that originally grew there. Upon this revelation, the space fell into silence once more. But soon, all eyes turned to Long Xian Yu and Yi Qingyun with hostile intent. Who else could have harvested the treasures within the relic if not the first batch to enter? Long Xian Yu and Yi Qingyun. You mustn't go too far. Long Xian Yu's expression darkened. After all, she was the holy maiden of the Tianyin sacred land. Did they intend to search her publicly? If word got out, her reputation would be ruined. With a clear conscience, I fear no shadows. Yi Qingyun stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Long Xianyu. I have stated that I did not obtain any opportunities. You may search me, but if you fail to find what you seek, you must provide both me and holy maiden Xianyu with an explanation, brother Qingyun. Long Xianyu's beautiful eyes were filled with gratitude. Although this fool had been nothing but trouble lately, his willingness to stand up for her at such a critical moment touched her deeply. Feeling her gaze upon him, Yi Qingyun's lips curled slightly. He would not miss this opportunity to play the hero without risk. He had not acquired a single opportunity. How could they possibly find anything related to the sacred realm relic on him? Soon, someone received the order to search Yi Qingyun. Initially, seeing Yi Qingyun's nonchalant demeanor, they subconsciously believed there would be no significant findings. Yet, in the next moment, a peculiar glowing herb was discovered in the side pocket of Yi Qingyun's attire. Heavenly Star Herb. Such a treasure could only grow in places rich in spiritual energy. It perfectly matched the characteristics of the sacred realm relic they had previously explored. How could this be? Why Yi Qingyun was utterly baffled. Where had this strange item come from? This is slander. You deliberately placed the Heavenly Star Herb on me. Before he could finish, the cultivator searching him continued to unearth one rare treasure after another, each one capable of being produced only by special relics: heavenly dark ghost grass, earthly grade Xian Huang dew, and finally, they even uncovered 2 heavenly grade sacred heart flowers. The air seemed to thicken with disbelief. Surrounding cultivators were dumbfounded. Yi Qingyun was equally bewildered, thunderstruck by the sudden turn of events. What was happening? He had no recollection of harvesting any of these treasures. Had he unwittingly fallen victim to an illusion? Yet, contemplating his current predicament, cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. He forced a strained, awkward smile. Dear friends, if I told you these items came running to me, would you believe it? Ji Han observed from the shadows, a smile playing on his lips as he watched this unfolding drama. This was yet another gift he had prepared for Yi Qingyun. Spreading the news to attract numerous cultivators was merely a prelude. The main goal was to incite direct conflict between them and Yi Qingyun. Thus, when he activated the secret technique to depart the relic, he had discreetly placed several rare herbs on Yi Qingyun without him noticing. Every boon of fate had its price marked in the shadows. And now, his amusement was at hand. Chapter 82. Once again being the scapegoat, how did you discern his great fortune? At the entrance of the relic, the air remained heavy with silence. Long Xianyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Just when had Yi Qingyun secretly gathered such an abundance of rare treasures? Had he discovered some hidden area while she was occupied with the 2 strange statues, seizing the opportunity to harvest? Regardless of the circumstances, one thing was certain. Yi Qingyun had indeed gained something, employing some special means to keep it hidden from everyone. Yi Qingyun, I never expected you to be such a person. Long Xianyu's voice was tinged with anger. You even deceived your collaborator. Although the situation was peculiar and baffling, it paled in comparison to the absurdity of Yi Qingyun's claim that the treasures had simply come to him. Damn you, little brat. Given the circumstances, the irate leader of the Unification Sect immediately struck out at Yi Qingyun. Returning to reality, Yi Qingyun's expression darkened. Being treated like a mere child was humiliating enough. But as he saw the dozen or so cultivators from the Unification Sect standing behind the burly man, and recalling the fierce battle he had just endured, he suppressed his indignation. He reminded himself that 30 years of fortune may turn, and the disgrace of today would be repaid 100-fold in the future. Forcing himself to contain his emotions, he had indeed not acquired any opportunities. You should search Yi Qingyun. The most aggrieved was Long Xianyu. She had not obtained a single opportunity, merely following Yi Qingyun as he stumbled through danger. Now, not only had he been discovered for hiding opportunities, but she had been innocently swept into the chaos. At this moment, she deeply regretted believing in Yi Qingyun's supposed luck. What eternal golden dragon fortune! He was nothing but a harbinger of disaster. Ding! Detected that the female lead Long Xianyu has completely severed ties with Yi Qingyun. Congratulations, master, for completing the villain task and receiving a reward of 7,000 villain points. Gu Han, hidden in the shadows, smirked. Although the system task had been completed and the relationship between Long Xianyu and Yi Qingyun thoroughly shattered, he had no intention of letting Long Xianyu off the hook. Who could say whether this rift would last? What if they reconciled after this excursion? Long Xianyu was, after all, the female lead in the early chapters, as well as the holy maiden of the Tianin's sacred land. To prevent any future reconciliation, it was better to let her remain in a state of disgrace. You have been unjustly wronged by those with malicious intent. Suddenly, Yi Qingyun heard Elder Bai's voice in his mind, his expression darkening further. Damn it! Who could be behind this? Why are they targeting me so ruthlessly? First, he had been framed as a spy for the demon sect in Zhengzhou City. And now, upon entering the secret realm, he had inexplicably become a scapegoat for an unknown entity. His life seemed to be a string of unfortunate events. Elder Bai, do you have any idea who is responsible for making me a scapegoat? When did they place these relic products on me? Why did I not perceive anything? I'm not entirely sure. But when you first entered the relic's main hall, I sensed the presence of another being's aura. Elder Bai sighed. However, that person moved so quickly that I thought it was an illusion and did not alert you in time. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyun's expression grew even more troubled. Although Elder Bai was now merely a spiritual entity, his former power was immense. The fact that even he could not discern the presence of this being spoke volumes of their skill, but there was no more time to ponder. The surrounding young cultivators surged forward once more. Kid, since you are so ungrateful, do not blame me. Wang Teng's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he brandished a silver spear, channeling violent spiritual energy into it, and swung down. Boom. Raging waves of energy cascaded down like an overflowing river, shaking the very earth beneath them. Yi Qingyun's body, enveloped in this force, felt his bones creak under the pressure. His eyes turned cold, pupils transforming into golden slits, as an unusual power awakened within him, gradually weaving together a majestic dragon image. In the next instant, a phantom golden dragon spiraled behind him, unleashing a thunderous roar that sent ripples of sound cascading outward. This was a special ability he had comprehended through the fusion of the blood of the demon emperor and the dragon king's mark, the true dragon's roar. The overwhelming aura of the dragon surged forth like a tempest, shattering Wang Teng's attack while freezing the minds and bodies of numerous cultivators rushing from all directions. Seizing this opportune moment, Yi Qingyun wasted no time, unleashing the spiritual energy he had just replenished, shooting forth like an arrow released from a bow. While the onlookers were still dazed by the dragon's roar, a voice echoed from afar. This humiliation I shall remember. One day, I will repay it 100-fold. Though retreating in disgrace was mortifying, he had to make his mark. One must maintain their dignity. That damned little brat. At this juncture, how dare one still act pretentiously? Quickly pursue. Slay him. Such taunting remarks ignited the ire of numerous cultivators, who roared and rushed toward Yi Qingyun's direction. Cold Xianyu, inexplicably caught in the turmoil, found herself pursued by some cultivators. However, with the timely arrival of disciples from the Tianin's sacred land, she managed to extricate herself from peril, escorted swiftly away from the battlefield. Saintus, the one you collaborated with, Yi Qingyun, is currently being hunted by other cultivators. Should we render assistance? Inquired one of the sacred land's disciples. Humph. No need to concern ourselves with him. His death would be preferable. Cold Xianyu huffed disdainfully. If it weren't for him, how could I possibly have encountered such unwarranted disaster? Had I not regarded him as the heir back then, I would have never looked upon him favorably. Yet, as she uttered these words, a flicker of uncertainty crossed her mind. Despite his misfortunes, one could not deny Yi Qingyun's formidable defensive capabilities. First besieged by a horde of fierce beasts, and now pursued by so many cultivators, he had yet to perish. In certain respects, he could be deemed powerful. Although his actions vexed her, a voice deep within urged her to cultivate a favorable relationship with Yi Qingyun. With an exasperated sigh, just as Cold Xianyu intended to instruct her companions to rescue Yi Qingyun, a voice laced with intrigue interrupted her thoughts. I find it quite curious how you can be so certain that Yi Qingyun possesses ancient fortune. The sudden voice rendered Cold Xianyu and her companions momentarily rigid. Instinctively, they turned toward the source to behold a man shrouded in a black robe, his face obscured by shadows. Cold Xianyu's pupils constricted slightly, and she stood frozen, not merely by the abrupt appearance of this figure, but by the realization that her gaze of destiny could not penetrate his fate. In this world, all beings are bound by fate. The reason he was so assured of Yi Qingyun's future as an immortal legend was due to his own ability to glimpse a strand of destiny. He had perceived a golden aura surrounding Yi Qingyun, entwined in a magnificent, almost mythical nine-clawed golden dragon, poised to ascend to the heavens. Ordinary individuals often possessed a hint of fortune, manifesting as delicate golden threads. However, upon gazing at the man in black, she found no trace of such golden threads. Instead, he was ensnared by multiple strands of varying hues, as if being cocooned within a unique chrysalis. This bizarre phenomenon ignited Cold Xian Yu's curiosity. She instinctively sought to delve deeper with her gaze of destiny, but in the next moment, it felt as if two invisible daggers had pierced her eyes, stirring violently within her mind. The excruciating pain forced a pained cry from her lips. Saintess! The disciples of Tian'in's sacred land were immediately alarmed. Point 2 rushed to support the suffering Cold Xian Yu, while the other two watched Gu Han warily, fearful he might exploit the moment. Cold Xian Yu was in extreme agony, blood streaming from her eyes, staining the earth beneath her. Yet, amidst the torment of her soul and body, she was more concerned about the vision she had just witnessed. How could such an irrational entity exist in the world? Is it due to your peculiar eyes? Gu Han nodded slightly, revealing an understanding tone. Who are you? Though they were in a secret realm where power reigned supreme and rules were non-existent, they were disciples of Tian'in's sacred land. If you were to make an enemy of us, once we leave the secret realm. Although Gu Han had not actively unleashed his aura, the chilling, ominous energy radiating from him was enough to instill fear in the Tian'in disciples, who hesitated to engage him head-on. Yet before one disciple could finish his sentence, his gaze froze, his voice abruptly cut off. The black-robed man, who had remained within their line of sight, seemed to vanish in the blink of an eye. When he regained focus, a blade shimmering with frost and cold, seemingly cleaving through the darkness, was before him. Not only he, but the other disciples of the sacred land also beheld the same scene just before consciousness faded. From Cold Xian Yu's perspective, through the blood-tinged haze, she witnessed the black-robed man vanish instantaneously. Then, a flash of white light erupted, bursts of crimson blossoming forth as several dark objects soared into the air. Those were the Tian'in disciples, their faces contorted in disbelief, their expressions frozen in horror. Before she could fully retract her gaze, the black-robed man, who had previously stood at a distance, had swiftly dispatched all the Tian'in disciples, save for her. He loomed before her like a dark mountain, exuding an oppressive aura that obscured her vision. As her throat tightened, Cold Xian Yu instinctively parted her translucent lips to inquire about his identity and the reason for his lethal intentions towards her. She wished to plead for her life, offering any reasonable recompense. Yet, before any sound could escape her, a brilliant white light erupted from the darkness, splattering vivid red onto the black and white foliage. Eli Elder, we have a grave situation. Outside the Zhengzhou secret realm, an urgent voice shattered the silence. Simultaneously, an elder, exuding an ethereal aura, slowly opened his eyes, glancing at the anxious middle-aged man before him. What a disarray! What a spectacle! Elder Wang, a figure of great strength, had the ability to move mountains and part seas in the eyes of ordinary folk. Yet now, beads of cold sweat dotted his forehead, his complexion pale from anxiety. He was not only one of the leading elders of the Beishao sacred land, but also had the critical task of monitoring the life plates of the disciples within the secret realm. If a disciple perished, their life plate would shatter. Recently, during a routine check of the life plates, a terrifying discovery had been made. What on earth has transpired? As he noticed the elder's disarray, Li Elder began to suspect something was amiss. His heart sinking. Li Elder. Tianqing's life plate, along with several core disciples from our sacred land, have all been destroyed. What? As Li Elder exclaimed, his pupils dilated, leaving him frozen in shock. The dangers of the secret realm often resulted in the loss of disciples. It was a common occurrence. However, Wei Tianqing was the holy son of the Beishao sacred land. Those who could achieve such status were rare talents, each a prodigy among prodigies, with their unique abilities. Even when faced with the most formidable beasts of the Zhengzhou secret realm, they had means to evade peril. Yet, less than half a month into the secret realm's opening, one who should have shone brilliantly and returned with remarkable achievements, alongside several of their core disciples, had vanished without a trace. After a prolonged silence, the pale-faced Li Elder regained his composure, his expression now tinged with fury. Tianqing must have fallen to some underhanded trickster. While it was true that formidable beasts lurked within the Zhengzhou secret realm, these creatures typically remained within their territories. Moreover, prior to entering the secret realm, He had explicitly warned Wei Tianqing to utilize his trump cards and flee if he encountered an overwhelmingly powerful beast. Wei Tianqing was no reckless fool who would engage in a futile fight. Now, to have perished inexplicably within the secret realm, the only plausible explanation was that he had been slain by disciples of another sect. The elder responsible for the report hesitated, his throat working for a moment before he seemed to come to a decision, stammering, reporting to the elder, according to information sent back by several disciples through the sound of God Jade. The one who killed the Holy Sun is suspected to be Yi Qingyun of the Wanjian sect. The news sent shockwaves through the elder, leaving his mind blank with disbelief. Yi Qingyun. If he recalled correctly, he was merely a core disciple of the Wanjian sect. Wasn't he? Moreover, he had heard that the Holy Sun had a good relationship with Yi Qingyun. Why would he commit such a heinous act against their Holy Sun? As the elders of Beishao's sacred land wore grim expressions, similar outrage echoed from the direction of Tianjin's sacred land. What did you say? Xin Yu's life plate shattered. The events of both saintly figures falling one after another quickly spiraled into chaos. Spreading like wildfire and shocking countless sections, these two were renowned prodigies, endowed with exceptional talents and unique constitutions. Tio perish in the secret realm within mere weeks of its opening was unfathomable. Could it be that some unknown anomaly had emerged within the Zhongzhou secret realm, ensnaring these two saintly figures? Impossible. Although our disciples have suffered casualties, the most powerful among them remain unharmed, their life plates intact. It is unlikely that some dreadful anomaly has occurred within the Zhongzhou secret realm. One sect's powerful figure speculated. I heard that Holy Sun Tianqing was slain by Yi Qingyun. Since Saint Xin Yu was close to them, her demise may also be at his hands. That seems unlikely. Some expressed skepticism. Yi Qingyun's strength is far beneath that of the two saintly figures. How could he possibly kill them both in such a short span? How could it be impossible? Perhaps Yi Qingyun took advantage of the trust Holy Sun and Saintess had in him to launch a surreptitious attack. The disciples engaged in fervent discussions about the events. Yet, they were all trapped within the Zhongzhou secret realm, unable to ascertain the truth until these young cultivators successfully returned from the depths of the secret realm. Meanwhile, within the Zhongzhou secret realm, Yi Qingyun, on the brink of depleting his spiritual energy, was frantically utilizing the last vestiges of his power to flee through the dense forest. Behind him, a throng of sect disciples pursued him relentlessly. The most fervent of the pursuers were those from Beishao's sacred land, their faces twisted in rage, their eyes brimming with murderous intent for Yi Qingyun. Damn it, today. We must catch this brat and tear him apart to avenge Holy Sun Tianqing. Are you all insane? Yi Qingyun gasped as he fled, cursing, when did I kill that Wei Tianqing? This is slander. I'm going to sue you all for defamation. The relentless chase had nearly exhausted Yi Qingyun, yet he dared not halt, for he knew he was the target of everyone's ire. He had an ominous premonition that should he fall into the clutches of that mob behind him, there would be no favorable outcome awaiting him. While simmering with anger, he felt a deep sense of grievance. Lately, misfortune had plagued him one after another. First, he had inexplicably acquired several treasures from the relic of a powerful being, only to be besieged by cultivators who had somehow learned of his bounty beforehand. Now, he was being branded as the murderer of Holy Sun Tianqing, inciting a frenzied pursuit by the disciples of Beishao's sacred land. This relentless string of events had him feeling utterly suffocated. It had to be that hidden figure orchestrating this scheme against him. This utterly absurd predicament was undoubtedly a trap set by that individual. Yi Qingyun's eyes burned with fury. You better not let me catch you. You'll have a world of trouble waiting for you. As he continued to vent his frustrations, he did not relent in his speed, fleeing desperately from the pursuing cultivators. In a sense, he truly lived up to the moniker of an indestructible cockroach. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Gu Han leaned against a large tree, munching on a fruit to ease the tension, marveling at the unfolding events. Was it any wonder that Yi Qingyun was the protagonist of this tale? First, he was pummeled by two guardians of the relic. Then he was relentlessly chased by a multitude of cultivators awaiting him outside. Finally, as his spiritual energy waned, he fled faster than a dog, evading death at every turn. In a certain light, he had indeed become invincible. Yet, based on past experiences, Gu Han mused, when Yi Qingyun was cornered to such an extent, he would most likely unleash his protagonist's halo, or employ some unexpected trump card. Previously, when he eradicated Cold Xianyu, he had deliberately left behind a wisp of her residual soul, employing specialized methods to sift through her memories, confirming certain matters indirectly. As he had suspected, Yi Qingyun possessed something resembling a map of the Zhengzhou secret realm. It seemed connected to the pendant he wore around his neck. Based on his prior life's experiences, that pendant was likely one of his trump cards, potentially linked to the powerful family he hailed from. Senior sister, since a while ago, junior brother Qingyun has been sending us distress signals. Are we truly not going to assist him? Within an ancient relic, Lu Ruyan's worried voice resonated. Although their junior brother had previously cast suspicion on their senior brother as a spy, that was now in the past. Ultimately, he was a disciple of Baiyu Peak, and their master's beloved student. Watching him perish before their eyes would weigh heavily on her conscience. Not only her, but Luo Baiji shared similar sentiments. After all, as a sword cultivator, the very essence of chivalry was ingrained in her being. Moreover, she was reluctant to lose a junior brother, especially with her relationship with her senior brother having soured. Chu Yue, however, merely furrowed her brows, her emotions largely unruffled. If you wish to go, then go ahead. This relic likely conceals the treasures we seek. I shall not depart until we uncover what lies within. Her voice was resolute. Whether in sudden realization or regret, she had long been eager to unravel the myriad hardships and injustices her senior brother faced in his past life, seeking to understand the truth so she might rectify it accordingly. Yet, due to a lack of information, she had been uncertain where to begin. In this relic, she had finally stumbled upon a lead. She had received a secret clue recently, guiding her to this relic, which was suspected to hold items related to the reincarnation mirror. The reincarnation mirror, it was said to be an imperial artifact left by an ancient emperor, possessing the ability to pierce through reincarnation and retrace past lives. Having finally encountered the lead she sought within this secret realm, she could not afford to abandon it. However, Qingyun junior brother is currently facing a life-and-death crisis. Lu Ruoyan, still unwilling to give up, spoke up. If we do not lend our support, he will most likely perish within this secret realm. Senior sister, I am aware that during the events in Zhengzhou City, junior brother intentionally besmirched senior brother's reputation. But hasn't the truth already been revealed? Both senior brother and junior brother are not spies of the demon sect. The true spies are elsewhere. We cannot neglect junior brother over such a trivial matter. Listening to Lu Ruoyan and Luo Baiji earnestly plead for Yi Qingyun, Chu Yue, in a daze, recalled the time when senior brother had just returned from the Tianshan secret realm. They had all treated him coldly, with none stepping forward to plead on his behalf in that lonely scene. Junior sister, to this day, there is something I have never understood. Back in the Tianshan secret realm, it was clearly senior brother who recklessly risked his life to rescue you from the beast's lair. Yet when you left the Tianshan secret realm with junior brother Qingyun, you did not even spare a thought for senior brother's plight. You did not consider whether he was in danger, battling other beasts, or even gravely injured and unconscious. You simply followed junior brother Qingyun back to the Sect. I do not understand why at that moment. You had no intention of searching for senior brother, yet now you are repeatedly concerned about a junior brother Yi Qingyun, who clearly has issues. Does senior brother's years of care not compare to a junior brother Yi Qingyun who has only been part of our sect for less than 2.5 months? Chu Yue's words were sharp and precise, each word striking at the core. Lu Ruoyan's expression changed slightly, her demeanor growing flustered as she rebutted. That nodded. After battling the beasts, junior brother Qingyun was gravely injured. I was anxious to bring him back, so I acted impulsively. Enough. Chu Yue interrupted Lu Ruoyan's defense coldly. Junior sister, I have long known that from the moment you entered the sect, you harbored special feelings for senior brother. However, because this feeling went unanswered for so long, when junior brother Yi Qingyun suddenly entered your life, his coincidental gentleness led you to treat him as a substitute. Lu Ruoyan's pupils constricted, her expression subtly shifting. Beside her, Luo Baiji appeared momentarily lost in thought, but soon seemed to grasp something. She was wholly devoted to her sword practice and did not possess the same clarity of insight into intricate matters as senior sister Chu Yue. In her impression, Lu Ruoyan was the youngest among the three of them. Upon her arrival at Baiyu Peak, she had been curious about everything, her lively and cheerful nature often leading her to cling to the once gentle and sunny senior brother for guidance in various martial arts. It turned out that during that time, her junior sister had already developed feelings for senior brother. Later, as senior brother needed to break through to stabilize his realm, he often retreated to cultivate, with each retreat lasting at least half a month. Then Yi Qingyun appeared, frequently taking Lu Ruoyan down the mountain to enjoy outings and bringing carefully selected gifts just like senior brother. Coupled with his initially simple and sincere demeanor, she also developed some fondness for him. But she never imagined that her junior sister Ruoyan had treated him as a substitute for senior brother, harboring a secret affection. Even to this day, she still held the same feelings. Luo Baiji finally understood the situation. The kindness shown by senior brother over the years had been overshadowed by less than 2.5 months of tenderness from Yi Qingyun, which was truly ironic. The kindness of yesterday is forgotten by tomorrow. How laughable! Indeed, they were all the same back then. Senior sister, it is not as you think. Lu Ruoyan, with tear-filled eyes, attempted to continue her explanation. Chu Yue did not look back and strode deeper into the ruins. Her voice carried on the cold wind into Lu Ruoyan's ears. I do not wish to discuss this matter with you any further. Nor do I care if you genuinely cannot let go of junior brother Qingyun, feel guilty towards him, or truly harbor affection for him. But I want to tell you, compared to Yi Qingyun, you owe senior brother far too much. He is the one you need to make amends to, the one you need to atone for. Damn it. I cannot shake off these guys. Yi Qingyun, feeling increasingly exhausted, wore an incredibly grim expression. During his frantic escape, he had been trying to seek help from his previous collaborator, Long Xianyue, and various disciples of the Asking Sword Sect. Yet until now, none had responded. Given the current situation, it was only a matter of time before he was overtaken by this group, leading to an utterly desperate and tragic end. A strong sense of unwillingness surged within him. He had yet to become a true pinnacle powerhouse in this realm. He had not rescued his two cousins trapped in the North Wilderness Mountains. He had not avenged the inexplicable massacre of the Songfengyi family. How could he possibly die here? Suddenly, the jade pendant worn on his chest erupted with brilliant light, unleashing a peculiar and profound power. It surged through him like a spring, instantly revitalizing his exhausted limbs. The royal blood of the beast, which had fallen silent due to complete exhaustion, reignited with fervor. Simultaneously, the Dragon King mark deliberately left on Yi Qingyun by the Hurricane Dragon King resonated with this newfound power. The once depleted strength surged back to life, amplified beyond measure. The immense dragon aura released spread like rippling waves, distorting the surrounding space. Roar. At that moment, nearly everyone heard a thunderous dragon roar echoing in the skies, resonating deep within their souls. The intense pain inflicted on their souls caused those pursuing Yi Qingyun to freeze, their movements stilted. Clutching their heads in agony, they displayed expressions of sheer torment. Boom. Almost simultaneously, Yi Qingyun's actions seemed to have activated some switch. The entire Zhongzhou secret realm began to tremble violently without warning, the earth shaking and cracking. From the depths of the Zhongzhou secret realm, a more terrifying and resounding dragon roar reverberated. Instantly, it engulfed the entire Zhongzhou secret realm, even echoing beyond it, allowing many waiting sect powerhouses outside to hear this astonishing dragon roar. This is a dragon roar. After a prolonged moment of stunned silence, the various sect powerhouses were jolted awake from their stupor. The Dragon Clan is one of the most prestigious royal families in the demon realm. Although the Zhongzhou secret realm is ancient, it has never shown traces of the Dragon Clan's existence. Why would the Dragon Clan suddenly appear now? Following the brief shock, a wave of greater fear surged through all the sect powerhouses. As one of the top royal families among the demon races, the Dragon Clan can exert tremendous influence over various beasts due to its high status. With the vast number of beasts in the Zhongzhou secret realm, if they were to fall under the influence of dragon might, they might completely lose their sanity, potentially triggering a beast tide that could engulf the entire secret realm. Indeed, the situation unfolded just as the sect powerhouses had speculated. According to the original plot, Yi Qingyun was supposed to follow the clues provided by the Hurricane Dragon King to successfully locate the Dragon Ancestor's relic. He would then use the Dragon King mark bestowed upon him to open the sealed gate and establish a contract with the Dragon Ancestor, which was the proper course of action. However, a peculiar force acted prematurely and beyond its limits to assist Yi Qingyun in escaping his predicament, activating the Dragon King mark and resonating with the Dragon Ancestor within the relic, releasing overwhelming dragon might. This ultimately caused all the secret realm's beasts to lose their sanity and launch frenzied attacks against the many cultivators present. Roar. Almost at the moment the thunderous dragon roar subsided, a cacophony of savage beast roars erupted, overwhelming the young disciples undergoing trials with relentless assaults. In an instant, explosions of various divine abilities and cries of despair followed one after another. Numerous, unaware cultivators were forced into this horrific battle. The entire secret realm was plunged into utter chaos at that moment. The Zhongzhou secret realm had undergone some peculiar changes due to certain reasons. It was highly likely that an unprecedented beast tide would soon emerge. The secret realm trials were abruptly concluded. Hurry and exit through the spatial vortex. Due to the special restrictions of the secret realm's laws, the powerful sects could not forcibly enter. Otherwise, it would cause the entire secret realm to collapse, resulting in even worse consequences. They could only notify the young disciples within to evacuate swiftly through this special method. How could this happen? Seizing the opportunity presented by the sudden chaos, Yi Qingyun barely managed to escape his predicament. Startled by the turmoil caused by the beasts in the secret realm, he instinctively tightened his grip on the jade pendant around his neck, momentarily feeling lost and uncertain. The Zhongzhou secret realm had completely transformed. The skies were dim, and the roars of beasts filled the air. Everywhere, cultivators battled desperately against the frenzied beasts. However, they were soon overwhelmed and devoured by the numerous beasts. He began to piece together what had transpired. This jade pendant, which he suspected had been left behind by his parents, contained a uniquely powerful force. Just now, it was this very force that had helped him escape his crisis. But this power was so extraordinary and special that it resonated with the royal blood of the beast and the Dragon King mark within him, ultimately unleashing a terrifying might that caused the entire secret realm to undergo a transformation. Qingyun, the events have unfolded. There is no time to waste on this matter. The voice of Old Bai, hidden deep within Yi Qingyun's mind, suddenly spoke. Your primary purpose for coming to the secret realm was to seek the dragon ancestor's relic and contract with the ancient dragon, correct? As long as you can successfully establish this contract, commanding the beasts of the secret realm with the power of the ancient dragon should pose no problem. At that time, you could even achieve great renown, becoming the hero who saves everyone. All feelings of guilt that Yi Qingyun had harbored vanished upon hearing Old Bai's words. Indeed, the anomalous occurrences in the secret realm were not his fault. If anyone was to blame, it was this group that had forced him into a corner. Otherwise, the power within his jade pendant would not have awakened, nor would such consequences have arisen. Now, he could generously save their lives, and they should be grateful for that. You are right, Old Bai. As long as I can successfully contract an ancient dragon, all problems will be resolved. With his mind made up, Yi Qingyun no longer hesitated and sped towards the direction of the dragon ancestor's relic. Shortly after Yi Qingyun's aura faded, a figure clad in white, Gu Han, slowly emerged from the shadows. Indeed, the pendant that brat Yi Qingyun wears conceals some terrible power. Moreover, it feels somewhat familiar, seemingly connected to the celestial domain powers that Yi Qingyun had wielded in his past life. This power, although fearsome and surpassing the dimensions of the current world, has its limits and usages. It only activates when Yi Qingyun is driven to the brink of despair. Now, this power that was supposed to protect Yi Qingyun in the future has been used prematurely. He has suffered no loss, merely orchestrating everything from the shadows. It is indeed a profitable endeavor. It seems that this fellow is heading towards the dragon ancestor's relic. How delightful for me to wait. Gu Han's lips curled into a smirk as he took a step forward, his figure transforming into a white shadow that instantly vanished from sight. Simultaneously, within a celestial vessel glowing with dazzling light, soaring rapidly through the void, the voice of Xia Bingli resonated with disbelief. What? An anomaly has occurred in the Zhongzhou secret realm, and all the beasts are in a frenzy. Seated upon her lotus throne, she had also received this news, her expression darkening significantly. Feeling the chilling aura emanating from Xia Bingli, the maid responsible for delivering this report trembled in fear, holding her breath and daring not to make a sound. This young lady becomes particularly attentive when it concerns that Master Gu, to the point of seeming like an entirely different person. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Bingli seemed to have made a decision, her voice cold as she commanded, "Return at once to the Zhongzhou secret realm." Her words left the numerous powerful individuals of the flying immortal tower below bewildered, unsure of what to make of it. They had come to the North Ming continent to handle some important matters, which even pertained to some of the interests of the flying immortal tower. Now, to abruptly return without explanation deviated greatly from their plans. But the Chongqingli family in North Ming Point one of the powerful individuals of the flying immortal tower forced himself to speak up, attempting to dissuade her. Then let them wait. Whatever happens, I will bear the responsibility. As Xia Bingli's cold and decisive voice rang out, the many flying immortal tower powerhouses swallowed hard, collectively resigning themselves to her command. Hastily turning the celestial vessel around, a flicker of eerie light danced in Xia Bingli's eyes as she murmured inaudibly, "Compared to him, these matters are truly insignificant." Meanwhile, within the ancient Buddha temple, what? An anomaly has occurred in the Zhongzhou secret realm. A terrifying beast tide has erupted. Upon receiving the transmission report from the Sect elders, the master of the Void Sword's expression grew exceedingly grim. "Keep this matter under wraps. Do not let it slip to Mu Baiqing." After reiterating a few times, the master of the Void Sword severed the transmission. After pondering for a moment, the master of the Void Sword furrowed his brow, casting a complex and worried glance toward the depths of the ancient Buddha temple. There, Mu Baiqing, clad in a gown of rainbow-hued snow, was seated in meditation upon the Buddha platform, golden Buddha light cascading down like stars woven around her. At this moment, she was undergoing a baptism of Buddha light, purifying her mind. The master of the Void Sword had a premonition that if he were to inform her of the events occurring in the Zhongzhou secret realm, given her current temperament, she would likely abandon her Buddha light baptism and rush to the secret realm, potentially rendering all her previous efforts futile or worse, causing her mind to collapse and lose control. With a heavy sigh, the master of the Void Sword suppressed the myriad emotions within him, deciding not to mention the matter until her baptism concluded. At the same time, enveloped in resplendent Buddha light, Mu Baiqing was surrounded by countless ancient scriptures. The abbot presiding over the ceremony immediately performed a special divine ability. Mu Baiqing's soul consciousness seemed to detach from her body, soaring upwards with the golden characters, ultimately drifting into a golden world formed from the Buddha light. When everything fell into silence, the brilliant Buddha light receded like waves. After a while, her hazy vision gradually settled. However, upon recognizing the scene before her, Mu Baiqing's pupils constricted, and her spirit momentarily froze. The gentle breeze was pleasant, and the sunlight warmed. At this moment, she found herself in the Asking Sword Sect, specifically, at Baiyu Peak 10 years ago. This is. Mu Bailing was momentarily taken aback, suddenly awakening with a jolt, instinctively rising to her feet, her movements unsteady as she hurriedly rushed in a certain direction, perhaps yearning to truly experience everything. She did not fly through the air directly, but instead ran along the stone steps in the forest, gaining speed with each passing moment. As her vision cleared, she found herself atop the mountain, surrounded by lush trees, with a gentle breeze stirring the falling leaves into the vast sky. Through the tousled strands of hair blown by the wind, Mu Bailing glimpsed a peach tree that appeared small yet stood proudly in the center of a clearing. That was the peach tree she had planted with Gu Han. It held countless beautiful memories for her. "Master, how do you find my swordsmanship? Once I've mastered it, I shall protect you better." At that moment, a somewhat immature voice rang out. A young boy clad in white stood beneath the peach tree, gripping a wooden sword. The warm sunlight filtered through the branches, casting a soft glow around him, accentuating his innocent smile, making the world seem radiant. At that instant, Mu Bailing's vision blurred. Tears welled up and cascaded down her cheeks. She gazed at the childhood version of Gu Han, who looked back at her just like in her earliest memories, standing under the peach tree, wooden sword in hand, declaring his ambition to become the strongest swordsman in the world. He expressed that his dream was to protect her. His master. Honor. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Mu Bailing dashed forward, wishing to embrace the Gu Han who existed only in her memories. She yearned to shout that she was wrong, willing to give everything to atone, pleading for his forgiveness and another chance. Now, she had returned to 10 years ago, to the most beautiful days of her memory. Everything could still be salvaged, everything could still be altered. But just as she was about to reach him, to embrace the most precious treasure of her heart, a deafening roar erupted. The heavens and earth changed color, thunder rumbled. The once bright, blissful scene was turned upside down in an instant. A cold wind howled, and silence enveloped the world. Though the distance between them seemed tangible, at that moment, it felt as if an invisible chasm had opened between her and Gu Han, an eternal divide that no effort could bridge. Suddenly, a terrifying thunderclap split the sky, intertwining countless images. These images contained various memories related to Guhan, like lightning slicing through the long night, dazzling yet fleeting, ultimately vanishing into the darkness of loss, never to be seen again. At some point, the Guhan standing beneath the peach tree had grown up, resembling the present Guhan. His eyes, cold and devoid of emotion, looked down at Mu Bailing, who was gradually descending into despair. I do not know what you have done to project my image into this illusionary world. But even if I am merely a projection, seeing you still disgusts me. Do not ask me for another chance. I have already given you enough. His voice dripped with indifference, and as he wielded his sword, he struck down without hesitation. Crack, with a sudden shattering sound, the entire world, along with all its images, was ruthlessly destroyed in an instant. Mu Bailing exerted all her strength to grasp the figure in white, but she had completely lost her support and could only watch helplessly as she fell into the abyss of nothingness. Just then, a sigh filled with compassion unexpectedly echoed. Umidba, it was I who used some divine power to create this special illusionary world. True and false, reality and illusion intertwine. The words that young friend just spoke to you were heartfelt, the very sentiments he wished to convey, and you have seen the outcome. Let it go. Mu Bailing, a withered tree may sprout anew, but a broken mirror cannot be made whole again. That which is truly lost cannot be reclaimed. No matter the effort, it would be wise for you to adjust your mindset, look forward, and begin a new life. You and he, ultimately, share no more fate. Chapter 88. On the verge of madness, yet bound to fulfill the promise as the compassionate voice faded. Faint sparks of light emerged from the depths of the dark abyss. A colossal hand, forged from endless Buddhist light, tore through the darkness, descending towards her with the promise of rebirth and illumination. She merely needed to lift a finger to grasp this hand, truly letting go of the past, forgetting it entirely, and stepping into a new future, one devoid of him. Disgusting. Late affection is worth less than grass. Having given numerous chances, all of this is self-inflicted. Mu Bailing's mind had crashed, akin to a computer infected with a virus, incessantly rebooting these phrases. Countless chaotic thoughts intertwined and overlapped, ultimately coalescing into a single resonating command deep within her soul. Let him go. Accept a future without him. I cannot accept. I will find him again. I must find him again. I am willing to sacrifice everything, to atone for the mistakes I have made. In that moment, Mu Bailing's thoughts seemed to shatter completely. She appeared somewhat deranged, her inner energy surging violently, shattering the hope-filled hand that sought to pull her from the abyss. Instead, she accelerated deeper into the void. Still echoing in her mind was the same refrain. No matter the cost, she would retrieve Guhan, to continue their beautiful life together, just as it had been 10 years ago. If Guhan fell into the abyss, then she too would plunge into the depths, giving everything for him. Boom. Almost simultaneously, the resplendent golden pagoda was struck by an overwhelming force, trembling violently. The ancient monk presiding over the ritual suddenly suffered a backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his breath growing weak. What is happening? The master of the Tai Su sword, waiting outside the pagoda, was startled by the commotion, hurriedly entering to witness a scene of terror. I will reclaim him. I cannot accept a future without him. Mu Bailing's expression twisted, resembling a vengeful spirit clawing its way from the depths of hell, her aura beginning to spiral out of control, an overwhelming surge of regretful energy flooding from within. Quick! Use the Brahma heart seal to suppress her. Upon the ancient monk's command, the stunned monks of the ancient temple regained their senses, collectively channeling their energy to invoke their powers. In an instant, countless scriptures enveloped in radiant light soared into the air, coalescing into a massive golden Buddha statue. The golden Buddha opened its eyes. Ethereal chanting resonated from afar, imbued with compassion, effectively stabilizing the oncoming chaos of Mu Bailing. Seeing the situation finally under control, the ancient monk let out a long sigh of relief. Turning to the Tai Su sword master, his voice bore a hint of bitterness and helplessness. Masterly, your disciple has encountered severe issues with her mental state. I do not know who that white-clad man in her illusion is. However, it is certain that he holds an exceedingly significant place in her heart, and her obsession has reached a terrifying level. If she remains unwilling to truly let go of the past, falling into madness is merely a matter of time. Hearing this, the Tai Su sword master was jolted from his daze. appearing several years older in an instant. The incident had not only cost the Sword Sect a once-in-a-millennium prodigy, but also left his most cherished disciple teetering on the brink of madness. Meanwhile, the entire central continent's secret realm had descended into chaos. The roars of demonic beasts echoed endlessly, and battles erupted everywhere. All cultivators were desperately fleeing, seeking to escape the secret realm through spatial vortexes. Senior sister, senior brother has not responded. Has something happened to him? Luo Baiji's voice was tinged with urgency and worry. The secret realm was in utter disarray. The beasts had gone completely berserk, and senior brother seemed to be exploring alone. Facing numerous beasts, his situation would undoubtedly be perilous. Chu Yue's expression was equally grim. Finally, gritting her teeth, she retrieved a palm-sized shard of a stone mirror, intricately carved with ancient inscriptions. This was a treasure they had obtained after facing countless challenges in an ancient ruin. Although it was just a small fragment, the profound aura emanating from it allowed her to preliminarily confirm it was likely a shard of the legendary reincarnation mirror. The reincarnation mirror could predict the future and trace past lives. The reincarnation laws contained within this shard were exceedingly thin. It might shatter after only a few uses, but at this moment, she only wished to ensure her senior brother's safety. Drawing upon ancient texts, Chu Yue fully channeled her energy, infusing her desire to see her senior brother's future into the shard of the reincarnation mirror. Instantly, the long-dormant shard stirred, rippling with energy, as the brilliance on its surface quieted. A somewhat blurry image began to materialize. Within the image, a young man in white raced through the dense forest, leaving behind trails of white afterimages. Occasionally, demonic beasts would attack him, but he effortlessly dispatched them. Although he was moving against the tide of beasts, it felt as if he were traversing an uninhabited realm. Soon, the young man in white seemed to sense someone watching. Pausing slightly, he glanced sideways, and the image in the reincarnation mirror rippled again, quickly fading away. Moments passed before Chu Yue and the others finally exhaled in relief. Compared to the shock of seeing their senior brother effortlessly slaying numerous beasts while navigating against the tide, they were more puzzled and concerned about why he was taking such risks by venturing deeper into the secret realm. Even if there were opportunities awaiting him, this was hardly the right time. After a lengthy pause, Chu Yue finally sighed deeply. The direction her senior brother was headed seemed to be Kuren Mountain. Without uttering a word, Chu Yue, along with Lu Ruyan and Luo Baiji, stood up in unison, silently following behind her. Previously, their failure to act promptly had led to their senior brother's disappointment. Now, faced with a similar situation, despite the dangers ahead, they were determined to fulfill their promise and protect their senior brother. Chapter 89. Do good deeds without questioning the future? Meanwhile, just as depicted in the future images projected by the reincarnation mirror, Gu Han was battling his way through the tide of demonic beasts, slaying them with ease. Although these beasts had completely lost their senses, the suppressive effect of Su Lungyue's special mark on him had significantly weakened. Nevertheless, with his own strength, he found it not difficult to dispatch these beasts. He couldn't help but feel a sense of incredulity regarding Yi Qingyun. Despite his lack of skill, he somehow managed to evade the onslaught of beasts time and again through sheer luck. Just then, a thunderous explosion erupted nearby, as if someone was battling the crazed beasts. Initially, Gu Han intended to ignore it, but the familiar aura emanating from the commotion piqued his interest. It seemed related to the disciples of the Hongye sect. Not only had he interacted with the witch, Hua Jieyu, but during their time in the secret realm, the disciples of the Hongye sect had consistently offered their help whenever they encountered him. Although their assistance had been minimal, his impression of the Hongye sect had improved. Moreover, since Yi Qingyun was heading in that direction, it wouldn't hurt to lend a hand to these disciples. Meanwhile, Yi Qingyun, hurrying towards the Tianlong ruins amidst the chaos of the secret realm, had also heard the explosive sounds and faintly discerned some cries from women. Someone is battling the demonic beast. Yi Qingyun paused, contemplating investigating. If he could, perhaps he might have the chance for a heroic rescue and a fortuitous encounter. What time is it? Old Bai's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Do not let yourself be caught up in the affairs of others. Right now, your power is only enough to protect yourself. The priority is to head to the Tianlong ruins and contract the ancient Tianlong. Only after successfully contracting the ancient Tianlong can you truly save more people. This admonition dispelled Yi Qingyun's thoughts. Indeed, once he successfully contracted the ancient Tianlong, he would become a true savior, capable of rescuing more innocent disciples. Although this calamity had been directly caused by him, it did not affect Yi Qingyun's peculiar reasoning. Boom! Fire and smoke erupted. Demonic beasts, some with their bodies shattered, others with their heads crushed, fell to the ground. The battlefield was a scene of carnage, littered with the corpses of beasts and strewn with severed limbs, blood, and entrails. While some beasts lay dead, more continued to surge towards the front line, the center of the battlefield. Several disciples from the Hongye sect and others formed a defensive line, struggling against wave after wave of beast attacks. Among them, the most striking was a young woman in a white dress, or rather a red dress, as her originally white attire was now drenched in blood, either her own or that of the beasts. The exquisite spring needle she wielded had been dulled from slaying so many beasts, its blade now chipped and blunt. Sakura, throw me out. Although I have lost my fighting ability, I can still serve as bait to buy you some time to escape. A voice, weak and barely audible, came from one of the Hongye sect's female disciples. She appeared grotesquely injured, her right hand seemingly bitten off by some colossal beast, and her left leg severely maimed. Despite attempts to staunch the bleeding, blood continued to flow from her wounds, rendering her utterly weak. No, I will certainly bring you back. I promised Master I would ensure your safety. Meng Yingxue firmly shook her head, gripping her spring needle tightly, preparing to continue battling the beasts. Ladies and gentlemen, the number of demonic beasts has evidently decreased, indicating that the tide of these creatures has largely passed through our region. If we endure a few more waves, we shall achieve success. At that moment, a sudden and thunderous shout rang out. I will draw the attention of the demonic beasts. Take this opportunity to swiftly escape. Yi Qingyun emerged unexpectedly from the shadows. Contemplating the principles of justice and the notion of aiding those in peril, he resolved to turn back and lend his support to the escape of these cultivators, thereby fostering a benevolent connection. At that moment, he felt an immense sense of gratification for his decision. Meng Yingxue was truly a breathtaking beauty, embodying the essence of ethereal grace. Though her entire figure was stained crimson with blood, her delicate and fair skin bore the marks of battle. Yet, she exuded a tragic yet elegant aura reminiscent of a valkyrie on the battlefield, captivating all who beheld her, even if he could not actively engage. Indirectly drawing away a portion of the demonic beasts to aid her escape seemed a worthy act of kindness. Without further hesitation, Yi Qingyun swiftly departed, accompanied by several of the beasts that had been drawn to his presence, leaving behind only a fleeting silhouette. However, as one performs good deeds, one should not question the outcome. Yet, Meng Yingxue and her companions stood utterly dumbfounded. Indeed, this unknown individual had successfully diverted all the demonic beasts that were besieging them. Yet, paradoxically, he had attracted an even greater horde of more terrifying creatures. This was not assistance. It was a swift path to their demise. This inexplicable interloper seemed intent on leading them to their grave. Yi Qingyun it was Yi Qingyun, Wang Teng, the scion of the Taishan Holy Land, snapped back to reality, infuriated, and began to curse. I curse you. Yi Qingyun, you murderous fiend. It was your actions that caused the upheaval of demonic beasts in the central continent's secret realm.